Chapter 1 by Luoan. President Bai. This is the revised proposal from the planning department after discussions. I've sent the electronic version to your email for your review. Qin gently placed the thick-bound proposal on my walnut-colored desk. I looked up upon hearing this and said, "Thank you for your hard work." My voice was like ice-striking porcelain. Even after 3 years as my assistant, Qin still found it difficult to meet my eyes when I raised my head. I possess classic beauty features, an oval face, arched eyebrows, a delicate nose bridge, and exquisite facial features as meticulously crafted as fine brushwork. By all appearances, I should have looked gentle and refined, but beneath my thick lashes, my eyes emanated an intimidating chill. The pure black irises resembled two pieces of obsidian, cold and sharp, completely suppressing any hint of natural allure that might have come from the faint upward curve of my eyes. The delicate fair skin beneath my slender neck was completely concealed by my black and white professional suit. The rigid office makeup didn't age me. Instead, it lent me an aura of aloof elegance. In Qin eyes, I resembled those ruthless female bosses from TV dramas, beautiful yet devoid of warmth. At best, I could be considered half a female boss. At a young age, I became the vice president of Junhui Group, partly due to my status as the wife of Hualing, the current CEO, and my 10% stake in the company. However, it's undeniable that my exceptional skills were impressive enough to make people overlook my nepotistic ties. At 20, I interned at the group after ranking first in my major at Tsinghua University. By 22, fresh out of college, I was directly appointed as vice president. Over the next 3 years, I secured several S-tier projects for Junhui, any one of which would shine brilliantly on my resume. My professional competence was beyond doubt, and I wasn't hard to get along with. I was decisive at work yet carried no airs of authority in private. After working together for 3 years, Qin had figured me out. I was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, only appearing distant. I'm an emotionally stable superior. When subordinates make mistakes at work, I only criticize them without losing my temper. When they come to me with problems, I'm always generous with advice. I'm also very generous with my team. Our project bonuses are the highest in the entire company. At first, everyone thought I'd be hard to get along with, but after 3 years, the team genuinely respects me. After all, a 25-year-old girl with such strong abilities, how much effort it took behind the scenes, those close to me know well. However, perhaps because I appear cold, Hualing and I don't seem close as a married couple. Our marital status is no secret at the company, but beyond work-related exchanges, there's no other interaction between us as husband and wife, making it seem like we're not even family. Our offices are right next to each other, but we arrive separately. I usually come earlier, and we eat separately. We address each other stiffly as Director Hua and Director Bai. Avoiding familiarity during work hours is understandable, but even during the 2-hour lunch break, we don't interact. We don't share a ride home after work either, reinforcing the impression that our marriage is strained. If you say our marriage was arranged, with Hualing's family background, he wouldn't need to sacrifice his marriage for benefits. And I'm not from any prominent family in Ming City either. It's neither a business alliance nor a fairy tale of a prince falling for Cinderella. Our marital relationship is truly puzzling. Quite a few people in the company gossip behind my back, saying I climbed into Hualing's bed to rise from rags to riches. Because of the indifference between us, many people have developed inappropriate ideas. I've always ignored the rumors about myself, but I make sure to clean up any gossip about Hualing immediately. In many people's eyes, I'm just the neglected queen by Hualing's side, having good looks but unable to win my husband's heart. Hualing couldn't even be bothered to pretend, making it abundantly clear how much he detests me. The upper class loves gossip too. When news of our sudden engagement broke back then, I became a hot topic at high society ladies' gatherings. Initially an object of envy, jealousy, and curiosity, I gradually transformed into what they contemptuously called a pheasant pretending to be a phoenix. After Qin finished her briefing on follow-up matters, she walked out of my office and gently closed the door behind her. I bookmarked the document I was reviewing on my computer and began flipping through the proposal in my hands. My fingers are slender with delicate bones, the skin on the back of my hand so fine that the pale blue veins are clearly visible, but running from the first knuckle of my index finger to the wrist bone, a whitish, elongated scar twists like an ugly, sun-starved tree root, disrupting the graceful fragility of the hand. Yet I don't care. With today's advanced cosmetic medicine, this scar could easily be removed. But I've never entertained the thought, letting this mark, which others interpret as evidence of my humble origins, fuel their endless speculation. I sat making annotations in the margins, maintaining this posture all afternoon. When quitting time came, Qin gently knocked on the door, opening it just a crack of about 20 centimeters, and bid me farewell along with the rest of the team. President Bai, we're heading out now. Don't stay too late. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Glancing at the clock on my desk, I suddenly realized it was already evening. I nodded to Chen and the others, signaling for them to leave first. The door shut, and I resumed my earlier train of thought, finishing the last 2 pages of the document before stretching my stiff, aching neck. From the 37th floor, I had a clear view of the city center's busiest district. Outside, the streets were packed with the rush-hour traffic, headlights blurring into a shifting mass of red and gold that mingled with the lingering glow of sunset on the horizon. It's bustling with excitement, yet this liveliness feels strangely alien to me. Hualing had accompanied government officials on an inspection tour to the neighboring province these past few days. Whether he was around or not made little difference to me. The only change was not having to face those eyes veiled with indifference and mockery. Perhaps this was the rare breathing space I desperately needed. No one wants to be disliked. If someone irrationally detests you, and you still hope to avoid animosity, you can at least strive to find a reason or an opportunity to break the ice. Even if you can't, after making the effort, you can console yourself with a clear conscience. But my being loathed is not without reason. I can trace the cause, yet find no opportunity to break the ice between us. So it remains, enduring 5 years of his disdain, 1,846 days. I've tried, but conscience-stricken as I am. Chapter 2, Hualing. Deep into the night, the 3-story mansion lay in its usual tranquil peace. Hualing and I moved here after our wedding. This was old Master Hua's bridal gift to us. Because he disliked too much disturbance from outsiders, Hualing only brought along Auntie Zhao, who had taken care of him since childhood. Initially, he had planned to hire 2 more servants, but after marriage, there were fewer trivial matters, and Auntie Zhao could handle everything by herself. Hence, only the 3 of us had lived in this house all along. Hualing and I lived on the 2nd floor, with bedrooms on opposite sides, his to the left and mine to the right, ensuring we didn't disturb each other. Though I had told Auntie Zhao many times not to wait up for me, she always stayed awake until I returned. Unwilling to burden the elderly woman with worry, I made it a habit to return by 9 o'clock if I planned to come home at all. If I wasn't returning or would be late, I always sent her a message in advance to let her know. This year's late spring chill was especially biting. Stepping out of the warm car, my weary eyes were assaulted by an icy, bone-piercing wind, instantly filling with tears. The streetlights lining the villa illuminated the flowers in the garden, their colors distorted under the yellow glow. Yet these same flowers, blooming faithfully year after year, quietly reminded me that another spring had arrived. As I climbed the steps leading to the house, the sharp clicks of my high heels striking the sturdy marble echoed crisply through the night. Hearing the sound, Auntie Zhao hurried out to greet me, reaching for the coat I had just taken off as soon as she reached the doorway. Must be freezing out there. I made some ginger soup, have a bowl before heading upstairs. This weather can't make up its mind, easy to catch a cold if you're not careful. Aunt Zhao felt the chill lingering on my coat as she fussed over me. All right, thank you. The car ride was just a short distance, hardly enough to get cold, but I listened patiently to Aunt Zhao's chiding and obediently settled on the sofa, waiting for her to bring out the steaming ginger soup. A vase on the coffee table held several stems of spray roses, their lush blooms displaying extravagant beauty, far more vibrant than the garden flowers battered by the relentless wind outside. Clearly, they'd received Aunt Zhao's meticulous care. I'll wash the bowl myself. You should rest. Our return trip had been delayed by car trouble, and Aunt Zhao wasn't getting any younger. Taking the bowl from her, I spoke gently. All right, don't let it get cold. Drink it while it's hot. Aunt Zhao didn't refuse. 5 years was enough for her to know this concern came from the heart. I raised my head and drank the now lukewarm liquid in one gulp. The spicy taste diluted the chill I felt inside, and with warmth flooding my body, I went upstairs. The next day, I didn't go to the company. At 9:15, the driver appeared downstairs. Chen Jing was also waiting by the car, holding a neatly compiled project file. As I approached, I could hear her lightly sniffing. Good morning, President Bai. Chen Jing straightened up, cleared her throat to greet me, then opened the car door for me. Morning, I nodded. As I settled into the back seat, Chen Jing walked around to the other side and got in, handing me a folder. Staring at screens in the car tends to make me carsick, so I usually review paper documents during the ride. This morning's appointment wasn't particularly important, just an end-of-year celebratory lunch among collaborators for a successfully closed project. Junhui Group didn't hold the majority stake in this venture. We were just testing the waters in a new sector. The other companies wanted to establish connections with Junhui, so they approached this gathering with deliberate friendliness. Truthfully, I didn't need to take today's lunch meeting so seriously, so when I asked for the project materials to be prepared for me to review on the road, I knew Chen Jing was silently lamenting in her heart about her relentlessly demanding boss. At 25, I managed to secure the second highest position at Junhui, and I suppose there's a reason for that. The car moved steadily forward as I scanned through the documents of various companies, silently memorizing the details. None of these enterprises were headquartered in Ningqing, and they had minimal dealings with Junue. Worried I might mix up the information, I decided to quickly review everything again, even though it might not be useful later. For a while, the only sound in the car was the rustling of paper. Chen Jing sat properly, staring blankly at the scenery passing by outside the window. "Uncle Lu, pull over at the next intersection," I said, naming 2 medications and reminding him to buy a bottle of water. "Right away, ma'am." Chen Jing's head grew heavier and heavier. When Uncle Lu returned with the items, I gestured for her to take them. She only realized they were for her when she held them in her hand. Seeing her dazed expression, I understood her reluctance to take medicine for fear of drowsiness affecting her work. "These won't make you sleepy," I said flatly. "If you're still unwell this afternoon, go to the hospital. I'll approve your leave." "Thank you, President Bai." Chen Jing lowered her head, opened the medicine box, and pushed out 2 capsules following the instructions, swallowing them with mineral water. I responded with a hum and continued reading the documents in my hand. This was one of Ningqing's most well-known entertainment venues. In winter, there were hot spring fireworks, and in summer, natural drafts and ponds full of water lilies. It had always been a favorite spot for the wealthy. Now, in spring, though it lacked the distinctive charms of winter or summer, the food here was exceptional. This was the perfect time to enjoy yanduxian, a seasonal bamboo shoot and pork stew. Chen Jing and I followed the attendant leading the way, passing through an antique-style corridor as we headed toward our reserved spot. The journey from the southern district had taken an hour and a half, and the air carried faint sandalwood aromas mingled with the fresh scent of spring plants. It smelled wonderful. At this hour, the voices of tourists chatting in the open-air area beside the corridor already drifted through the gaps in the bamboo blinds. Further inside was the section requiring advance reservations. Halfway there, the wind carried a few familiar names to our ears. I halted in my tracks. Logically, the soundproofing in these private rooms shouldn't be this poor, but this happened to be where the corridor curved outward into a lakeside viewing nook. The windows inside were wide open, and the speakers weren't bothering to lower their voices. As I stood still, their words floated clearly toward me. "In the whole of Ningqing, if we're talking about the most beautiful woman, there might not be a definitive choice. But when it comes to the most cunning woman, Madame Hua, Bai Luoan, Chief Bai, undoubtedly takes the crown." That orphan girl not only outmaneuvered countless high society ladies in Ningqing to marry into the Hua family, but also won old Master Hua's favor. She was given 10% of the company shares. Overnight, she became Junui Group's second-in-command. Of course, Chief Bai truly has skills. She's made quite a name for herself as vice president. Everyone here has experienced her formidable abilities. I recognized the voice. It belonged to the playboy heir of the Su family, Su Ruiqi. We'd previously competed for a project. While it was supposed to be fair competition, this freshly repatriated rich kid, seeing I was a woman, developed improper notions and employed some dirty tricks. I was vigilant enough not to fall for them, then turned around and taught him such a harsh lesson that he spent 2 months in hospital recovering. He's borne a grudge against me ever since. Chen Jing and the attendant waited quietly. As I listened to the veiled sarcasm behind me about being calculating and manipulative, I found it rather meaningless. Just as I was about to have the attendant continue leading the way, Su Ruiqi went on, "But after all, a woman who climbs into bed to get ahead isn't someone you can ever truly trust. Today she climbs into your bed, tomorrow she might climb into another man's." The words that followed were vile. Chen Jing listened, her anger boiling. "President Bai, I raised my hand to stop Chen Jing and curled my lips slightly, but before my smile could fully form, it was shattered by a familiar, cold, and deep voice. "You're being too harsh, young Master Su." The speaker was Hu Ling, my husband in name. Words so humiliating that even Chen Jing, my secretary, struggled to contain her fury only earned this dismissive, 3-word response from Hu Ling. Chen Jing naturally recognized whose voice it was. She opened her mouth slightly, gazing at my figure receding into the shadows, at a loss for words. The rumors circulating outside had long reached Chen Jing's ears, but she never paid them any mind. Women in high positions like mine always came with their share of gossip, and hearing it firsthand today wasn't exactly the first time. She could never reconcile the scheming woman portrayed in those whispers, dragging her way into beds, greedily chasing wealth and status, depicted in the most unflattering terms, with the person she'd lived and worked alongside for 3 years. But today, she finally confirmed one thing. Between Hu Ling and me, there was not an ounce of marital affection, just as she had observed over these 3 years. The air in that confined space seemed to freeze, each second on the clock stretching endlessly, so prolonged that it felt like an eternity, though in reality, only 3 seconds had passed. I took a step forward, emerging into the light. The soft glow fell across my face, revealing my usual expression, cold, indifferent, betraying no trace of sorrow or otherwise. Let's go. I slightly raised my head to signal the attendant to keep leading the way. After walking a few steps, Qinjing suddenly snapped back to reality, leaving the vulgar conversation behind us. Huoling's voice never sounded again. Qinjing watched my straight and slender back resembling a resilient bamboo, feeling her eyes inexplicably sting. She blinked hard and quickened her pace to catch up with me. When we passed that spot again after the social event, the room was already empty, with waiters clearing the dishes inside. I gave Qinjing a half day off and returned to the company alone. As evening approached, I received a call from the old mansion. It was Fu Wanpei, Huoling's mother, inviting me back for dinner. Unsurprisingly, Huoling was there too. I didn't know when he'd returned, but I soon got my answer. The round-the-clock PR department sent me a debriefing request regarding Huoling's scandal with popular actress Lan Ling. Their secret rendezvous last night at a place I knew well, one of Ningqing's notorious pleasure dens. This kind of news doesn't require much effort from me. After all, the photos only show the two of them in mildly suggestive poses, not even as close as an intimate picture. Even if left unaddressed, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. Still, I instructed the PR department to pull the news as quickly as possible and issued a warning to Lan Ling's agent. Although old Master Hua had intervened to conceal the real reason behind my marriage to Huoling, walls have ears. Many knew the truth, especially those well connected in the entertainment industry, who were all too aware of who might be worth cozying up to. If I could be a target, they thought they could be too. Hence, ever since, the number of people throwing themselves at Huoling has more than doubled, and he graces the headlines at entertainment news every couple of days. I know full well I have no right to control him, but I still ended up handling it. 5 years have passed, and while such news isn't as frequent as it once was, it still pops up from time to time. I know, Huoling is doing this on purpose. After replying to the message, I tucked my phone away and closed my eyes to rest. The driver glimpsed me through the rearview mirror a couple of times and switched to softer music. The Hua family estate is a quintessential example of traditional Chinese garden architecture. White walls, blue-gray roof tiles, its timeless elegance growing more pronounced with the passage of time, a testament to the Hua clan's lineage spanning generations. The car stopped outside the courtyard gate, and under the butler's welcome, I crossed the threshold home. Uncle Zhang, I greeted the butler. Uncle Zhang smiled and said, "Come in quickly, it's cold outside. The young master and madam have been waiting for you for quite some time." Hearing this, I chuckled. As the two of us chatted, we made our way to the main hall. Fu Wanpei had been talking to Huoling, though her eyes kept darting toward the entrance. The moment she saw the butler bringing me in, she stopped mid-conversation with Huoling, stood up, and came forward to greet me. "You're finally here. Was there traffic? And you're dressed so lightly, aren't you cold?" Fu Wanpei was wearing a refined dark green qipao, draped with a fringed shawl, her delicate features accentuated by light makeup. Her gentle, refined aura remained undiminished by the years. If anything, time had only added to her charm. "Mom," I greeted her first, then responded to her earlier remark. "There was a bit of traffic, but I'm not cold. The temperature rose a little today." Mom and I walked into the house together. She pulled me to sit beside her, and as I looked up, my eyes met Huoling's across from us. Huoling didn't look like Mom at all. He resembled Huating more, inheriting all the best features of the Fu family. His face was extraordinarily handsome, a high-bridged nose, thin lips, and finely sculpted brows and eyes that looked like they'd been carefully chiseled. His eyes were particularly striking. The double eyelids fanned out at the outer corners, exuding a tender charm when he smiled but radiating the sharp authority of someone accustomed to power and privilege when he remained expressionless. With a calm expression, my gaze met his indifferent eyes, like two damp pieces of wood coming together, unable to spark even the slightest flame. "Let's go home together later," Huoling said. "All right," I nodded. In front of Mom, we would act closer than we were elsewhere. Huoling didn't want her to worry about our relationship. After all, Mom always liked me, but I suspected sympathy played a big part in that liking. My mother was naturally kind-hearted, and after learning that I was an orphan, she took extra care of me. After Huoling and I became engaged, she was the quickest to accept it, second only to old Master Hua. Though it was called catching up on family matters, most of the time it was my mother who did the talking. Huoling and I had little to talk about outside of work, and we couldn't exactly discuss business in front of her. The meal passed without much incident. Under my mother's meaningful gaze, Huoling took his overcoat from the rack and handed it to me. "Put it on," he said. "It's windy, wouldn't want you catching a cold." I took the clothes from his hand, the words "thank you" reaching my lips only to be swallowed back. I turned to my mother and said softly, "Mom, we're heading out now." "All right, come visit me more when you're free." Seeing that Huoling was being considerate, my mother could tell he had taken her words from that afternoon to heart. Though his manner was stiff, his willingness to change was a good sign. Standing side by side, Hualing was tall and handsome, while my delicate features painted a picturesque scene together. My mother watched us, utterly pleased with what she saw. Both Hualing and I responded earnestly before turning to leave the courtyard. Once we were out of my mother's sight, I handed his jacket back to him. It carried a faint trace of his woody fragrance, which scattered into the air with my movements, fleeting as a whisper. After the driver pulled the car out of the estate, the small sense of closeness we had deliberately cultivated earlier vanished without a trace. Hualing carried his coat but never put it on, tossing it between us in the back seat, like a demarcation line drawn to clearly separate our spaces. We sat in the back seat, as distinct as two rivers. The car drove on for a while, and as I counted the streetlights, resigned to another silent ride home, Hualing suddenly spoke. "Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to make my mother a little happier." Of course, I knew he was afraid I'd mistake his act for even a shred of genuine concern. Though anyone could see it was just a performance for the elders, he still felt compelled to clarify. I murmured in response, "Got it." After speaking, I turned back to counting the streetlights, only to realize I'd lost track. But it didn't matter anyway. I already knew this stretch of road had exactly 1,107 lights. Chapter 4, Warning. Aunt Zhao was overjoyed to see us returning together in the same car. With nowhere else to look, I could only stare at Hualing's indifferent back as I followed closely behind him. The evening temperature was bitterly low, the cold air stinging my nasal passages sharply. Childishly, I opened my mouth and exhaled, watching my breath condense into a white mist. I was like that wisp of white mist, ephemeral, never truly belonging here. After exchanging greetings with Aunt Zhao, Hualing went straight upstairs without hesitation. I remained downstairs as usual, drinking the ginger tea Aunt Zhao had heated to ward off the chill. Truthfully, I disliked the taste of ginger, but having received so little affectionate care from elders in my life, I'd never learned how to refuse. The study was lit. During Hualing's absence these days, I had overseen all company affairs, big and small. He probably didn't trust me completely and was reviewing important documents from this period to verify them when he returned to the office tomorrow. What was there to check? I had been selected from the sponsored students at 15 and trained to be his assistant. Loyalty to Junue and to him had long been etched into my bones. It was a pity he didn't trust me. I walked slowly toward the other side, my soft footsteps the only sound in the quiet corridor. The silence was overwhelming, making me recall Hualing's warning before we got out of the car. "You're quite the tactician." He stared straight at me, and I could clearly see the impatience and restlessness hidden beneath his indifferent gaze. "It hasn't even been a year since the old man passed, yet you've managed to win my mother over to your side. You found yourself another powerful ally." Indeed, Hualing values family ties deeply. His grandfather and mother were the anchors of his life. That's why 5 years ago, when the old man insisted he marry me, though reluctant at first, he eventually conceded. Honestly, he could have just paid me off to leave. Why drag himself into this? After grandfather was passing, my mother-in-law kept creating opportunities for us to bond, frequently rebuking Hualing in the process. Incidents like today weren't the first. Previously he'd resist, but today, perhaps because her words cut too deep, he finally relented. As I was thinking, I heard his sarcastic remark again. "Actually, you don't need to do this. The old man made me promise on his deathbed never to separate from you. So rest assured, the title of Mrs. Hua will remain yours for life. Beyond this, don't waste your efforts. Miss Bai, one shouldn't be too greedy. You've already obtained wealth, honor, power, and influence. Don't expect genuine feelings from others. My mother's health has never been good. I don't want her to misplace her sincerity at this age. In the future, when I'm not around, don't visit my home alone to see my mother. When it's necessary to return, I'll inform you and we'll go together." I don't remember what I said at the time, only the tremendous buzzing in my ears drowned out my heartbeat, breathing, and response. The whole world fell silent. But I remember Hualing's expression. My answer must have satisfied him. Back in the warm bedroom, the icy numbness on my body gradually faded, and blood began sluggishly circulating again. The delayed pain crept in, heavy and suffocating in my chest, making it hard to breathe. I opened the wardrobe, but before my fingers could reach my pajamas, tears spilled over. My emotions surged and ebbed, returning full circle. I tried to swallow it all down, blinked hard, but it was futile. Hualing truly knows just how to hurt me. Fate has never been generous to me. I lost my parents, my home was torn apart, and the one I loved still avoids me like the plague. I managed to control my emotions, but I couldn't control my tears. Perhaps today's restraint had overwhelmed me, but this single incident stirred up many deeply buried memories from my heart. My eyelids are thin. After too much crying, they'd swell the next day, and no amount of makeup could hide it. Tomorrow's routine meeting still awaited me. I couldn't afford to lose my composure. The Junue group absolutely couldn't afford any negative rumors about marital discord. I bit my lip hard. The pain helped shift my focus, giving me brief clarity. That was all the time I needed to compose myself. Right then, there came a rhythmic knock at the door. Without a second thought, it had to be Aunt Zhao. Hu Ling almost never came to this part of the house. Madam, I noticed you didn't look well just now. Are you coming down with a cold? I brought some medicine if you'd like it. I took a deep breath, steadying my voice as I replied, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Nothing's wrong. You should get some rest early. Aunt Zhao visibly relaxed. That's good to hear. Then you should rest early too. Listening to her footsteps fade away, I touched the corners of my eyes, still damp, slightly sore. It's all right. No one will notice tomorrow. We arrived at the company one after another. The morning consisted of a regular meeting, where branch managers and department heads each presented their monthly work reports. Hu Ling listened with a stern expression, frequently nitpicking. After 3 hours of meetings, everyone walked out of the conference room with unsteady steps. There was no way around it. Each report had to be concise yet thorough, and with Hu Ling's sharp eyes and meticulous attention, no one dared to slack off. Those 3 hours felt like criminal interrogation, utterly unbearable. Hu Ling's second uncle, Hu Yan, served as general manager of several branches. After the meeting, he invited Hu Ling to dine at the executive exclusive restaurant at Junyue, hoping to strengthen their uncle-nephew bond. Hu Yan had his assistant ask me over, but with an urgent issue arising in one of my projects, I apologized through the assistant and left the company. Xiaobai has always been a workaholic, Hu Yan teased after hearing the assistant's reply. Hu Ling responded with a faint smile. He probably thought I was being clever. After heeding his advice yesterday, I was now putting in the extra effort today. I've always known exactly what I want. Hu Yan shook his head and sighed. You young people, always neglecting your health. No matter how busy work gets, you still have to eat. Later, remember to check on her. She's your wife, show some concern. Seeing Hu Ling's indifferent demeanor, Hu Yan couldn't help but plead earnestly. Xiaobai may have been wrong, but you've been married for 5 years now. However angry you might be, it's time to let go. Xiaobai is seriously talented. There are so many headhunters trying to poach her. Don't regret it only after you've driven her away. The private room contained only Hu Ling and Hu Yan, no outsiders, so Hu Ling didn't bother hiding his feelings. She doesn't need my concern. He paused before adding, if she takes the initiative to leave, I'd welcome it. I've secured my position as vice president for 2 reasons. First, my strong capabilities and impeccable work performance, and second, the solid equity I hold in the company. It's precisely these 2 factors that have prevented Hu Ling from sidelining me. What he said was true. If another company successfully poached me, he'd probably celebrate with firecrackers, out of sight, out of mind. You. Hu Yan shook his head helplessly at how unreceptive Hu Ling was, then dropped the subject and switched to discussing company matters with him. Chapter 5, Spending Big. I got into the car and took the McDonald's handed to me by Qinjing, fast food that could be prepared in just 5 minutes. My stomach ached faintly. Years of irregular eating had left me with severe stomach problems. With no time to care, I took a bite, slowly and laboriously soothing my growling stomach with this greasy, nauseating food. Qinjing methodically briefed me on work matters. I could only manage half the burger before giving up. I folded the paper wrapper neatly and put it back into the bag. Junyue also ventured into film and television investments, where the movies and TV shows we backed in recent years had yielded solid returns. This division was under my management. Not long ago, I had secured exclusive sponsorship for a variety show. Junyue invested as a nominal sponsor but was, in reality, the sole financier behind the production. This is exactly what Qinjing was talking about. The show was about to start filming, and Junyue was just about to inject funds. My team was negotiating sponsorship details with TV executives and the production crew when suddenly, the entire production team got replaced. The person who swapped in was someone I knew quite well, Jing Han, the rumored girlfriend of Su Ruiqi, with whom I'd had a conflict. That Su Ruiqi, upon hearing I was interested in this show, immediately contacted the production team to say he wanted to sponsor it too, offering a price 50% higher than Junyue's just to snatch the exclusive sponsorship rights from me. The TV station's people didn't dare offend either side, so they urgently contacted me. My team hadn't received my instructions yet and were still fiercely resisting the Su family. I rubbed my sore eyes and instructed Qinjing to send a message to the subordinates at the TV station, telling them to hold their ground and hint that this was a project I valued highly, not something to be easily given up. Qinjing sent the message, then glanced at my expression and asked, President Bai, are we not investing in this program anymore? I smiled slightly. Su Ruiqi is narrow-minded and holds grudges. His father had him late in life and spoiled him rotten. If he wanted to kill someone, there'd probably be people handing him the knife. The feud between us runs deep. Even if I don't make a move, his temperament would drive him to provoke me sooner or later. then don't blame me for not holding back. The Su family is a big tree that needs some pruning. I'll stir up some trouble. Better that than wait until I lose my protection and he comes after me at the first opportunity. Su Ruichi sprawled arrogantly in the seat of honor, surrounded by the head of Mango TV's advertising department and the show's producers, listening to him babble about how to promote Xinghan. My people sat across from them, watching the spectacle coldly. At this moment, the conference room door suddenly swung open. I said coldly, "Young Master Su, our Jinwei group negotiated this program first. Since the Su family arrived late, if you want to promote someone, please find another program to invest in. Jinwei won't compete with you over this one." President Bai, my subordinate stood up uniformly to greet me when I arrived. I nodded slightly and took a seat opposite Su Ruichi. After I sat down, my team behind me seemed to have found their backbone, standing firmly at my back and glaring defiantly at the Su family members. The television station director wiped his sweat awkwardly and timidly greeted me. I didn't make things difficult for them, letting them off after making a couple of half-serious, half-joking remarks. The moment Su Ruichi saw me, his eyes locked onto me with intensity. When he first returned to the country and attended that banquet, learning that I was the one persistently targeting projects his family valued, he had already begun scheming some underhanded tactics. He assumed I was just a trophy wife keeping up appearances for the company's reputation, but I outmaneuvered him so thoroughly that he ended up hospitalized, swallowing his grievances in silence, and even got scolded by his father, who warned him not to mess with me. When he saw me again, he still gritted his teeth in hatred, but knowing I held real power only intensified his desire to destroy me. Surely, he was thinking how much more delightful such an ice queen would be in bed. He'd even spread rumors that I'd climbed into Hualing's bed through shady means, and that Hualing didn't care about me. When Xing spoke disrespectfully, Hualing hadn't even uttered a word in my defense, so he figured there was nothing to stop him from getting his hands on me, imagining how my arrogance would crumble then. President Bai, the highest bidder wins. Jinwei Group may be wealthy, but you can't block others from making money, can you? Su Ruichi put on a serious front, almost resembling a proper young master from a noble family. He wasn't bad looking, but I wasn't fooled by his handsome face. The way he eyed me made my skin crawl. Young Master Su, perhaps your years abroad have made you forget, but we business people uphold integrity above all. Jinwei has negotiated this program for 2 months. It's a done deal. We're already fine-tuning cooperative arrangements. For you to interfere now would be rather unbecoming of a gentleman, I said with a faint smile. The TV station staff watched our verbal sparring with a peculiar sense of pride, as if witnessing wealthy tycoons competing over them. But when it came time to reveal our hands, my confidence faltered slightly. The exclusive title sponsorship for this project requires 80 million any higher and I'm out of options. It's not that Jinwei is unwilling to spend, but this is literally all the funding I can allocate to this initiative. Projects exceeding 10 million require Hualing's approval from planning to execution, with any budget overruns necessitating resubmission. This rule was established when Hualing took over Jinwei. I know this measure was specifically designed to restrain me. Over the years, to avoid project delays, I've kept budgets meticulously precise. Su Ruichi probably had this figured out, which is why he dared to throw money at my project. The Su family is his, but Jinwei isn't Bai Luoan's to give away for free. President Bai, there are plenty of good projects out there. With your discerning eye, finding another great one wouldn't be hard, but my girlfriend is insisting on joining this particular show, and as you know, when the girlfriend wants something, everything else comes second. What's wrong with spending 100 million just to make her happy? I'm shameless enough to try my luck. President Bai, a gentleman should help others fulfill their wishes. Do me this favor and let me spoil my girlfriend, Su Ruichi said with a laugh. I replied coolly, Young Master Su, your deep affection for your girlfriend is truly admirable. Of course, being my woman would surely bring great happiness. Su Ruichi gazed into my eyes, enunciating each word deliberately before leaning back and shifting the topic. But President Bai, there's no need for envy. I hear you and President Wish share an unbreakable bond, a truly enviable couple. I stood up and said, Goodbye, Young Master Su. Take care, President Bai. I won't see you out. As I left with a cold expression, the TV producers trembled with anxiety, fearful of offending Jinwei. Several of them escorted us downstairs, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles the entire way. Su Ruichi had achieved his goal. He picked up the phone, whispering, Sweetheart? Of course, darling. When have I ever lied to you? I said it's yours, so it's yours. Oh, tonight? Be ready for me, baby. I'll show you something different. Su Ruichi watched as my figure gradually disappeared from his sight, his eyes gleaming with an aura of certain triumph. Chapter 6 Breakfast. Before their flirtatious banter could conclude, another call came in. Seeing it was from his father, Su Ruichi briefly excused himself to Xinghan before answering. Without waiting for his son to speak, Chairman Su's furious voice nearly shattered his eardrums through the receiver. What did you do to offend Junue? Ha! The proposed collaboration project between our company and Junue has been cancelled. You'd better explain honestly, what trouble have you caused this time? The loud reprimand left Su Ruichi momentarily dumbfounded. He uttered an involuntary huh, before processing his father's words. Junue called off our cooperation? Hearing these words, Chairman Su immediately understood, his fury burning even fiercer. So it really was you. Have you counted how many messes you've made in just half a year since you returned? Get back here right now. Hey, Dad, let's talk this out. Su Ruichi shot a look signaling the others to leave, enduring 3 solid minutes of scolding over the phone before the flames subsided. Su Ruichi pondered, other than Bai Luoan, he hadn't offended anyone else. He reckoned this must have been Bai Luoan's doing. One really has to admit, this is just like a woman, pettier than a needle's tip. All this fuss over just one stolen show? Dad, don't worry, it's not a big deal. I snatched a show from Bai Luoan, so she's just venting her anger. Let her blow off steam. She doesn't have the final say at Junue, rest assured, Hualing won't agree to it. Su Ruichi's tone was confident. Upon learning that his troublesome offspring hadn't offended Hualing, Chairman Su on the other end of the phone relaxed. After scolding his son a few more times, he hung up and instructed a subordinate to arrange a meeting with Hualing. The reprimand didn't dampen Su Ruichi's good mood. Surrounded by several other TV station executives, he left the building and headed to Jinghan's residence. Every member of Bai Luoan's team was sharp as a tack. The way she had spoken with Su Ruichi clearly signaled she had no intention of investing in that show. What she set her sights on wouldn't be snatched away by mere sarcastic remarks. After dealing with the TV crew, the group returned to the Junue Hotel for a meeting. We're not investing in Mango TV's new variety show anymore. The TV station folks will definitely come around later. I checked. 2 of their program pitches look pretty good. You should take a look. We can take advantage of them owing us a favor to secure the exclusive title sponsorship at a low price. Also, there are a few shows from Tomato TV and Red Network worth considering. With that, Bai Luoan laid out several pre-selected program options he had chosen in advance and instructed them to select 3 or 4 for investment evaluation. The entertainment industry is a glamorous yet cutthroat world where nearly a dozen shows emerge each season, yet only a handful leave a lasting mark on the market. Although this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for Junue, Bai Luoan wasn't willing to throw good money after bad. The team she had personally built, with the exception of Chen Jing, comprised colleagues who had worked alongside her since her very first day at Junue. There were her senior alumni from Tsinghua University, as well as exceptional talents she had boldly recruited and promoted. After years of conviver, this team had become rock solid, highly efficient, and perfectly in sync, serving as Bai Luoan's most powerful support within the company. Watching her subordinates engrossed in serious discussion, Bai Luoan found herself unable to voice the words that had risen to her lips. Wait for the right moment, she murmured silently to herself. This incident was just a minor episode. The most pressing matter on Bai Luoan's hands was securing that plot of land in the southern district. Over the past decade, the land had changed hands multiple times. It had seen abandoned construction projects and private mansions, yet nothing ever came to fruition. In the end, the government reclaimed it. Now that it's being put up for auction again, countless eyes, both overt and covert, were fixed on it. The bid documents were revised repeatedly, and dozens of drafts of the proposal were made, yet a clear framework still hadn't taken shape. Meanwhile, competitors had already begun pulling strings at every level. Bai Luoan received news that the auction would take place in July, just 3 months away, and she had invested most of her energy into it. Hualing himself was tied up with 2 crucial international collaborations and a hotel acquisition case. He couldn't spare any attention, so everything fell squarely on her shoulders. To reassure Hualing, Bai Luoan made sure the project documentation was meticulously detailed and transparent, far more so than usual. After all, with billions in funding involved, it would have been all too easy for her to manipulate things discreetly if she'd wanted to. The increased workload inevitably dragged the subordinates into the grind, but they were well aware of the awkward tension between their boss and Hualing mistrust toward their superior extended to them as well, so they poured every ounce of effort into their tasks, striving to leave no room for criticism. Sometimes resentment simmered beneath the surface, but Bai Luoan's compensation simply couldn't be argued with. At the end of the day, they were all just working stiffs, who in their right mind would turn down good money. As Bai Luoan stepped out of the small conference room, a sudden white haze enveloped her vision, blurring everything before her eyes, a telltale sign of exhaustion when eyes rebel against overuse. Yet without pausing her steps, she strode into her office and plunged back into the mountain of work awaiting her. The weather was gradually warming, and by evening she finally escaped the torment of ginger soup. Having endured an unsettled childhood, her constitution had always been frail, making her particularly susceptible to illness during seasonal transitions. After several years under the Hua family's meticulous care, the results spoke for themselves. This year's frigid spring chill had only brought one cold bout, marking no small improvement. Bai Luo unlocked the office door behind her, leaving the vast workspace empty except for herself, the overhead light casting her slender shadow. Recently, she had been returning home later each night. Aunt Zhao had reminded her several times to take care of her health, but beyond that, she had no standing to voice further dissuade. Truth be told, returning early or late made little difference to her. Others hurried in their comings and goings because they were eager to get home. The house she lived in, though lavishly decorated, was hollow and silent. She could hardly bring herself to call that place a home. Her thoughts drifted back 5 years, when Bai Luoan first moved in and genuinely tried to turn that place into a home. Though this marriage wasn't built on love, and Hu Ling saw it as her despicable scheme, she couldn't help feeling a faint, peculiar flutter in her heart. She was with the person she loved. Even if the beginning wasn't beautiful, what if she tried harder? In truth, her memory held no notion of what a home should be, no understanding of how family members should interact. Thinking her cooking skills were passable at least, she meticulously prepared a breakfast. Uncertain of Hu Ling's preferred tastes, she prepared an extensive spread: fried dumplings with egg, crab roe buns, molten custard buns, millet congee. In case he favored Western fare, there were also sandwiches and milk. She still remembered the unease she felt at that time. She was never good with words, so this was the only way she could lay her heart bare, plain and clear. Yet despite the lavish breakfast she had risen early to prepare, Hu Ling merely swept a cold glance over the spread. His all-seeing eyes brimmed with such undisguised scorn and loathing that Bai Luoan burned with shame. He left with the words, "I'm going out to eat," and didn't return until 3 days later. That last table of dishes gradually grew cold. Unable to bear wasting it, Aunt Zhao took a full day to finish everything. Like a snail that retreated into its shell after its first tentative peek met with devastating blows, though the shell offered little protection, its illusory safety was all she had left. From then on, the snail never dared to peek out from its shell again when Hu Ling was near. He could tell she liked him, but it disgusted him. Disgusted by her affection. Chapter 7, Be Wary. Against the backdrop of Ningqing's nightscape below, the singer's husky voice and the ambiguous lighting made even his usual mojito taste different tonight. The open-air lawn table was packed with people, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. This was one of Hu Ling's favorite open-air garden bars, a place he frequented with friends. With its great ambience and talented live musicians, it served as an ideal hunting ground for romantic encounters. On the dance floor, men and women swayed to the rhythm. Hu Ling and a small group of friends occupied the most secluded table in the corner. Though partially concealed by lush foliage that cast shadows over his strikingly handsome features, his profound eyes and distinguished presence drew lingering gazes from all directions the moment he stepped through the door. Min Yan returned to his seat, grinning triumphantly after successfully adding a statuesque blonde beauty on WeChat. He was about the same age as Hu Ling, but dressed in a flamboyant silk shirt that revealed most of his pale chest, appearing every bit the unserious playboy. As soon as he approached, he saw Hu Ling being hit on. Unfortunately, the two girls didn't meet Hu Ling's aesthetic standards and had to retreat in defeat. The person sitting beside Hu Ling stood up, instinctively making space for him. Though everyone at the table were good friends, only he and Chen Wenshi, who was yet to arrive due to an evening surgery, had grown up with Hu Ling since childhood. The three shared the closest bond, which was why he immediately started teasing Hu Ling without restraint. "You're ruthless, breaking two beauties' hearts again." Min Yan fiddled with his phone as he sat down. Hu Ling arched an eyebrow, took a leisurely sip of wine, then parted his thin lips to utter 4 faint words, "I'm a married man." Hearing this, Min Yan burst into laughter along with the others nearby. With a light chuckle, he said, "Don't use that excuse. You being married makes no difference compared to us unmarried folks. Who are you trying to fool?" Everyone knew their marriage had begun with a spiked drink. Over the years, his romantic scandals never ceased, making it utterly laughable whenever he used marriage as an excuse. "It's just that he didn't take a fancy to you. Young Master Hua has high standards, you know." Hu Ling tugged at the corner of his lips without responding to this remark. Someone at the table remarked, "But honestly, we all felt quite sorry for you back then. Though looking at it now, this marriage of yours isn't so bad after all." "Exactly. Comes in handy as a shield when needed. Pretty useful indeed." It wasn't just about shielding either. Director Bai's work abilities are top-notch. Every project she handles turns out brilliantly, another person chimed in. "All these years, I've never seen President Bai outside of work. Not even in places like bars. She's always entertaining clients there. It's truly the first time I've seen a woman so passionate about her job." Min Yan also laughed and joked, "Back then, I thought people were attracted to you, but I didn't expect that there was still a charm that our Huashao couldn't match." When Huling first got married, Bai Luowan's name began circulating in their social circle, though most of the talk attached to it back then was downright ugly. After a long silence, she made headlines again when she was appointed as vice president with a 10% stake in the Junhui Group, single-handedly taking on the daunting renovation project of the Old City Zone in Ningqing's Eastern District, a task rejected by numerous companies. This type of project covers a wide scope with numerous complexities, offering few successful cases to reference for experience. Bai Luowan's first major initiative after taking office appears to have become the laughingstock of Ningqing. Everyone wants to see how she gets out of this situation. The number of onlookers lurking in the shadows only grew, but just 2 years later, the aging urban district suddenly became an internet sensation when a series of nostalgic childhood-themed videos went viral. That dilapidated spot has become a new viral check-in destination, directly revitalizing 3 nearby commercial streets, generating substantial direct and indirect economic benefits. A year later, this place still dominates the top spot on netizens' most wanted travel destinations list. Meanwhile, several projects led by Bai Luowan have achieved enviable returns. Despite lingering disdain for her methods, people still respectfully address her as President Bai. After all, no one can guarantee they won't need to collaborate with her tomorrow. It's better to exercise some restraint. Who knows what's really on their minds? What? Is everyone supposed to like young Master Hua? Came a clear, carefree laugh. Dr. Chen, you're finally here. Is the surgery finished? Chen Wenshi replied to the scattered questions from the crowd as he approached leisurely. It was just a minor surgery tonight, not particularly taxing. He came directly after leaving the operating table. He wore a white shirt, buttoned all the way to the top, with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing well-defined muscles. His appearance was starkly different from Huling's aggressive features. His brows and eyes were gentle, his face serene, and the corners of his lips carried a warm, natural smile that instantly put people at ease. Someone had already made space for him, and without ceremony, he walked straight over and took a seat beside Huling. A glass of warm water, please. He pressed the service bell and said to the waiter, coming to a bar just to drink water every time. What kind of weird habit is that? Min Yan curled her lips. Health regimen, no alcohol, Chen Wenshi replied gently. Min Yan glanced at Huling and remarked, you two really can't even be bothered to come up with an excuse. What's wrong? Chen Wenshi asked. Someone just tried to flirt with Huling earlier, and he said he's married. Isn't that hilarious? Like anyone cares about that, Min Yan said. Chen Wenshi sighed helplessly, with Ailing being the way he is, who could possibly control him? Anyone who tries would freeze to death the moment they open their mouth. But seriously speaking, you've been married for years now, and you're still interacting like this. How can that work? You can't go on like this forever. You're family now after all. Min Yan shook his head with a sigh. Your persuasion has left me utterly confused. If it weren't for old Master Hua's stubborn insistence on bringing her into the family, how could Ailing have been tied down by her? Ailing doesn't even like her. Giving her an explanation was already generous enough. Did they really have to become husband and wife? In my opinion, Bai Luowan probably did such things for Junyue's shares, right? Wasn't she one of those outstanding students sponsored by Junyue? People who climb out of poverty often place wealth and power above emotions. Now that she's skyrocketed to success, she's just abandoned Ailing without a second thought. The guests at the table chattered away, one remarking, the old man is too reckless too, casually giving away so many shares like that. Isn't that just planting an unpredictable time bomb right under Ailing's nose? You'd better be careful not to get tricked again. A strand of slicked-back hair fell forward, tickling Huoling's forehead. His cold amber eyes shifted slightly as he stated indifferently, I'm not the type to capsize twice on the same rock. Oh dear, you really ought to be more careful. Exactly. Chen Wenshi sighed, unsure how to advise him further. But listen, Ailing, you might as well get divorced now that it's been nearly a year since the old man passed. There's no reason to keep that woman around. Better to settle things sooner rather than deal with complications later. No matter how well she works, the Junyue Group isn't short of just her. Talented people are everywhere. Don't be reluctant to let her go. Exactly. The conversation at the table had veered off course, with some even eagerly recommending divorce lawyers to him, only to be interrupted by others. All the best lawyers in Ningqing, even nationwide, served Junyue, who would need outside recommendations. He just couldn't get this divorce done. Someone suddenly thought of something mid-conversation. Hey, this September's clearing. The unfinished words were abruptly cut off by an elbow nudge from the person beside them. At that moment, Huoling also spoke up. All right now, why are you all making fun of me? Hearing this, the crowd tactfully changed the subject. Min Yan, one of the few who knew the contents of old Master Hua's dying wishes, cast a pitying glance in Huoling's direction. Huoling paid no attention, but a thought surfaced in his mind. Why did old Master Hua deliberately instruct him not to mention divorce to Bai Luowan before leaving? Chapter 8, Gentleness. The setting sun stubbornly refused to sink below the horizon, as if putting up a futile resistance against something unspecified. Bai Luoan meticulously escorted each of the deputy directors from Ningqing Housing and Urban Rural Development Commission to their cars. With the land development plan taking initial shape, it was time to grease the appropriate wheels. While no definite agreements could be reached over dinner and drinks, nor was that her primary intention, the subtle intelligence gathered from their clinking glasses made those tedious hours of networking worthwhile. It had been a moderately fruitful day. Bai Luoan had sounded out some hints, concluding that competing firms' offers fell slightly short of Juanyua's advantages. This revelation allowed a fraction of tension to uncoil from her strained nerves. Chen Jing and others had drunk heavily, now barely maintaining appearances. Declining their offers to see her home, Bai Luoan summoned hotel staff to arrange their rides first, watching their departure before attending to her own. Over the years, she had developed quite an impressive alcohol tolerance and rarely got drunk. The last one to leave was Chen Jing, who clung to the car door, slurring her gratitude toward Bai Luoan. "Thank you, President Bai. Wishing you a happy vacation. May you prosper, good health, a long and happy marriage, love stronger than gold." It was only under the influence of alcohol that Chen Jing dared to be so bold. Seeing her ramble more and more wildly, spouting Labor Day wishes mixed with all sorts of nonsense, Bai Luoan waved her hand and signaled the driver to roll up the window. "Thank you, same to you. Get some rest soon." "Right away, President Bai." "Goodbye, President Bai." Bai Luoan nodded slightly. Her car was parked nearby, and the hotel security guard enthusiastically opened the door for her. After stopping by the company to wrap up the remaining tasks, she finally returned to Green Hills Villa under the starlit sky. At the entrance, Bai Luoan happened to run into Hualing, and the two walked one after the other, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Bai Luoan gazed at Hualing's back. His firm latissimus dorsi muscles stretched his suit into an elegant silhouette, with broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. His long legs moved effortlessly, making even his retreating figure vivid and striking. The streetlight cast a shadow before Bai Luoan. A step closer and she would have stepped on it. She paused slightly, waiting until his shadow had moved a sufficient distance away before following at a leisurely pace. Naturally, Hualing was unaware of what transpired behind him. He strode forward into the light, listening to the rhythmic tap of heels behind him. Perhaps it was the stillness of the night, the brilliance of the stars, or the gentle breeze of early summer that dispelled his weariness. For the first time in a long while, his heart felt a rare sense of tranquility. Bai Luoan had changed clothes, so the smell of alcohol on her wasn't too strong. Auntie Zhao only noticed it when she came closer and started murmuring about whether to make her something to sober up. "No need, Auntie Zhao. I didn't drink much," Bai Luoan refused. "Maybe take some medicine then? You're fine now, but be careful of a headache tomorrow when you wake up." Auntie Zhao took her coat and continued muttering, "Even if it's business entertainment, you should drink less. When those people try to make you drink, don't agree, don't drink with them." Before Bai Luoan could respond, Hualing said, "Don't worry, Auntie Zhao. No one can force her to drink." As deputy general manager of the Buick, she reigned supreme in Ningqing now. Few would dare to make her drink against her will. Merely showing up at these functions is already giving them face. Indeed, scarcely anyone can compel her to drink these days, though Bai Luoan still recalls her early days of shouldering responsibilities alone, when nearly every business banquet left her suffering for days afterward. Often she'd drink until she couldn't take it anymore, then excuse herself to vomit in the restroom only to return and keep drinking. She bore the empty title of vice president without any substantial foundation, so it was only natural that partners looked down on her. She could only brace herself and show no trace of timidity. After drinking most of the table under the table, she brought out her proposal to discuss. Perhaps it was her reckless workaholic demeanor that moved the other party, but from then on, her predicament gradually eased, and people willing to give her a chance slowly emerged. Hualing said those words because he had been the darling of fate since childhood. Everything from the Hua family served as his backing, and his status ensured no one would have the audacity to force him to drink. How could they possibly be the same? Bai Luoan curled her lips slightly, offering no further comment. "Auntie Zhao, really, there's no need. I'm not uncomfortable." Auntie Zhao observed that her expression was clear, not at all like someone who was drunk. "All right then," she continued, "the medicine is right there in the first aid kit. If you feel unwell, be sure to take one." "Okay, I know. It's getting late. You should go rest soon," Bai Luoan said gently. Her pupils were very dark, giving people a cold stare like two embedded cat's eye gemstones, icy and pushing others thousands of miles away. But when she lowered the deliberately maintained facade, those eyes were serene and calm, clearly filled with human warmth. Hualing stood on the stairs and suddenly turned to glance back. Bai Luoan's typically aloof expression carried a hint of tenderness in the warm yellow light, like melting snow. He was abruptly stunned. Was this what lay beneath a melting iceberg? Soft, pure, radiating warmth. As Bai Luoan crouched to change shoes, the motion snapped Hualing out of his daze. He swiftly regained composure and strode forward. Only when reaching the stairway's end did he recall Fu Wanpei's grumbling words echoing in his mind. Are you all that busy? Xiao Bai hasn't visited me all month. Whenever I call to invite her over, she keeps saying she's busy with some project. And you? Why are you pressing her so hard? Can't you even give her a day or two to spend with me? Honestly, I feel like scolding you. Turning around, he spoke to the person who had reached the foot of the stairs. We'll return to the old house tomorrow. Bai Luoan looked up at his words. What time? 6:30, Hualing replied before turning to Aunt Zhao and adding, Aunt Zhao, don't bother making breakfast tomorrow morning. We'll be having our meal at the old house. Ah, wonderful, Aunt Zhao said cheerfully, always pleased to see the two getting along so well. Early the next morning, the two of them returned to the old family home. Intentionally avoiding the holiday rush, they arrived quite early. Thinking Fu Wanpei might have just gotten up, they were surprised to hear several lively voices coming from the courtyard as soon as they reached the entrance. In these years of marriage, they only appeared together during highly symbolic holidays like Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival. This was the first time they were going home together on an ordinary day. Uncle Zhang smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. Young master, young madam, it's Miss Gushi playing with madam in the courtyard. Another excited cry rang out. That girl's full of energy, Hualong couldn't help but remark. The Hua family was extensive, with old master Hua having 3 sons and 1 daughter. Hualing's father, Hua Ting, was the eldest, followed by the second son Hua Yin, and the third son Hua Ning, who moved abroad after marriage. Gu Shijing was the only daughter of Hualing's aunt, Hua Rua. As the sole granddaughter of old master Hua, she had been doted on since childhood, developing a bold and fearless personality. Currently attending university, she visited whenever she had free time. Uncle Zhang smiled without a word. Like many elders, he cherished the lively gatherings of the younger generation. This year has been warmer than usual, and the pink-white roses in the courtyard have bloomed densely and vigorously. Fu Wanpei enjoys gardening, but she dislikes taming the exuberance of her flowers, so the roses in the yard are always left to grow freely, retaining a touch of wild charm. Bai Luoan followed behind Hualing, her figure mostly obscured by his frame, with the other half hidden among the flowers. It was unclear how Gushi had spotted her. Sister-in-law, brother. She was thrilled, tossing aside the frisbee in her hand and bounding toward Bai Luoan. Auntie, long time no see. Gushi's emotions were written all over her face, her happiness simply couldn't be contained. Long time no see, Bai Luoan replied with a smile. Her warmth was contagious, and Bai Luoan had always been fond of this younger sister-like figure. Xiao Bai is here. Fu Wanpei approached, unable to conceal her delight. Mom, Hualing echoed, but no one paid him any attention now. Fu Wanpei held Bai Luoan's left hand while Gushi stayed close to her right, the 3 of them walking off intimately together. Hualing found herself a seat and watched as Gushi, holding her golden retriever, said something to Fu Wanpei and Bai Luoan. Bai Luoan's expression didn't seem much different from usual. Her face showed little emotion, and her smiles were faint, as if they could be easily scattered by the wind. But that feeling Hualing had sensed the previous night surfaced once again. She seemed so gentle, he thought. Chapter 9 The Swing. Gushi initially couldn't accept Bai Luoan. She spent much of each year at the old family estate and had been Hualing's little shadow since childhood. Though Hualing wasn't fond of dealing with children, he was exceptionally tolerant of his younger cousin. Their bond ran deep, so when she learned that her cousin was being forced by their grandfather to marry someone he barely knew, she was furious. She rushed from home to Ningqing overnight, burning with anger to settle scores with the person who had schemed against her brother. But the moment she laid eyes on Bai Luoan, her resolve crumbled without a shred of dignity. There was no other reason. She was an utterly incurable sucker for good looks, and it just so happened that her biggest weakness was the cold beauty type. Though Bai Luoan's expression didn't show distress, there was an undeniable hint of flustered unease. The upward glance revealing those reddened eye corners struck her heart like a piercing arrow. The moment her gaze met those shimmering eyes, all the curses she had prepared along the way dissipated from her mind, leaving only one thought behind. I want her as my sister-in-law. She reined in her temper, slowly shuffled closer to Bai Luoan, and introduced herself shyly. Hello Sister Luoan, my name is Gushi. Over the years that followed, as their relationship gradually grew closer, she came to understand Bai Luoan's nature, the kind where if you showed her an ounce of kindness, she would return it tenfold. My cousin is completely unappealing. It's my sister-in-law who's truly amazing. Bai Luoan had grown accustomed to Gushi's occasional bouts of staring at her with a silly, dazed smile. Sometimes when she reflected on it, she considered herself rather fortunate. Aside from Hualing, everyone else treated her exceptionally well. Fu Wanpei, Aunt Zhao, Uncle Zhang, Gushi, even the late old Master Hua. but deep down, she had a clear awareness. The origin of all this was Hualing. The supporting pillar holding up this warm room was named Hualing, for it was because of him that all this existed. So in the end, none of this truly belonged to her. Auntie, could I set up a swing here? Gushi stroked Diandian's fur while envisioning the scene in her mind. My breathtakingly beautiful sister-in-law sitting on that swing, with fiery roses blooming behind her. What a magnificent picture that would make. All right, Fu Wanpei agreed. Uncle Zhang chimed in from the side. Madam, let's have breakfast first. I'll arrange for the materials to be delivered. By the time we finish eating, we can start assembling right away. Wonderful, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Gushi jumped for joy. After breakfast, just as Uncle Zhang had said, the delivery of materials and the installation workers arrived right on time. 5 people bustled in and out carrying various items while Gushi chattered nearby, asking questions non-stop. Uncle Zhang's choice of swing set matched the courtyard style perfectly, large and tall enough, with rose patterns adorning the supports. Gushi was utterly satisfied and showered Uncle Zhang with praises, leaving the old man beaming with pride. Hualing felt rather indifferent, knowing full well that his presence was merely to fill a spot and make the gathering seem livelier in his mother's eyes. Whether he liked it or wanted to be there hardly mattered. After wandering around for a bit, he returned to his room and picked up a newspaper to read. A stone tile on the ground had been pried open, as workers prepared to secure wooden supports 30 centimeters underground. Even after watching for a while, Gushi showed no sign of boredom, squatting there intently as she observed them digging the underground hole. After crouching for a while, she decided to change direction, but she stood up too hastily. Amidst a sudden dizzying stagger, she instinctively reached out for support to steady herself. What Bai Luoan saw as she turned around was this scene: Gushi clutching onto an unfilled, unstable wooden frame while the partially loosened metal rod meant for reinforcement came crashing straight down at her. Crash! The metal struck the ground with a piercing clang as Bai Luoan pulled the swaying Gushi to safety. Xiao Bai, Cici. Fu Wanpei hurried over at the sound, her voice brimming with palpable urgency. Hualing, hearing Fu Wanpei's voice from his room, furrowed his brows, set aside the newspaper, and strode toward the backyard. He had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Fu Wanpei and Gushi supporting Bai Luoan. Half of Bai Luoan's arm was exposed, dripping with blood, and scarlet stains dotted the path behind them. Uncle Zhang followed behind, urging the family doctor to hurry. Cold sweat broke out on Bai Luoan's face. The graze from the sharp tip was secondary. What alarmed her was the needle-like pain in her forearm bone, giving her an ominous foreboding. What happened? Hualing strode forward hastily. Gushi's eyes were rimmed red. Sniffling, she choked out hoarsely, "It's my fault. Sister-in-law got hurt saving me." Hualing's brows knitted tightly enough to crush a fly. Ignoring Gushi, he crouched to examine Bai Luoan's injury. "Uncle Zhang, arrange a car to the hospital. It might be a fracture. Tell Tuyu not to come here. Wait for us directly at the hospital." "All right." Uncle Zhang quickly picked up the phone to make arrangements again. A layer of fine sweat broke out across Bai Luoan's forehead, the color draining from her face as her lips turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Hualing hesitated for a brief moment before circling around her injured arm to scoop her up in a bridal carry, striding urgently toward the front door. The sensation of weightlessness came over her, and to her own surprise, Bai Luoan could clearly distinguish that her heartbeat had quickened by 2 beats amidst the pain, though what dominated was an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "I can walk myself," she said. Hualing was puzzled by how light she felt in his arms despite her tall stature when he heard her speak. He glanced down at her and said, "You saved my sister, it's the least I could do." Bai Luoan buried her face against his chest, her body slightly trembling. Her slender fingers clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, and from his angle, he could see tiny beads of sweat glistening on the bridge of her delicate nose. She must have been in a great deal of pain, yet Bai Luoan's voice remained steady as she said, "Thank you." At the hospital, after getting x-rays, it was confirmed, just as Hualing had guessed, a fracture of the ulna, though relatively minor. Still, she would need a cast for a month and painkillers for half that time. Gushi cried all the way from home to the hospital, and when she saw Bai Luoan's thickly bandaged arm, her guilt intensified. The tears she had stopped earlier came gushing out again like a tap turned on full blast, streaming down her face. "Sister-in-law," sobs, "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Does it hurt?" Pale-faced, Bai Luoan sat on the hospital bed, waiting to be observed for 15 minutes. Seeing Gushi's tear-swollen eyes, she comforted her, "It doesn't hurt, it's okay. The doctor said it's not serious, so don't worry. Stop crying. Loud sobbing it's all my fault. It was an accident, not your fault, okay? I'll be fine soon." After much comforting, Gushi finally stopped sobbing. Hualing and Fu Wanpei stood outside the door listening to Tuyu discussing post-recovery precautions when they pushed it open to enter. Their observation period was nearly over. Bai Luoan noticed Fu Wanpei holding a few sheets of paper. Seeing her glance over, Fu Wanpei explained, "These are precautions and nourishing recipes I asked the doctor for. Mom, there's no need to go through all this trouble," Bai Luoan said helplessly, thinking it was just a minor fracture. Fu Wanpei disagreed. "How can you call this trouble? The doctor said your hand has been injured a second time, so we must take extra care to avoid future complications." Bai Luoan had injured the same hand as a child. The lack of timely treatment back then had affected the current recovery process, leaving Fu Wanpei's heart unsettled with worry about potential lasting damage. As Fu Wanpei continued lecturing while holding her hand, Bai Luoan had no choice but to relent and drop the subject. After the checkup, the doctor informed them they could leave. But then another disagreement arose. Bai Luoan insisted on returning to Qingshan, while Fu Wanpei was adamant about bringing her back to the old mansion, wanting to personally care for her. With a cast causing many inconveniences, she simply couldn't rest easy letting her go. Gushi also pleaded shakily by her side, "Sister-in-law, please come home. We beg you. Qingshan is too far from the hospital, and we're all worried sick." Left with no choice, Bai Luoan turned to Hualing, her face still pale, her eyes filled with a helpless plea. The words he meant to say were swallowed back. "Let's go back to the old house. It'll be more convenient to come to the hospital if anything happens," Hualing said. Just like that, the matter was decided. Bai Luoan could only think Hualing had gone mad. Didn't he realize that if they returned to the old house, Fu Wanpei would definitely make the two of them share a room? What on earth was he trying to do? Chapter 10 Willingness. After returning to the old house, Bai Luoan, with Gushi's help, wiped away the bloodstains that hadn't been fully cleaned off at the hospital and changed into fresh clothes. The injury was on her left hand, so it didn't really interfere with daily life, but she accepted Gushi's kindness nonetheless. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry." Gushi lowered her head, her voice choked with sobs. Fear and guilt lingered in her heart. If Bai Luoan hadn't pulled her back in time, that piece of metal would have struck her head. Now, with her thoughts finally settling, the full weight of the danger she'd narrowly escaped dawned on her with belated clarity. Yet Bai Luoan didn't hesitate in the slightest. Seeing her troubled expression, Bai Luoan sighed and said, "All right, you've already apologized many times. It's fine, it was an accident, not your fault, so don't blame yourself. It'll heal after some rest." Gushi responded with a vague clearly not taking it to heart. Bai Luoan wasn't good at comforting people, so all he could do was try to act naturally to show that the injury wasn't really a big deal. That evening, Horua, Gushi's mother, called Bai Luoan specifically to express her gratitude after hearing the news. Horua was the only one in the family involved in politics. Her husband worked in the Han family's public security department in a neighboring province. She had always somewhat looked down on Bai Luoan due to events from 5 years ago, but this time, her tone softened slightly because he had helped Gushi. After hanging up, Bai Luoan inadvertently caught Hualing's passing glance. There was something fleeting in his eyes, but Bai Luoan couldn't quite discern it. On the dining table was the specially prepared patient meal that Fu Wanpei had spent 2 hours making, carefully avoiding all forbidden ingredients. The rich aroma of the pork trotter soup filled the air. Touched, Bai Luoan finished every dish that Fu Wanpei and Gushi had served him. The swing set was finally erected, with a dazzling flower wall behind it, yet Gushi's face showed no joy. Bai Luoan endured the pain to sit with her a while, and only then did a smile appear. Before 10 o'clock, everyone urged her to go upstairs and rest. After their marriage, the couple had stayed here briefly. The room was fully equipped with all sorts of daily necessities, preserved just as it had been. As dusk settled and clouds surged across the sky, the moon flickered in and out of sight. Several chairs were placed on the balcony. Having no inclination to sleep, Bai Luoan wandered out, settled into one of the chairs, and gazed vacantly at the dim tree shadows in the distance. She had no idea what Hualing's intentions were. Had saving Gu, she made him view her in a slightly better light, realizing she wasn't as shameless and despicable as he had thought, thus compelling him to generously take care of her for a few nights. Someone entered, the sound of the door opening and closing snapping Bai Luoan out of her reverie. She turned around, locking eyes with Hualing in silent confrontation. "I'll sleep on the sofa." Hualing broke the silence, pointing to the spot in front of the bed. Bai Luoan nodded before turning back to gaze into the distance. The sound of rustling water came from the bathroom. Bai Luoan lowered her lashes, staring at the plaster casts illuminated into a pale white by the light. After a moment, she rose and carefully lay down on the bed. When Hualing stepped out, he saw that she had already fallen asleep, her head turned to the other side, revealing only half of her pale face. The room sank into darkness, enveloped in silence. After what felt like an eternity, the figure on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. The pain in her arm stirred Bai Luoan awake from her dreams. Propping herself up, she glanced at the time on her phone, still not yet 11. She had only been asleep for less than half an hour. Turning her head, she saw no one on the sofa. Bai Luoan scanned the room by the moonlight but found no trace of Hualing. She turned on the light and got up to go downstairs. She walked slowly, her footsteps swallowed by the carpet, so the two at the stairway corner didn't notice her approach. Hualing held a tablet, reading something, while Uncle Zhang stood beside her. Bai Luoan didn't wish to eavesdrop on their conversation and turned to retreat to her room. Just as she took a step, Uncle Zhang's relieved voice drifted from behind. Thanks to the young madam today, Miss Cousin nearly got hit on the head. That square lock weighed over 3 Jin. If it had struck her head, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Hualeng didn't say anything as he dragged the video progress bar. Despite not intending to eavesdrop, the sound still reached Bai Luoan's ears. Uncle Zhang's words continued. The young mistress has a kind heart, she's a good girl. Young master, these instinctive reactions can't lie. Bai Luoan automatically tuned out the subsequent words, leaving only the video's audio in her ears. Fu Wanpei's voice was too distinctive, having just heard it that morning, so Bai Luoan quickly understood. Hualing was watching the surveillance footage from the afternoon. She slowly lifted her head, her uninjured hand propping against the wall. The overhead light reflected in her eyes as a bright yellow orb, and the blood on her body seemed to have frozen solid. So that was it. He had stayed behind deliberately to avoid Fu Wanpei and check the surveillance footage as soon as possible. What was Hualing trying to find? Did he suspect her injury that afternoon was a calculated stunt, staged to win Huarua's sympathy? Everything she did seemed to him to have ulterior motives, whether it was being kind to Fu Wanpei or caring for Gu Shi. That morning, when he willingly offered to take her to the hospital, she had secretly wondered, though her original intention wasn't to change his opinion of her. Perhaps he didn't loathe her as much as before? Enough. Bai Luoan exhaled slowly and trudged forward. Each time she believed herself armored and safe, Hualing would find a more spiteful angle to wound her with his razor-sharp blade. Her armor had been indestructible, yet it proved utterly fragile before Hualing. Why indeed? Because she liked him, she had no resistance against him whatsoever. What kind of bewitching potion has she fed you? One after another, you all come to speak up for her, Hualing remarked coolly. Uncle Zhang sighed. Time reveals a person's heart, young master. Young mistress began appearing before the old master from the age of 15, she practically grew up before our eyes. The sounds behind gradually faded away as Bai Luoan returned to bed and lay down, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling. 10 years had passed. She still remembered how her teacher had specifically chosen her as the student representative from their batch to meet old Master Hua during the fundraising selection. It wasn't because her grades had consistently ranked first in her year, but because her background was the most pitiful among all the sponsored students. She was the only one who grew up in an orphanage. Others might have been poor, but at least they had family support. She, however, had neither father nor mother, not even a home. Out of pity, her teacher wanted her to catch the attention of a prominent philanthropist, hoping she might chance upon some stroke of luck or opportunity. She didn't disappoint her teacher, she truly caught old Master Hua's eye. Every few months, the old man would make a point to ask after her. At 18, she was admitted to Tsinghua University. Overjoyed by the news, old Master Hua scheduled a time to invite her over simply to chat. She had just found a new tutoring job near the old mansion, so she brought the notice herself and came to the mansion alone. It was on this day that she met Hualeng. She had heard grandfather Hua mention his most accomplished grandson, only knowing he had started taking over the family business very early and was a dazzlingly brilliant young man. The weather that day was truly dreadful, with a once-in-a-decade torrential downpour in Ningqing. She had forgotten to bring an umbrella when she left and got stranded by the storm at the bus stop along the entrance road. The bus stop here is practically just for show. With very few scheduled arrivals, she was the only pedestrian today. Torrential rain poured from the city skies, thunderclouds rolled overhead, and the entire world seemed engulfed in water, everything blurred into obscurity. Just as she stood there bewildered, agonizing over whether to ask old Mr. Hua for help, a car pulled to a stop. The door opened, and someone stepped out holding a large umbrella, walking right up to her. Where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. Hualing's face still carried a hint of youthful innocence, yet already foreshadowed the remarkable charm he would possess. Bai Luoan didn't know how to describe that moment of breathtaking beauty. The young man stood tall and graceful like jade, his features as finely drawn as a painting, the sole vibrant splash of color against the torrential curtain of rain. Even after all these years, that scene remained vividly etched in her memory, every detail as clear as life itself. The world drowned around them, and Hualing became its sole survivor. It was also on that day when Grandpa Hua asked if she was willing to study business and assist Hualing after graduation. She replied, I will, and so she transferred from medical school to business school. Had she known how their paths would intertwine later, she thought she shouldn't have so readily revealed her affection and loyalty, harming Hualing and trapping herself in the process. Chapter 11 The Origin. The 5-day vacation ended, and Bai Luoan returned to the office with her arm in a sling. Chen Jing came in to deliver some documents and remind her of the upcoming meeting. As she approached, she couldn't suppress a gasp when she noticed the outfit hidden under Bai Luowen's desk. Bai Zong, your hand? Bai Luowen looked up from the documents before her and waved it off. Just a minor fracture, nothing serious. The clock on the desk struck exactly 8:55 a.m. as she stood up. Let's go. The company's key players sat in orderly silence, with only the seat to Hu Ling's left remaining empty. When Bai Luowen entered, she didn't miss the momentary look of surprise on Hu Ling's face. He had left very early in the morning, so he didn't know Bai Luowen had followed him to the company shortly after. Fu Wanpei insisted she rest at home, though she had clearly agreed already. After Bai Luowen took her seat, Hu Ling said coolly, "Everyone's here, let's begin then." The Jinhui Group operates across numerous sectors with countless subsidiaries, its business portfolio becoming increasingly diversified in recent years. Beyond traditional real estate development, it has expanded into finance, internet technology, healthcare, and cultural tourism. The man seated at the head of the table exuded formidable authority, effortlessly commanding the room with the poised confidence of one in complete control. No one doubted Old Master Hua's judgment. The transfer of power had proceeded with remarkable smoothness. The successor, personally mentored by the previous patriarch, Old Master Hua, had already been involved in the group's core business since adulthood, embodying both stability and innovation. Under his helm, the Jinhua flagship has surged forward against turbulent currents, radiating new vitality. When a department head sought instructions, he would have senior executives deliberate, with everyone carefully offering their opinions before he made the final decision. As the meeting drew to a close, Bai Luowen spoke up, "My hand is currently inconvenient, and we're short-staffed for the land acquisition case. I need to borrow personnel from various departments. This project is this quarter's priority, and I hope for everyone's cooperation." Hearing this, the executives were taken aback. While borrowing personnel during urgent projects was commonplace, this was the first time Bai Luowen had ever requested to bring someone up from the lower levels. This implied Bai Luowen was willing to delegate authority. How could that not be surprising? "Director Bai, feel free to name anyone, we'll certainly cooperate." Hui Yan was the first to pledge his support. The others quickly chimed in as well. No matter what, getting their own people into such a core project would bring countless benefits without any drawbacks. "Thank you." Bai Luowen gave a slight nod with a faint smile. "Please prepare a list of personnel for me after the meeting. I will confirm the candidates for secondment within this week." Hu Ling nodded slightly. "If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting." This matter stirred up quite a stir within the group. Bai Luowen's departure from her usual autocratic decision-making style surprised many, but in the end, it was a joyous affair. The group was composed of elites among elites, all fiercely competing to climb higher. Now, with an exceptional opportunity at hand, many were itching to make their move. Bai Luowen had selected her team by the afternoon, and for the first time, the small meeting room was filled to capacity as she delegated tasks one by one. She paid no mind to the ripples of gossip and private speculation stirred by this move. After all, any wave, no matter how big, would be quelled by Hu Ling, saving her the trouble. Being allowed to return to work at all was already the biggest concession Bai Luowen had wrested from Fu Wanpei. Working overtime? That was utterly out of the question. Chen Jing was momentarily stunned to see her supervisor, who hadn't left on time in recent years, shut her office door and prepare to leave. But what happened next was even more astonishing. Hu Ling followed and walked out of his office, trailing Bai Luowen by 2 steps as they entered the elevator. Chen Jing inexplicably glanced out the window. How strange. Did the sun rise from the west today? Bai Luowen knew the sun hadn't risen from the west. Hu Ling was just dealing with Fu Wanpei. Fu Wanpei never gave up on trying to bring them together, perhaps because her own marriage with Hu Ting had brought her no happiness, which was why she sought some solace in orchestrating her son's marital affairs. Yet 5 whole years had passed, and the pair remained exactly where they'd started, if not worse off. It was baffling how she still refused to give up. Bai Luowen thought she should understand perfectly well that you can't force love, yet she continued to deceive herself. The elevator's interior was polished to a mirror-like shine. Bai Luowen leaned against one corner while Hu Ling walked over and took his stand in the opposite one. The numbers on the display decreased, casting silence over the enclosed space. Neither of them spoke. Bai Luowen didn't harbor any peculiar thoughts because of Hu Ling's presence. She herself was poor with words and had long grown accustomed to Hu Ling's silence. The elevator descended to the parking garage where the chauffeur stood waiting by the car. The journey passed without conversation. When they arrived at the old mansion, they spotted Gushi crouched by the main gate waiting for someone as soon as they stepped out of the car. "Auntie, I didn't skip class," Gushi quickly explained, afraid Bai Luowen might misunderstand. "There are no classes tonight, and my first lecture tomorrow isn't until 10 in the morning. Bai Luowen sighed helplessly. "It's a 3-hour drive each way. You'll exhaust yourself like this." Gushi cheerfully helped her indoors, grinning. It's not tiring at all. I just wanted to come back and keep you company. Bai Luoan patted her shoulder affectionately. Focus on your studies. Don't do this again tomorrow. Come back on weekends instead. Sis-in-law, you don't love me anymore. Gushi pouted. Don't act spoiled, Bai Luoan said. The new campus of University A where Gushi studied was located beyond the 5th Ring Road, making the daily commute utterly exhausting. Bai Luoan knew Gushi meant well. She could see the estrangement and chill between herself and Hualing, and wanted to keep her company more often, but Bai Luoan felt she didn't need it. Not being liked is just the smallest thing in life. Though it may be painful, the pain doesn't change anything. The sky won't fall, she won't die. She'll still continue to work, live, and accomplish everything she needs to accomplish, one by one. She doesn't need any comfort. Bai Luoan's lunch had also been arranged by Fu Wanpei, and the dinner was even more lavish. Since Bai Luoan preferred milder flavors, the entire table was set with light dishes. Hualing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he ate with an impassive expression. The Hu family dining table had no rule against talking during meals. With the household finally regaining its lively atmosphere, Fu Wanpei found herself unable to hold back some words. However, her social circle being what it was, the topics she could discuss were limited to trivial matters. Hualing realized this particular story she was telling had already been recounted just 2 days prior. To his surprise, though, Bai Luoan listened attentively, replying with genuine sincerity and not a hint of perfunctory manner. After dinner, Bai Luoan returned to her room first. Hualing mentally calculated the time before going upstairs, but by the time he entered the room, she had already changed clothes and was flipping through a book on the balcony. Not wanting to disturb her, Hualing turned and went back downstairs. The female protagonist in the book transmitted intelligence under the guise of borrowing a lighter. Suddenly remembering something she'd forgotten to bring in, Bai Luoan closed the book and stood up. Fu Wanpei was downstairs engrossed in a hit youth drama called Floating Light. Bai Luoan had watched 2 episodes with her, but now it was nearing the finale, and since she couldn't follow the plot anymore, she stopped watching. The female lead in that show was unbelievably beautiful, with especially captivating eyes. Xiaoxi is in the garden, Fu Wanpei said, catching sight of Bai Luoan out of the corner of her eye. Thinking she had come downstairs looking for Gushi, she pointed outside. Bai Luoan didn't correct her and simply replied, okay. As he walked outwards, the sound of voices gradually reached Bai Luoan's ears. Recognizing Gushi's voice, he quickened his pace. Only when he drew nearer did he clearly hear the faint anger in Gushi's voice. Brother, how could you think of sister-in-law like that? She got injured because of me. If it weren't for her, I might be lying in a hospital bed right now. How can you be like this? Bai Luoan froze where he stood. Hualing's resigned voice sounded out then. I was just checking. Checking? You're just... Gushi suppressed her words, then suddenly felt a lump in her throat. She saved me. Yet this is how you think of her. Even checking the surveillance footage. You're really too much. Besides, sister-in-law likes you. Tears welled up despite herself as she whispered, how heartbroken she would be if she knew. Just because she likes me, must I like her back? Hualing frowned, attempting to correct his sister's misguided thinking. Don't use affection to coerce others' actions. If not for the accident, I wouldn't have married her. Hualing paused before continuing coldly, and I have no need for such vulgar, cheap affection. Your fondness for her is your own affair, don't force it upon me. Sister-in-law isn't that kind of person. Gushi emerged from the garden with reddened eyes. Bai Luoan stood at the foot of the front steps, looking up as she approached. Sheer, he said, look how bright the stars are tonight. Chapter 12, Loathing. Gushi shot Hualing a frosty glare before running off in a huff, her retreating figure radiating disappointment toward him. Hualing's emotions were complex. After uttering those words, he felt a pang of regret. His phrasing had been too harsh. Gushi was close to her, making his words undoubtedly unbearable for her. 5 years ago, that thorn had lodged itself deep in his heart. Checking the surveillance footage was merely an instinctive reaction formed over the years. The image of that resolute figure stirred ripples of emotion in Hualing's heart. Subconscious reactions cannot deceive, yet the subtle emotional fluctuations left no deep traces in Hualing's heart. In the early days of their marriage, he resented being manipulated and lived through a period of aimlessness. Back then, he wanted Bai Luoan to recognize the difficulty and retreat, to leave voluntarily, but she tethered their relationship with a single word, love. Later, as Elder Hua's health declined day by day, Hualing couldn't bring himself to mention divorce. A year ago, when Elder Hua fell gravely ill, what lingered on his dying mind was this very matter. Standing before him, Hualing made a promise, he would never initiate a breakup. Bai Luoan gave him a somewhat fragmented impression. 5 years ago, he instinctively believed that the assistant his grandfather had personally chosen for him wasn't the type to resort to underhanded tactics, yet all the evidence pointed squarely at her. Those who knew her well insisted she had feelings for him, but apart from that single confession 5 years ago, Hualing had never heard another word of affection from her lips. How could he explain that after learning of her supposed affection, he'd never sensed even a trace of genuine fondness from her? Over the years, all her focus had been on work, securing major projects, cultivating her own influence, consolidating power, building authority. To say she cared for him would be like saying she cared for her office desk. Women who admired him were everywhere. His family background and looks were attractive assets. Hualing knew all too well what that love-struck gaze should look like, yet Bai Luoan had never shown even a trace of it. Compared to being manipulated, he found outright scheming under the guise of affection even more repulsive. The sofa in the bedroom was large, but far from comfortable for sleeping. Hualing hadn't slept well for several consecutive nights, waking up with soreness throughout his body. He had resolved to stay here for a full month, but barely a week passed before Bai Luoan proactively suggested returning to Qingshan. "What's the matter with you, child? Your hand isn't convenient right now, just stay here. I won't feel at ease if I don't keep an eye on you." Fu Wanpei immediately objected. Gushi glanced at Hualing, then looked at Bai Luoan, unusually silent for once. Bai Luoan stirred the milky white soup in her porcelain bowl, pausing at these words. "Mom, I might be particular about beds. I haven't been resting well these days. Don't worry, my hand is almost better now. I'll be careful, and besides, it's quite far from the company here, the commute takes too much time." Fu Wanpei was about to persuade her further when Gushi suddenly spoke up. "Auntie, let sister-in-law go back. She's got dark circles under her eyes, poor rest effects wound healing." Hualing's gaze settled on Bai Luoan's face. Though he was the one who'd been sleeping on the sofa, she looked visibly weaker than before, with faint shadows appearing under her eyes, noticeable if one looked closely. Fu Wanpei frowned but nodded in agreement. That very night, the two set off back to Qingshan. Before leaving, Gushi whispered something into Bai Luoan's ear. Bai Luoan patted her head and said, "I'll do my best." After the car had driven a short distance, Hualing asked, "What did Xiaoxi say to you?" Counting the streetlights outside the car window, Bai Luoan turned her head at the sound of his voice, her expression showing obvious exhaustion. "What?" Hualing repeated his question. "Sister-in-law, you shouldn't love my brother anymore." Bai Luoan came to her senses and said softly, "She said after I recover, we'll go watch the stars together at Huiming Mountain. You don't have to indulge her too much." Due to poor rest, Bai Luoan's face showed a sickly pallor. Her cold, exhausted expression made her look like a piece of transparent ice. Hualing simply couldn't associate something like stargazing with her. Hearing his words, Bai Luoan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and it took him a long while to slowly utter a response. "Don't worry. What's there to worry about?" Hualing was puzzled. He wanted to ask more, but Bai Luoan had already closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. She actually fell asleep. Light poured through the tree shadows, dancing across her face. The shifting light disturbed her slumber, and Bai Luoan instinctively turned her head, tilting her face toward Hualing's side. To be fair, Bai Luoan possessed striking features, delicate brows and eyes, a classic beauty's countenance. But her usual icy detachment kept others at arm's length, so people's first impression was always of her coldness rather than her beauty. Perhaps from genuine exhaustion these past few days, Bai Luoan slept deeply. Hualing found himself staring blankly at her face, lost in thought. This was Hualing's first careful observation of her features. Her lashes weren't particularly long, but they were thick and elegantly curled. Though her face remained perpetually frosty, the corners of her lips tilted upward. Her slender, pale neck bore no adornments, save for a delicate pool of fractured light cradled in the hollow of her collarbone. It seemed she had no inclination for accessories in private, nor was she ever seen purchasing any. A street lamp at the intersection briefly granted Hualing a crystal-clear view, when he suddenly noticed an exceedingly tiny mole on Bai Luoan's nose, positioned on the right side, so minuscule it escaped notice unless scrutinized. Utterly vivid. No wonder Gushi, that looks enthusiast, couldn't take his eyes off her at first sight, calling her sister-in-law this and sister-in-law that for years. When some relatives gossiped nonsense a couple years back, Gushi fiercely defended her, not even sparing their dignity. Bai Luoan furrowed her brows from the sudden assault of light. Hualing froze, then swiftly turned his head away. The car plunged back into dimness. Hualing glanced sideways. Bai Luoan remained peacefully asleep. Hualing exhaled a nearly imperceptible sigh. He looked at her again. She appeared smaller than the familiar figure in his memory, though then it occurred to him that she was only 25 this year. The Hua family had sponsored many students in either a private capacity or in U Enterprises' name, and some of them eventually joined U Enterprises. Bai Luoan was undoubtedly the most outstanding among them, so outstanding that at just 18, the elder Mr. Hua had personally designated her as his future right hand. He was aware of Bai Luoan's existence, but during that time, he was preoccupied with both learning company affairs and managing his studies, leaving little room for interaction with her. However, he knew that the courses Bai Luoan took were about 60% similar to his own. Over these past few years, she had proven to be quite adept in practice. If not for that incident, if she hadn't acted in such a manner, they could have been the most harmonious boss and subordinate, perhaps even friends, who knows. Hualing suppressed the feeling of regret rising in his heart. Marriage is a covenant jointly established by two people in love, not shackles imposed against one's will. He held some admiration for Bai Luoan, but that sentiment had halted long ago. He had given Bai Luoan one chance. That was 1 month after old Master Hua's funeral. As long as you take the initiative to leave, you can make any request of me. I'll fulfill it as long as it doesn't affect Junyue. I'm sorry. From then on, there was nothing but pure disgust. Chapter 13, Little Flower. Lan Ling, as a moderately famous rising star of the new generation, considered herself someone who had seen good things and wasn't easily impressed by material possessions. Yet the Klein blue sapphire necklace her assistant just handed over made her heart betray her with uncontrollable pounding. The gemstone's dazzling hue showed impeccable quality. She lifted it with both hands and immediately held it against herself before the mirror. Lan Lingjia, this necklace is absolutely stunning. The gem suits you perfectly. This set must be worth over 1,000,000 yuan, right? Third young master treats you so well. The assistant's flattering words warmed her heart, and Lan Ling revealed a satisfied expression. Of course it was. She made a grand appearance at the charity gala, the luxurious sapphire making her the center of attention and dominating the night's trending topics. Back in the motorhome, the assistant handed her phone back to her with a delighted expression. Third young master just sent you a message. The manager had something to say but held back upon hearing this, signaling her to reply first. Lan Ling couldn't contain her joy and tapped on the screen. Sweetheart, do you like the gift? Love it so much. Thanks, Gidge. Glad you like it. Let's part on good terms now. Be a good girl. Lan Ling felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. Her blood froze at those words, her fingers trembling slightly as she sought an explanation. But the message she sent was marked with a glaring red exclamation point. She had been deleted. Opening her contacts, she dialed the first time without success, then a second, a third. Only the same mechanical female voice responded. At last, she realized her number had been blocked. The nearby agent saw her face turn deathly pale and her shoulders suddenly slump, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Lingling, what's wrong? Lan Ling's soul seemed drained, her face filled with panic as she said, Third young master doesn't want me anymore. The agent frowned deeply. What happened? Distraught and trembling, Lan Ling handed her phone to the agent, pleading incoherently, Brother Yao, help me, please help me. Several days later, Yao Sun sent a room number to Lan Ling's phone. He's there tonight. Lan Ling gripped her phone tightly, like a drowning person clinging to the last floating log. She came from a poor family and had originally gone out to work, but because of her good looks, she was discovered by a talent scout by chance, entering the entertainment industry ever since. She had no special talents, mediocre acting skills, and received little attention from her agency, so she remained in obscurity until a chance encounter at a cocktail party connected her with a benefactor, finally earning her the company's full support. But had they grown tired of her in less than half a year? The entertainment industry is notorious for favoring the successful while abandoning the fallen. When word spread that she'd fallen out of favor, all the resources previously allocated to her were redistributed to others. Those who had once addressed her as Sister Lan Ling with such reverence immediately changed their tune upon seeing her decline. The bitterness of such a sudden downfall was unbearable, leaving her no choice but to stake everything on one final gamble to secure her future. Blues. Hualing downed the last cocktail, a visible haze of intoxication surfacing in his eyes. This bar was originally Min Yan's casual pet project, meant to be nothing more than a personal pastime. Unexpectedly, business flourished after opening, so he began taking it seriously and often recruited Hualing and Chen Wenshi to serve as guinea pigs testing his new concoctions. Hualing had discerning tastes and made an excellent wine connoisseur, though unfortunately, his alcohol tolerance left much to be desired. This time Min Yan prepared 6 new cocktails. Drinking them separately was fine, but mixed together, Hualing got drunk quickly. Chen Wenshi chuckled. I told you drinking half would be enough, didn't I? And you wouldn't believe me. Min Yan leaned in to examine Hualing for a few seconds, then curled his lips in contempt. President Hua, looks like your alcohol tolerance hasn't improved at all these years, has it? Hualing felt dizzy, though not enough to lose his senses. Irritated, he waved Min Yan's head away and slumped back into the booth. Seeing this, Chen Wenshi called over the bartender, pulled out a few red bills from his wallet, and instructed, could you do me a favor and buy a box of hangover medicine from across the street for me? Also, bring a glass of water. Thanks. Alright, thank you, Mr. Chen. The medicine and water arrived quickly. Chen Wenshi took out a pill and handed it to Hualing, saying, come on, young master, take your medicine. Open wide. Hualing gave Chen Wenshi a frosty glance, swallowed the medicine without expression. Chen Wenshi put away his phone and said, I'm on duty at the hospital. Are you two still going to play? Min Yan raised her eyes and clicked her tongue. Boring. You've been on duty for several days in a row. Is old Chen exploiting you? I booked a room at the Imperial Dynasty. Let's rough it there for tonight. Chen Wenshi chuckled and asked, and what about Aling? Hualing pinched the bridge of his nose. I'll go home, he said. Min Yan waved his hand dismissively. How are you even thinking of going home in this state? You can't drive after drinking, and it's over an hour back anyway. Just come with me to the Imperial Crown tonight. We'll have a driver pick you up tomorrow morning. Hualing thought for a moment, then nodded. All right then, I'll head back to the hospital first. Chen Wenshi paused, then added, by the way, Xiao Bai's cast removal is due in a few days. She's probably forgotten with everything going on, remember to remind her. Before Hualing could respond, Min Yan scoffed and cut in, what's that got to do with Aling? Does she need an escort just to get a cast removed? It's not that big a deal. Chen Wenshi glanced at Hualing's indifferent expression, sighed inwardly, and silently left. Before long, Hualing and Min Yan went to the Crown. Just across the street from Blue's Club stood the Crown. Min Yan took the key card and led Hualing to the penthouse suite. Reeking of alcohol, Hualing couldn't resist taking a shower first while Min Yan browsed his phone in the outer room. Last time, a foreign beauty added him and sent her location, asking if he'd come. Min Yan longed to go, but with a drunkard to take care of, he had to politely decline the beauty's invitation. Then, a mirror selfie came through, a beauty dressed in lace-trimmed bunny girl attire. Min Yan immediately stood up, walked to the bathroom door, and called out loudly, Ailing, are you alright? Are you okay? As soon as the words were uttered, the door suddenly swung open. Hualing emerged, draped in a loose bathrobe, enveloped in a damp haze from his recent shower. Min Yan's gaze skimmed over Hualing's well-defined chest muscles, then slid naturally down to the chiseled ridges of his abs. Just as she was about to let her eyes wander further down, Hualing's icy voice whispered in her ear, where are you looking? Min Yan chuckled, not bad practice, brother. Then, straightening his expression, he added, I have to go out for an extremely urgent international friendly exchange and cooperation. Will you be alright alone? Hualing wiped his damp hair and walked over to sit on the sofa by the window. Why wouldn't I be? Min Yan immediately followed up, then I'm off. They're waiting for me. Hualing waved her hand dismissively. Min Yan replied to the message and hurried off to the next scene of revelry. When Min Yan arrived, the atmosphere was already electric. His gaze immediately caught the twisting figures on the dance floor. He didn't join the dancers, choosing instead to settle into the nearest booth. Summoning the bartender, he ordered a shot of Jägermeister and gestured for it to be delivered to the girl. Min Yan received an enthusiastic flying kiss, and with a smile, he blew one back. The vibration of the phone was barely audible beneath the thunderous dance music, but the caller refused to give up, persistently redialing. Min Yan shifted in his seat and only then noticed the faint vibration against his thigh. The moment the call connected, the voice on the other end roared, Third young master, I just got word that some minor celebrity's agent bought your room number for tonight. Paparazzi have already been tipped off and are laying in wait, be careful. Min Yan replied, it's fine, I'm not there. The call ended, and his gaze returned to the lively dance floor. Min Yan suddenly stood up. If he remembered correctly, wasn't the young celebrity sitting next to him the one he'd just broken up with? What was her name, Lan Ling or Hong Ling? Damn it, Hualing is over there. Min Yan ignored the bunny girl, grabbing his phone and pushing through the crowd to leave. His family kept him on a tight leash, so he often used Hualing's name as an excuse. After all, his marriage to Bai Luoan was just for show. This might even speed up their divorce. Hualing had tacitly approved of his actions. But while he could play around and turn a blind eye to baseless rumors, Min Yan knew there were uncrossable red lines buried here. Hualing's phone remained unanswered. Seeing as Junyue was a publicly listed company, if the media caught wind of Hualing sharing a private room with a female celebrity, at this thought, Min Yan broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 14, Late Night. A few days ago, Tuyu had reminded Bai Luoan that it was time to have the cast removed at the hospital, but Bai Luoan had been too busy to go until today, when her work ended before 10 o'clock, and she remembered to contact Tuyu. Qin Jing was hired as Bai Luoan's personal assistant, but there weren't many daily tasks assigned to her. This time, however, she insisted on accompanying Bai Luoan to the hospital no matter what. After some thought, Bai Luoan agreed that going alone to the hospital would indeed be inconvenient, so the two of them headed to the hospital together from the company. After parking the car, Qin Jing followed Bai Luoan to the 5th floor, where they happened to see Tuyu in the corridor, just as he was taking off his white coat. Mr. Bai, I'm truly sorry but something urgent came up at home. I've asked Director Chen to attend to you. He's already on his way here. Would you mind waiting just a little while? The Director Chen he mentioned was Chen Wenshi. This private hospital was one of the Chen family's businesses. Bai Luoan paused, offering a faint smile. It's fine, you go ahead. Actually, it's really not necessary to trouble Director Chen to come specially for something this minor. Tu Yu chuckled. How could we not? A fracture is no small matter. Bai Luoan and Chen Jing stepped aside, then we'll leave it to you. I'll just sit in the office for a while. Tu Yu nodded and hastily walked away. A nurse came forward and escorted Bai Luoan and Chen Jing to Chen Wenshur's office. President Bai, Miss Chen, please have a seat. Thank you, you can go about your business. Don't worry about us. The office area was spacious, divided into inner and outer rooms. Bai Luoan didn't look around but casually picked up a hospital promotional magazine and took a seat. Chen Jing stood beside her, studying the muscular anatomy chart on the wall. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. Bai Luoan and Chen Jing turned their heads to see Chen Wenshur arriving in his white lab coat. Bai Luoan stood up. Senior Chen. Chen Wenshur and Bai Luoan were schoolmates, with him being 3 years her senior. Though one studied at the medical school and the other at the business school, their paths crossed occasionally when Chen Wenshur gave medical science lectures at other faculties. Privately, Bai Luoan would affectionately address him as senior brother. Have you been waiting long? Chen Wenshur appeared in his impeccably pressed white coat, wearing frameless glasses, his gentle demeanor exuding warmth like a spring breeze. Bai Luoan shook her head with a soft laugh. No, I just arrived, but I'm really sorry to trouble you to come over so late at night. Chen Wenshur settled into his seat by the computer, a faint helplessness in his voice. There's no need to be so formal with your senior brother. To ensure the injury had properly healed, Chen Wenshur had someone take Bai Luoan for another scan, and only after confirming the results did he remove her cast. Bai Luoan flexed her fingers, spreading them wide and then closing them, feeling the pull of muscles along her forearm. Your hand has healed quite well, but because the old injury wasn't effectively treated, it has left some lingering effects. You must be especially careful from now on, no lifting heavy objects and absolutely no further injuries. Some daily movement is necessary, but keep it moderate. If you experience any swelling or pain, come in immediately for treatment. Chen Wenshur listed off precautions while Chen Jing carefully recorded them in her notes. Bai Luoan listened attentively on the surface, but her mind wandered inappropriately, distracted by the thought that someone of Chen Wenshur's stature removing her cast was somewhat overkill. She was practically the epitome of someone who pays no attention to outside matters, yet even she had heard of Chen Wenshur's reputation when enrolling. Senior Chen Wenshur was handsome, academically outstanding, the golden standard and living role model of the medical school. During freshman orientation, he distributed heat stroke medication to new students and their parents under the scorching sun. During military training, he volunteered as a medical aide and endured half a month in 40-degree heat. And now, he's traveled all this way just to help with a small favor. Some people seem never to have changed at all. For a while, only Chen Wenshur's gentle voice filled the office, until his phone rang and interrupted his meticulous instructions. Sorry, I need to take this call. Hello. Don't panic, take your time and explain. Bai Luoan noticed Chen Wenshur's expression growing increasingly grave, realizing he must have encountered some thorny matter. Just as she was about to lead Chen Jing out to wait in the outer office, she heard Chen Wenshur say, Xiao Bai is here with me. You tell her, this matter would be best handled by her. Though perplexed, Bai Luoan took the phone anyway. Min Yan's urgent words reached her, accompanied by the sound of wind. The situation was critical, and Min Yan concisely outlined Hu Ling's predicament in just a few sentences. Chen Wenshur clasped his hands together, carefully observing Bai Luoan's expression, yet could detect no fluctuation in her demeanor. Bai Luoan pondered for a moment before saying to Min Yan, don't go into the hotel. Contact the hotel staff instead and find out what Lan Ling was wearing today. Prepare a similar outfit, quickly. Once you have it, wait for me outside the hotel. I'm heading over now. When she handed the phone back to Chen Wen, Bai Luoan stood up and said, Senior brother, we should go first. I'll go with you, Chen Wenshur interrupted. Bai Luoan nodded, and the three of them made their way together to the Imperial Majestic. Bai Luoan had the PR department inform major and minor media outlets in advance as a precaution, but this wasn't entirely foolproof. While journalists can be persuaded to keep quiet, paparazzi are much harder to handle. There's no telling if among those lurking there might be someone desperate enough to stake everything for a sensational scoop. Halfway through, news headlines like Tycoon's secret rendezvous with rising starlet had already begun circulating online to stir up buzz. Although the reports were deliberately vague, netizens, who've always taken keen interest in such gossip, instantly transformed into Sherlock Holmes wannabes, practically scrutinizing every pixel with magnifying glasses to uncover the protagonists' identities. Lan Ling took a deep breath outside the door, her mind in turmoil while her eyelids kept twitching. Clutching the room key tightly, she closed her eyes and placed it on the sensor. Beep, with a single sound, the door swung open. The arrow was already on the bowstring. It had to be released. Lan Ling steadied her breathing and slipped into the room. The lights inside were on, her feet stepping lightly on the soft cashmere carpet without making a sound. The outer room was empty. Lan Ling swept her gaze around and spotted warm light glowing from one of the bedrooms. She took a deep breath, holding it in her chest, then stepped forward in that direction. A tall figure sat in an armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the entrance. Closing the door behind her as she entered, Lan Ling made no effort to soften the sound this time, yet the man didn't turn. Clearing her throat, she adopted the tender tone Min Yan loved most. "Third young master, I missed you." The person still didn't turn around. Lan Ling waited for a long while but received not even the slightest response, tears involuntarily streaming down her cheeks. It wasn't entirely an act either, she was genuinely becoming anxious. Clenching her fists, Lan Ling walked further inside as she spoke. "You're truly heartless. Even if you want to break up, you should at least give me a reason. Are you just going to dismiss me with a necklace? Our whole year together?" When she finally saw the sleeping face on the sofa, Lan Ling's gaze momentarily clouded with confusion. How could it be Hualing? Hualing leaned against the back of the sofa, his damp hair hanging down over his forehead, obscuring the usually proud gleam in his eyes. The intimidating aura around him had diminished significantly. Lan Ling's gaze traced over Hualing's high, straight nose bridge, his tightly pressed thin lips, and the firm, muscular chest exposed beneath his bathrobe. She swallowed hard. Having spent considerable time with Min Yan, she naturally knew Hualing. In fact, they had even been linked in rumors before, though she had heard at the gathering that he was already married. So what? Hualing was equally notorious for his romantic escapades. Her heartbeat quickened, hot blood surging through her body. Lan Ling secretly made up her mind, slowly crouched down, then leaned in to press a kiss on the sleeping man's cheek. The sleeper, displeased by the disturbance, unconsciously furrowed his brows. His eyelashes fluttered twice before slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 15, Catching an Affair. The door opened silently. The sight of a beautiful girl passionately kissing a man came into everyone's view. Chen Jing had never witnessed such a sensational scene before. Her pupils dilated in shock, leaving her mouth agape as she immediately turned to look at Bai Luoan. Chen Wencher hadn't expected to walk into this situation either. Concern flashed in his eyes as he too glanced at Bai Luoan. Lan Ling was Min Yan's person. How could this be happening? Min Yan was the first to shout, "What the fuck are you doing?" The furious roar sent Lan Ling, already guilt-ridden, stumbling back in shock before she fell heavily onto her butt. Seeing the rage-twisting Min Yan's face, Lan Ling felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, all color draining from her cheeks. "And no, third young master, I..." Before she could finish stammering excuses, Bai Luoan signaled the bodyguards behind him. The towering, well-trained men clamped a hand over Lan Ling's mouth, hoisting her up like a helpless chick before dragging her away. In the struggle, the necklace around her neck slipped off and fell onto the carpet. Bai Luoan's gaze followed the movement. The blue gemstone cast a faint, glowing halo on the pristine white carpet, threading a connection with her memories. Half a year ago at the auction, Bai Luoan participated to bid for an ancient painting as a gift for a business partner. This necklace happened to be one of the auction items then. She was deeply impressed because this necklace had also caught her eye at the time. It was the first time she'd felt tempted by such jewelry. Yet, in the end, she restrained herself and didn't raise her paddle. However, she knew the final buyer was Hualing. He had attended that auction too, but Hualing arrived late. By the time he got there, the painting had already been secured by her, and he didn't know she was present. So he had gifted it to Lan Ling. No surprise there, President Hu truly spares no expense. Hualing sorted through his thoughts amid the chaotic scene before him, though he hadn't gotten a good look at who had just tried to pick him up. Min Yan followed Lan Ling out, while Chen Jing stood clutching a bag of clothes, unsure what to do with her hands and feet. Help! Stumbling upon the boss's affair scene, would she even survive this? Bai Luoan seemed to understand her dilemma. With a beckoning motion, she signaled for her to hand over the clothes. "Senior brother, Assistant Chen, you two go ahead. I'll handle the rest." Chen Wencher glanced at her. "You." He hesitated, then decided it wasn't the right time to speak. With a sigh, he turned and walked away. Chen Jing handed the clothes to Bai Luoan. Against her better judgment, she boldly stole a glance at Hualing, noticing his indifferent expression, and the bright red lipstick mark still clearly visible on his cheek. Chen Jing felt a pang of discomfort. She had always dismissed the rumors as baseless gossip, but seeing Hualing's completely unbothered demeanor made it clear this wasn't his first time. Those tabloid stories must have been true all along. Bai Luoan's expression remained unchanged as she patted her shoulder reassuringly. "You've worked hard. Go take a rest." Chen Jing nodded. "President Bai, you." What should she say? Chen Jing bit her lip, unsure how to continue. "Call me if you need anything." "Yeah." After everyone left, the room plunged into dead silence. Despite taking anti-hangover medicine, Hualing still felt a headache. The alcohol caused a distinct heaviness in his chest and abdomen. Pressing his temples, he scoffed mockingly, "Here to catch me in the act?" Bai Luoan replied softly, "I'm here to clean up the mess. What gives you the right?" She felt as if she had split into two souls, one utterly rational, coldly observing everything, methodically explaining the current situation to Hualing. Bai Luoan took out her phone and tossed it to him. Moments later, the subjects of the news had been exposed. The paparazzi's professional high-definition lenses had captured Hualing's figure standing by the window and then snapped Lan Ling's back as she entered the same hotel. The other half of her soul seemed endlessly torn apart by that kiss between them. Was it being dragged into a black hole? How had she shattered into such a state? She never believed Hualing owed any loyalty to this preposterous marriage, so she had never probed too deeply into past matters. It wasn't that she couldn't, she simply didn't dare. She was afraid. Yet in the end, she'd still seen it. It didn't seem so bad once she saw it. Despite the pain, there was numbness mixed in, giving her a moment's respite now. "President Hua, for the company's sake, please cooperate," Bai Luoan said. The moment Hualinglin's name was mentioned, a storm instantly erupted online. Not long ago, rumors had swirled between the two of them, but the nature of a speculative photo was entirely different from entering the same hotel together. It's well known that Hualing is already married. If confirmed, this would mean he committed adultery during his marriage. The shocking scandal surged to the top of trending searches, successfully setting Weibo ablaze. Under Bai Luoan's arrangements, Juanyua's PR department operated in an orderly and methodical manner. Hualing stared at the online discussions pairing his name with Lan Ling's. After thinking for a long while, he finally matched the long-forgotten actress's face to the name now trending on social media. He cursed Min Yen with every vile name under the sun in his heart. When Bai Luoan went into the bathroom to change, Hualing opened the trending topics, watching the online flame war with great amusement. Three distinct factions emerged. One faction hurled abuse at him without restraint. Are all men like this? No matter how fragrant the flowers at home are, they still want to taste the dog shit on the roadside? Cheating scumbags deserve to die. Trash men who cheat deserve to die. May the cheating scum and the homewrecker perish together. Burn the shameless pair alive. Filthy men, ah. This faction soon came under fire from Lan Ling's fans for attacking her. Devotees who unconditionally trusted their idol adamantly insisted Lan Ling was no homewrecker, while subtly endorsing supporters of the second faction. No way, President Hua and his wife are just a sham marriage. Maybe they're both playing around separately? Didn't his wife marry him just to climb the social ladder? What right does she have to control President Hua? His own wife isn't saying anything. Who are you to interfere? Lan Ling is countless times more attractive than that plain-looking wife at home. A man like President Hua can have any woman he wants. Lan Ling is so beautiful, with his wealth and her beauty. They make a perfect match. Hualing frowned deeply as she read these comments. The third faction was rallying support for Bai Luoan, with many unaware of her background, prompting these diligent supporters to educate the masses by sharing photos of her, though no one knew where they were sourced from. Even in a barefaced ID photo wearing a simple white t-shirt, she caught the eye more strikingly at first glance than Lan Ling's meticulously retouched images. Not only were her features more refined and captivating, but her aloof, elegant aura left Lan Ling trailing far behind. No comparison at all. Some netizens even posted details of her academic qualifications and professional achievements. It doesn't matter if netizens don't understand the project, just mention Tsinghua University, ranked first nationally, or how she single-handedly created Ningqing's now popular Old Street, and everyone instantly knows who she is. Holy shit, she's this gorgeous and accomplished? Is President Hua blind choosing Lan Ling over her? Sis, ditch that scumbag already. You deserve way better. How can someone this successful be such a love fool? Wake up sis, you could have any man you want. I can do it. I can do it. Sister, run faster. Hualeng stared coldly at these comments urging Bai Luoan to divorce quickly, laughing inwardly at their absurdity. Divorce? Would Bai Luoan ever bear to leave? Yet this was the first time he learned that she actually had supporters online, and from the looks of it, quite a considerable number. Chapter 16, Clarification. Just as netizens across the internet were eagerly awaiting updates clarifying this high society scandal, a newly released video statement finally addressed the controversy. In pursuit of exclusive breaking news, a bold paparazzo ventured to the penthouse and knocked on the door. Initially expecting no response, they were shocked when the door swung open effortlessly. Hualing stood there with his bathrobe draped half open, exactly as seen in the leaked photos online. His face was cold, eyes narrowed in displeasure. Though his gaze seemed light, the lead reporter felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, so much so that his spine refused to straighten. He instinctively retreated several steps, utterly unwilling to meet Hualing's eyes. The lipstick mark of a woman on his face confirmed their suspicions. Faced with a bombshell scandal that could shake all of Ning City, perhaps even the entire nation, the reporters couldn't resist the temptation, itching to break the story. President Hua, may we ask who was with you in the room? Is it Lan Ling? President Hua, is it true, as rumored online, that you were having an affair with Lan Ling? President Hua, please answer our questions. Give us an explanation. Hua Ling's lips curled into a mocking arc, his jaw clenched tight, his eyes filled with provoked coldness. You want an explanation from me? The paparazzo's heart pounded violently, but having already offended someone, he couldn't let the scoop slip through his fingers. As the two parties stood in stalemate, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Hua Ling. Honey, who is it? The reporters held their breath, training their lenses collectively on the doorway, terrified of missing this explosive scoop. Hua Ling made no move to stop the person from emerging, which inexplicably unsettled the reporters. Could it be that Hua Ling no longer feared exposure? A pair of fair, slender arms reached around Hua Ling's waist, embracing the man's well-toned torso, followed by a face emerging from behind him that left the reporters utterly astonished. How could it be Bai Luoan? President Bai, Hua Ling said coldly, do you still need my explanation? The door slammed shut with a thunderous bang that reverberated in the reporters' ears like a clap of lightning. Gone. They'd thoroughly offended Hua Ling now. The hotel security arrived belatedly, swiftly restraining the reporters as the establishment had already called the police. As the door closed, the warm, soft body pressed against Hua Ling's back retreated instantly, and the arms encircling her waist withdrew so quickly it was as if discarding garbage. Rage boiling within her, Hua Ling whirled around and forcefully seized one of the withdrawing hands, curling her lips in a mocking smile. What? Think I'm dirty? Bai Luoan felt a stifling tightness in her chest that made it hard to breathe, and her wrist ached painfully, yet she seemed oblivious to it all as she locked eyes with him without speaking. If you find me filthy, then let me go. Just like now. What is it you can't bear to part with? Or are the terms I offered not to your satisfaction? What exactly do you want? He abruptly flung her hand away. Hua Ling, recalling the look Bai Luoan had just given him, as if he were something vile, sneered with even deeper mockery. You don't like me either, do you? Always putting on this act of deep affection and enduring humiliation silently. Everyone around me has been fooled by you, believing you're so devoted to me. Do they know how much you secretly despise me? Don't you think you're hypocritical, disgusting, even? Half stumbling from the momentum, Bai Luoan took a step back. The necklace that had fallen to the ground had been picked up and clenched tightly in her hand ever since. The edges of the gemstone were smooth and polished, and no matter how hard she squeezed, they wouldn't cut into her palm. You're drunk. Bai Luoan enunciated each word clearly as she extended her left hand, placing the necklace on the table behind Hua Ling. Your belongings. Then, before Hua Ling could utter another word, she turned and walked back into the other room. Her strides were long and hurried, as if some terrifying flood or fierce beast were chasing her from behind. Hua Ling steadied his surging emotions. The wine had unearthed feelings long buried in his heart, roaring out before he could even react. He had held back for too long and reacted a bit excessively. In truth, he rarely spoke harshly to others, both because his upbringing wouldn't allow it and because few ever had the chance to show him disrespect. The only wrong thing Bai Luoan did was step precisely on his landmine. So you couldn't blame him, he thought with a furrowed brow. After clearing the venue, Min Yan and Chen Wencher came looking for Hua Ling. Min Yan had caused major trouble by failing to handle his personal affairs properly, not only dragging his brothers into being harassed, nearly ruining their reputations, but also forcing Bai Luoan to rush over late at night to deal with his mess. Staring at Bai Luoan's tightly shut door, he couldn't help feeling somewhat guilty and asked, should I explain to Little Bai that you and Lan Ling have nothing between you? Hua Ling replied coldly, no need. But I don't mind, and neither does she. What's there for you to explain? Chen Wencher frowned upon hearing this, taking a deep breath to suppress the frustration in his heart. Ling, if you don't clarify things today, it won't be this easy to explain later. Hua Ling pinched the bridge of his nose, looking indifferent. Why should I explain? Chen Wencher said, Ling, don't regret this. Hua Ling let out a soft laugh, as if Chen Wencher had said something amusing. Regret? Tell me, what exactly would I have to regret? Among them, Chen Wencher and Bai Luoan had a shared alumni connection and had been advising Hua Ling, both openly and covertly. Min Yan noticed Chen Wencher's slightly angry expression and intervened to smooth things over. You won't regret it, certainly not. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. It's not convenient for us to stay here any longer, so we'll take our leave first. With that, without waiting for Chen Wencher's reaction, he grabbed the person and ran off. Hua Ling's face darkened. Regret, is it? He wouldn't. After returning to her room, Bai Luoan opened her phone to find the PR department had already initiated follow-up cleanup work, issuing lawyer letters where necessary and warnings were appropriate. Thinking of Hua Ling's relationship with Lan Ling, Bai Luoan closed her eyes briefly, their intimate gestures lingering persistently in her mind. Take no action regarding Lan Ling. Since she was Hu Ling's person, Bai Luoan understood he had no authority to handle this matter. The PR department responded promptly. Understood, President Bai. It was already 1 a.m. when Bai Luoan belatedly began feeling the weight of exhaustion. Though discomfort lingered in his arm, he paid it no mind as he turned to address each pending item on his phone's task list. The room's light didn't turn off until 4 in the morning. To keep up appearances, the two appeared together at the hotel entrance early the next morning. The infidelity rumors collapsed on their own, yet after a night of online chatter, some netizens inexplicably started shipping them. Bai Luoan calling him husband with that back hug, as netizens described, was pure atmospheric tension, radiating the unspoken chemistry between adults. To put it plainly, it's a bit risque. While netizens were swooning over them, Bai Luoan immediately instructed the PR department to suppress the news upon finding out. However, the PR director warned that trying to control the narrative now would only complicate matters further. Bai Luoan had no choice but to relent. Hu Ling must be utterly disgusted by this. Qin Jing had been waiting at the company early in the morning and immediately approached upon seeing Bai Luoan. General Manager Bai. Bai Luoan nodded and said, notify everyone to prepare for a meeting. Qin Jing hesitated for a moment before responding, understood. She noticed the faint redness beneath Bai Luoan's eyes. She glanced at Bai Luoan's hand and asked with concern, is your hand all right? She remembered Chen Wencher saying that her hand required extra care during this period, otherwise old injuries might recur, leading to considerable trouble. Last night, to avoid disrupting her plans, Qin Jing had left first. Who knew whether Bai Luoan had aggravated her injury in that chaos later? Just thinking about it was frustrating, working all day for company affairs, barely managing to grab a meal when squeezing out time, still being at the hospital, and then having to rush out late at night to deal with journalists for a cheating husband. Not only that, but she also had to force herself to keep up appearances and not become a laughingstock. The next day, she had to pretend nothing happened and play along with the act, and immediately after, she rushed back to work without a moment's rest. The shrewd people in the company took one look at the news and immediately understood. The clarification video posted online was nothing more than the two of them putting on a show, solely to protect both Hu Ling's and Juan Yue's reputations. Who knows how many people are mocking her behind her back now? When Qin Jing arrived in the morning, she overheard someone in the break room saying Bai Luoan was truly the epitome of a magnanimous first wife, unmatched in tolerance by ordinary people. Even worse were the comments that no matter how gorgeous or capable she was, in front of Hu Ling, wasn't she just some cheap, desperate joke? Why does Bai Luoan push herself so hard? The money she earns doesn't even go into her own pocket. With her shares, why does she need to go to such lengths? In Qin Jing's view, Bai Luoan was by no means so desperate as to hang herself on Hu Ling's tree. Yet no matter how much she sympathized with Bai Luoan's plight, this was ultimately her private affair. Qin Jing couldn't say anything indiscreet. She could only do her utmost to accomplish what Bai Luoan had entrusted to her, ensuring she had no worries in her work. Bai Luoan shook her head. It's fine, go call them quickly. Qin Jing nodded. Alright. Chapter 17, Helping You. After the hotel incident, Hu Ling and Bai Luoan plunged entirely into a cold war. Under such oppressive tension, the executives at Junyu suffered terribly. Does Hu Ling truly have nothing to fear, daring to openly pursue another woman like this? How much longer can Bai Luoan endure? Everyone is speculating about when this battle will erupt. One is the legitimate heir, the other one of the substantial major shareholders. Both are formidable players. If they truly clash, wouldn't Junyu be thrown into turmoil? They've reached this position at their age through no small effort. All they want is to remain dutiful employees. Why must it be so difficult? No matter what private gossip circulated, Bai Luoan showed no signs of defeat on her face. She remained as composed as ever, her expression indifferent and her actions decisive. Despite her young age holding a high position, countless people privately envied her. Yet apart from suffering setbacks with Hu Ling, there was scarcely any opportunity for others to display their cheap sympathy toward her. Her calm and unruffled demeanor did nothing to stem the tide of whispers behind her back. Just as predators instinctively target the weakest spot on their prey, Hu Ling remained Bai Luoan's sole vulnerability. She's the lofty vice president Bai in the company, the lead responsible for this year's flagship project, the very person who could decide her fate with a single word. The position she stands in is one some people could never reach in their lifetime. Yet even someone like her couldn't earn her husband's love, having to rush over in the middle of the night to put on a loving facade for the media to save his reputation. The more composed and invincible she appeared daily, the more pitiful she seemed at this moment. It was as if, because of this incident, everyone suddenly looked down on her with a newfound sense of superiority. Look, she's such a pitiful creature. Qin Jing and their team members had been pushed to the brink of anger countless times. They wanted to stand up for Bai Luoan, to say that her abilities were beyond their reach for a lifetime, to affirm that Bai Luoan was an excellent leader, to declare that she didn't need Hu Ling's love to prove her worth. They wanted to say, what's so worthy of mockery and scorn about unrequited love? Perhaps their indignation was too obvious, for Bai Luoan took the time to reassure them before the meeting. She cherishes every act of kindness. Everyone, I sincerely appreciate your efforts to protect my feelings, but business and personal matters should remain separate. I don't want my private affairs to affect your morale. Anger clouds rational judgment, and with the acquisition bid imminent, I urge you to focus all your attention on the project. Don't worry about me. You've all worked hard for 6 months, and this is the critical moment. Securing this project matters more than anything else. At this point, Bai Luoan nodded to the people in the meeting and added, still, thank you all very much. Truly, thank you. Not at all, President Bai. You're too kind. Yes, you've shown us so much kindness. It's only right that we stand with you. That's right. Don't let those words get to you. They're just jealous and spiteful. Please don't take them to heart. Amid the clamor of voices, Bai Luoan responded with a faint smile. I don't mind, and I hope none of you do either. Now, let's get back to business. Secretary Chen, please begin your report. Understood, President Bai. The afternoon meeting left everyone dizzy and exhausted. The temporarily assigned staff were shuffled into different teams, all seasoned elites who quickly integrated and took over tasks both big and small. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, crimson clouds painted the sky, a breathtaking sight. Bai Luoan's office had remained just like this since her first day on the job. A stark black and white color scheme, minimalist to the extreme. 5 years later, the only changes were more belongings scattered about. The potted plant in the corner was provided by admin, the desk calendar issued by the company. Every single item in the room, except for herself, was corporate property. Even the pen on the desk bore the Junhua logo. Putting down the signed documents, Bai Luoan glanced at her faintly aching hand and gently flexed it for a moment. She knew her hand might not recover well, but these past few days she simply couldn't find time to visit the hospital. She reviewed her upcoming schedule and slotted in a follow-up examination. Later, she turned off her computer and took Chen Jing with her to discuss details comprehensively with the senior leadership of the Design Institute. Returning to Qingshan at night again, the flower beds echoed with the distinctive summer insect songs, and Bai Luoan didn't feel lonely walking along the small path. She and Hu Ling kept missing each other morning and night, having no interaction apart from unavoidable encounters at the company. Auntie Zhao waited for her return that evening, chattering endlessly once she saw her, asking about her hand injury, and mentioning that Fu Wanpei had been called back to the old family residence after returning in the afternoon. Bai Luoan froze. Only Hu Ling had been summoned. Perhaps Fu Wanpei had learned about what happened at the hotel last time, she guessed. Fu Wanpei was the person in this world who most wished for the two to let bygones be bygones and live in perfect harmony. This obsession perhaps stemmed from her desire to compensate for the misfortune in her own marriage. Truth be told, Fu Wanpei and Hu Ting's marriage had once been blissful for a while, but that happiness was as fleeting as a epiphyllum in bloom. Hu Ting had never been cut out for business since childhood, yet he possessed remarkable talent in painting. His unrestrained and free-spirited artistic style brought him early fame, with one of his works fetching millions at auction. His romantic outlook mirrored his painting style, flitting between different women under the guise of seeking inspiration. Though initially restrained by old master Hu's authority after marriage, Hu Ting gradually revealed his philandering nature as the novelty faded, given Fu Wanpei's gentle disposition. Hu Ting possessed both wealth and talent, and despite his married status, numerous women remained hopelessly infatuated with him. Fu Wanpei had just become pregnant with Hu Ling when she received news of Hu Ting's affairs. Though devastated, she couldn't bear to give up the child. After the child was born, she initially wanted a divorce, but the Fu family had weakened, and her own family wouldn't allow her to leave the Hu household. The young woman, once full of romantic dreams, was brutally wounded by reality. Fortunately, she was resilient, or rather, she was strong as Hu Ling's mother. The Hu patriarch had thought Hu Ting would settle down after the baby's arrival. Instead, he remained as promiscuous as ever, even involving himself in the marriage of a famous movie star. Furious, the patriarch banished Hu Ting from the family outright, forbidding him from ever setting foot in the Hu residence, or even Ningqing itself, again. All these things were told to Bai Luoan by Fu Wanpei, as if narrating someone else's story, lightly and casually. But Bai Luoan accidentally caught a glimpse of the unbearable pain in Fu Wanpei's expression when she saw gossip reports about Hu Ling. Time had merely blurred the memories, not healed the old wounds. Those past afflictions, Fu Wanpei had not spent a single day without suffering. She suffered so deeply that she feared her son might inherit traits from his father, yet lacked even the courage to seek confirmation. That urgent news was swiftly handled by Bai Luoan overnight, leaving everything spotless and untraceable by the next morning. What followed met the same fate. Bai Luoan never allowed such matters to reach Fu Wanpei's ears again. This time, Bai Luoan had intercepted messages from the ancestral home immediately, but the incident was too significant, especially with her involvement, making some oversights inevitable, allowing others to leak information to Fu Wanpei. However, Hualing could handle it perfectly well. As they were speaking, the person Madame Zhao had mentioned suddenly came into view. Bai Luoan sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, resting her chin on one hand. Hualing spotted her figure the moment he entered the main gate. She seemed to have just arrived, her makeup still intact and wearing a tailored blazer. However, her hair had come undone and cascaded over her shoulders, looking slightly disheveled. Half of her fair face was hidden behind the locks, making her appear even younger. The way she listened to Madame Zhao's words was no different from how she listened to her subordinates' work reports, utterly focused, her expression relaxed and devoid of President Bai's usual intimidating aura. Hualing recalled today's conversation between Fu Wanpei and him. Xiao Bai is a good child. In this household, aside from you, can you name anyone who doesn't like her? Ling, I don't know how many times incidents like this have occurred, but apart from what I personally witnessed right after your marriage, and this time yesterday when Madame Chen mentioned it to me, these are the only two instances I'm aware of. I've never told you how deeply disappointed I was in my marriage, or how disillusioned I became with your father. Yet compared to that pain, what frightens me most is seeing the shadow of the person I despise most in the child I fought so hard to bring into this world. For the first time, he saw such grieving sorrow etched across his mother's face. Waves of guilt weighed so heavy on his chest he could scarcely breathe. Mom, I didn't touch another woman. Please don't anger yourself like this. It won't happen again. Fu Wanpei studied him with penetrating insight. You did that deliberately? Hualing remained silent, yet Fu Wanpei understood everything. Do you think Xiao Bai went to such trouble for you? The grief in her eyes gradually softened, warming with tender realization. She was actually worried these rumors might wound me. That's why she's burning midnight oil to handle everything. Junyue is already swamped with work, yet she still took pains to carefully shield me from all this. I just showed her a little kindness, and she was ready to give me her whole heart. If it weren't for Uncle Zhang, I'd still be in the dark today. Tell me, where else could you find such a good kid? Fu Wanpei sighed. Ling, I'm going to advise you one last time. Put aside what happened 5 years ago and truly try to understand what kind of person Xiao Bai is. If you still feel the same way. As if sensing something, Hualing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He raised his eyes to look at Fu Wanpei. Mom will help fulfill your wish. I'll persuade Xiao Bai to let go. We shouldn't hold back such a good child, Fu Wanpei said. Chapter 18, Nicotine. Auntie Zhao followed the gaze. Young master is back. Hualing nodded and strode inside with his long legs. By the time he entered, Bai Luoan had already turned her head away, propping herself up with her uninjured hand before standing straight and walking into the house. Not even a greeting, as if she knew Hualing couldn't stand her. She no longer bothered with those unwelcome gestures. Auntie Zhao glanced at Bai Luoan's retreating figure climbing the stairs, then quickly stole a look at Hualing, standing rooted in place at a loss for words. 5 years had passed. How had they grown colder instead of closer? Even cats and dogs would have formed some bond after sharing a roof for 5 years. Hualing's face revealed neither joy nor anger as he withdrew his gaze from Bai Luoan's retreating figure, continuing his stride as he followed her upstairs. The residual warmth of the day faded completely. A cool breeze brushed through the treetops, blending the rustling shadows with chirping insects into summer's symphony. The dissipating clouds unveiled the vast firmament where the Milky Way stretched across, splitting the celestial canopy in two. The garden bushes thrived vigorously, dotted with fireflies whose phosphorescent green glow danced in harmony with the ember glowing between Bai Luoan's fingers. After swallowing a painkiller with no relief, she found herself smoking alone in the courtyard at 2 in the morning. Chen often sent reminders, don't overuse your hands, make sure to rest. Luoan verbally agreed each time, only to immediately discard the advice. The scab on her arm had peeled off, revealing tender pink flesh beneath. Luoan glanced at her slender arm, lingering on her wrist for a long while. That day, Hualing had gripped with tremendous force, leaving a ring of blue-purple bruises around her wrist. Unable to conceal them with sleeves, she'd later tied a silk scarf around her wrist. Counting the days, it had taken a full 2 weeks for the marks to finally fade away. The smoke dissipated between her lips. She had to admit nicotine brought fleeting moments of ease and pleasure, working faster than any medication. The courtyard lights cast a dim yellow glow at night, illuminating the small space where Bai Luoan sat motionless. Several cigarettes later, a faint flush had returned to her pale face, though her dark eyes remained still as an icy pool. The cool wind rose again as the cigarette between her fingers burned to its end. Bai Luoan stubbed it out on a damp tissue, wrapped it up, and took it to the kitchen to discard. Auntie Zhao always tidied the room after leaving. Smoking would inevitably be discovered. Not that it mattered for an adult to indulge in such things. I ran into Aunt Zhao as I came out. Bai Luoan felt slightly awkward, but only for a brief moment. Aunt Zhao thought she had come looking for food and asked, "Are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat?" "No, I just came to get some water." "Oh, alright then. Get some rest early." Aunt Zhao nodded, watching her go upstairs before heading to the kitchen to inspect the area. There, she found a white cloth bundle of cigarette butts in the trash. Aunt Zhao counted them. There were about a dozen or so. Hualing hardly ever smoked and didn't have such a heavy addiction to cigarettes, so it naturally went without saying who had tossed these. Connecting this with the empty painkiller box on Bai Luoan's nightstand, the nearly 50-year-old Aunt Zhao let out a long sigh. The next day, Aunt Zhao deliberately kept a careful eye on Bai Luoan's left hand during breakfast, glancing from the hand to the face, but noticed nothing unusual. When asked, Bai Luoan simply replied with those same two words, "It's fine." The glass of plain water quickly emptied. Bai Luoan gently set down the cup and stood up. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao. I'll be going now." Aunt Zhao snapped back to attention and replied, "Be careful on your way. Will you be home for dinner tonight?" Bai Luoan paused briefly before smiling slightly. "No, I won't." Aunt Zhao nodded and reminded him, "Remember not to eat anything spicy or stimulating, and don't drink alcohol." "Alright." Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Aunt Zhao quietly began clearing the dining table. Bai Luoan settled into the car seat, her mind still echoing the single word Aunt Zhao had casually let slip moments earlier. Home? What home did she even have? Hualing was not in the company today, and Bai Luoan presided over the routine meeting on his behalf. 2 acquisition proposals were rejected at the meeting. After Bai Luoan spoke, no one raised any objections. If a proposal failed to gain her approval, it wouldn't pass with Hualing either. This was well known throughout the company. Strangely enough, while their marital relationship was a tangled mess, their professional synergy was remarkably seamless. Hualing treated Bai Luoan with undisguised wariness, yet simultaneously granted her complete trust. After the meeting, Bai Luoan had a meal together with Huiyan. The role of father was absent in Hualing's life, but Uncle Huiyan filled that void with paternal care, offering frequent concern and affection to Hualing. Of gentle temperament, he was the kind of man everyone praised as thoroughly good-natured, never aggressive or competitive. The third son of the Hua family left for overseas, dissatisfied that the patriarch had handed Junyue to the barely adult Hualing. Huiyan, who likewise received only 2 subsidiaries and minimal shares, never showed the slightest resentment, openly admitting he lacked management talent and that running his current companies was already his limit. Hualing held deep respect for him. With few matters needing attention at the branch company, Huiyan visited infrequently. Each time he came, he would summon the 2 juniors, having openly and covertly advised Hualing countless times not to maintain such a distant relationship with Bai Luoan. Though irritated, Hualing never rejected his arrangements. During the meal, Huiyan inquired about Bai Luoan's project status and progress. Bai Luoan answered each query in detail, but when it came to the core aspects, Huiyan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Leave such matters to you young folks to worry about." Bai Luoan asked, "Do you have any suggestions, uncle?" Huiyan replied, "These waters run deep, and I don't understand enough to avoid embarrassing myself. You've worked hard. Once this project is secured, make sure Ailing gives you a hefty bonus." Bai Luoan smiled at his words. That afternoon, Bai Luoan still had matters to attend to, so Huiyan didn't linger. As he left, his assistant handed her a hand therapy device, urging her to take good care of her hands. Bai Luoan glanced at it and saw it was labeled in Japanese. Qin Jing examined it carefully for a moment and sighed. "President Hua is truly thoughtful. This is an exclusive device from our country's theaters, not for export trade. Each unit costs nearly 100 grand. Not only is it expensive, but ordinary people wouldn't even know how to get their hands on one." Bai Luoan said softly, "Put it in my office." Qin Jing paused briefly before responding and, following Bai Luoan's usual practice, placed the therapy device in the cabinet near the office entrance, alongside the other brand new gifts. This cabinet contains all the gifts Bai Luoan has received. With this one placed inside, only the top shelf remains empty. None of those who sent gifts were insignificant figures, so most of the presents were valuable. People often approached Qin Jing to inquire about Bai Luoan's preferences. Yet despite having assisted her for 3 years, Qin Jing still couldn't determine what she genuinely liked or disliked. All the gifts ended up in this cabinet. Qin Jing had always assumed Bai Luoan simply didn't like them, hence never used them, except for the therapeutic device Huiyan sent, which turned out to be something she actually needed. Why must it also be put in the cabinet? Chapter 19, The Devoted Fan. City S borders the sea, so this time the collaborating party arranged dinner at a seaside restaurant. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the beach, the ocean, coconut trees, spirited men and women, and the endless expanse of the sea. The summer heat seemed trivial amidst such unrestrained enthusiasm. The general manager of the Su family didn't come. Instead, Vice President Wu Si attended the negotiations. It was said that the head of the Su family was currently thriving in the entertainment industry, leaving the Su family's affairs to this vice president. He leaves no room for error in his actions and, knowing Hu Ling is already married, deliberately chose this location. When these people aren't discussing business matters, the atmosphere at the table becomes as lively as a family gathering. The coconut wine is crisp and sweet with a low alcohol content. Hu Ling stopped drinking after 2 glasses. His striking appearance made Wu Si, a man who's been considered handsome since childhood, momentarily lose his bearings. After watching him all afternoon, he still hasn't gotten used to it. How many times has that incompetent little assistant of mine been sneaking glances at Hu Ling? Has my looks failed to satisfy her aesthetic standards? Seeing that Hu Ling wasn't drinking anymore, Wu Si struck up a conversation with him. President Hua, speaking of which, my assistant actually has some connection with your wife. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Si nearly bit his tongue off. His original intention was to find a light-hearted topic to break the ice. After all, in business circles, more friends mean more opportunities. But he'd forgotten his chatty little assistant was present. Once she started talking, there'd be no stopping her. Hu Ling clearly doesn't seem like someone who enjoys listening to pointless chatter. Hu Ling raised her eyes to look at the assistant Wu Si had mentioned. Suddenly being singled out, the young assistant smiled and took over the conversation. I'm a student from Tsinghua University School of Economics. President Bai is my direct senior, and I once conducted research with her, though she probably doesn't remember me anymore. Seeing no change in Hu Ling's expression, not the slightest relaxation that usually comes with mentioning family, Wu Si immediately formed a suspicion. This couple likely had a merely perfunctory relationship. Just as I was about to signal my assistant to change the subject, Hu Ling said, she has always had a good memory. When the Su family visits Ningqing next time, you seniors and juniors can catch up properly. The implication was clear, she definitely still remembers you. The assistant was pleasantly surprised, her tone growing even more sincere. Thank you, President Hua. President Bai is my idol. It would truly be wonderful to have the chance to meet her again. Hearing this, Hu Ling's lips curled faintly. So the little assistant is Bai Luowen's fangirl. Wu Si felt a weight lifted from his heart. Still, this wasn't a good topic to dwell on. The assistant missed Wu Si's hinting gaze and continued, it's not just me, many people admire Senior Bai. She consistently ranked first in her major all 4 years of college, never faltering once. She swept up every scholarship, big and small, and wherever she was, everyone else could only vie for second place. Finally, she sighed with admiration, Senior Bai is really, truly amazing. Hu Ling knew Bai Luowen was smart, but he never expected her to be this brilliant. She was the top scorer in the college entrance exams in Ningqing back then, but Tsinghua University gathered top scorers from all over the country. Anyone plucked out at random was an absolute academic superstar. To consistently rank first in such an environment, earning the genuine admiration of these prodigies, she was terrifyingly outstanding. It also proves that old Manhwa's vision was truly sharp. Wu Si observed for a while and, seeing no trace of disdain on Hu Ling's face, chose not to interrupt the assistant as they effused their endless stream of admiration. Just watching the assistant's eyes light up as she talked about how much she adored her senior, Wu Si gritted his teeth in secret, feeling rather sour inside. It's just Tsinghua University, Wu Si thought bitterly. Back in the day, he had missed Tsinghua by just 1 point, he nearly became her senior. Why did he have to change that multiple-choice question right before handing in the exam? He was so mad. Wu was still sulking, but had to chime in occasionally, feeling this meal was utterly tasteless. I heard our senior started working on projects with her advisor as a freshman. There was this notoriously difficult course with a crazy high fail rate. Before exams, we wanted to ask our senior to highlight key points but were afraid she'd refuse. Surprisingly, she was super accommodating. Not only did she outline the essentials, but even helped us predict exam questions. After getting to know her, we realized Senior Xiao Bai just puts on a cold front. She's actually really nice, but she's always swamped with work, constantly unavailable. Senior. The assistant chattered on endlessly, and from her descriptions, Hu Ling pieced together Bai Luowen's campus life, like a little spinning top. At that time, she was already learning to manage Juanyue's affairs while keeping up with her studies. Imagine how busy she must have been. For some inexplicable reason, Hu Ling felt an unusual emotion surfacing. He knew better than anyone Bai Luowen's exceptional work capabilities. But this time, hearing it from others, he seemed to glimpse the years of effort behind such excellence. So this was how she had come to be by his side. All in all, the meal was as comfortable as if they were at home, or at least it appeared so on the surface. A few days later, the collaboration between Junyue and the Su group was finalized, with both parties expressing great anticipation for the partnership. During the farewell gathering, the young assistant felt reluctant to part with the project team for the first time in her 2 years of employment. What a pity, President Hu spoke so little, and she was too timid to ask more about Senior Bai. Little did she know, even if she had mustered the courage to inquire, Hu Ling wouldn't have been able to share much. He knew even less about Bai Luoan than she did. When the fire spirit group merged into the crowd and disappeared from view, Wu Si said coldly, "Can't bear to see them go. Should I recommend you to Junyue instead?" The assistant shivered and forced a laugh. "You're joking, sir. I swear lifelong devotion to the Su family." Wu Si gave her a chilly glance without another word, maintaining his aristocratic aloofness as he strode back to the company. Boss Wu is unhappy. Boss Wu needs to be coaxed. When Hu Ling returned to Ningqing, it was neither too early nor too late, just enough time for him to stop by the old family estate and deliver the pink pearl necklace he had bought for Fu Wanpei. The Su family wasn't in the jewelry business themselves, but their in-laws, the Lins, owned the largest coastal pearl farm. This particular strand came from the finest batch of pearls the Lin family produced, rare and priceless. Taking advantage of this collaboration, Hu Ling had bought the necklace for Fu Wanpei. Hu Ling gave a few instructions before getting into the car under the gaze of his subordinates and departing first. Having instructed the driver to head to the old residence, Hu Ling closed his eyes to rest. Su Corporation's vice president seemed somewhat unreliable at first glance, but in reality, he was shrewd and cunning, which had exhausted Hu Ling mentally. The actual head of Su had handed over the company so carelessly. Did they not fear this person might empty the company from within? Whether it was stupidity or bold confidence born of skill, Hu Ling had no intention of delving deeper. When Bai Luoan received Fu Wanpei's latest message, she had already arrived at the old family residence. Earlier that morning, Fu Wanpei had texted asking if she could come over for dinner at the old residence tonight if she wasn't too busy, mentioning that Gushi missed her. Bai Luoan rescheduled her follow-up appointment from evening to the next day, freeing up a few hours to make the visit. Exhausted from recent lack of rest, she fell asleep during the car ride and consequently missed Fu Wanpei's message. "Xiao Bai, we have guests at home. If you can't make time, no need to come over." The Hu family was an extensive clan. Apart from Gushi, Bai Luoan wasn't particularly close to any of the other members. She guessed it might be some distant relatives from the Hu family visiting again, and Fu Wanpei had sent the message to spare her any discomfort. "Uncle Chen, turn around at the entrance. We're going back," Bai Luoan instructed. Without asking for explanations, Uncle Chen simply replied, "Understood." Bai Luoan looked ahead and suddenly said, "Wait, stop." Uncle Chen stepped on the brake, and the high-performance business car came to a smooth halt. Fu Wanpei and Hu Ling were seeing off today's guests. Across a distance neither too near nor too far, though 5 years had passed and the person in her memories had undergone significant changes in demeanor and appearance, Bai Luoan still recognized who was chatting and laughing with Hu Ling. Shen Qingyi. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by a shame so profound that it felt like being stripped naked and thrown into a crowd, leaving her utterly helpless and terrified. Chapter 20, A Passing Stranger. She felt there weren't many people in this world she had wronged. Hu Ling was one such exception. Shen Qingyi was likewise one. She became the obstacle in Shen Qingyi and Hu Ling's originally perfect love, their relationship crumbling apart because of her. When she met Shen Qingyi, it was like a crown-thieving beggar encountering a princess. The princess's radiant crown bore the grimy fingerprints of her touch, each one damning evidence of her wretched deeds. Reverse, Uncle Chen. When she spoke again, her voice was hoarse. Uttering those few words had drained all her strength. From the rearview mirror, Uncle Chen saw Bai Luoan's face turn deathly pale in just a few seconds. As he reversed, he asked worriedly, "Ms. Bai, are you all right?" Bai Luoan shook her head and instructed, "Don't tell anyone I came back." Uncle Chen acknowledged with a sound, retreated to the corner, turned the steering wheel sharply left, floored the accelerator, and sped away after a quick U-turn. Fu Wanpei's phone rang with a message reply from Bai Luoan. "Working late today, won't be coming over, Mom." Fu Wanpei put away her phone as Shen Qingyi smiled and said goodbye. "Auntie Fu, Brother Aling, Xiaoxi, I'll be going now. I'll visit again after I've adjusted to the time difference." Gushi nodded while Fu Wanpei smiled warmly. "You're always welcome to visit again." Shen Qingyi nodded and turned her gaze to Hu Ling. After 5 years abroad, much of the noble air of a spoiled heiress had faded from her, replaced by a quiet gentleness. Yet when facing Hu Ling, the youthful vivacity in her couldn't be concealed. She blinked playfully and said cheerfully, "Brother Ling, I'll leave it to you then." Given their deep friendship since childhood, Shen Qingyi held a special place in Hu Ling's heart. He replied gently, "It's nothing, don't mention it." Shen Qingyi burst into smiles at his words. As the Shen family's car disappeared from view, Gushi glanced at Hu Ling with a cold snort, her displeasure evident in every feature as she turned and strode back into the house. She finally got some free time, but instead of seeing Bai Luoan when she returned, she encountered Hu Ling's old flame. Gushi still didn't much like Shinqingi, even though Shinqingi now appeared far more pleasant compared to her former self-centered demeanor. She could never forget how Hualing had sent them jewelry pieces from the same brand but in different styles, one for her and another for Shinqingi. In front of the elders, Shinqingi had expressed delight about wearing matching sister pieces with her, but away from everyone's eyes, she'd whine to Hualing, complaining why he'd send that unattractive, dark-skinned girl the same gifts as hers. God knows she only got tanned because she was too lazy to apply sunscreen during middle school military training, yet Shinqingi actually called her an ugly girl behind her back. Thinking about this still makes Gushi grit her teeth in anger to this day. Bai Luoan was so much better. During their freshman year's military training, despite being extremely busy, she still helped Gushi research sunscreen reviews, buying her sunscreen, aloe vera gel, and facial masks. Hualing was blind not to like Bai Luoan but to fancy Shinqingi instead, Gushi thought. But beyond her anger, Gushi felt even more concern in her heart. Over the years, Hualing and Bai Luoan's relationship remained frozen at rock bottom, and the only girlfriend Hualing ever had during this time was Shinqingi. She had rushed to the old mansion before even recovering from jet lag, using a visit to Fu Wanpei as an excuse, though Gushi could easily guess her ulterior motives with her feet. The incident back then had been ugly, driving Shinqingi to leave the country in anger. After all, she was the only woman he had ever loved. It was only natural that Hualing still couldn't forget her. But what about her sister-in-law? Gushi fiercely wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, but she was just a younger sister. What could she really do? If only she were a man. Hualing didn't like Bai Luoan, so she could step in and love him instead. Fu Wanpei sighed helplessly, such a child. Hualing chuckled softly. He wasn't one to bother arguing with a child. Let her be. She'll be fine on her own in a few days. Fu Wanpei shot Hualing a sideways glance. Will you rest here or head back? Her words carried an unmistakable note of dismissal, to which Hualing gracefully yielded. I'll leave then and visit you again in a few days. Then go on your way. After Hualing left, Fu Wanpei found Gushi, who was lost in thought, sitting on the swing. Aunt, Gushi asked softly as Fu Wanpei approached, does brother still like Shinqingi? Fu Wanpei lowered her head, looking at the distressed girl, her heart aching. She, feelings can't be forced. Xiaobai and Aling simply weren't meant to be. Try to move on. Shinqingi was indeed the only girl Hualing had ever shown special favor to over the years. When Bai Luoan was away, Fu Wanpei could still offer a few words of advice and speak up for her. But after her return, Fu Wanpei could no longer ignore Hualing's wishes. Everyone silently knew what their fate would be. Gushi's nose tingled with emotion, but, Fu Wanpei patted her shoulder gently to comfort her and sighed softly. It's alright, she. No matter what, Xiaobai likes you. Gushi choked back a sob, saying, I know. She understood all too well how difficult it was to love someone destined not to return your affection, which made Bai Luoan's 5 years of cold indifference and solitude resonate painfully within her. Bai Luoan's love was silent and enduring, quiet yet unyielding, but alas, Hualing remained cold as stone. She wiped the corners of her eyes and forced a reluctant smile at Fu Wanpei. Fu Wanpei said softly, it hasn't come to that yet. You take care of yourself, focus on your studies, don't overthink things, and don't let Xiaobai worry about you. I know, Gushi replied quietly. I won't trouble my sister-in-law with my concerns. Early the next morning, Aunt Zhao laid out breakfast dishes one by one on the table. Hualing tried a crab roe soup dumpling and felt that Aunt Zhao's culinary skills seemed noticeably off today. However, he said nothing. Under Aunt Zhao's watchful gaze, he finished half a basket of steamed buns and picked up the cup beside him. Today's fruit juice was a bit too sweet. Hualing took a few sips before stopping. Noticing his poor appetite, Aunt Zhao cautiously asked, Young master, does the breakfast not suit your taste? Hualing shook his head and replied softly, No, I didn't sleep well last night and don't have much appetite now. He stood up and said to Aunt Zhao, Thank you for your hard work. I'm heading out. Alright, replied Aunt Zhao. The driver waited at the gate. Aunt Zhao watched Hualing get into the car. The words stuck in her throat all morning ultimately left unspoken. Last night, Bai Luoan didn't return home at all. Aunt Zhao hadn't heard any sounds of a car arriving. First thing in the morning, she specially went to check Bai Luoan's room. The bedding remained neatly arranged without any signs of having been slept in, exactly as she had tidied it that morning. Bai Luoan rarely stayed out all night like this. No matter how late she worked, she would always return home. She had intended to ask Hualing about it in the morning, but it was clear Hualing didn't know about her all-night absence. Hesitating, she missed her chance. Auntie Zhao, knowing her place as a servant, felt she had no right to inquire about her employer's whereabouts. She figured Bai Luoan might have been too busy with work and simply made do with staying overnight somewhere. Watching the black business car drive away, Auntie Zhao turned and went back inside. The spacious house felt overwhelmingly empty. A quick glance around revealed scattered objects all bearing Hualing's signature touches. The stairwell was adorned with oil paintings Hualing had brought from the ancestral home. The cloisonné vase at the landing was of a design Hualing had personally selected. Beside the record player stood an entire shelf of records from Hualing's collection. The feather-shaped wind chime hanging by the window was a handicraft Hualing had brought back from a business trip. After searching for a while, Auntie Zhao couldn't find a single decorative item that belonged to Bai Luoan. Her gaze lingered on the vibrant spray roses adorning the coffee table, freshly picked flowers that had been delivered early this morning. 5 years ago, Bai Luoan had asked her to place a bouquet of roses here, the only request she'd made since moving in, and Aunt Zhao had naturally treated it with utmost solemnity. From that day onward, multi-headed roses bloomed perpetually in this home. Only then did Aunt Zhao realize that this bouquet was the sole object in the entire building connected to Bai Luoan. Whether she was present or absent, returning or not returning, there was absolutely no trace of difference to be found here. She seemed less like a host and more like a passing traveler. Chapter 21, Arrangements. Chen Jing trailed half a step behind Bai Luoan as the latter spent the morning guiding their team through contract signings with several television station executives. They invested in 5 programs in one go, behaving as if they were stocking up on goods. Bai Luoan paid no heed to her subordinate's silent criticism, her mind occupied with strategizing the next steps. She meticulously weighed every potential outcome and prepared corresponding countermeasures for each scenario. She was so lost in thought that she failed to notice the inquisitive glances cast her way from the moment she entered. Chen Jing sensed something amiss in the office atmosphere. Glancing at Bai Luoan's retreating figure, she suppressed her doubts and quickened her pace. No sooner had Bai Luoan stepped out of the elevator than she heard an incongruously sweet female voice, utterly at odds with Juanyue's disciplined demeanor. "Brother Ailing, have you decided which project I should join for training?" The familiar tone and address clearly indicated an extraordinary relationship between the newcomer and Hualing. Chen Jing turned to look and saw a beautiful girl chatting with Hualing, smiling. They stood close, and the way the girl tilted her head up looked almost like she was being coquettish. Used to Hualing's typically cold expression, Chen Jing couldn't help but murmur to herself at the sight of his rare, gentle demeanor. Who was that girl? Bai Luoan's footsteps paused briefly before continuing forward the next moment. Hualing noticed Bai Luoan's group arriving, his gaze indifferent as he watched them approach. "President Bai currently has a land acquisition case on hand, you should learn from her," he said. After speaking, he turned to Bai Luoan and added, "From the Shen family, Shen Qingyi. You know her, so I won't introduce her further. She just returned from abroad, show her around the project." Those words, "you know her," landed like a crisp slap to the face. Shen Qingyi froze momentarily when she realized the person Hualing was referring to was Bai Luoan, then quickly regained her smiling expression and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble President Bai for guidance in the future." Chen Jing's heart was pounding. Although she had only been at Junyue for a short time, she had certainly heard of Shen Qingyi's reputation. The legal wife who always appeared in the gossip about Hualing and Bai Luoan, the one Bai Luoan supposedly displaced, Hualing's first love. So what exactly did Hualing mean by this? Bringing your first love to show off? Chen Jing restrained her gaze, not letting the slightest inappropriateness show, quietly playing the role of an invisible person along with the others. The project was nearing completion, and now some connected person was being added last minute for prestige, someone intricately linked to Hualing whom she couldn't afford to offend. The group felt some resistance, but their opinions were irrelevant because, based on past experience, Bai Luoan would undoubtedly accept. Over the years, Bai Luoan had always complied with Hualing's unreasonable demands, so this time would surely be no exception. However, not long after, Bai Luoan's cool refusal was heard. "Sorry, the project team is already saturated and about to wrap up. I don't think there's a suitable position for Ms. Shen." Not only were Chen Jing and the others stunned, but Hualing's face also darkened with displeasure at her refusal, instantly casting a tense atmosphere over the entire office area. Chen Jing and the others, along with Hualing's assistant, hardly dared to breathe, and even Shen Qingyi was frightened by the mounting tension between the two. Hualing had always been like this. When angered, his face would darken, terrifying beyond words. Shen Qingyi had always been somewhat afraid of him in such moments. But Bai Luoan's gaze didn't waver in the slightest as she replied calmly, "Miss Shen studied hotel management abroad. Compared to this project, the hotel acquisition case in Beihai would be more suitable for her learning. Starting from a familiar field yields better results." Shen Qingyi knew this particular project was personally overseen by Hualing naturally. She preferred working with him rather than being mentored by Bai Luoan. Hearing this, she said, "Brother Ling, perhaps I should stick with the hotel project after all. It aligns with my expertise, and I'd like to validate what I've learned during my 5 years abroad." "All right." Hualing nodded in agreement, then turned to instruct his assistant Zhang Shu to prepare the project materials for Shen Qingyi. Bai Luoan entered the conference room with his entourage in tow. Watching Bai Luoan's retinue follow him like an imperial procession, Shinqingi inexplicably felt dwarfed in comparison. She clenched her fists tightly in silent frustration. Your workstation is next to Assistant Zhang. Spend the afternoon reviewing the project documents. Ask him if anything's unclear. Once you're done, he can give you a company tour, Hualing instructed. His gaze lingered on Shinqingi's obedient expression, prompting him to add a few more reminders before leaving. I have matters to attend to and won't be returning later. Zhang Xu waited quietly nearby. Despite being an Ivy League graduate now reduced to playing nanny under Hualing's orders, his face maintained a professional smile while his mind flooded with a barrage of sarcastic internal commentary. After Hualing left, Zhang Xu dutifully brought Shinqingi to the office and handed her the materials with the core sections removed for familiarization. Here, after the meeting room door closed, Bai Luoan silently watched her subordinates take their seats one by one. In the morning, Qinjing noticed Bai Luoan's face was abnormally pale, her makeup unable to conceal her haggard appearance. Qinjing tried persuading her to postpone the day's arrangements, but after failing, deliberately replaced the iced Americano with a sugar-loaded latte. Only after this energy boost did some color return to Bai Luoan's face. She cautiously observed until reassured that Bai Luoan showed no signs of exhaustion. After wrangling with the seasoned veterans at the TV station all morning, Hualing came back and thoroughly trampled her face and dignity into the ground. Qinjing recalled the looks from her colleagues when she returned. Now it seemed they were brimming with mockery and scorn. With Shinqingi's arrival, how could Bai Luoan possibly maintain her footing in the company? No one spoke a word. Bai Luoan's hand was half clenched into a fist, and the only sound in the room was the soft tap of her fingers against the desk. Qinjing and the others recognized this as her unconscious gesture when making decisions, holding their breath as they waited for her to speak. Everyone, there's something I should have told you long ago, but I didn't know how to bring it up. For delaying this for so long, I first want to apologize to you all. The tapping stopped, and Bai Luoan's gentle voice followed. The group looked confused, exchanging glances, unsure why Bai Luoan would suddenly apologize. Bai Luoan smiled faintly before dropping a bombshell. After the acquisition case is finalized, I will resign from Junue and relinquish my shareholder position in the Junue Group. To put it simply, she would have nothing to do with the Regal from now on. President Bai, you. The crowd wanted to ask why it was so sudden, but realized today's events had actually shown signs long ago. These polished elite professionals stood dumbfounded, half-opened mouths making the scene almost comical. Since the project isn't finished yet, to avoid unnecessary trouble down the line, I've only shared this news with those present here. I hope everyone can keep this secret for me temporarily. Bai Luoan spoke with sincere remorse. Thank you all for your care over these years. You are all exceptionally capable, yet because of me, you've endured much unfair treatment at the company. I owe you all an apology. Mr. Bai, don't say that. Let's face it, we're all just working for someone else. What's the point of complaining about grievances? We've received so many opportunities thanks to you. We rarely get the chance to say this, but we're truly grateful. That's right, President Bai. You've been shielding us from pressure all these years. We're well aware of this in our hearts. With the floodgates opened, the meeting turned into a gratitude session for Bai Luoan, including Qinjing. All 8 people in the conference room could be considered Bai Luoan's core allies, utterly loyal to her. This was precisely why Bai Luoan chose to inform these individuals in advance. After her departure, their positions at Junue would undoubtedly become extremely awkward. Bai Luoan raised her hand, cutting off what she saw as mindless flattery from these people. In her view, without their help along the way, she wouldn't have been able to complete her mission so smoothly. How could she possibly deserve such gratitude? Everyone, I'm truly grateful for your kindness, though I feel unworthy of it. Bai Luoan composed herself and said solemnly, my departure won't be delayed for long. Before I leave, please make your arrangements as soon as possible. That way, if there's anything I can assist with, I'll at least be able to put in a good word for you. Qinjing took the lead and said, Boss Bai, wherever you go, I'll follow you there. The others chimed in, yes, we'll follow you. Bai Luoan remained silent. Qinjing and the others understood when they saw her like this. From the age of 18, Bai Luoan had been involved in Hua Corporation's affairs. By 20, she was handling core projects. Years had passed since then, and she now knew Hua Corporation's most classified secrets. Even with her exceptional abilities, as long as she worked for another company, Hua Leng would suspect her of divulging those secrets every single day. If she wanted to leave spotless, it meant she could practically never hold an executive position at a company of equivalent scale again. She ruined her own future. Bai Luoan looked at their grief-stricken expressions and comforted them with a smile. After I finish handling my current affairs, I'll share my plans with everyone. But rest assured, opportunities are found everywhere in life. It's not like I won't be able to secure a decent meal. Everyone wanted to persuade her further. Why go to such lengths for Hualing? But they also knew Bai Luoan owed a debt of gratitude to Old Master Hua, and this decision aligned perfectly with her unwavering principles. Debts and grievances, clear as day. Well, leaving Junhua and Hualing, Bai Luoan would certainly be happier than she is now. At the very least, she still has a considerable amount of shares, enough wealth to last her a lifetime. Chapter 22, A Surprise. Everyone needed time to decide whether to stay or leave. Bai Luoan allocated all the projects she was responsible for, knowing Hualing would quickly find a new deputy general manager after her resignation. She needed to ensure that all her work could be smoothly handed over. After some arrangements, Chen Jing and the others finally felt the reality of Bai Luoan's impending departure. When they exited the meeting room, everyone's expressions darkened. Some took this as a clear sign of the complete breakdown between Bai Luoan and Hualing. Bai Luoan had no interest in the private rumors circulating. No doubt they weren't flattering, but none of that mattered to her anymore. Bai Luoan studied the reports with a thick stack of documents at hand. These weren't her primary projects, yet her responsibilities accounted for no small portion. While occupied with acquisition cases, she still squeezed out time to organize materials for these initiatives. 5 years was ample time to accomplish much. Looking back, she startled at realizing how much heart's blood she'd poured into Junhua. Having to sever all connections now, she felt a quiet sorrow and reluctance deep in her heart. Yet whether it was sorrow or reluctance, these things had never truly been hers to begin with. Letting go was therefore the only inevitable conclusion. Completely absorbed in the documents, Bai Luoan didn't even notice when Chen Jing entered. When Chen Jing spoke, Bai Luoan's signing pen left a small black dot on the pristine white paper. Sorry, President Bai, Chen Jing apologized. I knocked for a long time but you didn't hear. You're due for your hand checkup today. Director Chen just called to remind you. He said he must see you tonight. Bai Luoan had repeatedly postponed the examination. Tuyu had called many times but he couldn't spare the time. Occasionally noticing Bai Luoan's pained expressions, Chen Jing reported to Tuyu. Perhaps because this particularly troublesome patient was someone they couldn't afford to offend, Tuyu had eventually complained to Chen Wenshi. Bai Luoan glanced at the documents on the table, and Chen Jing gathered the courage to say, President Bai, judging from Director Chen's tone, he seems quite angry. With a helpless frown, Bai Luoan replied, all right, I'll go over now. Chen Jing broke into a smile and cheerfully went out to arrange the car. Hospital corridor. Hualing had just reached the door of Chen Wenshi's office when he bumped into Tuyu, who was striding out in long steps. Tuyu started at the sight of the newcomer, his gaze circling the person in Hualing's arms before returning. In just a moment, he had composed his expression, masking his initial surprise. President Hua. The door was slightly ajar, allowing Chen Wenshi's furious cursing to slip through the crack and reach Hualing's ears. How many days has it been? Ha! You only came now after dragging it out this long. Didn't we say you need to be extra careful with the old and new injuries on your hand? What's going on here? Did you just ignore it completely? How dare you delay this for so long? Aren't you in pain? Is there Junhua going bankrupt tomorrow or what? Can't they function without you? Just how much is Hualing paying you to push yourself this hard? Tuyu glanced at Hualing and offered a pointless remark. Director Chen is furious. Hualing nodded, already guessing who was inside. Tuyu, make yourself at home. I'll go fetch the tools. You're busy, Hualing said. Tuyu didn't even spare a glance for Shen Qingyi, hastily leaving after speaking. Standing at the doorway, Hualing thought about Chen Wenshi and Bai Luoan's relationship. Relaxing his grip, he set Shen Qingyi down and shifted to a supporting position before pushing the door open to enter. Bai Luoan sat on the examination couch, head slightly bowed, quietly enduring Chen Wenshi's lecture. He usually appears to have a gentle temperament, but it's precisely the mild-mannered people who become terrifying when angered. Bai Luoan didn't dare utter another word of rebuttal. Chen Jing stood obediently to the side. Earlier, as Bai Luoan's personal assistant, she had already received a scathing reprimand. Bai Luoan had only provoked Chen Wenshi's displeasure by speaking up in her defense. Chen Wenshi tried to calm the fire raging in his chest, but when his gaze shifted, he spotted the uninvited guests, Hualing and Shen Qingyi. His eyes narrowed as he noticed Shen Qingyi's hand resting on Hualing's arm and Hualing's protective, supportive stance. The flames he'd just managed to suppress flared up even more fiercely. He said irritably, "What are you doing here?" Hualing replied calmly, "Qingyi sprained her ankle. I brought her here for you to take a look." While Chen Wenshi was speaking, Bai Luoan and Chen Jing had already noticed the two. Perhaps because they'd learned earlier that morning of Bai Luoan's impending departure, Chen Jing now felt a pang of bitterness witnessing this scene. No wonder Bai Luoan decided to leave right after Shen Qingyi returned. So this was how Hualing behaved when he liked someone. Bai Luoan barely glanced before withdrawing her gaze. From Hualing's perspective, only half her shoulder was visible behind Chen Jing. Chen Wenshi said displeased, "You came to me for a sprained ankle?" Shen Qingyi hastily explained, "Wenshi Ji, I didn't mean to disturb you. I said any doctor would do," but Ailing insisted. Though she'd practically grown up under Chen Wenshi's watch, This man who was gentle and courteous to everyone always treated her with undisguised irritation. Shen Qingyi could never fathom why. The Qin family was a prestigious medical lineage. Though not the wealthiest, they held the most extensive network in Ningqing. Shen Qingyi couldn't afford to offend them, and whenever she faced Chen Wenshi, she couldn't help but instinctively retreat. Enough, Chen Wenshi waved his hand to cut her off. Just then, Tu returned with the supplies. Pointing to Tu by the door, he said, Dr. Tu, please take Miss Shen to examine her injuries. Understood, Director, Tu responded. He turned to Shen Qingyi and Hualing, adding, Miss Shen, please follow me for the examination. A nurse in the room helped Shen Qingyi up. Glancing at Hualing, she smiled and said, Brother Ailing, I'll go ahead first. You stay here with. Chen Wenshi interrupted Shen Qingyi once again. I'm not accustomed to having others present during consultations. Chen Wenshi showed no regard for saving face, leaving Shen Qingyi visibly flustered as she glanced helplessly at Hualing. Hualing reassured her, I'll go with you. Dr. Tu, sorry for the trouble. Tu glanced at Chen Wenshi, you're too polite, President Hua. After the others left, Chen Wenshi's angry expression didn't fade for a long time. He was an outsider who had no right to interfere in another couple's marital affairs. But now Hualing's actions were completely different in nature from just causing some romantic gossip before. Publicly protecting a woman like this, the implications spoke for themselves. What scheme was the Shen family plotting? Before Shen Qingyi had even returned to the country, someone was already fanning the flames before Hualing. And the moment she came back, the entire Ning city knew Hualing's first love had returned. Back then, Old Master Hua strongly opposed Hualing and Shen Qingyi being together. Now that he hasn't even passed away for a full year, the Shen family is already calling Shen Qingyi back. Since there's no one to stop them now, is she returning to pick up where they left off with Hualing? Although the Shen family's recent development momentum has been lacking, they're still respectable figures with deep-rooted influence. Would Shen Qingyi really allow his daughter to shamelessly pursue becoming the other woman? Unlike Chen Wenshi's anger, Bai Luowen remained completely calm, so calm that just one glance from Chen Wenshi made even his greatest fury unwilling to be directed at her. Chen Wenshi asked Chen Jing to leave the room. After she exited, he took a deep breath and said, Xiao Bai, what I'm about to say might hurt, but as your senior brother, I can't hold it back. I can't stand by and watch you throw away your own happiness. Hualing isn't right for you. Bai Luowen looked into those gentle eyes behind the frameless glasses, softly blinking under Chen Wenshi's earnest gaze that was intently focused on her. Senior, I know what you want to say, Bai Luowen said quietly, her clear voice like the chime of cold jade in the quiet space, or like a teardrop hanging precariously under the eaves before falling into the pond. Resolute yet determined as if marching towards fate. I'll be leaving by next month at the latest. Have you made up your mind? I have. Bai Luowen only said this much. Her notion of leaving carried multiple layers of meaning. Leaving the house in the Green Mountains, leaving Junyue, leaving the Hua family, leaving Hualing. Chen Wenshi understood her unspoken words, his throat tightening involuntarily. Will you stay in Ningqing? Bai Luowen nodded. Of course. Chen Wenshi had just breathed a sigh of relief when another thought struck him, making his heart tense again. He quipped with a hint of playfulness, you won't deny knowing the senior brother in the future, will you? Of course not. She and Hualing had no ties that couldn't be severed. There was no need for her to go out of her way to avoid people connected to him. Does Lin know? Bai Luowen shook her head, curving her lips into a smile as she said cheerfully, let's not tell him. He's resented me for so many years. Before I leave, consider this my little surprise for him. Chen Wenshi hadn't seen such carefree expression on her face for years. Unconsciously, he found himself smiling along. Xiao Bai, someone will truly love and cherish you in the future. Chapter 23, Testing the Waters. Before her fracture had fully healed, Bai Luowen sustained fresh injuries, forcing her arm to be immobilized with splints once again. Fortunately, most urgent matters had already been settled, requiring little use of her left hand. After expressing gratitude to Chen Wenshi, Bai Luowen had Chen Jing escort her back to Qingshan. When they left, Shen Qingyi was still conducting meticulous checks. Hualing had expected Chen Wenshi to admonish him as usual, but when he returned to the consultation room, Chen Wenshi remained uncharacteristically silent. Not only that, he even seemed somewhat pleased. Hualing sat down nearby, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. What's wrong? Not standing up for your junior this time? Chen Wenshi gave Hualing a profound look and said calmly, there's no need anymore. After waiting 5 years for the day Bai Luowen would willingly let go, what reason did he have left to persuade her otherwise? Hualing was more than happy that Chen Wenshi had come to his senses and abandoned those futile attempts. While Bai Luowen might have countless virtues in their eyes, to Hualing she was beneath notice. Fu Wanpei had urged him to understand Bai Luowen better, but all this time he'd made no effort. There were plenty of ways to get to know someone. If nothing else, the old master's study contained her dossier. But what was the point? After sitting briefly, Hualing rose to attend to Shen Qingyi. After Hualing left, Chen Wenshi pulled open the drawer by the desk, took out a square box from inside, and opened it. His gentle gaze fell upon the circular ring resting on black satin, where half of Qing University's emblem was faintly visible. This was a commemorative gift by Luoan received upon graduating from Qing University, a paired set of rings. Chen Wenshi had deliberately found an excuse to return to campus to attend her graduation ceremony back then. When he graduated, he received nothing but 2 certificates, so he jokingly complained about graduating too early. Bai Luoan then gave her own commemorative gift to him, which later caused the young girl Gushi to sulk and grieve for a long time after she noticed it. The tall and sturdy man felt rather ashamed of snatching something from a young girl, but he couldn't bring himself to let go of what he'd obtained once it was in his hands. By that time, Bai Luoan had already become Hualing's wife. His feelings could never see the light of day, and he had no one to confide in. To receive a gift, even if it was just a souvenir, was extraordinarily precious to him. The ring was split in 2, one half kept at home, the other in the office, with no one being the wiser. Chen Wenshi reminded himself to take it slow, to stay composed. So many years had passed already, he couldn't risk bringing any negative consequences upon Bai Luoan at this point. Not to mention work matters were already giving her a headache. He shouldn't disturb her at this time. Just wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Based on Tuyu's experience, Shenqingyi's foot was just a common sprain that would heal with a few days' rest. But having worked as the Hua family's physician for years, he knew better than to voice unnecessary opinions at this moment. After completing a series of examinations, Tuyu symbolically prescribed some medication before escorting Hualing and Shenqingyi downstairs. Chen Wenshi had an operation scheduled for that evening. When they left, he was preparing for surgery, so Hualing, unable to find him, took Shenqingyi back to the Shen residence first. Tuyu kept his gaze lowered, watching silently as Hualing carried Shenqingyi all the way, carefully placing her into the car. In an unnoticed corner, a fleeting glint of silver light flashed by. Chen Jing played soothing music. Ever since leaving the hospital, Bai Luoan had remained in a daze, staring blankly out the window. The flickering lights and tree shadows passed by in a flash, leaving no ripple in her eyes. Chen Jing stole a few glances at her through the rearview mirror, unsure of what to say. Besides, she had already made up her mind to leave. Nothing she could say now would make a difference. The phone's notification tone snapped Bai Luoan back to reality. She took out her phone to check. It was a message from someone in the PR department. Director Hua was photographed holding a woman late at night rushing to the hospital. The department has prepared a preliminary contingency plan, but rumors suggest this woman went to the obstetrics and gynecology department. We'd like instructions on whether we should initiate clarification efforts from Director Hua's side or the woman's side. Bai Luoan gazed at the photos on the screen. The parking lot was dimly lit, yet Hualing's face and half of Shenqingyi's profile were clearly visible. Hualing's expression, unlike his usual distant indifference, showed tenderness as he looked down at the person in his arms. Shenqingyi's pale fingertips rested on Hualing's shoulder, an intimate posture. After a moment's thought, Bai Luoan was about to reply when the Public Relations Department sent another message. President Hua stepped in personally to suppress the news. Bai Luoan's finger hovered over the input field. It made sense. Matters concerning Shenqingyi would never be her responsibility to handle. How could she have forgotten that Hualing controlled Juanyua's highest-level public opinion monitoring? He must have learned of the news before her and dealt with it immediately. He might not have been unaware of past gossip. He simply didn't care, so he coldly watched as I made a fool of myself trying to cover for him. Bai Luoan deleted the typed-out characters one by one. Chen's private hospital wasn't like ordinary private hospitals. The patients received here were almost exclusively prestigious officials, celebrities, and wealthy figures from Ningqing. The security was so airtight that even the most persistent celebrity stalkers couldn't breach it. There was no reason it couldn't keep paparazzi out. Hualing wasn't even part of the entertainment industry. There was no good reason why paparazzi would tail him every single time. Alright, I understand. The phone screen dimmed. Bai Luoan lifted her hand to massage the space between her eyebrows. Shenqingyi's probing tactics seemed crude in her eyes, yet undeniably effective, because Hualing cared. Within their circle of acquaintances, he made no secret of his preference for Shenqingyi, yet couldn't bear to let her face public scrutiny. This is Hualing. Fortunately, over these 5 years, she hadn't dared to slack off for even a moment. Soon, she would be able to retire with her mission accomplished. Soon she'd be far away from Hualing. Once Shenqingyi returned, she would never stand between them again. The lovers would soon be reunited. Bai Luoan closed her eyes and reviewed her to-do list from beginning to end once more, determined to leave at the earliest possible moment. Chen Jing pulled the car over just before 10 o'clock. She was about to wake the person in the back seat when Bai Luoan opened her eyes on her own. Thank you for your trouble today. Chen Jing shook her head. President Bai, please get some rest early. You really should take care of your health. Bai Luoan gave a faint smile. Thank you. During these years working with Bai Luoan, Chen Jing rarely saw her smile. When she first joined the company, she even thought her boss was robotic, the kind without facial nerves. This single afternoon, Bai Luoan smiled more than Chen Jing had seen in all these years combined. There was even warmth in her eyes, unlike the work-obsessed person she normally appeared to be. After Chen Jing drove away, Bai Luoan glanced at her hand and sighed quietly to herself. Auntie Zhao was overjoyed to see her return, but before she could express it, her eyes fixed on Bai Luoan's arm in frantic worry. Oh dear, what happened to your hand? Did you hurt it again? Is it serious? Why aren't you more careful? I told you not to remove the cast too soon. Look at you, it's only been a little while, and you're hurt again. Bai Luoan waited for Aunt Zhao to finish her scolding and meekly admitted her mistake. Aunt Zhao sighed, her reprimand stuck in her throat. Have you had dinner yet? There's still food in the kitchen. Should I heat some up for you? I've eaten, Aunt Zhao, replied Bai Luoan. The roses in the vase emitted a faint fragrance, their vibrant colors strikingly vivid in the dim evening light. Auntie Zhao, noticing Bai Luoan's apparent fondness for them, remarked, these were just delivered fresh from the greenhouse this morning. They've been hydrating all day, and they bloomed the moment you returned. The curve at the corner of Bai Luoan's mouth gradually faded as she spoke softly. Auntie Zhao, you don't need to water my plants for me anymore. What's wrong? Don't like this kind? We can change to another. Aunt Zhao, noticing Bai Luoan's expression, gradually lowered her voice before whispering in resignation, all right, we won't keep them anymore, won't keep them anymore. She feared that if she said another word, tears would fall from Bai Luoan's reddened eyes. Chapter 24, Apology. Chen Jing and the team members had all been sent out on assignments by Bai Luoan that day, leaving no one to remind her to eat. It wasn't until a faint burning sensation began in her stomach that she was forced to put down the report in her hands and tear herself away from work to find sustenance. Jianyua's cafeteria had 3 floors, and at this hour, only the restaurant on the 3rd floor remained open. When Bai Luoan entered, scattered staff members were discussing work there. Upon seeing her approach, they greeted her one after another. She nodded in response and was about to find a corner to sit when a voice sounded from behind her. Director Bai. Bai Luoan turned around, her gaze sweeping past Shen Qingyi's bandaged ankle wrapped in white. Miss Shen, is there something you need? Shen Qingyi wore a pink professional suit, looking both playful and adorable. With a gentle smile on her face, she tilted her head to glance at the garden outside and asked, can I have a word with you? Bai Luoan nodded in agreement. Shen Qingyi smiled and said, would you mind giving me a hand? My foot isn't feeling too well. Bai Luoan supported her as they walked toward the garden. Those who noticed the commotion paused their tasks and subtly shifted their attention in that direction. Gossip is human nature, and even Jianyua's elites are not immune to it. From halfway across the restaurant, through the bright glass windows, they watched Bai Luoan and Shen Qingyi disappear behind the lush banana leaves, completely obscured from view. Their curiosity clawed at them like a cat's paws, yet no one dared to edge closer to eavesdrop. Bai Luoan wasn't very familiar with Shen Qingyi, but watching her feign innocence while reminiscing about her sweet yet naive romance with Hualing in front of her struck Bai Luoan as rather laughable. Yesterday, she tested Hualing, today, she came looking for me. Miss Shen's efficiency was identical to 5 years ago when, upon realizing there was no hope of being with Huaning, she immediately went abroad for studies equally swift and decisive. President Bai, you and Aining share no genuine affection. Your marriage was forced upon him by Grandpa Hua. I know you're reluctant to let go, but what's the point of forcibly keeping someone by your side like this? I know you love Aining too, but isn't true love about wishing for the other's happiness? Do you think Aining has been happy these 5 years? Even abroad, I've heard he's never lacked company these years. Shen Qingyi bit her lip before continuing with difficulty. When we were together, he never allowed those unsavory characters to get close. After listening to this lengthy speech, Bai Luoan showed no particular reaction. She spoke calmly, Miss Shen. Shen Qingyi glanced behind Bai Luoan, ultimately not hearing the rest of what Bai Luoan had left unsaid. Under Bai Luoan's calm gaze, she took a few steps back, her body tilting backward, and in an instant, tumbled into the koi pond in the courtyard. Ah! The splash of water wet the spot where Bai Luoan stood. Before she could react, a forceful shove sent her staggering backward. One of her subordinates swiftly caught her before she could fall. The pond wasn't deep, home to a few colorful koi carp and some decorative water plants. Hualing pulled Shen Qingyi out of the water. Half-soaked and utterly disheveled, Shen Qingyi trembled as Hualing draped his coat over her shoulders. Shen Qingyi's eyes reddened instantly, her voice thick with grievance as she whimpered, Brother Ailing. Hualing softly comforted, it's all right, don't be afraid. Raising his eyes to Bai Luoan, his gaze turned frigid as he said coldly, do you realize this fish pond is electrified? Do you understand the consequences if an accident had occurred? Could you bear that responsibility? Shen Qingyi tugged at Hualing's sleeve. Brother Ailing, It's not Manager Bai's fault. My foot hurts, I lost my balance. It was my own carelessness that made me fall. At these words, the expressions of those present grew peculiarly nuanced. Those from Hualing's side stole glances at Bai Luoan, while Bai Luoan's people swallowed their anger silently, restraining themselves from glaring at Shen Qingyi to avoid pouring oil on the fire. Zhang Shu cursed under her breath. Miss Shen might have skimmed through the documents she was given, fine. She might have missed the crucial info, fine. She kept asking Zhang about Hualing, fine. She injured her foot on her first day of internship, fine. She didn't rest properly at home even after getting hurt, still fine. But now she's dragging her injured foot all the way here to stir up trouble? She can be as jealous as she wants, but could she at least pay attention to where she is? Could you please spare Junhua some peace and quiet? This is a company, not some imperial harem. Stop bringing your relationship drama into the workplace, will you? Apologize, Hualing commanded sternly. The subordinate subtly closed in around Bai Luoan. Hualing was domineering, his aura oppressive, his handsome face frosty with anger. The people present didn't dare even breathe loudly, each wishing they could board the Shenzhou 14 spacecraft immediately to escape this hellish situation. Bai Luoan didn't move. Being forced to take the blame in front of so many people wasn't just about her. How could her subordinates ever hold their heads high in the company again if she did? Bai Luoan glanced at Shen Qingyi, who turned her head away and buried herself in Hualing's embrace to avoid her gaze. She spoke in a calm manner. Sorry, President Hua, whether this fish pond is electrified or not, I truly don't know, but... She paused, turning her head slightly to glance at the corner, then continued, but the surveillance camera over there is indeed powered, operating 24/7, that much I am certain of. Shen Qingyi followed Bai Luoan's gaze and stiffened upon seeing the surveillance camera blinking its red light in the corner. This was the spot where Bai Luoan had guided her earlier. Had Bai Luoan been guarding against her from the start? Hualing gazed at Bai Luoan without speaking, and Bai Luoan returned the look indifferently. Bai Luoan's eyes had never carried any extra warmth, but today they were especially cold, filled with detachment. Hualing wondered, is this the look of someone who likes me? How dare she claim to like me while looking at me with such eyes? Shen Qingyi was still dripping wet, and as the indoor air conditioning swept over her, she involuntarily shivered. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Zhang Shu lowered his voice to remind, President Hua, I'll have them all deliver a set of clothes. Hualing snapped out of his daze upon hearing this. All right, he said without even glancing at Bai Luoan, quickly supporting Shen Qingyi as they strode away. Bai Luoan stepped aside to let them pass. At least they were in the company, surrounded by subordinates. Hualing didn't carry Shen Qingyi away like he had the day before, but it was almost the same as being carried. The group lowered their heads, somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Shu looked apologetically at Bai Luoan. President Bai, Bai Luoan said, Assistant Zhang, you all may go about your business. Zhang Shu gave a slight bow and left with Hualing's people. President Bai, are you all right? The remaining 6 or 7 people immediately surrounded her, their concerned gazes fixed on Bai Luoan's hand. Bai Luoan looked at her subordinates and replied calmly, I'm fine. Why did you all come over here? We finished the tasks you assigned and ran into someone who mentioned seeing you come this way on our way back. We thought we'd come find you to report, but unexpectedly bumped into President Hua. Bai Luoan nodded slightly. Even if people had opinions about Shen Qingyi, they wouldn't speak ill of her in public. With so many ears around, who knew what ugly rumors might spread if certain people overheard? Bai Luoan didn't dwell on this matter, not for any particular reason, but simply because she found Shen Qingyi's tactics rather childish. Snatching someone's beloved wasn't her intention, but what's done is done. If this could help Miss Shen vent her anger, consider it her atonement. This way, she owed no one anything anymore. Unsurprisingly, the conflict between Bai Luoan and Shen Qingyi spread throughout Junyu that very day. The drama of 2 women fighting for one man never grows old, but since there was no affection between Bai Luoan and Hualing, everyone was certain that the ultimate winner could only be Shen Qingyi. Over the next 2 days, Hualing personally supervised her internship and even openly supported her. Whether he liked her and how much he liked her was as clear as day. The real mistress has returned. How much longer can Bai Luoan remain in the position of Mrs. Hua? Chapter 25, A Perfect Match. Unless absolutely necessary for both Bai Luoan and Hualing to attend an event together, she rarely accompanied him to banquets hosted by Ningqing's elite families. At the birthday banquet for the lady of the Wu family, Hualing arrived with gifts, celebrating alongside Chen Wenshi and Min Yin. The Hua family had no business dealings with the Wu family, as the Wus were strictly a scholarly clan. However, when the elder Mr. Hua was alive, he greatly admired the Wu family's ethos, which led to social interactions between the 2 families. As a junior, Hualing was quite willing to uphold his grandfather's respect for the Wus and extend courtesies to them. the eldest son of the Wu family, stood at the entrance to greet guests. Upon seeing Hu Ling and his companions approach, he came forward to converse with them. The gifts were handed to the attending servants, and Wu Yu personally escorted the group to the reception hall. At its core, the gathering was an avenue for exchanging connections and resources. However, looking around the venue, Hu Ling himself, and the Hu family behind him, represented the most elite resources Ning City had to offer. The man was dressed in a sharply tailored suit, a high-end custom wristwatch adorning his left hand, his jet black hair swept neatly back. His deep-set brows were unobstructed as he walked leisurely with his host toward the garden. From the moment he arrived, everyone's attention unconsciously gravitated toward him. Setting aside his powerful status and position, this man could effortlessly become the center of attention simply with his strikingly handsome appearance. Chen Wenshi and Min Yan were also handsome, but one was a doctor and the other a playboy frequenting nightlife scenes. In such a setting, neither could match the commanding presence of Hu Ling, who had spent years conquering the business world. Is it just because you're taken with Hu Ling's handsome looks that you've stubbornly clung to this tree for 5 whole years, wasting your time? Asked the poised lady in dark purple cheongsam from a corner of the second floor. Bai Luoan let out a helpless laugh. Teacher, she said. Yin Qi withdrew his probing gaze and turned to his disappointing student. If you have a thing for good looks, the sports academy is full of them. I can have someone scout them out for you. Bai Luoan let out a light chuckle and replied, Teacher, please don't tease me. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hu Ling and the other two walk to a corner and sit down. Almost immediately, people came over to strike up a conversation. Amidst the fragrance of perfume and the glitter of jewels, he appeared noble and commanding, handling everything with effortless ease, yet still somehow detached. At first, she was indeed captivated by his striking appearance. This was undeniable, and Bai Luoan didn't argue against it. Yin Qi's temperament was straightforward and domineering. For most of her life, she had been coddled by Chen Wang, the head of the Chen family. Consequently, even past 50, she still carried a certain arrogance when it came to matters of the heart. Over the years, she had frequently scolded Bai Luoan, urging her to stop dedicating herself to Junyue. Bai Luoan had always sidestepped this topic whenever possible, but today, she had come here not only to celebrate her mentor's birthday but also to inform her of her decision. Additionally, there were some matters she needed to seek advice on. Thus, she made no effort to evade the subject and laid everything out plainly. After listening, Yin Qi was momentarily stunned. She couldn't understand why someone who hadn't heeded her advice for 5 years had suddenly come around today. Just then, a commotion arose downstairs. Yin Qi glanced over and saw Hu Ling helping the girl from the Shen family to her seat. Those gathered there were all familiar faces, cheering boisterously for the two to sit together. She frowned and asked, because of this? Yin Qi spoke with exasperation, as if scolding someone for being hopelessly naive. What? Now that you've seen her return, you're just going to step aside voluntarily? Are you that foolish? Giving up without even putting up a fight? Haven't I told you that you need to be brave enough to defend what's rightfully yours? Bai Luoan chuckled helplessly. It was she who had told her to let go, but now that she was actually doing it, the one who got angry was also her. She had the courage to fight for everything that belonged to her, but Hu Ling did not belong to her. She knew that leaving now would inevitably make others misunderstand, that it was seeing Shen Qingyi's return that had prompted her decision, that she was admitting defeat without a fight, slinking away like a coward who knew she couldn't win. Yin Qi was angry that she had been made a laughingstock in front of others. The matter involved both official business and the affairs of the Hu family, so Bai Luoan couldn't reveal everything to Yin Qi. However, she could almost explain, it's not because of her. Actually, preparations had been underway long ago. It's just that the work at hand wasn't finished yet. Now that it's wrapped up, it's time to leave. Coincidentally, she happened to return to the country early. Yin Qi looked at Bai Luoan skeptically. You better not be lying to me. I'm not lying to you. You know I rarely do things unprepared. Even handing off a single project from my hands takes a long time to arrange. Acting on a whim would make it impossible to extricate myself in time. She had been preparing for this for 5 years. How could it possibly be because of Shen Qingyi? Originally, she had thought that Shen Qingyi would return home in October, by which time she would have long since left. If she could avoid being a thorn in one less person's side, so much the better. She just hadn't expected her to come back early. Yin Qi nodded, believing most of Bai Luoan's words by now, and then said, if you ever have nowhere to go in the future, come to my teacher's research institute. The salary won't compare to being vice president of Junyu, but it'll be enough to keep you fed and clothed. Bai Luoan felt deeply moved. During university, Yin Qi had always looked out for her. At first, it was simply because she became Yin Qi's class representative, but as their interactions deepened, Yin Qi exceptionally allowed her to participate in projects typically reserved for graduate students. Years had passed, yet she was still causing her teacher worry. She expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you, Professor. Though their meeting hadn't lasted long, Yin Qi, as the host, needed to attend to other guests, and Bai Luoan was also preparing to leave. In-chi escorted Bai Luoan out from the other side of the garden, and they happened to run into Chen Wenshi, who was outside for some fresh air, as they descended the stairs. After exchanging greetings, In-chi walked Bai Luoan to the gate. "Actually, this young fellow from the Chen family is quite good," In-chi suddenly remarked. "Teacher, senior brother is a good person." Bai Luoan assumed In-chi was just caught up in his matchmaking mood again and didn't take the comment seriously. She got into the car and drove off, but even after going quite a distance, when she looked back, she could still see In-chi standing there. After leaving the Chen residence, Bai Luoan went straight back to the company. While handling a pile of documents, she suddenly received 2 video clips sent from an unknown number. The footage appeared to be secretly filmed, capturing Hualing and Shenqingyi standing together through layers of onlookers. The person facing them was Shenqingyi's father, Shenqing. Shenqing smiled as he patted Hualing's shoulder, seemingly giving some instructions. Shenqingyi appeared to be smiling too, but due to the angle, Bai Luoan could only see her profile. The second clip was much clearer. It showed Hualing taking the champagne glass from Shenqingyi's hand and asking a waiter to bring her a glass of juice instead. Shenqingyi's face showed displeasure, but her tone was coquettish as she said, "Brother Ailing, you're so nosy." Hualing said something that Bai Luoan couldn't quite catch, but judging by Shenqingyi's suddenly softened expression, it must have been something sweet and pleasing. It went without saying who had sent the video. Bai Luoan furrowed her brows, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Once or twice would have been tolerable, but Shenqingyi's constant attempts to distract her during serious matters were breeding a small but growing impatience within her. These petty rivalries are truly, quite unworthy of attention. Recently, Shenqingyi's presence in the company has been alarmingly conspicuous, one moment treating the entire office to afternoon tea, the next casually gifting a 20,000 yuan bracelet, and then inviting the team to the Red Pavilion. Bai Luoan didn't even need to deliberately inquire. News of her exploits was everywhere. She could effortlessly waltz into Hualing's office anytime she pleased, and whenever she encountered an issue she didn't understand, she'd take the long way around just to ask him for guidance. Bai Luoan had witnessed this several times now. Zhang Shu seemed to have reached his limit of tolerance. On one occasion, he actually showed an expression of annoyance right in front of her. To be able to torment Zhang Shu to such an extent, one must admit Shenqingyi has some skills. Yet she was too busy, so preoccupied that she couldn't spare a moment to pay attention to the progress between the two of them. After the video was posted, when Shenqingyi finally found a moment to spare, she asked her friend whether Bai Luoan had replied. Just as she spoke, her friend's phone buzzed. Hastily opening it, she saw only 2 brief words on the screen. Perfect match. One could almost envision Bai Luoan's indifferent expression as she uttered those 2 words. Shenqingyi said discontentedly, "What does she mean by that? How utterly shameless." Knowing full well about your relationship with President Hua, yet still clinging to him like a leech, this woman has no sense of shame whatsoever. Shenqingyi's chest heaved with barely contained fury. My friend shook her head. "Qingyi, people like her are absolutely shameless. Honestly, how could you ever compete with someone like that? Then what should I do? I've thought of every possible solution, but she just won't leave. With her still in the company, there's simply nothing I can do." My friend advised, "Don't worry. I think Manager Hua likes you so much that he'll definitely handle this properly. Didn't he just tell Uncle Shen he'd think of a solution? You must keep your composure, don't ruin his plans." Shenqingyi lowered her eyes, feeling indignant. "But I don't want to wait. She's clearly the other woman, yet now I'm the one who seems illegitimate. Who in Ningqing doesn't know that President Hua and she are just a show marriage? In all these years, I've never seen President Hua speak up for her once. I even heard that when Su Ruiqi first returned, he had his eyes on Bai Luoan and almost succeeded. But look, Su Ruiqi is still perfectly fine to this day. If President Hua, someone who's so protective of his own, had even the slightest regard for her, do you think the Su family would still be doing so well?" Shenqingyi froze, stunned. "Really?" she murmured. "Of course it's true. I heard it straight from my aunt." Shenqingyi pressed her lips together, her heart settling with relief. The friend continued, "You just relax and don't worry a bit. Chairman Hua will handle it properly. You two are bound to have a perfectly harmonious marriage." Chapter 26, Reunion. In the blink of an eye, July arrived with its light-footed grace. The air conditioning in Junhui Tower worked even harder, striving to suppress the scorching sunlight outside. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Before the auction, Bai Luoan intensified her efforts to review all the major and minor projects she'd participated in during her 5 years at Junhui. The compiled materials piled up as thick as a dictionary. She checked several times and found no missing parts. The team was initially planning to improve the current investment system, but this task wasn't something that absolutely required her involvement. Nevertheless, Bai Luoan drafted an improvement proposal by combining her work experience from recent years with existing rules and regulations. Whether Hu Ling would use it or not, doing something for Junue with what she learned from the Hu family seemed to have become her instinct. City A and Ningqing, as the economic hubs of their respective northern and southern regions, are preparing to jointly establish a north-south economic corridor with policy support. Hu Ling, as an entrepreneur representative from Ningqing, is about to travel to City A to attend the upcoming Government Business Exchange Conference. The conference agenda will last for half a month or even longer. With Hu Ling's impending departure taking away most of the senior management, he summoned department heads for a final meeting before leaving. Materials were distributed one by one. Hu Ling delegated tasks he couldn't personally handle to different departments. For the most critical matters, he specially prepared 2 copies, one given to his most trusted confidant, and the other to Bai Luoan. In the ever-changing market, a single misstep could lead to complete defeat. If asked to name someone in the company whose capabilities matched his own, Hu Ling would unhesitatingly say Bai Luoan's name. This arrangement essentially amounts to handing over full authority. The other deputy is one of his own people, merely there to offer occasional nudges. The major decisions still rest with Bai Luoan. Bai Luoan was somewhat surprised when she opened the file. Hu Ling coolly instructed that she and General Manager Zhao would temporarily handle his duties for these core projects. Bai Luoan's expression remained impassive. Without giving it much thought, she closed the folder and set it aside. Only after Hu Ling finished speaking did she respond. These projects are already well underway, and Manager Zhao has sufficient familiarity with them. For me to take over midway could easily disrupt their established momentum. Therefore, I believe it would be best for Manager Zhao to handle these projects alone. Moreover, the district government will soon be auctioning land, and I currently have no capacity to divert my attention to other projects. When President Zhao heard Bai Luoan's refusal, his heart tightened, but not a trace of it showed on his face. Hu Ling was momentarily taken aback by Bai Luoan's refusal before saying, "Very well, President Zhao, you may consult President Bai if you're unsure about any decisions." Bai Luoan neither agreed nor disagreed, while President Zhao smiled at her with practiced cordiality. Hu Ling watched President Zhao's sly little maneuvers, torn between irritation and amusement. What an old fox. On the 11th day of Hu Ling's departure, Bai Luoan attended this internal government bidding session in Ningqing with her subordinates. In front of the district government building, Bai Luoan unexpectedly ran into Shen Qin. Wearing a smile, Shen Qin amiably asked Bai Luoan to call him Uncle Shen when she greeted him. Bai Luoan smiled slightly and said, "You flatter me, President Shen." They arrived early and waited in the lounge nearby. Bai Luoan and her companions found a quiet spot to rest with their eyes closed. Shen Qin was engaged in conversation with the CEOs of several other companies. 5 hours later, Bai Luoan's group was the first to exit the building. The earlier lightness had vanished from Shen Qin's face as he coldly boarded the Shen family's vehicle. The car door shut firmly, the air conditioning so intense it made one's pores stand on end. Yet Shen Qin's expression remained stormy, while his secretary sat stiffly, not daring to even breathe loudly. Bai Luoan hadn't used the initially planned approach. His strategy had completely failed. He had underestimated that little Bai Luoan after all. Bai Luoan's proposal had struck right at the heart of Ningqing's leadership. With the Hu family's connections pulling the strings behind the scenes, even he had to admit defeat today with sincere admiration. Fortunately, things were progressing well between Shen Qin and Hu Ling. This time, when Hu Ling went on a business trip, he took her along. This is a very good sign. On the winning side, Bai Luoan wasn't as happy as Shen Qin had imagined. There was only a fleeting moment of joy in the car, but the thought that Bai Luoan would leave once the land was secured dampened everyone's spirits, especially Chen Jing, whose nose turned red and whose hands clenched into trembling fists by her sides at the mere thought. The sorrow was unbearable. All project documentation has been consolidated so Hu Ling can take over immediately upon returning. As for Chen Jing and the others, they can consider their future plans after completing this project. If Hu Ling harbors no resentment, staying at Junue wouldn't be a bad option. It's the industry leader with resources unmatched by other companies. If not, with the achievements from this project, they'd still have excellent employment prospects elsewhere. Truth be told, Hu Ling values talent greatly, but their history runs too deep. Bai Luoan couldn't afford to gamble and could only do her best to pave their way forward. The team returned to the office without any celebratory expressions. When General Manager Zhao saw Bai Luoan, he initially thought the auction had failed until discreet inquiries revealed they'd actually secured the land. Why is everyone making such faces? Chairman Zhao was even more confused now. Could this be the younger generation's high standards and strict demands for themselves? He sighed and drifted into his office holding his precious vintage 1982 pu'er tea. Keep striving, middle-aged man. Bai Luoan gathered everyone for a meeting before getting off work, systematically assigning each task from above while casually mentioning she'd be away on a business trip for a few days. The tasks she delegated weren't urgent matters. It felt more like she was dispersing her own workload across various departments. Section heads found this rather peculiar, unable to guess what scheme she might have up her sleeve, though these seasoned operators showed nothing on their faces. Surely she wasn't planning to abandon her responsibilities? Her subordinates' faces grew increasingly grim as they received her directives. No one could have expected that Bai Luoan wouldn't wait even a single extra day. She was leaving immediately after securing the South District land parcel. After the meeting adjourned, the attendees tactfully vacated the conference room, leaving it to Bai Luoan and her team. Bai Luoan once more produced the project documents, meticulously pointing out several crucial sections that required special attention to her team members. With that, she smiled and bid Chen Jing and the others a proper farewell. After they left, Bai Luoan was the last to leave the conference room. Closing the door behind her, she walked to her office and took out a pale blue folder. Outside Huoling's office, a secretary was stationed, engrossed in his work. Bai Luoan walked up to him and tapped lightly on the desk. The secretary looked up, and Bai Luoan gestured toward Huoling's office. "Secretary Liu, I have a document to hand over to President Hua. Could you please register it for me?" "Of course, President Bai," the secretary replied dutifully, making the necessary entry. 1 minute later, Bai Luoan walked out of Huoling's office. When it was time to leave work, Chen Jing and the others stood at her office door, watching her step by step emerge from Huoling's office. They knew Bai Luoan had left a resignation letter among the documents placed in Huoling's room. Bai Luoan looked at the crowd and bid farewell once more, "Everyone, until we meet again." For the first time in 5 years, Bai Luoan left work exactly on time. Her stride didn't hesitate for a second, leaving everyone with the familiar sight of her straight back. Chen Jing finally couldn't hold back anymore, tears falling in big drops. The person beside her patted her shoulder in silent comfort. "Goodbye, President Bai." Chapter 27, Contentment. Bai Luoan settled into the car, which soon merged with the traffic. Unable to resist, she lifted her gaze and tilted her head slightly to glimpse the building shimmering with golden light under the setting sun. "Let's head to the old mansion, Uncle Chen." Bai Luoan withdrew her gaze and said to the person in the driver's seat. "Of course, madam." Bai Luoan had already informed Fu Wanpei in advance. Coincidentally, as Gushi was on summer break, she stayed at the old mansion with Fu Wanpei for a few days before returning home. When she arrived, Gushi and Fu Wanpei were busy applying dye to the tail of a golden retriever. Fu Wanpei wanted purple, Gushi wanted green, so they decided to split it in half, resulting in half purple, half green furry tail. "Sister-in-law." Gushi couldn't contain her excitement upon seeing Bai Luoan. She immediately took off her gloves and rushed over, chattering away. Bai Luoan listened to the girl's chatter with a smile, her expression full of tenderness. As she approached, she called out warmly, "Mom," to Fu Wanpei. "Xiao Bai is here." Fu Wanpei clapped her hands and had the servant take the dog to the courtyard. It had been a while since they last met. Fu Wanpei held her at arm's length, scrutinizing her closely for a long moment before saying, "How come you've lost so much weight? Have you not been eating properly again?" Gushi looked Bai Luoan up and down and noticed that she seemed much thinner than before. The two of them took turns persuading her. Gushi, as a medical student, finally found a practical use for the knowledge she had gained over the past year, leaving Bai Luoan completely bewildered by her words. Under the combined persuasion of the two, Bai Luoan ended up eating half a bowl more at dinner. The night breeze still carried the summer's heat, while the dog's tail, now dyed with color, wagged lazily in the air-conditioned room, effortlessly drawing everyone's gaze. Bai Luoan and Gushi kept Fu Wanpei company as she watched TV. Her favorite actor hadn't released any new works lately, so the television stayed on more for background noise than anything else. No one was paying attention to the screen. Gushi prepared to head home. The lively little girl, well liked by everyone, leaned against Bai Luoan as she animatedly discussed playtime plans with her friends. Fu Wanpei casually mentioned that she should come home for meals more often. She said Uncle Zhang had recently become obsessed with werewolf, and since no one in the family was as clever as him, they always fell for his lies. Fu Wanpei wanted Bai Luoan to come back and take him down a peg. Uncle Zhang modestly added, "I just spent a little more time studying it." Bai Luoan smiled, but her eyes suddenly stung. How wonderful. She could have stubbornly clung to this happiness and refused to let go, but that would have been so unfair to Huoling. She had already gained so much over these years. It was time to be content. The television was still playing some incomprehensible plotline, while Bai Luoan silently counted down in her heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Mom, Xiaoxi, Uncle Zhang, there's something I need to tell you." Bai Luoan spoke with difficulty. Gushi put away her phone, sat up straight and asked, "What is it?" "Sister-in-law." Fu Wanpei and Uncle Zhang turned to look. Under their puzzled gazes, Bai Luoan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I've already signed the divorce papers and resigned from Jianyue's position. I've decided to separate from Hualing. I'm moving out tomorrow. I'm sorry. Fu Wanpei froze, murmuring in disbelief. How could this happen so suddenly? Xiao Bai, is Hualing involved? Bai Luoan shook her head with a faint smile. Mom, you know this was bound to happen sooner or later. It has nothing to do with Hualing. I've been considering this matter for a long time. Then, will I still be your younger sister? Tears streaming down her face, Gushi struggled to suppress the sob in her throat as she asked. Bai Luoan's eyes reddened as she pulled the weeping girl into a tight embrace and said tenderly, of course. As long as you're willing, you'll always be my sister. I'll cherish you for a lifetime. Gushi burst into loud sobs, her tears soaking Bai Luoan's silk shirt and leaving a large damp stain. The scalding tears burned through Bai Luoan's entire being as they fell. Uncle Zhang remained silent, taking off his glasses and turning away to discreetly wipe his reddened eyes. Fu Wanpei was devastated, continuously wiping away tears. But just as Bai Luoan had said, this was inevitable. Fu Wanpei had long sensed this coming, though she never expected the day to arrive so swiftly and abruptly, and with Bai Luoan being the one to broach the subject. Bai Luoan gave them her new contact information. She didn't have many friends, so informing them one by one was relatively easy. The previous phone was company-issued, containing mostly work-related materials. After deleting the few personal messages, she left the device at Jianyue Hotel. The whole room was red-eyed with emotion. After calming down, Gushi surprisingly became the first to accept this news. Upon learning Bai Luoan wouldn't be leaving Ningqing, Gushi stopped crying. Since Hualing didn't like visitors at Qingshan, their marital home, whenever Gushi missed Bai Luoan, they could only meet at the old family residence. From now on, I won't need to worry about these formalities when looking for Bai Luoan. And instead of calling her sister-in-law, just calling her sister seems perfect too, Gushi thought with satisfaction. She even felt a sense of vindication and maliciously thought, congratulations, brother, you finally drove your wife away with your own actions. She was really looking forward to seeing Hualing's reaction when he returned and found out he'd been dumped. Bai Luo had booked a flight for tomorrow morning and still needed to go back to pack his luggage. As he saw her to the door, just as Bai Luoan was about to leave after opening the car door, something suddenly occurred to her. She turned back and walked up to Fu Wanpei, saying, I won't be able to call you Mom anymore after this, so let me say it one last time. Goodbye, Mom. The Hua family would soon have a new mistress, and it would no longer be appropriate for her to call Fu Wanpei Mom. With that, Bai Luoan turned and walked away without looking back, not giving Fu Wanpei a chance to respond. Fu Wanpei opened her mouth but couldn't find any words. She watched the car drive farther away until it turned a corner and disappeared from view. Only then did she cover her eyes and sob aloud. The next time they met, Bai Luoan would have to call her Auntie Fu. Gushi sniffled and comforted her. Auntie, don't cry. Sister-in-law, Sister Luoan will have a new life. We should be happy for her. Fu Wanpei nodded with a sob. When they arrived at Qingshan, Uncle Chen asked as usual, Madam, should I come to pick you up at the usual time tomorrow morning? Bai Luoan said softly, Uncle Chen, you don't need to pick me up anymore in the future. I'm no longer Mrs. Hua. I've caused you trouble these past few years. Thank you for your hard work. Uncle Chen let out an ah, then snapped back to reality and said, Oh no, it's been my privilege to serve you. A few years ago, when his daughter needed heart surgery but lacked the funds, he borrowed from every relative and friend he knew, yet still fell short by over 100,000. In utter desperation, he turned to Bai Luoan. Without hesitation, she provided the money and even arranged for specialists to perform the child's surgery. Bai Luoan left early and returned late, always feeling like she was delaying his off-duty hours. But as a driver on 24-hour standby, this was simply his duty. Uncle Chen didn't know what else to say and could only utter, Miss Bai, I wish you smooth sailing in all your future endeavors. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Goodbye. Chapter 28 Guts. In the dim morning light, the dark green branches that had rested all night swayed in the watery mist of dawn, welcoming the bright new day. Bai Luoan sat on the living room sofa with a 26-inch black suitcase at her feet. On the coffee table before her lay neatly arranged gift boxes of various sizes. She handed the list she had prepared to Aunt Zhao, saying, These are all the jewelry and similar items I've received over the past few years. I've recorded them in chronological order, and everything is here. Please give them to Hualing when he returns. This collection of jewelry is of considerable value, with the majority being from Old Master Hua's personal collection and some being gifts from Fu Wanpei. Even the perfunctory wedding ring bought for the ceremony is worth several million. Aunt Zhao took the list and murmured, When the young master returns, you can hand it to him personally. Bai Luoan shook her head gently and said in a soft voice, No need, Aunt Zhao, I can't wait that long. Aunt Zhao didn't quite understand. Hualing would be back in about a week. Just 1 week. How could that be considered long? Then, we should at least say goodbye properly. Bai Luan smiled faintly. That's unnecessary. With those words, she stood up, glanced around to ensure nothing was left behind, then lifted the suitcase at her feet as she softly bid farewell to the elderly woman before her. Aunt Zhao, take care. Aunt Zhao followed Bai Luan for a few steps before being stopped by the young woman's turned figure. No need to see me off, Auntie. I'll come visit when I have time in the future. Alright. Auntie Zhao steadied herself, nodding, then couldn't help adding, take good care of yourself now. Pay extra attention to your hands. Don't hurt them again. And mind your stomach problems. Don't indulge in cold drinks even when it's hot. And remember to take your medicine for regulation. Take care of yourself. Bai Luan nodded with a smile and turned to step into the sunlight. The sound of suitcase wheels rolling against the ground faded away with a distant rumble, until it could no longer be heard. Aunt Zhao had contemplated calling Hu Ling, but after some thought, she decided against it. The daughter of the Shen family has returned, and Bai Luan's departure feels like misaligned tracks being set right again. Isn't this exactly what Hu Ling would be pleased to see accomplished? Aunt Zhao looked at the seemingly unchanged house, yet in her heart she knew things were irrevocably different. Her eyes gradually reddened as she carefully stored away the documents Bai Luan had left behind, meticulously gathering each piece of jewelry from the coffee table to place in Hu Ling's study. Bai Luan had been so cautious about propriety that she wouldn't even enter Hu Ling's study. At this thought, Aunt Zhao felt her throat tighten with distress. The height of summer arrived with overwhelming intensity. The scorching sun in City A was no different from that in Ningqing. Only when the sun trembled as it dipped below the horizon, illuminating another hemisphere, did Hu Ling and his team manage to briefly extricate themselves from their relentless official duties. The dinner banquet was entirely arranged by the Fu family at their luxury hotel, the Platinum Palace. Hu Ling had crossed paths with Fu Shizhou, the head of the Fu family, a few times and held a rather favorable impression of him. During their conversation, Hu Ling noticed the ring adorning Fu Shizhou's hand. Everyone followed his gaze towards Fu Shizhou's direction and chimed in, President Fu's ring is truly unique. Someone else asked, may I ask where you had it custom-made, President Fu? The man, whose smiles rarely reached his eyes, now revealed a rare trace of warmth. You'll have to excuse my pride, but it was personally designed and handmade by my girlfriend. There's only one like it in the world. Ah, no wonder. President Fu truly is fortunate. Congratulations, President Fu. Does this mean wedding bells are ringing soon? Fu Shizhou laughed. She's still young, let her enjoy herself for a couple more years. Someone nearby teased, a promising young talent like President Fu should seize the opportunity quickly. Fu Shizhou shook his head helplessly. President Wang, the one who should be anxious is me. At my age, I'm no longer popular with young girls. I genuinely envy President Hua. Fu Shizhou's cheerful demeanor and affectionate words about his girlfriend filled the room. The attendees, all prominent figures including senior colleagues, bantered without holding back. But he didn't hesitate to show his deep affection for his girlfriend, openly flaunting their love. Hu Ling was astonished. The man lost in passionate love seemed so unfamiliar that he hardly recognized him. Fu Shizhou, ever perceptive, noticed how Ningqing's representatives awkwardly laughed off the topic when Hu Ling's marriage came up, revealing the marital discord between the prematurely wed CEO and his wife. After that, the subject was never brought up again. Considering the busy schedule planned for tomorrow, the dinner party ended early, with both parties bidding farewell. There was still time to spare, so the Ningqing group gathered in a quiet corner to discuss matters. Both governments had shown considerable sincerity to facilitate this deal, so Hu Ling's team didn't need to expend much effort negotiating with the visiting City A delegation. It saved them quite a bit of trouble. Among the newcomers was Xiang Qin, a recently transferred leader from the Commerce and Industry Bureau. This man's background was rather legendary. In his early years, he worked in criminal investigation, cracking multiple major cases. In his later years, due to injuries, he retired unexpectedly and, to everyone's surprise, moved to the Commerce and Industry Bureau, where he performed exceptionally well. After concluding official matters, the spirited elderly man began recounting past cases he had encountered. Hu Ling listened quietly as Xiang Qin spoke. Mid-conversation, as if suddenly remembering something, Xiang Qin found an opportunity to speak with Hu Ling privately. Speaking of which, I actually have some connection with Mrs. Hua. Hu Ling showed a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend how Bai Luan, an orphaned woman, could be linked to the second-in-command of the Public Security Bureau. Xiang Qin squinted thoughtfully and said, it must have been 17 years ago now, back when we busted a trafficking ring and rescued dozens of children. Some of the older kids had gotten mixed up in all kinds of scams and crimes, while the little ones were sent out to beg on the streets. Finding placements for the rescued children was tough. Some of the luckier ones still remembered their names and where they lived, so we could send them back. But those who couldn't recall anything, we had to disperse them to orphanages. Xiangqin sighed. Just imagine, kids who should have been pampered by their parents suddenly became orphans overnight, experiencing all the harshness of the world. Those traffickers truly deserve to die. Chief Xiang, Hualing asked, are you suggesting that Xiao Bai was one of the children you rescued? The first time he heard about Bai Luoan's background, it was even more turbulent than he had imagined. The familiarity with which the name Xiao Bai slipped from his lips startled even himself. It was as if he had often heard Fu Wanpei call her that, and it had somehow seeped into his own speech. The old bureau chief nodded. He wasn't particularly interested in the romantic entanglements of wealthy families, but his tone carried genuine admiration when speaking of Bai Luoan. Indeed, truth be told, we rescue many trafficked children every year, but after all these years, I still remember your girl. She had real grit. During the interrogation, the leader of the human traffickers said they abducted this girl when she was just over 4 years old. She was pretty, so they waited a few years to see if she would grow up attractive. If she did, they planned to sell her for a good price. When she reached 7 or 8, they tried to train her as a pickpocket, but she stubbornly refused, no matter how many times they beat her. Once, they even broke her hand, but she still wouldn't give in. They'd never seen anyone so tough, and they were afraid they might actually kill her if they kept at it, so they stopped forcing her to steal. It's a pity the girl only remembered her surname, Bai, and nothing else. They had to send her to an orphanage. Later, I made a special trip back to check on her. She grew up straight and true, never went down the wrong path. I even heard she later became the top scorer in the provincial exams. With that, Xiangqin slowly let out a breath. It hasn't been easy, he said with a laugh. When you get old, you tend to dwell on the past. Don't mind this old man rambling on. Hualing smiled. Not at all. Thank you for sharing these things with me. After Xiangqin left, Hualing's smile gradually faded. His emotions swirled, and Xiangqin's words still echoed in his ears. He felt something shift inside him, stirring up layers of dust that had settled over the years. Whatever lay beneath, he couldn't make it out, couldn't distinguish it clearly. He gazed at the boundless night, and whenever he closed his eyes, all he could see were the images Xiangqin had described. A child of 7 or 8. Chapter 29, Style. In Ningqing, Manager Zhao routinely reported company matters, and Junue remained perfectly calm and peaceful. In just half a month, a pile of documents requiring Hualing's signature had accumulated. So once the collaboration in City A was basically settled, the first thing Hualing did upon returning to Ningqing was head straight to the company to handle matters. The group dared not voice their anger, dragging their exhausted bodies in a grand procession as they followed Hualing back to the Junue Hotel. Over the past 10 or so days, Shenqingi had practically toured every hotel and resort in City A, big and small. Hualing had instructed her to follow along and learn, leaving her no room to refuse. Her feet were nearly worn out from all the walking. Watching Hualing's retreating figure, she felt utterly powerless, her mind consumed by a single longing, to go home. The news of the big boss's return spread like wildfire in the group chat. Juanyue's employees forced themselves to muster some enthusiasm an hour before clocking out. But this was like casting sheep's eyes at a blind man, for Hualing had walked straight in without even a sideways glance, taken the CEO's private elevator, and gone directly to his office. Zhang Shu discussed recent matters with President Zhao. After their conversation, Zhang Shu sensed something amiss. President Zhao, isn't this Director Bai's project? Mr. Zhao nodded and said, yes, but she has to go on a business trip for a few days, so she delegated some of her tasks to us. Zhang Shu found this even more unusual, setting aside the fact that Bai Luoan had no recent plans for business trips. Even if he had to be away for a few days, there was no reason to hand over such an important project. President Zhao had limited interactions with Bai Luoan and only had a vague understanding of these projects. However, Zhang Shu, as Hualing's right-hand man, was well aware that the documents in President Zhao's hands contained nearly all of Bai Luoan's dedicated efforts for the group over the past few years. She transferred all of her authority to Hualing. Zhang Shu didn't delay. After informing Manager Zhao, he hurriedly reported the matter to Hualing. As he entered, Hualing was holding a stack of documents in his hand and reading them. Zhang Shu knocked softly on the door, prompting Hualing to glance up. His cold gaze sent an involuntary shiver down Zhang Shu's spine. What happened? Zhang Shu closed the door behind him directly, sensing that Hualing had something crucial to convey. Go check. Without offering any explanation, Hualing handed Zhang Shu a stack of documents, about several dozen pages in total. The pristine sheets were densely covered with communication records. At first, Zhang Shu couldn't decipher them, but after browsing over 10 pages, he suddenly realized it was a personnel list. To be precise, it was a mole planted within the Junue group. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. The list included not only longtime employees but also highly valued newcomers. What was even more unbelievable was that all these people seemed to have intricate connections with Huiyan. President Hua, what is this? No one could blame Zhangshu for asking. Huiyan had always treated Hualing exceptionally well over the years. Despite managing 2 subsidiaries, Huiyan had repeatedly declined when Hualing tried to entrust him with important projects on multiple occasions. Although the investigation hadn't explicitly stated it, the implications were crystal clear. Hualing said, Bai Luoan investigated it. Zhangshu instinctively straightened his posture. President Hua, while I was coordinating with President Zhao just now, I noticed that President Bai seems to have dissolved all the projects in her hands and handed them over, including the recently acquired. Zhangshu's gaze swept over the documents on the table. When he clearly saw the wording and the signature at the bottom, his throat seemed to tighten as if gripped by an invisible hand, and he froze. At the same time, Hualing's impassive voice sounded, she resigned. President Hua. Zhangshu opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. For Hualing, this was a surprise. But having worked together for many years, Zhangshu actually admired Bai Luoan's capabilities immensely. He couldn't bring himself to slander someone behind their back after they'd left. Hualing rubbed his temples and ordered, put everything in your hands on hold. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Every single detail must be verified. You oversee it personally. I want results within a week. Zhangshu understood the significance of this matter. In an instant, he had sorted out his thoughts and acknowledged the task. After he left, the office returned to silence. Hualing's gaze fell upon the bold characters of the resignation letter, scanning inch by inch through the formulaic written language, before finally settling on those 3 familiar words. Bai Luoan's belongings filled the folder, stretching the metal fastener at the top. What lay beneath the resignation letter? Hualing had a guess in his heart. His fingers brushed lightly as he slowly turned a page. Beneath it, the stark words, divorce agreement, leaped into view. He and Bai Luoan had signed a prenuptial agreement before marriage, so their divorce wouldn't involve any disputes over assets. Thus, just a few sheets of paper were enough to sever their relationship. The blank space below Bai Luoan's name awaited only his signature, the final step toward the liberation he had longed for over these 5 years. He could now be completely free of this person who had suddenly barged into his life. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this day coming, but when it actually arrived, Hualing didn't feel the anticipated sense of relief. Perhaps it was the investigation Bai Luoan left behind that had unsettled him. Someone he had always regarded as a father figure turning out to be a hungry wolf secretly watching Junhua. This revelation shook him so profoundly that even his usually calm mind was left somewhat dazed. Having Zhangshu investigate was merely his way of seeking verification, but deep down, he actually believed Bai Luoan. On one side was his own flesh and blood, while Bai Luoan was someone he'd loathed for 5 years. Anyone would know which choice to make. Yet his heart inexplicably chose to trust Bai Luoan. Not a trace of hesitation. Chief Lao's words kept echoing in Hualing's mind intermittently, making her think it was time to properly investigate what happened 5 years ago. Not starting with that surveillance footage, but approaching from another angle instead. Centering herself, Hualing continued reading until she abruptly froze upon seeing the stock transfer agreement. Bai Luoan gave up 10% of the shares in the Junhua Group, the only benefit she could obtain from this marriage. She relinquished them decisively, even going so far as to voluntarily notarize the agreement, effective from the date of notarization, to avoid unnecessary complications. Without Hualing's knowledge, he had already regained full ownership of the shares. Hualing glanced at the final timestamp on the document and remembered that day vividly. In the morning, he had been out inspecting a project. Upon returning, he planned to hold an informal discussion at the tea house, just in time to witness Bai Luoan and Shenqingyi embroiled in a conflict. So that day when her subordinate went out, it was to handle this matter. Hualing's emotions were complicated. A faint bitterness welled up in the deepest recesses of his heart. But what came next was like spilling a cup of bitter wine, flooding his entire body with the taste of sorrow. A non-disclosure agreement. Bai Luoan had completely sealed off her own future. Hualing felt unsettled. Even during the times he despised their relationship the most, he had never contemplated doing something like this. Bai Luoan left Junhua as a highly sought-after manager. Though he despised their marriage, he recognized her capabilities and had no desire to drive a young woman to desperation. Nor did he care if Bai Luoan became a competitor to Junhua. The business world was a battlefield where everyone relied on their own skills. Having taken over the family business in his youth, his methods were honorable, but that didn't mean he was unaware of underhanded tactics to utterly destroy someone. Ultimately, Bai Luoan lacked foundation. Had he been ruthless enough to employ shady means, she would have been dismantled long ago, never attaining her current position. But now this person took the initiative to say, I want nothing, and will never do anything in the future that affects Junhua. All the bargaining chips Junhua has given her, she will return them all today. Straightforward, decisive. Just like her style. Chapter 30, The Photograph. After dealing with the backlog of documents, Hualing rushed back to Qingshan Villa. he still felt somewhat bewildered and didn't even know what he was so eager to confirm by hurrying home. The secretary mentioned that Bai Luoan had been away on a business trip for several days. When he heard the news, he initially thought she just hadn't come to the office during that time. Upon returning home and stepping inside, he scanned the furnishings. Nothing seemed out of place, and his heart hadn't yet settled when the half-empty shoe cabinet abruptly shattered any illusions, leaving no room for denial. She left, without even saying goodbye in person. Aunt Zhao heard the commotion at the door and came out, noticing Hualing standing there in a daze. She explained, "Young master, the mistress has left." Hualing gave a faint hum in response and said nothing more, changing into slippers before heading upstairs. Aunt Zhao took out a neatly folded piece of paper from the cloth purse she carried and unfolded it, handing it to him as he passed by. "This is from Xiaobai. She asked me to give it to you. She said these items are valuable, so she kept a detailed record of everything received. Everything's listed here. I've put the items in the study." Hualing held it in hand and realized it was a gift registry. "All right," Hualing replied hoarsely. Bai Luoan always handled matters with meticulous care. This list was arranged chronologically, clearly detailing what was given by whom, when, and where. 5 years ago, she received the first object, a ring, sent by Fu Wanpei. It was their wedding ring. The box was easily recognizable, small and delicate, placed right on top. 5 years had passed, yet the ring remained as pristine as new. For most people, such a ring held immense significance, but it had left little impression on Hualing's mind. Before seeing it, he couldn't even recall its design. The ring wasn't chosen by him, his matching band had been tossed aside somewhere after the wedding, let alone worn. Did Bai Luoan ever wear it? Probably not. Thinking back now, he sensed something strange about it. If Bai Luoan had schemed her way into becoming Mrs. Hua, why was the status-symbolizing ring never seen on her finger? At this point, Hualing began to wonder, what kind of person was Bai Luoan? Is he someone who's always gentle with those around him? Or is he someone who's possessed an unyielding pride since childhood? It seems he's only now beginning to understand this person. Fu Wanpei had just finished watching the latest episode of her drama and was about to get up to rest upstairs when she saw Hualing walking in, looking travel-weary. "Why did you come all of a sudden?" Hualing looked exhausted as he walked over and sat down beside Fu Wanpei. After a long silence, he finally called out, "Mom." Fu Wanpei studied him for a moment before realizing, "Xiaobai left, and you found out." Hualing turned to look at Fu Wanpei, his heart in turmoil. Fu Wanpei smiled. "Why that expression? She left on her own accord. You're free now. Aren't you happy?" The words sounded like a complaint, but Hualing knew Fu Wanpei didn't mean it that way. She was simply stating the fact. Hualing didn't reply. Instead, she handed Fu Wanpei the documents she'd been carrying. As Fu Wanpei looked through them, Hualing spoke up. She didn't take anything with her. "Mom, I can't reach her now, but I know you must have her contact information. I want to return the shares Grandpa gave her." After reading the document in her hands, Fu Wanpei felt her nose tingle with emotion, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She raised her eyes to Hualing but slowly shook her head. "No need. Xiaobai wouldn't want any of this." Hualing frowned. "But she deserves it." Fu Wanpei sighed. Xiaobai said that she received help from the Hua family when she was young and was deeply grateful, but she always felt she owed others, and it weighed on her conscience. That's why these years at Junyue, she considered it her way of repaying the Hua family's kindness. She understood old Master Hua's kind intentions, but having done nothing to deserve such generosity, she felt unworthy of accepting it, so she returned everything. "Did she say anything else?" Hualing asked. Fu Wanpei snorted upon hearing this. "She said she relinquished the shares voluntarily, having nothing to do with you, and told me not to make trouble for you." Hualing thought to himself, just as expected. If Fu Wanpei, who had always doted on her, were to find out she'd left with nothing, she would surely scold him relentlessly. Yet, everything was so strangely calm now. So she had considered everything. There was no telling how she'd managed to persuade Fu Wanpei to agree. Hualing didn't know what to say either. She had thought through every detail. The company, the family, every possible complication had been neatly resolved by her. He didn't have to lift a finger. Everything had turned out exactly as he would have wanted. Fu Wanpei looked at Hualing standing there in a daze and said, "You've always been very strong-willed, so I rarely interfere with your affairs. I don't know what's come over me these years, always pushing you to accept Xiaobai, fully aware that the more I press, the more rebellious you become. But now, that won't happen anymore. If you truly like that girl from the Shin family, it's entirely up to you. I actually regret not advising the old master back then. You once stood against the family for that Shin girl, you adored her so much. Even after certain incidents, we shouldn't have forced you to be with Xiaobai, making you take responsibility this way." Fu Wanpei sighed. "It really was too much to ask of you." Hualing frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with anyone else." Fu Wanpei didn't ask further. She stood up and said, "Stay here tonight. You've had a long journey, better rest early." Hualing remained seated for a long while. As it grew late, Uncle Zhang came to remind him to go upstairs and rest. Snapping out of his thoughts, Hualing stood up and uttered one sentence before walking off in a different direction. I'm going to take a look at Grandpa's study. The door silently opened at the touch of his fingerprint. A year had passed, yet Mr. Hua's study remained as impeccably tidy as ever. Mr. Hua loved books, and his extensive collection filled the spacious study to the brim, each volume a beloved treasure. The sandalwood, aged by time and mingled with the scent of books, created a solemn fragrance reminiscent of grandfather in Hualing's memory. He made his way effortlessly to the innermost room where no books were kept, only shelves neatly organized with classified documents and records. Hualing raised his head to look from the top shelf, his focused gaze slowly sweeping across before coming to a halt. Junhui Group sponsors countless recipients every year. For such a massive corporation, there's a dedicated charity department to handle these matters. Only exceptional and promising impoverished students worthy of cultivation ever make it to Old Master Hua's attention. After being recommended, if they gain his favor, dedicated personnel conduct thorough background checks and evaluations. Old Master Hua also has his own motives. Children selected through this process demonstrate outstanding abilities and develop unwavering loyalty to Junhui. Over the years, only a few such individuals have emerged. Mr. Zhao was one, and Bai Luoan was another. The documents in his hands were Bai Luoan's records, tracing from being rescued by the police at age 9 to being brought before Elder Hua at 15. Beside the name was a 2-inch photo, clearly taken when Bai Luoan was 9, with the imprint of XX orphanage still visible on his clothes. She was painfully thin, with a chin so sharply pointed it looked unnatural, making her dark eyes appear disproportionately large. Her yellowish hair gave her the look of an undernourished sickly cat. As a child, she had been far more transparent, her unease and wariness so glaringly obvious, much more endearing than her current expressionless calm. Years of hardship and turmoil took up only a single page when committed to paper. The matters Xiangju mentioned at the dinner were also recorded there, highlighted with a red mark for emphasis. Hualing recognized it. That was Old Master Hua's habit. Such a frail child, yet with such an unyielding backbone, no one could remain unmoved. Chapter 31, Knocking. Attached behind was Bai Luoan's academic report card. She didn't start first grade until she was 9 years old, knowing nothing beyond basic addition and subtraction. Her first semester report card was filled with scores of 30 and 40. Yet 4 years later, she still graduated on time. After entering middle school, her grades gradually improved. From the second year onward, she never fell out of the top 3 in her grade. No further records were available because someone regularly reported her situation to the old master. He restored the documents to their original place. Moonlight bathed the corner like water, and Hualing found it difficult to describe what he was feeling at that moment. Those pitch-black eyes lingered persistently in his mind, and the memories described by Xiang Qin suddenly acquired vivid imagery through this old photograph. He never considered himself a particularly sentimental person, but at this moment, he recognized with absolute clarity the swelling emotion in his heart. There was pity, a touch of heartache, and something more, indefinable emotions that defied description. He took out his phone and dialed Chen Wenshi's number. Ling, what brings you to me so late? Wenshi. Hualing closed her eyes. What happened to her hand? Whose hand? Chen Wenshi took a moment to realize Hualing was referring to Bai Luoan. How astonishing. He actually had a day where he showed concern for someone, albeit after all this time had passed. The first time she got injured, she was still very young. The treatment was delayed for a long time and wasn't handled properly, so this area has become relatively fragile, prone to habitual fractures. After removing the cast, the follow-up showed some misalignment, so they reapplied splints. There might have been violent pulling involved, but that's just my speculation. She refuses to say anything when asked. I don't know how she endured it, just a girl. Chen Wenshi finished his explanation methodically, recalling the night at the hotel when he had pushed her while drunk. Will there be any effects after this, like after effects or something? Chen Wenshi froze for a moment before answering with a chuckle instead. Ling, what's gotten into you today? This doesn't sound like something you'd ask. Hualing's Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered, she's gone. Really? His tone remained steady, and Hualing immediately understood Chen Wenshi already knew. Everyone knew she'd left, everyone except him. Hualing also felt his emotions were unusually turbulent tonight. Without pressing further, he hung up the phone and vigorously rubbed his throbbing temples. Since returning from City A, messages kept pouring in one after another, leaving him no time to catch his breath. It had been ages since he last experienced this kind of physical and mental exhaustion. Suppressing the restless stirrings in his heart, he turned and left the room. After going upstairs, Fu Wanpei immediately made a phone call to Bai Luoan. Xiao Bai, Ling just said he couldn't get through to your phone. Should I give him your new number? It seems like he has something important to discuss with you. There was a brief silence on the other end before the reply came, no need. He probably wants to talk about going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the paperwork. I have some matters to attend to and won't be back anytime soon. Aunt Pei, could you tell him not to worry? I'll contact him to handle this as soon as I'm done with my current obligations. And, please apologize to him on my behalf for delaying him for 3 months. Fu Wanpei felt a pang of melancholy upon hearing these overly polite words and comforted her. There's no hurry, it can wait a few more days. Bai Luoan chuckled softly but remained silent. Fu Wanpei asked again, what are you doing? Staying out so late? Is everything going smoothly? If you need any help, don't keep it to yourself, just say the word. It's nothing major. I'll tell you once I've sorted it out. Don't worry, came the reply. After a few more words, Fu Wanpei heard someone calling Bai Luoan's name on the other end. She offered a few more reminders before hanging up. The next morning, she relayed Bai Luoan's words exactly as she remembered them to Hualing. After speaking, she frowned and said, you can rest assured, Xiao Bai won't go back on her word. She always keeps her promises, so don't rush her. Let her handle her own matters properly first. Hualing was stunned for a long time upon hearing this, then murmured softly, I wasn't trying to rush her. Fu Wanpei's mind was already elsewhere, so she didn't catch Hualing's words. Instead, Uncle Zhang overheard and shot a surprised glance at Hualing. After breakfast, Hualing went to the company. Although Bai Luoan had already made arrangements, the vacancy left after her departure needed to be filled as soon as possible. A few names crossed his mind, but he couldn't make a decision yet. Additionally, how many of the company's hidden spies were actually connected to Huiyan? Was Bai Luoan's list complete? What was his purpose for lying low all these years? All these questions needed to be thoroughly investigated. Each matter required careful planning, and Hualing had been busy with these tasks since returning to the company. After his return, the news of Bai Luoan's resignation could no longer be concealed. Many were astonished by her calm and unexpected departure. Everyone said she retreated gloomily knowing she couldn't compare to the renowned Miss Shenqingi, which ignited another round of sympathetic gossip. From the moment she arrived at work, Shenqingi sensed something unusual in the office atmosphere. Upon asking around, she learned that Bai Luoan had resigned. The sudden news stunned her, but her thoughts quickly turned to speculation. Why would Bai Luoan resign without warning unless she and Hualing were parting ways? At noon, Shenqingi arrived at Hualing's office carrying a specially ordered lunch. Brother Ailing, time to eat. Shenqingi placed the takeout on the corner of the table. Hualing looked up from his documents, his train of thought abruptly disrupted, which visibly displeased him. Shenqingi had never acquired the habit of knocking before entering his room, a practice carried over from their younger days. She'd grown so accustomed to it that Hualing's sudden instruction to knock next time caught her completely off guard. Oh okay, Shenqingi bit her lip, suppressing her discomfort as she forced a smile. I forgot this time. Don't be mad, I'll remember next time. Hualing narrowed her eyes slightly, taking in Shenqingi's reaction. When the latter looked over, the coldness in her gaze had been deftly concealed. Instead of receiving comforting words from Hualing, Shenqingi quietly accompanied her through the meal in silence. The restaurant served relatively light fare, which Hualing barely touched. After finishing, Hualing inquired about her progress on the project. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Shenqingi responded with a smile, saying she had learned a great deal. Hualing said, learn more from Zhang Shu, and make sure to ask about anything you don't understand. Shenqingi nodded, noticing Hualing's expression soften, and cautiously ventured, I heard Director Bai resigned? Yeah. Shenqingi's heart pounded wildly. Just as she was about to speak, a series of measured knocks sounded at the door. Come in. As the words fell, Zhang Shu pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Shenqingi there, he froze subtly for the briefest moment. Shenqingi stood up and said to Hualing, Brother Ling, I'll get back to work now. With that, she left the room. Zhang Shu waited until the door was completely closed and the footsteps faded before placing a file in front of Hualing. President Hua, I've gone through the list provided by President Bai overnight and found some suspicious points. We're currently conducting further investigation. There's another matter I deemed of great importance, so I came to report to you immediately upon discovery. I found out that Second Uncle has been in private contact with President Shen. Moreover, Second Uncle facilitated several collaborations between our subsidiaries and the Shen family. Though these projects are mid-sized, almost all the concessions were given to the Shen family. After Zhang Shu finished speaking, Hualing said indifferently, keep investigating. Chapter 32, a reminder. Hualing's expression remained composed, not showing the slightest ripple of emotion from Zhang Shu's report. He already knew. Zhang Shu lowered his head in embarrassment and replied, understood, President Hua, I'll speed up the progress. Bai Luoan's reminder was cautious and subtle. Zhang Shu's attention was entirely focused on Huiyan, whom Bai Luoan had directly pointed out, so he didn't immediately notice anything unusual. However, Hualing spotted something fishy the moment he finished reviewing the documents. Moreover, he had long been wary of the Shin family. With a sudden shift in thought, Hualing commanded, "Ask Attorney Qian to come up." "Right away, President Hua." As the door closed again, Hualing turned his attention back to the documents in his hand. Bai Luoan had deliberately held back, presenting only clues rather than divulging everything she knew. But in truth, revealing 80% was scarcely different from revealing all. She was merely using this method to distance herself from the matter. She was telling Hualing, "Since you wouldn't believe what I say, then go investigate yourself. Whatever result you find will have nothing to do with her." Bai Luoan handled the Southern District land acquisition case exceptionally well. This project bypassed the public bidding process, with the Shin family being the most formidable competitor among the rivals. The first proposal had Hualing's personal approval. The land was intended for an integrated leisure and entertainment resort. Yet at the bidding meeting, Bai Luoan presented a completely different but far more thorough and detailed plan, proposing to transform the resort into a high-end rehabilitation center instead. Bai Luoan had somehow discovered that beneath this plot of land lay a natural hot spring source, with tested water showing an exceptionally high mineralization level, rich in abundant selenium and various other bioactive elements. It was classified as a metasilicate-type hot spring, offering significant benefits for human health. In Ningqing, where hot springs were scarce, this was undoubtedly the best advertisement, possessing an unparalleled appeal for those with wealth and influence. This ultimate trump card had been kept deeply hidden by Bai Luoan, not even revealed to himself. Hualing had inquired early about the bidding situation that day and learned that Shin Qin had used another company as a decoy, submitting a proposal with a 30% similarity to Bai Luoan's in an attempt to disrupt the government's decision-making process. When two proposals show similarities, most people instinctively turn their attention to a third party. Shin Qin wanted to play the role of the oriole waiting behind the mantis stalking the cicada, but Bai Luoan never gave him that opportunity. Looking back now, the first version of the proposal was merely a smokescreen. Transferring personnel from other departments to participate was essentially setting a trap. That this version could successfully mislead Shin Qin naturally speaks to the effort invested in it. To produce two entirely different yet equally high-quality proposals within just a few months, one can only imagine the depth of thought Bai Luoan had poured into them. No wonder he was too busy to even find time for follow-up examinations of his injuries. Attorney Qian arrived, and Hualing handed him the equity transfer documents and notarized certificate left by Bai Luoan. Upon hearing Hualing's words and looking at the documents in his hand, Attorney Qian momentarily felt as if he was holding not company shares, but rather some kind of hot potato. Everyone seems to be trying to give them away. Having some personal rapport with Hualing, Attorney Qian couldn't resist asking before leaving, "Why would you give away something that's already in your hands?" No wonder Lawyer Qian was puzzled. He was the one who handled their prenuptial property agreement when they got married. Back then, what was Hualing's attitude? Yet now he's willingly giving away 10% of his shares, utterly baffling. But even more incomprehensible was Bai Luoan's reaction. This was money we're talking about, bright red, glittering gold, shining yellow money, more than he could earn in a lifetime? And she just walked away from it without a second thought. Hualing offered no explanation. Even if these shares weren't given to Bai Luoan by Old Master Hua, the information she uncovered was worth every percentage point. For several days in a row, Hualing immersed himself in work. The detailed information provided by Bai Luoan significantly improved Xiangshu's efficiency. In less than a month, he had managed to uncover everything Hualing needed, including Huiyan's private dealings with Shin Qin. The two companies under Huiyan's name were operating reasonably well, not at the bottom, nor at the top, among the many capable individuals at Junhui Group, which was why few had ever paid much attention to him. This kind of nepotism, one that everyone tacitly acknowledged, meant that as long as they weren't particularly wasteful, they'd already outperformed most of their connections. Huiyan was, comparatively, a very low-maintenance relative. Yet such an unobtrusive person had managed to place his own people in every department, big or small, at Junyue's headquarters. With its keen market sense, Junyue remained invincible in Ningqing's business world. The insider information these individuals had leaked during those years would have been priceless market intelligence anywhere. The Shin family had indeed snatched projects from Junyue before, but never the ones Hualing valued most, so their losses never bothered him much. Now it appeared that Huiyan's meddling must have played no small part in all this. Hualing gazed at the brightly lit skyscraper outside the window, pondering the reasons behind Huiyan's actions. In Hualing's memory, he had always been a meek and easygoing uncle, uncontentious, amiable with everyone, and exceptionally kind to him. Far kinder than Huating, his biological father who had abandoned him after birth. So kind that if Hualing asked, he'd willingly hand over half of Junyue without hesitation. How much of their 27 years of affection was genuine, Hualing couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Grandfather had entrusted Junhua to him, and steering this great ship toward vaster seas was now his bounden duty. He wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt this route. Then there was the Shin family, greedy lions trying to take a bite out of Junhua's pie. They'd need teeth hard enough for it first. Hualing narrowed his eyes slightly, the city's cold flames reflecting in them, flickering silently. Shinqingi knocked on the door and waited for Hualing's permission before entering. Brother Aling, it's time to clock out. Shinqingi's heart began to drum nervously. Hualing had seemed much more solemn lately, perhaps from overwork, carrying about him an intimidating air of severity that made her feel she no longer understood the man before her at all. In a tone one might use to discuss the weather, Hualing asked, "Made any progress lately?" "Quite a lot actually. Assistant Zhang has taught me so many things. I feel these 3 months at Junhua have taught me more than an entire semester at school." Hualing nodded, though it was unclear whether the gesture conveyed satisfaction or something else, before adding, "As long as you've gained something, then you're ready to graduate now." The hotel project had concluded, and as the sole successor of the Shin family, Shinqingi ought to join her family's company. Whether starting from the grassroots or parachuting into a higher position, either option was a more appropriate choice than remaining as an intern at the Junhua group. Shinqingi froze, puzzled by Hualing's sudden urge to dismiss her. Bai Luoan had already been gone for a month. Logically speaking, she and Hualing should have settled things by now, but Hualing was too preoccupied with work to spare any time. Shinqingi, ever considerate, hadn't disturbed him. Now that he finally had some free time, the first thing he did was to drive her away. "Did I do something wrong?" Shinqingi asked plaintively. Hualing shook his head. "I'm not driving you away. Junhua's operating system is completely different from the Shin family's. What you'll learn from your father at the Shin family would suit you better than anything you could learn here at Junhua." Shinqingi frowned and said softly, but, I want to stay with you." Hualing remained unmoved. "As you've seen during this period, I'm very busy and don't have time to teach you personally." "That's all right," Shinqingi replied immediately. "I won't disturb you. I'll just come find you whenever you're free. I just want to spend more time with you. Please don't send me away, okay?" Hualing raised his eyes to look at Shinqingi. The urgency and grievance in her eyes were palpable, paired with that delicate, pitiable face of hers. It was quite lethal. But clinging and acting spoiled regardless of the situation was completely Hualing's pet peeve. He hadn't liked it 5 years ago, and he disliked it even more now. Shinqingi is 27 this year. After 5 years abroad, she should have returned capable of standing on her own, but it seems she hasn't made any progress at all. Still using the same old tactics to deal with him. Shinqingi fits his preference for a certain type of girl, sweet-smiling, coquettish, guileless, with just a hint of harmless affectation and indulgence. That's why, when she pursued him 5 years ago, he went along with it. 5 years later, she's grown more docile, no longer as reckless as before. The moment she senses his displeasure, she immediately backs down. Had it been 5 years ago, he would have been delighted to see her behave more sensibly. But 5 years later, such maturity not only falls short but also carries a hint of irony. Still mindful of their childhood bond and harboring some guilt, Hualing spoke with utmost subtlety and tact. "After studying abroad for so many years, you didn't return just to waste time as a mere intern at Junhua." Hualing advised softly, his tone carrying the familiar gentleness that Shinqingi knew well. "Come to me if you encounter any difficulties you can't resolve." Shinqingi nodded and conceded, "All right." Chapter 33 Mind if I. That day, Shinqingi left in a daze, and the next day she didn't come to the company. Word got around that she had returned to her family's business to gain experience. The office gossip had been revolving around her lately, discussing her distinguished family background and the love triangle between her, Hualing, and Bai Luoan. Bai Luoan's departure brought the story to a close. It was almost a foregone conclusion that she would become the next proprietress. Some secretly rejoiced that they had maintained decent relations with Shinqingi. But as time passed, new things happened every day, and discussing the same topic too often lost its appeal. Gradually, people found fresh material to pass the time within their conversations. 2 months had passed, yet Bai Luoan's successor still hadn't been chosen, so her office remained locked, untouched by anyone. The company's positions are fixed. When someone leaves, they must be replaced. Hualing had been quite worked up about this matter recently. Those who seemed suitable before now all reveal shortcomings in his eyes. Candidates with sufficient seniority lack flexibility, those adept at reading situations lack steadiness, and those who are both flexible and steady have questionable personal integrity. In short, Director Hua finds everyone falls just a little short. For a while, they couldn't find a satisfactory candidate, so the position remained vacant. Fortunately, Bai Luoan's arrangements were proper, and her team was reliable. Apart from major occasions that required Hualing's presence to command authority, The sanatorium project progressed smoothly at other times. Other projects handed back to the group also proceeded without any mishaps, except that Huoling's responsibilities grew heavier. As a result, it had been a long time since he last gathered with Chen Wenshi and Min Yan. That afternoon, Min Yan called more than 10 times to summon him. Unable to resist the onslaught of persuasion, Huoling finally agreed. When leaving work, as he walked out of his office and passed by Luowen's office door, as if compelled by some inexplicable urge, he paused, nodded to the secretary at the entrance, and stepped into a place he hadn't set foot in for 3 years. The blinds were drawn shut, blocking out all outside light. Huoling switched on the lamp, and when he saw what lay before him, he froze in the doorway. Huoling had personally reviewed and approved the design blueprints for this floor, so he was intimately familiar with the layout of every room. The moment the light came on, he almost thought he'd been thrown back 3 years in time. The room's furnishings remained exactly as before, the bookcases, the desk, the decorative ornaments and crafts, barely different from the model unit of 3 years prior. Traces of the occupant's use remained on various objects. The neatly arranged files in the cabinet served as tangible proof that the passage of time hadn't been just some fleeting dream. Huoling stepped forward, growing more astonished with each passing glance. Precisely because one is in one's own domain, changes often seem the most natural. Movement, replacement, reconstruction are all privileges of the master, dictated by whim. Thus, change is often the easiest. What is rare is constancy. This matter demanded immense self-restraint and constant clarity to accomplish. The only explanation was that Bai Luowen never considered herself the mistress of this place. The sun rises and the moon sets, the stars shift across the sky, nearly 1,000 days have passed, yet she has never forgotten this for a single moment. Is that why she never touches anything here? Among the black pens in the pen holder on the desk, a white fountain pen stands out conspicuously. Huoling picks it up not because it's different, but because it was a gift from old Master Hua to Bai Luowen upon her appointment as deputy general manager. The pen is sleek and elegant, its lines smooth and refined. Gilded lettering in Roman script adorns the cap, spelling out Bai Luowen's name. Crafted by a master artisan, Huoling owns a matching one, his entirely black, also engraved with his name, though he has never used it, not even once. Bai Luowen had used it to sign contracts big and small, taken notes during meetings, and always kept it close at work. Huoling had once sneered at this, believing it was a ploy to curry favor with old Master Hua. After the old man passed away, she still carried it with her. Huoling had thought she would use it until it broke, but when she left, she didn't take the pen with her, nor did she take anything else. Before long, the secretary saw Huoling walk out and close the door behind him. She hurried to her feet. Huoling was visibly distracted, offering only a gentle remark to the dutiful secretary at their post. "Work's over, head back early, you've worked hard." The secretary was flattered beyond measure. If she recalled correctly, this was the first time the big boss had ever condescended to speak with her. The neon lights shimmer as night falls, and weary souls journey home. Yet it's just the moment when the atmosphere of blues, luxury, and decadence begins to rise. The husky, alluring voice of the female singer and the thrum of the bass tantalize eardrums. Here, people unleash desires buried deep in their hearts and cloak their hidden yearnings. Huoling eyed the row of liquor bottles crowding the table with silent exasperation. Min Yan being Min Yan, of course he couldn't do anything properly. As usual, there were only 3 people today. Bai Luowen's departure from Junyue was no secret in the industry, and everyone, whether involved or not, was eager to weigh in with a few words. Min Yan recently landed a cushy position at his own company. When he happened to hear this news, he immediately called Huoling to verify it. Huoling didn't mention Hui Yan, he only recounted the matters concerning Bai Luowen to Min Yan. From the very first sentence, Min Yan's mouth hung open in shock and remained agape until the call ended. He still found it utterly unbelievable. Even if Shen Qingyi were to return, she couldn't win over Huoling as a person. But those shares were clearly allocated to her in old Master Hua's will, black and white. How could she just give them up like that? Huoling was too swamped to spare time, so Min Yan waited anxiously until today, finally mustering the courage to voice the questions gnawing at him. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense to turn down money. What was she thinking? What did she say to you? Huoling took a sip of the cocktail. The spicy taste hit his nose sharply, the lingering sweetness cloying. He frowned and set the glass down. She didn't say anything. When I got back, she was already gone. Ah, Min Yan immediately opened his memo app upon seeing Huoling's expression and quickly noted down, specialty cocktails, pass. Well, Min Yan scratched his head and glanced at Chen Wenshi, who had remained silent all this while. Chen Wenshi had just stepped off the operating table, his mind still unwinding from the intense focus. Exhaustion weighed heavily on his expression, yet when he saw Min Yan in such a state, he couldn't help finding it somewhat amusing. Young Master Min San lingered among flowers, with no companion lasting more than half a year. His reputation preceded him, yet many still flocked to him, drawn by his handsome face and lavish treatment of lovers. Everyone wanted something from him, so Bai Luoan's seemingly selfless behavior struck him as utterly bewildering. "When are we filing for divorce?" he asked. Min Yan nodded, fixing his gaze on Huiling as he awaited an answer. Perhaps it was the strong potency of the drink or something else, but when Huiling lifted his head, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Steadying himself, he replied, "Soon." Fu Wanpei mentioned that Bai Luoan would return in 3 months, and now there are only about 20 days left until the time she indicated. Soon. The dim, kaleidoscopic light overhead cast a hazy glow over Huiling's sharply defined features, making his expression unreadable. Chen Wenshi suddenly spoke up, "Ailing, you're not having second thoughts, are you?" "No," Huiling replied swiftly. "That's good." Chen Wenshi chuckled softly. He sat on the outer side of the booth, where the white light fell perfectly, revealing his gentle yet firm expression clearly under its glow. "As long as you have no regrets. After you two part ways, then I can start pursuing Xiao Bai." Min Yan's eyes widened in shock, the ice cube in his mouth shattered between his teeth with a sharp crunch, sending a jolt of pain through his jaw. "Wenshi, you can't be serious. This is no joking matter." Chen Wenshi shook his head calmly. "I'm very serious." He lifted his gaze to meet Huiling's eyes directly. "Ailing, you wouldn't mind, would you?" "Whatever, up to you." Min Yan glanced at Huiling, then at Chen Wenshi, and decisively chose to keep his mouth shut. Chapter 34, The Hangover Cure. Chen Wenshi seemed to merely inform them in passing and afterwards never mentioned Bai Luoan again. Min Yan was on edge the whole time, but Huiling's complete nonchalance put him considerably at ease. Though the situation was rather awkward, Huiling and she were nothing more than a marriage of convenience, so if he turned around and got together with his bro afterward, it didn't seem like too much of a stretch. Last time when he nearly caused a major mishap and dragged Bai Luoan over in the middle of the night to save the situation, he had already felt somewhat guilty. He had harbored prejudices against her because of Huiling, but now it seemed there might have been some misunderstandings involved. Min Yan wasn't the type to confuse gratitude with grudges. Since Chen Wenshi had declared his intention to pursue her, it seemed destined that she would become his sworn brother's woman. From now on, he'd have to treat her with more respect. At the very least, I must protect her when we're outside. Huiling knew his alcohol tolerance was poor. He merely took a shallow sip from his glass before setting it down. Yet Min Yan's relentless tactics wore him down, and by the end of the night, he'd still swallowed more than enough. By the time he reached home, the intoxication had hit hard. He asked Aunt Zhao to prepare a hangover soup, and with an acknowledging hum, she disappeared into the kitchen. Slumped on the sofa, he tilted his head back, squinting blurrily at the ceiling. Fingers pressing against his temples, he tried subduing the waves of throbbing pain. Aunt Zhao soon returned with the steaming bowl. One bitter, astringent sip was all Huiling could stomach before pushing it away. Auntie Zhao noticed his furrowed brows and discomfort, saying, "Young master, does it not taste good? Shall I make you another bowl?" "No need, I'll let it cool before drinking." Huiling set down the bowl and shook his head slowly. Seeing Auntie Zhao hovering anxiously, he reassured her, "Your cooking has always been excellent." Auntie Zhao sighed, "Young master, don't comfort me, how could I ever compare to Madame's skill?" At these words, Auntie Zhao froze. Huiling had already opened his eyes, gazing at her with an intense burning stare. As soon as the words left Aunt Zhao's lips, she knew she had slipped up. Bai Luoan had specifically warned her not to tell Huiling, but over these years, she had witnessed everything Bai Luoan had done. If she didn't speak up, Huiling would never know. "Madame wrote down her recipes for me, but the dishes I make just don't taste the same." Auntie Zhao chuckled and went on, "These past few years, the hangover soup at home has always been prepared by Madame, as well as breakfast every morning. She says she's got nothing to do here, so cooking helps pass the time. I couldn't stop her, so I just let her be." Aunt Zhao still remembered when she had just moved in here. Bai Luoan was still a student back then, but she had already started an internship at the U Hotel and chose not to stay in the school dormitory for convenience. Huiling was often not at home, and even when he was, he couldn't be bothered to speak to her. A single indifferent glance from him was enough to keep anyone from daring to approach. She had nothing to say to herself either. In that enormous house, she was always all alone, killing time with whatever trivial matters she could find during her idle hours. One day, she picked up a little stray cat with an injured leg from the garden outside the villa and grew quite fond of it. She timidly asked if she could keep it there. Though she had no authority to make such decisions, the pitiful look in the girl's eyes was too heartbreaking to ignore, so she mustered the courage to ask Huiling during dinner. But Huiling refused, saying he didn't like having furry animals at home, they were too dirty. Auntie Zhao still remembered how Bai Luoan's eyes dimmed instantly at that moment. Later, seeing that Bai Luoan was genuinely bored and noticing how much she enjoyed cooking, she agreed to let her enter the kitchen. Aunt Zhao said, "She asked me not to tell you, so I kept it to myself." Hualing didn't say anything, but suddenly noticing something, he asked an entirely unrelated question: "Why aren't there any flowers placed here anymore?" He remembered there used to always be a bouquet of spray roses in this spot, lush and vibrant, full of life, bringing a sense of warmth and comfort. Aunt Zhao looked at the empty flower vase and said honestly, "The mistress told me not to keep them anymore." After a long pause, Hualing responded in a low voice, "I see." The hangover soup ultimately went untouched. Hualing sat there for quite some time before finally standing and heading upstairs. Though most of the alcohol had worn off, his mind was in even greater disarray. He had to grip the stair rail to steady himself as he walked. Aunt Zhao watched his retreating figure climb the stairs, silently gathering the barely touched hangover soup and returning it to the kitchen. Hualing didn't return to his own room, instead turning toward the other side of the corridor. As his hand pressed down on the door handle, a question surfaced in his mind: what was he doing? But before he could find an answer, the sound of the door opening snapped his thoughts back to the present. Even though Hualing had anticipated it, the scene that greeted him when the lights came on still made his heart constrict violently. Too clean. It was so clean that it seemed as if no one had lived here for 5 years. Not a single item belonging to Bai Luoan remained in the room. The empty walk-in closet, the vanity, the bedside table, every visible space bore no trace of her, as she had erased all remnants of herself. Hualing walked a full circle around the room, his mind repeatedly flashing with Bai Luoan's piercingly clear eyes. It was as if he had never cared about Bai Luoan this much before. 5 years ago, during the very month when Old Master Hua was celebrating his birthday, tensions had reached their peak between him and his family over Shinqingi. On the day of the birthday banquet, he was drugged with laced alcohol right in his own territory. By the time he woke up, the situation had spiraled beyond control, and the person beside him turned out to be Bai Luoan, someone he barely knew at all. Back then, his memory was consumed solely by the overwhelming fury of having been manipulated. He couldn't even recall what reaction Bai Luoan had shown in that moment. What happened under the eyes of so many left no room for denial. Trapped with no way out, he reluctantly agreed to marry Bai Luoan, planning to divorce once the dust settled in a year or two. But to his astonishment, 2 years later, Old Master Hua turned the tables by gifting her 10 percentage points of company shares, securing her a high-ranking position in Junhui Group, and even wrote this bequest into his will. Her presence in the company was unmistakable. Initially, it was due to her ties with the Hua family. Later, it was because she clinched several high-stakes projects, including some that she wrestled straight from the jaws of seasoned industry foxes. She had few intersections with her personal life, and under her deliberate cold treatment, most of what Hualing learned about her was her professional self. Calm, rational, sharp, and no less decisive than anyone else, and incredibly driven. Hualing no longer bothered with the doubts she once harbored, whether Bai Luoan's affection was genuine or not. No one would willingly make breakfast for someone they dislike for 5 years, especially preparing hangover soup tailored to their taste. Especially when the person she liked never even spared her a glance. Had others not mentioned it, he might never have known about all she'd done in his lifetime. Looking back, Bai Luoan's only misdeed over those years was that glass of wine. While outsiders claimed she'd stoop to any means to cling to power and wealth, she departed without taking a single penny from the Hua family. That simply wasn't who she was. If she made a mistake simply because she couldn't think clearly due to her feelings for him, couldn't he give her a chance to make amends? Hualing asked himself. Was he willing to forgive Bai Luoan? He was. After all these years, he had been so cold and unkind to her, while she had been nothing but good to him. Hualing was about to turn away when a glimpse of a white box caught his eye in the gap between the bedside table and the bed. He bent down and picked it up, revealing a box of painkillers. The date on the box indicated the medication was prescribed 3 months ago, with a dosage of 1 pill per day. Opening the box, he found only a few pills remaining from the 2 blister packs of 7 by 10 white tablets. In less than a month, she had taken 4 times the normal dose of painkillers. Her fingers slowly clenched, and Hualing felt as if a hole had cracked open in her heart, whistling cold air through it. Young master? Hualing turned at the sound. Aunt Zhao had come upstairs to check the windows after seeing tomorrow's rainy weather forecast, only to find someone who shouldn't be there in the room. Does her hand hurt badly? Hualing's throat tightened. Aunt Zhao, seeing the medicine box in Hualing's hand, sighed. Madam's hand had an old injury. It always flares up in bad weather. It got hurt again this time and should have been properly rested, but she's been running around nonstop every day. I tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. Several times, I woke up at night to find her sitting in the yard smoking. She'd occasionally smoke when she was upset before, but during that period, she smoked like crazy. Maybe the painkillers weren't working anymore, and the pain kept her awake. Hu Ling let out a breath and said hoarsely, "Aunt Zhao, I haven't been good to her at all." Aunt Zhao felt an uneasiness in her heart, unsure how to respond. Hu Ling didn't need her answer anyway. Everyone knew the truth, and he himself was well aware of it. Chapter 35 Punctuality. Junyu had been making waves recently. Over the past 3 months, Hu Ling had completely reshuffled the middle management at headquarters, even transferring 2 senior executives away from headquarters to subsidiaries with limited growth potential. Financial news outlets were filled with daily reports about Junyu. Radical measures naturally sparked heated debates in the boardroom. Directors came to make trouble in the office daily, with the company's interests deeply entwined. Some left, some joined, all tangled in webs of profit, each wanting their own people to come in and take a share. Some supported, some opposed, but Hu Ling held absolute authority at Junyu, and no matter how loud their dissent, it didn't sway his decisions. Frequent personnel changes at headquarters were inadvisable, yet Hu Ling loathed having flies buzzing around him. He wouldn't hesitate to confront Hui Yan and Shen Qing directly either. Zhang Shu suggested they could turn those people to their advantage instead. Hearing this, Hu Ling remained silent, offering only an inscrutable smile. The shrewd assistant Zhang quickly realized Hu Ling wouldn't waste his thoughts on such a minor character. Even the influential Shen family behind this figure might not catch his attention. Given what had happened, if Hu Ling still hadn't moved against the Shen family, it could only mean the timing wasn't right. After all, businessmen love to achieve the greatest returns with the least investment. For instance, if Hu Ling wanted to test whether the Shen family truly had ulterior motives, all he had to do was keep Shen Qingyi by his side. Without lifting a finger, he confirmed his suspicions, and the moment he did, he promptly sent her away. As Zhang Shu grasped the full picture, he couldn't help but sigh at how ruthlessly capitalists operated. And here he had thought his boss was losing his edge, drowning in a haze of romantic indulgence. What's he worrying about for nothing? That guy's sharp as a tack. Hui Yan watched the reshuffling within the group unfold before his eyes. Many of those being purged were pawns he'd meticulously cultivated and planted within Junyu over the years. Years of careful scheming vanished in an instant, leaving Hui Yan utterly powerless to counter. The reason was simple: Hu Ling hadn't dropped the slightest hint. Hui Yan had tried probing several times, but every response from Hu Ling was watertight. During a late-night conversation, Hui Yan got Hu Ling to drink a few glasses and finally coaxed out the truth behind this move. It was all to erase Bai Luowen's influence from the company. Hui Yan wasn't entirely convinced, yet Hu Ling continued treating him with the same closeness as before. When asked about internal company projects, Hu Ling would disclose everything. His complete trust didn't seem feigned. If Hu Ling had discovered the truth, given his intolerance for deception, he would surely have confronted him. Yet, if he remained unaware, the coincidence of his own arrangements being dismantled piece by piece was simply too suspicious. Hui Yan couldn't decipher whether Hu Ling's reactions were genuine or not, and the relentless guessing only exhausted him further. Meanwhile, the situation with the Shen family wasn't progressing smoothly either. Over the past few years, Shen Qing had witnessed Hu Ling's undisguised disdain for Bai Luowen. Coupled with Hu Ling's attitude after Shen Qingyi returned to the country, he was almost certain that Hu Ling still harbored feelings for Shen Qingyi. Yet, despite Bai Luowen having already left, not only was there no progress between the two, but Hu Ling had even sent Shen Qingyi back to the Shen family. Hu Ling's advice to Shen Qingyi sounded as though it came from a place of genuine concern for her well-being. He even had Zhang Shu draft a detailed career plan for her, a gesture anyone would describe as painstakingly thoughtful. Hu Ling's attitude was truly intriguing. Fortunately, whenever Shen Qingyi consulted him on challenging issues, he patiently responded every time. Shen Qing also suspected that Hu Ling might have caught some clues. After discussing with Hui Yan, they decided to lay low for now to avoid exposing their secret connection. At this moment, Hu Ling was like a vigorous male lion. Fighting head-on with him would be unwise. Things had temporarily settled down, and the ripples caused by the personnel changes gradually subsided. The massive, intricate machinery of Junyu continued operating smoothly. One day, realizing he hadn't visited Fu Wanpei at the old residence for a while, Hu Ling canceled a banquet last minute and headed back home. Uncle Zhang didn't come out immediately to greet him as usual. As Hu Ling walked through the corridor and reached the central courtyard, he discovered Fu Wanpei, Gu Shi, Uncle Zhang, and Aunt Zhao all gathered in a neat circle, engrossed in a lively discussion. That's why no one had noticed his return. Let's pick this one, it's red, festive, and just looking at it lifts the spirits. Not that one, Auntie. The cake is already red velvet. Let's choose a different color for the flowers. Look at these crushed ice blue roses. Aren't they lovely? They'd match Sister Xiaobai perfectly. Let's go with these. Gushi persuaded eagerly. Uncle Zhang also nodded in agreement. Fu Wanpei conceded. Fine, we'll take this one then. Tell the greenhouse to arrange the freshest flowers. Very well, madam, Aunt Zhao replied. Huoling's heart trembled upon hearing Gushi mention Sister Xiaobai. Before anyone realized it, 3 months had passed, and everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to the fact that Bai Luoan was gone. Xiaobai's name rolled off Gushi's tongue more and more naturally, and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhao no longer addressed her as Madam, but rather followed Fu Wanpei's lead in calling her Xiaobai as well. Those who wished for her to stay seemed to accept her departure with surprising ease. Ironically, it was she herself who often felt an unfamiliar pain within. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but it unsettled him. It seemed they were picking flowers for Bai Luoan. Gushi spotted him first with her sharp eyes. She waved her hand. Brother, young master, the young master has returned. Huoling smiled and asked, what are you discussing? We're picking out a housewarming gift for Sister Bai, Gushi said with a cheerful grin. Huoling froze. She's back? Fu Wanpei glanced at him. Her flight is arriving this afternoon. She checked her watch and estimated the time. It should be about time. She's probably about to land? That's correct. 10 more minutes, Uncle Zhang replied. Huoling's Adam's apple bobbed as he curled his lips. What did you prepare? We're giving a cake and a bouquet of flowers together. Then, Auntie is gifting a red coral ornament. Uncle Zhang is presenting a book set. Auntie Zhao is offering an embroidery piece, and I've made something by hand. Hee. Gushi had spent an entire month crafting a model, rushing frantically to complete it just before her return. Before Huoling arrived, she'd already shown it off proudly to Fu Wanpei and the others. When Huoling asked, she once again brought out the model she'd made herself to boast about. Perhaps studying medicine had made her hands more dexterous. Though Gushi's miniature house model only had 1 floor, it was exquisitely beautiful and strikingly lifelike, with intricate details that seemed to breathe. When the lighting was turned on, the warm yellow glow created a heartwarming, comforting ambience. Huoling leaned in for a closer look. Even the whiskers of the little orange tabby cat curled up asleep on the sofa were crafted with astonishing realism. It must have taken tremendous effort. He felt certain Bai Luoan would adore it. Huoling mentally sifted through possibilities but couldn't immediately think of anything suitable to gift. Frowning in prolonged indecision, he was about to seek advice from Gushi when his phone rang. An unknown number flashed on the caller ID. Everyone followed the sound of the phone ringing, and Huoling had a hunch. The caller was Bai Luoan. Hello? Sure enough, the familiar voice came through the receiver. President Hua, hello. This is Bai Luoan. For some inexplicable reason, Huoling's breath hitched as he asked softly, have you arrived? Bai Luoan seemed to pause for a moment before replying, yes, I just got off the plane. Several pairs of scorching eyes turned toward him from beside him. Huoling's heart began pounding, but he maintained a dignified posture, showing no trace of abnormality. Cutting straight to the point, Bai Luoan said, President Hua, if you're free tomorrow morning, shall we meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Huoling pondered briefly before answering, no need to rush. You've just arrived. Perhaps you should rest for a couple of days before we discuss this further. Bai Luoan seemed to be in the car, the roaring wind serving as background noise. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. Handling it sooner will be better for both of us. Her tone carried an unfamiliar gentleness yet unyielding firmness that unsettled Huoling. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, President Hua, Ningqing Civil Affairs Bureau. No absence without prior notice. Huoling's vocal cords ached with a rough sting. Fine, I'll be there on time. Alright, then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chapter 36, Procedures. Huoling thought he shouldn't have answered that way. He should have directly said he had other plans. That way, Bai Luoan could naturally take a couple days off. Truth be told, these 2 days really weren't urgent for him. The call wasn't made in private. No sooner had he hung up than Fu Wanpei asked, was that Xiaobai? What did she want? We'll go handle the paperwork tomorrow morning. Oh. Fu Wanpei didn't say anything else and turned back to continue her conversation with Gushi. After a while, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned again to remind Huoling. Do you know what documents to bring? Remember to ask Lawyer Qian. Huoling replied, I know. Household register, ID card, marriage certificate, divorce agreement, 2-inch single photo. Fu Wanpei nodded in understanding and didn't pursue the topic further. I'll get the marriage certificate for you. With that, she stood up and went inside to retrieve the certificate for Huoling. When they first got married, Fu Wanpei had worried Huoling might do something impulsive, that he might secretly file for divorce when no one was paying attention, so she had confiscated both marriage certificates, locking them away in her personal safe, the combination known only to her, alongside her invaluable jewelry and gold. Soon Fu Wanpei reappeared, handing Huoling the 2 small red booklets she'd been holding. This was the second time Huoling had held this small booklet in 5 years. His emotions were complicated as he rubbed the red cover with his fingers. Gushi was somewhat curious about this legendary national-level certificate and asked him to open it. Huoling flipped it open, and Gushi leaned in, carefully examining the photo of the 2 inside. It was clear that Huoling truly hadn't wanted to marry, though he didn't outright scowl. His impassive expression wasn't much better. Bai Luoan wasn't smiling either, she looked perfectly composed. Setting aside the strange atmosphere between them, this was actually a very beautiful and well-matched photograph. Gushi shook her head. Over these past few months, she had already come to terms with it. These years hadn't been fair to Hualing either. There was no rule that liking someone guaranteed receiving their affection in return. She understood. Moreover, after Bai Luoan left, she harbored no resentment or estrangement whatsoever toward her. As long as it didn't affect the bond between the two of them, her mindset remained perfectly balanced. Thus, at this moment, she wholeheartedly and sincerely said to Hualing, "Congratulations, cousin." Her sincere congratulations, devoid of any sarcasm, snapped Hualing out of his thoughts. Naturally, he could sense Gushi's genuine relief. Those who used to constantly advise him had long since stopped mentioning it, leaving Hualing faintly unaccustomed to the silence. The rest of his belongings were kept in Qingshan's study, not here, so, holding the marriage certificate, Hualing left and returned to Qingshan. The cool breeze of mid-October evening whispered through the darkness of the house, and it wasn't until Hualing turned on the lights that he felt a semblance of warmth. Shortly after Bai Luoan left, he had Aunt Zhao return to the old estate. With no one to talk to here and regular housekeeping services taking care of chores, Hualing let her go back to look after Fu Wanpei at the ancestral home. In the hollow silence of the room, only his footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Hualing was struck by loneliness that seeped into his bones. Though nothing had changed in the house, he felt an unfamiliar chill in that moment. He walked to the study and retrieved 3 documents from the drawer. The divorce agreement lay spread out in a fan shape on the table, 3 copies in total, with the spaces for signatures still blank. Hualing didn't know why he had delayed signing, but now he had no choice. The long-awaited day was finally approaching, yet Hualing didn't feel the relief he had imagined. Perhaps there was a lingering sense of guilt, reflecting on how, throughout their years together, he had never truly listened to Bai Luoan, never sat down calmly to communicate. When had Bai Luoan first noticed Huiyan's strangeness, and when had she quietly begun preparing to leave? He knew nothing. She had silently shouldered so much alone. But recalling the past, even if Bai Luoan had told him, he wouldn't have believed her. More likely, he would have misunderstood her intentions, thinking she was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between him and his uncle Huiyan. Bai Luoan understood him well. Without paying a steep enough price, she could never earn his trust. Hualing picked up the black pen and signed his name. The next day dawned with brilliant sunshine, and the perpetual calendar indicated it was indeed an auspicious date. Ideal for travel, weddings, prayers for blessings, wealth-seeking, and assuming official posts. The Civil Affairs Bureau bustled with activity, though most visitors were beaming newlyweds coming to register their marriages. Brides wore delicate wedding headpieces as they trailed behind their grooms with joyful smiles. They were about to obtain certificates that would seal their covenant, commemorating this ordinary yet profoundly significant day before witnesses, imbuing it with special meaning for all their years to come. With luck, this special meaning will stay with them for life. Hualing arrived a bit earlier, and the driver parked the car at an intersection ahead to wait. Today, he hadn't slicked all his hair back. The slightly grown-out bangs lay obediently across his forehead, slightly covering his eyes, softening his otherwise sharp demeanor. Even though the perfectly tailored suit and exquisite wristwatch hinted at his considerable wealth, his striking look still drew stolen glances from boys and girls passing by. Hualing remained oblivious, his gaze drifting absently through the stream of cars. 8:50 a.m. A taxi pulled up to the curb, and as if sensing something, Hualing lifted his gaze just in time to see Bai Luoan step out moments later. Standing straight, Hualing watched Bai Luoan approach step by step, until she ascended the final stair and met his eyes. Clad in a soft apricot knitted dress that revealed slender, fair ankles, with her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, Bai Luoan appeared outwardly gentle. Yet her expression carried that familiar aloofness Hualing knew so well, though now, there was something subtly different about it. What's different this time? Hualing wondered. Oh, it's the eyes. The moment their gazes met, Hualing noticed something unusual. Her beautiful black eyes weren't carrying their usual fine shards of ice. Instead, they were calm, devoid of any aggression or emotion. You waited long, President Hua, Bai Luoan said. Knowing it was just polite small talk, Hualing still explained, No, I just arrived too. Bai Luoan nodded. That was the extent of her reaction. Because it was Hualing, the two of them were far from the kind of acquaintances who could sit down and exchange pleasantries. Between them should lie clear boundaries, like the opposing poles of a magnet, or better yet, like complete strangers who wouldn't even greet each other. Today, justice finally prevailed, and I didn't let him down after all. Let's go. Bai Luoan walked ahead, with Hualing following slowly behind. The divorce registration window was empty, creating a stark contrast to the crowded marriage registration counter beside it. Bai Luoan took out her identification documents, seeing no need to remind Hualing to prepare his paperwork. The staff noticed the uncommon bearing and temperament of the couple. While going through the routine persuasion, they were completely heartfelt. Normally, even couples with some lingering affection would be moved upon hearing these sharply poignant words distilled from countless marital cases. But this pair remained utterly composed from start to finish. The staff talked until their mouths went dry, then finally gave up. This was a marriage beyond even the great Luo immortal's power to salvage. With the staff abandoning futile efforts, the procedures proceeded with extraordinary smoothness. After examining the documents and agreement, the registration was swiftly completed. The marriage certificate was stamped with void, and each was handed a new little red booklet. The two stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sunlight outside gradually warming. The clothing Bai Luoan had worn when leaving home, which originally felt slightly chilly against the morning air, now felt just right. Bai Luoan uttered a goodbye and turned to leave, but behind her, Huoleng took a step forward and caught her wrist. "Wait, we need to talk." Bai Luoan frowned in confusion. What could she possibly have to discuss with Huoleng? Was there something at the company that hadn't been properly handed over? Chapter 37, The Conversation. The cafe by the street had an elegant ambience, where the light music and the faint aroma of cocoa in the air complemented each other perfectly, creating a rich sweetness most suited to the warm autumn sunlight. Bai Luoan and Huoleng took their seats by the window facing the street, called for a server, and placed their orders. Pedestrians hurried past on the street, yet these two people in this small space enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. The glass window was adorned with delicate and exquisite collision warning stickers, their refined design catching Bai Luoan's eye as she lingered on them for a few extra glances. The light walnut-colored table was paired with fabric lace placemats, a fresh, natural style that would likely appeal to most girls. Bai Luoan's distraction lasted only a fleeting moment before she focused her attention back on the person sitting across from her. She waited patiently for Huoleng to broach the subject of their conversation. Shares? Project? Huiyan? But Huoleng's gaze was fixed directly on her left hand. Bai Luoan felt puzzled. What was he looking at? Has your hand healed well? Bai Luoan almost thought she was hallucinating. Was this really the day Huoleng would take the initiative to show concern for her? But then again, times had changed. For Huoleng to set aside his prejudice and exchange a few polite words shouldn't be too difficult for him now. Not bad, Bai Luoan said. Huoleng unexpectedly found himself at a loss for words. He could effortlessly hold forth on today's stock market trends or the current economic climate, yet those few words from Bai Luoan left him unable to continue this particular conversation. President Hua, if there's something on your mind, why not speak frankly? Bai Luoan said after a moment's silence. She felt she'd shown ample sincerity. There was no need for Huoleng to keep testing the waters. When it came to Junyue, she would never hide anything from him. Huoleng took out an agreement from the document bag beside him and handed it to Bai Luoan before speaking. The shares were given to you by grandfather. They belong to you now. After you sign, I'll have lawyer Qian handle the transfer as soon as possible. Bai Luoan skimmed through the document in her hand, then faintly curved her lips upon hearing his words. Slowly, she pushed the file back to Huoleng and shook her head. No, grandfather Hua's shares weren't meant for me. They were prepared for the person by your side. This isn't something I should take. Returning them is only right. Huoleng opened his mouth to insist. They are for you. Bai Luoan stood firm. No, they're not. Huoleng had no choice. Bai Luoan's transfer agreement had been notarized, and without her personal signature, he couldn't privately return the shares to her. He could only change his approach. Fine, consider it not given to you, but what you uncovered for me is worth this much. Think of it as payment for your services. Bai Luoan still shook her head in refusal. I've already received what I was entitled to. Moreover, as an employee, protecting the company's interests is part of my job responsibilities. It's not worth anything extra. When she left, she hadn't returned all the compensation she'd received from Junyu over the years, because she knew full well she deserved the millions in annual salary Junyu had paid her, so she'd accepted it with a clear conscience. By the same token, she also understood what was not hers to take. Huoleng's furrowed brows conveyed impatience in Bai Luoan's eyes. She couldn't comprehend where this compensatory mindset of his came from, but no matter how displeased Huoleng might be, she could never accept such an overwhelmingly generous payment. Their gazes locked, and Huoleng found himself with a growing headache over her stubbornness. Watching her reaction, one might think he was offering her a bomb rather than company shares, given how desperately she avoided accepting them. Stubborn as an ox. The phone hadn't stopped ringing since he sat down, but Huoleng dismissed every call. Seeing that he wasn't bringing up any other matters, Bai Luoan proactively said, President Hua, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Huoleng pondered for a moment, then looked directly at Bai Luoan and said in an uncharacteristically gentle tone, if there's a good opportunity, don't reject it for Junyue's sake. I'll handle the non-disclosure agreement. It won't be binding. You can go to any company you want. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hualing's heartbeat accelerated almost instantly. This wasn't the first time he had shown trust. Offering appropriate trust at minimal cost in exchange for good returns, loyalty, was a tactic he had mastered with ease. But for the first time, the subject was Bai Luoan, and his intentions weren't to secure Bai Luoan's loyalty. What did he want, then? His gaze lingered on the subtle shifts in Bai Luoan's expression, but unfortunately, aside from a brief moment of surprise at the beginning, Bai Luoan showed no further reaction. Hualing's trust had once been something extraordinarily precious to her, yet when certain things are missed at their optimal moment, even if presented willingly by the other party afterward, they become less essential, especially after she had already achieved her goal through the most foolish means. Hualing was acting so strangely it was as if he'd been possessed. Their gazes met, and Bai Luoan curved her lips slightly, murmuring, "Thank you." If Hualing wished to make amends, or simply avoid the reputation of being harsh to his ex-wife by driving her to ruin, then ending today's conversation with a simple nod would be perfectly acceptable. Sure enough, Hualing visibly exhaled in relief. Bai Luoan once again said she was leaving, and Hualing didn't stop her. Watching her walk out, she hailed the next taxi and left. The shop's customers had dwindled. The murmurs of orders being placed and the grinding sounds of coffee machines softened considerably. Only then did the apron-clad staff member arrive belatedly to deliver the drinks they had ordered. Due to the long delay, the shop owner even specially offered a complimentary signature dessert. Hualing didn't like sweets, but Bai Luoan did, though she had already left. When Bai Luoan got in the car, the driver was swaying to the music playing on the radio, humming along to a familiar tune often heard at joyous festivals. It was the kind of song that typically served as background music in the social media posts of their parents' generation, echoing through supermarkets nationwide. Good days. The destination she gave was quite far away. Delighted to have landed such a lucrative fare, the driver chatted warmly with her. "Miss, I don't know what you young folks listen to these days. If you don't like this song, we can switch to one you prefer." Bai Luoan smiled and said, "It's nothing, quite fitting for the occasion." "Ah, did something good happen today? You're at the Civil Affairs Bureau, here to get married? Why don't I see your partner?" The driver turned the volume down slightly and ventured a bold guess. "No, I came to get divorced today," Bai Luoan replied. The driver's mouth fell open, then he burst into laughter. "Don't be sad. There's a song that goes, 'Ah, say goodbye to the wrong one to meet the right one. Your luck is yet to come. Someone as pretty as you won't have trouble finding a good match. The next one will be even better. Thank you for your kind words," Bai Luoan replied with a smile. Resolving this final matter with the Hua family meant she had completely repaid all the debts owed for accepting their financial support. Bai Luoan felt a sense of ease she had never experienced before. Those who have lost their dignity often care more deeply about standing tall with their backs straight in life. The memory of being abducted in her youth was seared into her very bones. She remembered how much courage it took, how many beatings she endured, just to resist sinking into the mire of theft. Yet to survive, she spent 4 years as a beggar. The crushing weight of dignity shattered each time she knelt before passers-by, a feeling she would never forget. Humiliation, shame, like a dog. She had thought that after being rescued, she could finally live a normal life. But tragically, she had no choice but to accept charity, homeless, with no alternatives. Bound by gratitude, she could never refuse any request from old Master Hua. Repaying kindness is only natural. Chapter 38, Tiger's Fang. Bai Luoan used her savings to purchase a small apartment near Tsinghua University's campus, just a 30-minute walk away. The residential complex was compact but clean and tidy, with excellent landscaping and lush trees. With high occupancy rates, it exuded a particularly vibrant living atmosphere. Bai Luoan didn't let the driver take her directly to the building entrance, choosing instead to walk home step by step from the main gate. This year, at 25 years old, after 21 years of waiting, she finally had a home to call her own again. This place she'd only set foot in for the second time last night was her home, a home that truly belonged to her. Bai Luoan had entrusted an agent to start house hunting for her long ago. She only needed to view it once before deciding on this particular apartment. With a beep, the door opened, and those inside turned their heads at the sound. She promptly set down the orange fur ball in her arms and stepped forward to greet them with a smile. "Big sister Xiaobai, you're finally back." Bai Luoan changed her shoes and walked inside. Fu Wanpei asked, "Did you get everything settled?" Bai Luoan nodded. Uncle Zhang was installing the red coral ornament Fu Wanpei had brought back, while Chen Wenshi followed behind Aunt Zhao as they emerged from the kitchen. Bai Luoan noticed Chen Wenshi rolling up his sleeves in an assistant's outfit and asked, "Seeing your brother knows how to cook too?" Chen Wenshi shook his head and answered honestly, "No, I'm just helping Aunt Zhao with the fish." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao immediately began praising him, saying Chen Wenshi's sliced fish was uniformly thick and thin, and the scoring marks were especially beautiful. Well, of course she'd praise him, who wouldn't? Here was the most promising young surgeon from Tsinghua University, Director Chen, who'd been playing with scalpels since age 5, personally slicing fish. Wow, had I known Brother Wencher was going to use a knife, I should have gotten closer to observe, Gushi muttered as she headed toward the kitchen, secretly regretting missing such a prime learning opportunity. Chen Wencher chuckled, look at me, always forgetting you're studying medicine. The meat's already marinated, so there's nothing to see now, but I'll demonstrate it for you next time if you'd like. Hearing this, Fu Wanpei remarked with wonder, I remember when Cece was little, she even fainted at the sight of blood. Who would have thought she'd grow up to study medicine? Chen Wencher was taken aback. Being a doctor himself, he understood better than anyone just how much effort and perseverance it would take for someone who used to faint at the sight of blood to become a medical professional. To resist one's instincts and go against human nature is consequently an immensely arduous task. Gushi cast a quick glance at Chen Wencher before dismissing it casually. Oh, it's nothing. You'll get used to it after seeing it a few more times. I don't feel anything now. You kids are so impulsive, changing your minds like the wind while adults worry themselves sick behind your backs. You came home skin and bones after your first semester. How can you say it's nothing? Though Fu Wanpei's tone was reproachful, no one could miss the quiet pride underlying her words. Gushi clung to her coquettishly. Auntie, I'm not a child anymore. Alright, no. Girls of this age always yearn to appear mature, but in the eyes of true adults, they still carry an air of childishness and innocence. I have some books on psychology that might help with your blood phobia. I'll bring them to you in a couple of days, Chen Wencher said. He remembered how Gushi used to be quite clingy to him in the past, but ever since she started going out with Hualing, she'd somehow stopped paying much attention to her older brother. Gushi squinted her eyes and laughed carefreely. Great, thank you, Brother Wencher. With Aunt Zhao's help, Bai Luoan quickly prepared a full table of dishes. Originally, Fu Wanpei had wanted to celebrate at a hotel today, but Bai Luoan expressed her wish to cook at home. So when they left in the morning, Aunt Zhao had taken the opportunity to buy groceries on the way. The dishes were laid out on the table, and Gushi took numerous angled photographs as she praised them between shots. Bai Luoan's cooking skills were excellent. Chen Wencher's eyes lit up at the very first bite. Fu Wanpei brought a bottle of champagne, and everyone clinked glasses cheerfully to celebrate her moving into the new home. Bai Luoan took a sip of wine, looking tenderly at the lively group around the table. On the stool beside her sat a plate of blanched shrimp, her once starving little orange tabby, which she'd meticulously nursed back to health after rescuing it 3 months ago, was now plump and feasting heartily, with no trace remaining of its former frail, dying state. The new life was fuller and happier than she had imagined. Stroking the soft fur on Kai Weibin's head, Bai Luoan thought. Hualing was uncharacteristically distracted during her subordinate's work presentation. More than once, at that, Zhang Shu leaned discreetly close to Hualing's ear to remind her, his movements so natural it appeared he was merely supplementing information the executives had missed. The managers remained unaware that Hualing's attention had completely wandered from the reports, though Zhang Shu's action did send a ripple of unease through their ranks. Did I miss any crucial information? Good job. Hualing collected his thoughts and addressed his nervously waiting subordinate. Everyone's hearts settled back down. As they walked out of the CEO's office, they straightened their postures with renewed confidence, feeling like they'd narrowly escaped disaster. After everyone left, Hualing pressed his fingers to his temples. Sensing his poor work focus today, he decisively pushed aside all the reports and took out his phone to scroll through WeChat moments. The first post to appear was Min Yan promoting several new products for Blues. Hualing intended to swipe past it but accidentally hit the like button. His name appeared alone beneath Min Yan's post, and 4 words immediately flashed through his mind. Here comes trouble. Sure enough, the very next second, his WeChat messages started exploding, undoubtedly from Min Yan. Hey bro, you coming to tonight's party or what? It's been a whole second and you still haven't replied. How dare you like my message without responding? I know you're online. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm informing you. Be there at 8 p.m. sharp, no excuses. Location, baby, see you tonight. Manhwa 2 hearts. Hualing. After replying to Min Yan, Hualing reopened the Moments feed and refreshed it. Gushi's 9-grid food photo collage popped up. My dear little Baijiajia's cooking is absolutely amazing. Ghost Festival cuteness incoming, love you sis red heart. Hualing clicked to enlarge the picture. Gushi's photography skills were commendable. At least Hualing found the array of dishes visually appetizing. Then came a photo dominated by a plump orange tabby, perched on the sofa back, sprawled on the recliner, being teased by Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhao. Though still young, the kitten already showed signs of evolving into a chubby furball. Was this the Ghost Festival kitten Gushi had mentioned? Truly living up to its name. The last 2 photos completely captured Hualing's attention. One was a group photo featuring not only Fu Wanpei, Uncle Zhang, and the others but also Chen Wencher. Hualing hadn't forgotten Chen Wencher's declaration about pursuing Bai Luoan, but wasn't his action just a bit too swift? At today's occasion, at this exact time, was it really appropriate for him to go? Oh, but they're senior and junior from the same school, naturally acquainted. Hualing's expression darkened as he swiped to the final photo, then froze instantly. Gu Shihe and Bai Luoan pressed their heads together for a photo together. The young girl smiled as brilliantly as ever. What was unusual was Bai Luoan. Hualing had seen Bai Luoan smile before. Her smiles were faint, fleeting, light as the trembling wings of a dragonfly skimming the tip of a lotus blossom in early summer. But the person in the photo had crescent eyes, plump under-eye crescents, a slightly scrunched nose with adorable creases, and most notably, a visible canine tooth. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Hualing would never have associated such an endearing trait with Bai Luoan. Yet after witnessing this, he felt this striking contrast suited her perfectly, not a hint of incongruity, only an irresistible allure. Kind of cute. Before this photo, Hualing would never have imagined that one day she would use the word cute to describe Bai Luoan. When she came to her senses, Hualing realized she had lingered on this photo for quite some time. As she exited, she even long pressed the screen to save the image. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She quickly switched to the photo album, but her fingertip hovered indecisively, unable to tap the delete button. Hualing deceivingly switched back to the WeChat interface, angrily swiping the screen to refresh. But the new update was still Bai Luoan, posted by Chen Wencher. Bang! The black screen of the phone slammed onto the solid wood desk. Chapter 39, Defamation. Bai Luoan's slightly pointed canine tooth was only exposed for a fleeting moment, yet Guxi's lens captured it with precision, instantly making it the subject of everyone's scrutiny. Guxi was genuinely curious how she could have kept it hidden so well. Bai Luoan explained that she rarely smiled, so nobody had noticed. The real reason was simply that her canine tooth undermined her composed demeanor. After all, she had joined Junyue as an outsider parachuted into position. If she lacked sufficient presence, it would be hard to command respect naturally. Earlier when Guxi teased her and accidentally touched her waist, she was ticklish. That tooth had made an appearance. It wasn't that she hadn't considered having it removed, but she had quite a fear of pain and didn't want to suffer needlessly, so she'd kept it all this time. But now she no longer needed to package herself as mature and steady. If it showed, it showed. The only thing was that people who knew her well might find it rather odd. It's totally mismatched. Guxi's photo was secretly saved by Hualing, Fu Wanpei, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhao, and Chen Wencher, each making their own copy. On the sly, Hualing had been radiating coldness all afternoon, finding fault with everything he laid eyes on, and this foul mood carried straight through to the gathering. Min Yan was one of the few who knew about Hualing's divorce today, but the news of Hualing's return to single status had long been an open secret in their circle. During this period, people openly or discreetly probing Fu Wanpei for information were as numerous as fish swimming across a river. If it weren't for Shen Qingyi still being at the forefront, there wouldn't have been fewer people asking directly in Hualing's face. Tonight's gathering was arranged by Min Yan. Although it wasn't explicitly labeled as Hualing's bachelor party, everyone attending understood the underlying meaning. Being all from the same social circle, since Shen Qingyi returned to the country, they hadn't officially held a welcome party for her. The significance of hosting this gathering after Hualing became single again was self-evident. 5 years ago, when Hualing defied Old Master Hua for Shen Qingyi and strained his family ties, everyone witnessed the fallout. Now, with the two seemingly on the path to reconciliation, well-wishers and onlookers alike have gathered in droves. Min Yan splurged to book out the open-air garden bar he frequently visited, intending to throw a small celebration for Hualing, but judging by Hualing's expression upon arrival, there wasn't much joy to be seen. Min Yan wondered to himself, shouldn't he be happy about this divorce? After making the rounds with pleasantries, Hualing excused himself to return a call. He casually grabbed a cigarette from the bar counter, walked to the railing for some air, and played with the unlit cigarette between his lips. After a while, Min Yan came over and handed him a glass of Jägermeister. What's wrong with you? You're in a bad mood? Hualing didn't answer the question, took the glass and gulped a mouthful, asking, where's Wencher? Min Yan casually ran a hand through his newly permed foil-styled hair, curling his lips, probably on the way. It won't take long from Tsinghua. Hualing frowned without speaking. Min Yan turned his head slightly. The night did nothing to soften the stern contours of Hualing's features. On the contrary, his tightly pressed lips and sharp jawline only accentuated a restrained iciness. Was he displeased because of the divorce, or because everyone at the gathering had teased him too much about him and Shen Qingyi? Hualing hadn't refuted the jokes about Shen Qingyi in front of everyone, but Min Yan, who knew him well, understood that such indifference from Hualing was practically a refusal. From afar, Min Yan skimmed a glance at Shen Qingyi, who was engrossed in conversation at the center of the crowd, and felt utterly perplexed. What's going on with Hualing? Those who were supposed to leave have left, and those who were meant to return have returned, so why does he feel completely out of sorts? He thought this and also spoke it aloud. Hualing narrowed her eyes slightly and said calmly, let bygones be bygones. So I messed things up today? What if everyone misunderstands? Min Yan didn't even bother asking Hualing about the change of heart. To him, relationships were like convenience store snacks. What mattered was satisfying his immediate hunger in that moment. As for the long term, whatever. Hualing remained silent. Some words needn't be spelled out openly. He assumed his meaning had been made clear enough, that Shen Qingyi had understood his stance. As for others, he deemed no further explanation necessary. Min Yan also arrived at this realization and smiled. The scenery outside grew tiresome after prolonged viewing. Hualing and Min Yan rose and moved inward. The bar was divided into sections. As the weather turned cooler, wind-blocking screens had long been installed. Hualing walked to the inner restroom to wash away the tobacco scent clinging to his hands before returning. Just as he entered this section, he heard his own name spoken. It looks like Hualing and Shen Qingyi are going public with their relationship, right? Who would have thought young Master Hua could be so devoted? It's been 5 whole years already. Isn't this practically semi-public already? Look at how they're hosting the welcome banquet and bachelor party together. What could be more intentional than that? Honestly, I still don't understand what's so special about Shen Qingyi. With all the beauties in Ningqing surpassing her looks, how is it that no one else ever caught Hualing's eye? Well, wasn't Bai Luoan also a first-class beauty? It's just that President Hua happened to not fancy her. What can you do about that? What's the use of being pretty? Coming from an orphanage, eating and using other people's resources, then turning around to sleep with their young master. Quite the selective one, isn't she? But Hualing wasn't fooled by her tricks. 5 years have passed, and she ended up with nothing. Serves her right. If Hualing detests her so much, maybe there's something wrong with her. Otherwise, with such stunning looks, how could Hualing remain completely unmoved? Putting everything else aside, just looking at that face, I'd be tempted myself. But as the deputy director of Junhua, she's way out of our league. TSK, deputy director my foot, who knows how she really lands those projects. As if she actually has real capability. A beer bottle slammed against the edge of the table with a bang, shattering and scattering shards of glass and white foam across the floor. Who the hell? Are you nuts? The startled people inside cursed angrily, about to get up and confront the perpetrator, when a tall, familiar figure emerged from behind the screen. Mr. Hua. Hualing stood tall and straight, his sharp eyes cold and gloomy as they fixed on the men and women in the room. President Hua, we're sorry. We had too much to drink and spoke out of turn. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. President Hua, apologies. We shouldn't have discussed your private matters behind your back. Please don't take it to heart. We promise it won't happen again. Please don't let us ruin your good mood today. We beg your pardon. A great man like you wouldn't hold petty grievances against small people like us. We won't speak of you and Miss Shen again. After a brief silence, the people inside reacted with a cacophony of apologies. It was truly impolite to be caught discussing someone like this right to their face. Although this group of wealthy second-generation heirs was summoned by Min Yan, they couldn't even gain entry to the innermost circle, merely being figurantes brought along to flaunt their supposed connections with the Hua and Min families. Their families couldn't reach the inner circle, and they themselves were of no consequence. Knowing their own worth, their apologies came across as remarkably sincere. Hualing's expression showed no signs of softening at their words. The chill in his eyes deepened layer by layer, like a Siberian cold front sweeping through, making people shiver to the bone. The music drowned out the clamor from this corner, but Min Yan, sharp-eared, caught the commotion and came over to see which fool dared disrupt his establishment. Just as he reached the entrance, Hualing's voice, low with restrained fury, pierced through. My wife may not come from a privileged background, but she was the top science student in Ningqing, personally groomed by my grandfather to become Yuesher Group's second-in-command. The ROI from her first-year projects alone matched her family's entire company's annual revenue. Hualing let out a cold laugh. You parasite squandering your parents' wealth. What gives you the delusion that you're qualified to judge her? Who permitted you to slander my wife behind her back like this? Chapter 40, Singlehood. Hearing this, the group finally realized the source of Hualing's fury and hurriedly offered their apologies to Bai Luoan. Seeing that the slightly timid one was almost scared to tears by Hualing, Min Yan, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally put away his astonished expression and stepped out to mediate. Today's matter has been generously overlooked by President Hua. In the future, remember to think before you speak and know what should and shouldn't be said. Yes, Brother Yan, it won't happen again. Alright, as long as you've got the picture in mind. Min Yan waved his hand dismissively, then turned to the humanoid ice maker beside him and said, let's go. Wencher is already here, waiting for you. The air in the room finally began to circulate again after seeing off this imposing figure. Only when the footsteps of the two faded away did everyone gasp for breath, exchanging puzzled glances. Min Yan was also among the bewildered. He pulled Hu Ling aside to a corner, glanced around cautiously to ensure no one was nearby, then asked in a hushed tone, "Did someone in their family do something foolish to offend you?" Hu Ling shook his head. He didn't even recognize which family these people belonged to. How could they have offended him? Min Yan froze for a moment before forcing a stiff smile. "Don't tell me you're actually standing up for Bai Luoan." Hu Ling didn't deny it. "Come on, man, the gossip that reached your ears before was way worse than this, and I never saw you get angry. Are you upset? Why, because of the divorce?" Hu Ling hesitated and shook his head, making Min Yan feel relieved. "Good, it's not some two men fighting over one woman drama. That's good then. It'd be too tragic if you finally regained your single status only to realize right after divorce that you never actually wanted to split. Haha." Min Yan chuckled. "You've been wound too tight lately, too repressed." "Maybe." Hu Ling neither confirmed nor denied. The band switched to jazz, and everyone gathered around the stage to dance, leaving Chen Wenshi alone at the booth. As the two approached, they noticed an exquisite box in front of him. Min Yan leaned in and saw it was a box of cookies, immediately feeling her stomach growl. "I'm just getting a bit hungry, let me have some." Before her hand could reach it, Chen Wenshi quietly picked up the box and moved it to his other side. "It's not for you. We've been friends for over 20 years. What's the big deal about eating a few of your cookies?" Min Yan retorted stubbornly. "It was a gift from Xiao Bai," Chen Wenshi said with a smile. Hu Ling's hand trembled imperceptibly as he poured the water. "Oh." Min Yan awkwardly withdrew his guilty hand, then suddenly realized something wrong after sitting down. "But if she gave them, why can't I eat them?" "Chen Wenshi, you can, but I just don't want to share with you." "You." Min Yan fumed with anger. Alright, just joking. I've already had some, these were brought for you guys anyway." Chen Wenshi pushed the box toward Min Yan. "Go ahead. That's more like it." Min Yan happily took it and opened the box of cookies with a reverent posture unlike any other. These were personally made by Bai Luoan, a once-in-a-century occurrence. The shortbread cookies had a golden hue, rich with the aroma of butter yet not the least bit greasy on the tongue. They melted in the mouth, crisp to the point of making one's tongue tingle. Min Yan nodded while eating. "Delicious." He handed Hu Ling a piece to share, but Hu Ling glanced at it and coldly refused. Min Yan quickly picked up the second piece and was pleasantly surprised to find it was matcha-flavored, different from any matcha cookie he'd tasted before, with a more intense and refreshing tea aroma. The third piece had a fruity flavor, and the pineapple taste was utterly addictive. Each cookie came in 7 or 8 different flavors, and every single one was astonishingly good. "Xiao Bai's cooking skills are quite impressive," Min Yan said with a satisfied burp, reluctantly forcing himself to stop despite still wanting more. A fitness enthusiast should have this kind of self-awareness. One who eats another's food finds it hard to speak ill of him. He followed Chen Wenshi's lead and started calling her Xiao Bai too. Chen Wenshi chuckled. "The portion I had this afternoon was made by her hands personally. This serving isn't." Min Yan cried out, "Ah, got fooled again? Though it's almost the same. This formula was developed by her, so it's no different from her making it herself. If you like it, her shop is about to open. You can go support her business." Min Yan laughed, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she teased. "So that's your scheme, drumming up customers for her?" Chen Wenshi replied frankly, "Indeed it is." Hu Ling listened quietly nearby, lifting his head upon hearing the words as Min Yan was asking for the shop's address. "Across from Tsinghua University's South Gate. They've been in soft opening for a week. She took us to tour the shop today," Chen Wenshi said. "The shop's name is Midsummer Eve. Would I dare not go after hearing your decree?" "Don't worry, I'll have everyone from the company try it out." Min Yan raised an eyebrow. "You're really putting on quite the commanding air." Chen Wenshi remained in excellent spirits, letting Min Yan tease him. His good mood was unmistakable. Hu Ling stayed silent, and neither of them paid it any mind. This wasn't a topic that interested him. The music had changed, and the dancers gradually returned. Shen Qingyi originally intended to sit back beside Hu Ling, but Min Yan had already claimed the spot next to him early on, leaving Shen Qingyi no choice but to take a seat diagonally across from him. "Stop staring, your eyes are practically glued to them." A friend teased her, and Shen Qingyi quickly averted her gaze with a smile. "Between you and, what's really going on? It's been a while, why haven't I heard any updates from your side?" Amid the lively gathering, while no one was paying attention, Zhang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hu Ling before asking. Shen Qingyi lowered her eyes gloomily. Everyone was teasing her and Hu Ling, assuming they were on the verge of getting together. Yet deep down, she knew, Hu Ling hadn't denied it earlier merely to spare her face. Noticing her silence, Zhang pressed further. "Then has he divorced Bai Luoan yet?" Shen Qingyi shook her head to indicate she didn't know. Zhang was exasperated by her lack of improvement. "Fine, I'll give you a hand." What are you going to do? Shinqingyi gasped softly with a laugh. Jianing patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, just playing around. After speaking, she asked the waiter to bring 2 decks of cards. Truth or Dare has endured as a classic game for good reason. These people, who all appear polished and proper in public, secretly relish the chance to mess with each other. Thus, Zhang Yin's suggestion was quickly embraced. After several rounds, the atmosphere grew livelier. Aside from Hu Ling and Chen Wenshi, nearly everyone else drew the Joker card. Having known each other for so long, they were intimately familiar with one another's lives and unafraid of riling each other up. The questions grew increasingly outrageous, and the punishments increasingly ruthless. Hu Ling watched the crowd's antics with disinterest, absent-mindedly drawing cards, while Chen Wenshi kept glancing at his phone, his mind equally elsewhere. What are you looking at? You seem so happy. Hu Ling tilted his head for a glance. Chen Wenshi tapped open a video. Bai Luowen was conducting dietary discipline training for Kai Weibin, who employed every trick from coquettish pleading to adorable antics for snacks, making it impossible not to chuckle. Bai Luowen's voice could still be heard in the background. It was strange, amidst the clamor of music and laughter. Despite the noise, Hu Ling still heard every single word Bai Luowen said, crystal clear. No more eating, sweetheart. President Hua, it's your turn to draw a card. Jianing approached with the deck in hand. Snapping back to reality, Hu Ling randomly picked a card, but this time he happened to draw the Joker. Finally caught you, haha. Truth or Dare? Someone was clearly looking forward to seeing him in a predicament. Everyone turned to look. Hu Ling glanced at the card in his hand and said, Truth. Well then, Mr. Hua, are you currently single? Jianing, who held the trump card this round, boldly asked the question. Oh, whistles and cheers surged like a rising tide. Hu Ling's profound gaze lingered on Jianing's face like a tangible weight, pressing down on her until she could barely breathe. Her heart pounded violently. For a terrifying moment, she thought he'd caught on to her little trick. Yet in the very next second, before everyone, Hu Ling gave a slight nod. Single. Chapter 41, Assistance. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first today. Enjoy yourselves, and put tonight's bill on my tab. Hu Ling downed a glass of wine in one go as an apology, but the crowd wasn't having it. What's the matter, Ah Ling? Can't handle losing? Really urgent. Hu Ling raised his phone, where the glaring caller ID clearly displayed Zhang Shu as evidence. Unable to stop him, they reluctantly let him leave in dissatisfied resignation. No one thought much of it. Hu Ling leaving mid-gathering was as common as eating home-cooked meals. After all, the man was famously busy. But having just uncovered some juicy gossip, having their burning curiosity abruptly extinguished felt rather unsatisfying. They'd still hoped to have some fun teasing Hu Ling about Shinqingyi. Chen Wenshi stared thoughtfully at Hu Ling's retreating figure. Min Yan squeezed over, slinging an arm around Chen Wenshi's shoulder and whispering, What did you show him? He left in a huff after seeing it. Chen Wenshi handed the video to Min Yan, who scrutinized it repeatedly but couldn't discern any hidden meaning. What's the secret here? I can't see anything unusual about this. Did the cat offend him somehow? Chen Wenshi smiled slightly. You'll find out soon enough. He won't be able to hold back for long. Min Yan muttered to himself, What's with all the mystery? Can't you just tell me now? By the time Hu Ling reached the building's entrance, his car was already waiting at the front gate. Zhang Shu was always thorough in his arrangements. When he received Hu Ling's message, he stopped by a nearby pharmacy on his way to prepare some medication. Due to Hu Ling's unique constitution, his body metabolized alcohol slower than most people, a fact Zhang Shu had kept in mind all these years. President Hua, I've left some hangover medicine in the back seat. You can take some if you feel unwell. It's nothing. Though Hu Ling wasn't much of a drinker, he barely touched alcohol tonight except for the apology toast when leaving. He'd specifically asked Zhang Shu to pick him up because with anyone else, he wouldn't have been able to extricate himself. It wasn't that he disliked gathering with friends, he just couldn't muster much enthusiasm lately. Zhang Shu left after dropping him off, and Hu Ling went straight to his study. It was nearly 10 o'clock when it suddenly started raining outside. Lonely raindrops slanted against the window, the moisture dampening the entire pane. Gradually, the rain intensified, pattering noisily as the droplets merged into rivulets that slid downward, blurring even the indoor lights. On the table lay not the pile of urgent documents awaiting processing, but a small red booklet he had just received today. Hu Ling couldn't recall how long he had been staring at it. He only knew that from the moment he entered, his gaze had never once strayed from it. Bai Luowen had already moved forward. Whether it was moving houses or opening a shop, within just 3 months, she had traveled far along her own path. Undoubtedly, this path had absolutely no connection to him. That's why, when he casually mentioned in the morning that she needn't mind Junyu anymore and could return to the workplace, she agreed so readily, without half an explanation. She'd evidently made up her mind long ago. When did she become interested in opening a shop? He had no idea. Bai Luoan had completely excluded him from her affairs. Fu Wanpei knew it, Gushi knew it, Chen Wenshi knew it, even Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhao were aware. Her stance was so unmistakably clear. From now on, they would each return to their own paths, neither interfering nor disturbing the other. Isn't this just perfect? Hualing, what exactly are you so unhappy about? Was it displeasure that she had done so much for him, yet dismissed all her efforts with just a few words? Displeasure that she hadn't even left a place for him as an ordinary friend? Displeasure that she had divorced in the morning yet could chat so effortlessly with Chen Wenshi that very afternoon? But severing all ties cleanly was precisely to ensure no future entanglements. This had always been his deepest wish. They had no interaction beyond work these past few years. How could they even be considered friends? Their marriage wasn't a de facto union, a formal separation meant the end. If her moral compass weren't so strong, she wouldn't even have waited until now. So what's wrong with responding to someone who likes her? You couldn't find a better ex than her anywhere in this world. In fact, she doesn't even qualify as an ex. As an ex, I ought to fade quietly from her world, just like she did. This is what he should have done. The divorce certificate and the voided marriage license were thrown into the bottom drawer and locked away. Out of sight, out of mind. Listening to the rain throughout the night, Hualing rose from bed, his body already steeped in the damp chill of the small hours. Beneath his suit, his limbs were numb with cold. The next morning when Hualing got up, she felt dizzy and unsteady, as if coming down with a cold. He dug out some cold medicine from the medicine cabinet and swallowed 2 pills without giving it much thought. By the afternoon, his condition had worsened. His entire body ached, especially his throbbing head, while his dry, itchy throat triggered incessant coughing. The numbers on the report blurred into uneven ink blobs before his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the intercom and instructed Zhang Shu to prepare the car for a hospital visit. Tu waited in the consultation room after receiving Zhang Shu's call. Hualing coughed the whole way, his chest and abdomen aching from the strain by the time they reached the hospital. After inquiring about Hualing's symptoms and taking his temperature, Tu diagnosed him with viral influenza. Tu prescribed medicine and had him stay for an 4 drip. Hualing had started developing a fever on the way over. In such a condition, returning to work was clearly out of the question. He instructed Zhang Shu to handle an urgent document back at the office. Fortunately, aside from this matter, there weren't any particularly pressing issues during this period. He decided to take a few days off, a chance to rest and recuperate. Around 7 o'clock, after the 4 drip was removed, Zhang Shu took him back to Qingshan. The house was eerily empty, and only then did he realize Aunt Zhao was no longer there. Zhang Shu found himself in a dilemma. Tu had emphasized the need to monitor Hualing's temperature, but he urgently needed to return to the office. The round trip would take considerable time, and leaving Hualing alone here filled him with unease. Helping Hualing lie down in the bedroom, Hualing immediately urged him to go back. Zhang Shu looked at him with concern, but Hualing insisted he felt much better and knew his own limits. The documents had to be delivered to the municipal department first thing tomorrow morning. There was absolutely no room for delay. After some hesitation, Zhang Shu had no choice but to leave. Once downstairs, he called Fu Wanpei and explained that Hualing was ill and needed someone to look after him. Bai Luoan was assembling a cat climbing frame for her cat Kai Weibin when she received the call from Fu Wanpei. Fu Wanpei had taken the entire family to a renowned temple in the neighboring city for blessings early that morning, a trip partly motivated by Bai Luoan herself. The day before, while minding the shop, a customer had mentioned how particularly efficacious prayers at this temple were. Fu Wanpei immediately became enthused and booked flights for the crack of dawn. Auntie Zhao and Uncle Zhang often visited temples too, so they tagged along. With no one left at home, Fu Wanpei explained Hualing disliked strangers entering his bedroom, Min Yan was too clumsy to care for others properly, and Chen Wenshi had 2 critical surgeries at the hospital, leaving no choice but to ask Bai Luoan for this favor. Since Fu Wanpei said so, Bai Luoan had no choice but to agree. She set aside her work, refilled the automatic feeder for Kai Weibin, set the timer, changed the water in the bowl, made a final round to check everything, and secured all the doors and windows. After completing all the tasks, she crouched down in front of Kai Weibin and patiently explained the situation to it, whether or not the cat could understand. Kai Weibin rubbed against her hand and meowed twice coquettishly, trying to wheedle a few extra bites of kibble this way. A dieting cat has no dignity to speak of. Bai Luoan arrived at Qingshan at 9 o'clock. Standing before the gate, she had originally thought she would never step foot here again in this lifetime. Chapter 42, Cookies. After knocking rhythmically for quite some time without any response, Bai Luoan hesitated for a moment before gently pressing down on the door handle and pushing open the tightly shut door to Hualing's bedroom. The room was illuminated, its decor simple and crisp, exuding the strong style of Hualing. In the center, a human-shaped bulge lay on the large bed, with half of Hualing's face peeking out from the smoke-gray quilt. Bai Luoan walked to the bedside, taking in Hualing's pallid complexion. His brows were tightly knitted in discomfort, his eyes shut, sleep restless, yet his lips bore a feverish flush. On the bedside table lay a thermometer gun, medicine, and water. Bai Luoan first took Hualing's temperature, confirming he still ran a fever. She turned and went downstairs to fetch a clean towel, soaking it before placing it on his forehead to cool him down. Zhang Shu had left a note detailing the medicine dosage and the time of the last dose. Barely 2 hours had passed since then. Bai Luoan glanced at the current time, silently committing it to memory. Bai Luoan took a cushion and kept vigil by the bed, changing Hualing's towel every 20 minutes. As midnight approached, his fever finally broke. After the unbearable heat subsided, Hualing awoke from a haze, squinting as he took a long moment to regain his senses. As his gaze shifted, he noticed the door was slightly ajar, and the room had dimmed. He distinctly remembered leaving the main light on, not the night light, before falling asleep. Had Zhang Shu come over from the company? Just as the thought crossed his mind, light footsteps echoed from the doorway, followed by the entrance of someone entirely unexpected. Bai Luoan had just returned the towel to its place and finished a call with Tuyu. Unaware upon entering, it wasn't until she drew closer that she realized the person on the bed was already awake. Their gazes met, and Bai Luoan stopped in her tracks, explaining, Aunt Pei and the others went to City H for temple offerings. She said you were sick with no one around, so she asked me to come check on you. It was an explanation for why she was here. Hualing took a long moment before giving a quiet Having slept too long, his entire body felt weak. Though he tried pushing himself up with his hands at his sides, he couldn't manage to rise for quite some time. Bai Luoan remained motionless where she stood until Hualing caught his breath and muttered hoarsely, "Could you help me up?" His throat burned painfully. Those few words sounded like they'd been dragged across sandpaper, landing on the ears as a distinctly raspy plea. Bai Luoan placed a pillow behind him and helped him lie down, a few strands of her hair falling onto Hualing's shoulders, carrying a faint hint of creamy fragrance that wafted into his nose. Bai Luoan had been experimenting with new recipes in the afternoon and forgot to change her clothes before leaving. Having spent hours immersed in the kitchen, the rich aroma of cream still lingered strongly on her. She handed the water to Hualing, who took small sips, gradually soothing the dryness and pain in his throat. "You need to take your medicine once more. I'll bring some food up, eat first, then take the pills." Bai Luoan finished speaking, turned, and went downstairs, returning with a bowl of gently simmered white porridge that smelled sweet and was cooked to a tender perfection. The porridge was just the right temperature for eating. Hualing hadn't eaten anything since the afternoon, and now his stomach was empty. He took the porridge from Bai Luoan's hand, stirring the plain white gruel with a spoon, but didn't eat. Bai Luoan looked down at his movements from above, refraining from verbal inquiry. Probing whether Hualing disliked porridge in general or just the porridge she had made held no significance for her. Lost in thought, the person on the bed suddenly looked up and stared straight at her with piercing eyes. "I don't want porridge." If not for the unmistakable note of grievance in Hualing's tone, Bai Luoan would have thought he was deliberately picking a fight to express his displeasure. "What would you like to eat?" Bai Luoan asked softly. Plain congee was the most suitable for his current condition, but sick people often have finicky tastes, requiring extra consideration. Was there anything in the fridge he might crave? "Want cookies." Under the soft glow of the lights, Hualing's light brown eyes shone with a translucent sheen, like amber bathed in moonlight. Seeing Bai Luoan remain silent, he blinked gently, his long, thick lashes fluttering like a child begging for candy. Bai Luoan froze for a moment. Though she didn't quite understand why Hualing's preferences had suddenly changed, she instinctively softened her tone. "It's too late today, there's no time to make it now. Have this for now, and if you still want it tomorrow, let me know. Would you make it yourself? If you'd rather not." "I didn't say no." Hualing lowered his head, hiding his despondent expression. His voice was a bit soft, and Bai Luoan didn't catch it clearly. "What? Not unwilling?" Hualing repeated clearly once more. He repeated the words in his heart as well. "Not unwilling. Alright, then I'll make it for you tomorrow morning, okay? First finish your porridge, take your medicine, get some sleep, and you'll have it when you wake up tomorrow," Bai Luoan said. Having received an affirmative answer, Hualing finally began to eat the porridge. After finishing the bowl, Bai Luoan counted out the medicine and handed it to him. The medicine had strong sedative effects, and soon Hualing grew drowsy under its influence. Hualing lay down and tightly wrapped himself in the blanket. Bai Luoan dimmed the lights to their lowest setting and took the empty bowl downstairs. "Your room hasn't been touched. Someone cleans it regularly. You should get some rest too." After tidying the kitchen, Bai Luoan went upstairs to check his temperature. Just as she was about to record the reading, Hualing, who had appeared to be asleep, suddenly spoke up. Her hand paused mid-motion as she looked down at him. His eyes were now wide open. "There's a unique charm to admiring a beauty by lamplight. The dim yellow light softened the stern lines of Huoling's face, revealing a rare tenderness. With that unattainable aura receding, his handsome features became strikingly apparent, from his beautifully shaped eyes to the perfect, sensual curve from his nose bridge to the peaks of his lips. His illness added a touch of fragile beauty to his demeanor. Bai Luoan quietly murmured her assent. Perhaps Huoling was preoccupied with this matter, for he nodded slightly after hearing her response before finally allowing himself to sink into a peaceful slumber. Mindful of Tuyu's warning, Bai Luoan kept a close watch on Huoling's temperature throughout the night. Fortunately, his fever didn't return. As dawn's first light began tinting the distant horizon, Bai Luoan rose to switch off the bedroom lamp before heading downstairs. When Huoling awoke again, most of the physical pain had dissipated. After sufficient rest had refreshed his weary mind, fragmented memories from before sleep came flooding back in orderly succession. He closed his eyes again, burying his head in the soft pillow, silently digesting the foolish behavior he had displayed during his groggy state for a long time. The room was quiet but not lonely. After steeling himself for a long while, he took a deep breath and rose from the soft bedding, heading to the bathroom for a quick wash. The sticky feeling on his body was washed away by the water. Even after stepping out, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. The lingering illness hadn't fully retreated, but compared to the previous day, he was already much better. At least he was awake now. As he stepped out, he glanced toward the other side of the bedroom, wondering if Bai Luoan had already gotten up. A faint aroma of food lingered in the air. Huoling thought it might be the domestic helper who came to cook, and couldn't help feeling an inexplicable twinge of regret. Sure enough, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Catering to a patient's taste, there was a bowl of mushroom broth noodles with plain toppings, accompanied by a plate of colorful julienne vegetables, and a freshly baked tray of cookies. Huoling stood there frozen. Bai Luoan walked out from the kitchen holding a glass of water. Seeing Huoling standing there, she showed no particular reaction. "You're awake. Come eat." The water had been poured for him. The glass made a slight trembling sound as it met the marble tabletop. Having a glass of plain water beside his meal had always been Huoling's dining habit. He averted his gaze and silently took his seat. "What about you?" All the items on the table were portioned for one person. Huoling looked up and asked. Bai Luoan was carefully counting out each pill Huoling needed to take into separate lids. Without looking up, she replied, "I'll eat later with the teacher." After sorting the medication, she reached for the thermometer gun beside her. Seeing this, Huoling swept aside his bangs to let her take his temperature. He was dressed in homewear, his movements obedient and compliant. His temperature reading was normal, and Bai Luoan finally let go of her worry. "The fever's gone. Take the medicine once more after your meal. Dr. Tu said he'll come by at noon for a follow-up. Eat well, and since everything's fine here, I'll take my leave." Huoling stood up and, after a long pause, managed to say, "It's hard to get a taxi here. I'll arrange for someone to drop you off." Bai Luoan shook her head lightly and raised her phone as a sign. "No need, I've already called a ride. Wish you a swift recovery, Boss Hua." With that, Bai Luoan left without a shred of hesitation, turning on her heel and walking away. Huoling followed behind her in silence, watching as she stepped out the door and got into a car. Chapter 43, Fading Away. Points becoming lines, lines forming planes, those fleeing, self-denying, evasive emotions all congealed into a dull ache at this very moment. Huoling returned to the house, and with only himself left, the home felt a little too quiet. Eating his noodles mechanically, Huoling's mind was completely occupied by the image of Bai Luoan emerging from the kitchen. Over the past few years, she had been like this, preparing meal after meal for him. The cooled cookies became crisp and delicate, lightly sweet with a hint of bitterness to balance the sweetness, their mild yet fragrant coffee flavor lingering on the tongue. Huoling doesn't like sweets, so she made coffee-flavored cookies instead. It's no wonder Fu Wanpei, Gushi, and everyone at home adores her so much. Her thoughtfulness and tenderness are hidden in these little everyday details. Sadly, for the past 5 years, he had missed it all. By the time he grasped at the threads, trying to unravel the tangled mess, she had already cut clean through it all and walked far away from him. In his hands, he clutched half a loose thread, watching helplessly as she walked further and further away. At noon, Tuyu came over to administer an 4 drip for Huoling and brought new medications. Unaware of the current relationship between the two, he was about to leave after finishing the 4 when he took out 2 brown glass bottles and said to Huoling, "President Hua, since President Bai isn't here, could you pass these supplements to her and make sure she drinks them within 24 hours? Pulling all-nighters is hard on the body. These will help mitigate some of the damage at least." Huoling froze. She stayed up all night? Hearing this, Tuyu was taken aback instead. "Yes, President Bai called me last night saying you had a fever again. I told her to take your temperature every half hour throughout the night." "Thank you. I'll pass along the message to her." After Tuyu left, Huoling stared blankly at the 2 small brown bottles for a while. He didn't have Bai Luolan's contact information, so after some thought, he called Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, do you have Xiaobai's contact details? You do, is it the new one? Okay. Come to my place and get something to deliver to her. Yes, right now. The sooner the better. Alright, send me her number. Soon, Uncle Chen sent over a string of numbers, which Huling saved in her contacts. When filling in the note field, she left a cookie emoji in that space. Bai Luolan had just parted ways with Yin Qi when Uncle Chen's call came through. The dessert shop had just opened, and recouping the initial investment would take time. She had bought the apartment outright and was planning to purchase a commuter car soon, leaving her with little savings. Meeting Yin Qi for dinner was specifically to discuss tea. Yin Qi owned an investment company, and Bai Luolan didn't need to be officially listed. By taking on 2 projects per month, she could at least ensure Xiao Guantou would have enough offerings for the Ghost Festival. After the discussion, she accompanied Yin Qi shopping, picking out a stylish qipao that suited her perfectly. After giving Chen Shu the address, Bai Luolan calculated her schedule, first stopping by the shop before finally heading home. Percent. She didn't enter the residential compound, simply standing at the entrance waiting for Uncle Chen to arrive. After receiving the items Tu Yu had given, Bai Luolan thanked Uncle Chen. The elderly man was visibly delighted to see her, and she handed him a light cream cake she had specially picked up from the store. She remembered that Uncle Chen's little granddaughter seemed particularly fond of this flavor of cake. Without standing on ceremony, Uncle Chen invited her to join his family for a meal when she had time, and Bai Luolan agreed. No long-term parking is allowed at the entrance, so Uncle Chen drove away quickly. Bai Luolan sent a message to Tu Yu to thank him, then headed to the fresh food grocery behind the residential complex to buy fresh ingredients for the little kids staying home during the mid-July festival. Fu Wanpei stayed in the neighboring city for 3 days. Upon returning, she took one look at Huoling's listless appearance by Green Mountain and promptly dragged him back to the old family residence to recuperate. Huoling had a robust constitution and rarely fell ill, but this time the illness dragged on intermittently for nearly half a month before he fully recovered, leaving Fu Wanpei worried for a long time. She tucked the blessed peace charm she'd brought back into the inner compartment of Huoling's wallet, admonishing him. They say this charm really works. I got one for you, Xiaobai and Cici. You'd better keep it on you if I find out you've taken it out. Don't blame me for punishing Qin like a stranger. Huoling watched Fu Wanpei's deft movements without stopping her. At her words, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Did you give them theirs? Should I go deliver them? What? Fu Wanpei was completely baffled by this abrupt question. Huoling cleared his throat softly. The peace charms. The ones for those two. If you haven't given them yet, I can go deliver them. Fu Wanpei tossed the wallet to Huoling, not noticing his unusual behavior of suddenly volunteering to be an errand boy. I already gave it, yeah. I sent it by same-day courier the day I came back. They've been using it for a while now. Huoling, oh. After work, Huoling didn't ask Uncle Chen to pick him up. Instead, he drove around aimlessly by himself. The congested traffic gradually cleared along the way. The car wheels rolled over the ginkgo leaves by the roadside, making rustling, crisp little sounds. Unknowingly, he drove near Qingda University. The golden hues of autumn painted a scenery unique to Qingda. Neatly lined ginkgo trees bathed in the afterglow of sunset, beautiful as a dazzling oil painting. Groups of passers-by were taking photos of the scenery. Huoling slowed down, preparing to pull over by the roadside when 2 familiar figures emerged from the campus gates. Reflexively, he stepped on the brakes. Bai Luolan held a bouquet of sunflowers in her arms, while Chen Wenshur slightly lowered his head to speak to her. Even from across the street, Huoling could clearly see the smile that spread across Bai Luolan's face after Chen Wenshur finished speaking. It was a sincere, joyful, and carefree kind of smile. Huoling tightened her grip on the steering wheel slowly, staring intently at the person across from her. A falling leaf spiraled down and landed on Bai Luolan's head. Chen Wenshur casually picked it off, their intimate and natural posture indistinguishable from any couple on the street. Holding up the leaf, Chen Wenshur chuckled. Remember when that Korean drama was super popular? There was this scene where the male lead told the female lead under a ginkgo tree that if she caught a falling ginkgo leaf, suppressing a laugh, he continued, then her wish would come true. So for a while, this entire street was full of people deliberately trying to catch falling leaves. Bai Luolan couldn't help but smile at the memory. That year, this Korean drama became wildly popular, and even someone as oblivious to trends as her had heard of this meme. It wasn't just about ginkgo trees. People had gone so crazy back then that they'd instinctively reach out to catch any falling leaf they saw. She chuckled. Actually, catching one is pretty difficult. Releasing one hand, she randomly reached forward and, lo and behold, a golden leaf landed perfectly in her palm. Chen Wenshur suppressed a laugh and said, "Make a wish, Junior." Placing the leaf among the flowers, Bai Luolan sighed. My biggest wish is not to gain any more weight during the Ghost Festival month. I think its weight gain isn't its own fault. maybe it's because of the name you gave it. Try changing it to July Slim. No, senior brother, that name doesn't sound very nice. Don't dismiss it for being unpleasant. You must believe in the power of the mysterious. The two walked away chatting and laughing. Hualing furrowed his brows, his knuckles turning faintly white from the tension. The sight of them walking arm in arm sent an almost palpable chill through Hualing's heart. Chapter 44, Fondness. Bathed in the twilight glow, the two stood side by side, chatting cheerfully, unaware that a black Mercedes had been following them all along. Circling from the main gate to the south entrance, the yellows of the ginkgo trees gradually gave way to greenery, and Bai Luolan's shop stood just around the next corner. Truthfully, cutting straight through the campus would have been much quicker. It was Chen Wencher who suggested taking this street to admire the ginkgo trees, prompting the two to take the long way around. Bai Luolan hadn't properly explored this area during her school days, so she immediately agreed when Chen Wencher made the suggestion. Hualeng watched as the two entered a shop whose sign read Mid-July Moment. Shortly after, Chen Wencher emerged holding a plain white box, got into his car, and drove away. Hualeng remembered that every Friday was Chen Wencher's shift day, looked like he was bringing food back for his colleagues. Though it was his first visit, Hualeng was already familiar with Bai Luolan's shop. Fu Wanpei, Gu Shi, and Chen Wencher had all reposted about it on social media, along with Min Yen, who became an instant fan after just one bite and voluntarily promoted it too. He knew the simplistic line-drawn kitten on the packaging was Kai Weibin, illustrated by Bai Luolan herself. He knew the trial operation wasn't going well because there were many dessert shops and milk tea shops nearby, and the competition was fierce. Due to its high-quality ingredients, Kai Weibin's prices were somewhat higher than others on the street, giving it no advantage compared to the lower prices at rival stores. Still, Bai Luolan specifically launched a custom water bottle promotion. Customers who spent a certain amount would receive a free cup, and those who brought their own cups when purchasing drinks would receive corresponding discounts to cultivate Kai Weibin's customer base. Within less than a week, the shop gained popularity, and after Bai Luolan was secretly photographed on campus and featured on the crush wall, Kai Weibin became well-known at Tsinghua University. Just how viral did that photo of Bai Luolan become? Even Gushi from another school saw it and learned that the owner of the newly opened dessert shop at Tsinghua was a stunning beauty. When returning home, she amusingly shared this story with Fu Wanpei. Hualing had seen that photo before. Bai Luolan was a woman who seldom smiled. Noticing the stealthy camera pointed at her, her gaze turned sharp and indifferent. She resembled an emotionless ice sculpture, the kind that could freeze a person instantly. Truth be told, she was far less striking than when she smiled. Yet, this intimidating chill captivated scores of young men and women in their prime, inadvertently turning Chiyue Bar into a sensation. Hualing parked the car, cut the engine, and released his seatbelt. He simply sat there, watching the comings and goings until the city lights flickered on, until the packed bar gradually emptied, leaving only a scattered handful of patrons. Behind the glass wall, staff could be seen cleaning up. Then, half the lights went out. That was when two young people, a man and a woman, walked out. Hualing noticed the boy had a limp, his gait unsteady as he swayed from side to side. The girl beside him held his arm, matching his slow pace. They looked like a couple. As they turned around, Bai Luolan emerged, and the pair enthusiastically waved, their movements wide and joyous, like two birds fluttering their wings. Bai Luolan smiled and waved goodbye in return. The girl climbed onto a pink electric scooter and handed an equally pink helmet to the boy. While he was putting it on, she waved goodbye to Bai Luolan once more before driving off with him. Bai Luolan stood at the shop in trance watching their figures recede into the distance, then returned inside. Moments later, all the lights in the shop went out as she emerged holding the sunflower bouquet she'd brought back that afternoon, accompanied by 3 others. After locking up, the group went their separate ways. Bai Luolan walked leisurely down the street, her path illuminated by the glow of street lamps. Hualing froze for a moment, then quickly started the car and slowed its speed, following from a considerable distance. Unconsciously, he trailed her the entire way until Bai Luolan entered the residential complex. Only when he saw the gate barrier did Hualing seem to snap out of his daze, making an abrupt U-turn before speeding off. A short while later, Bai Luolan emerged from behind the security guard's booth and stared in puzzled silence at the direction Hualing had disappeared. But she soon dismissed the matter from her mind. When she first noticed someone following her, her heart had nearly leaped into her throat. She almost thought it was someone she'd crossed in the past. However, after spotting Hualing's car through the reflection of roadside glass, her racing heart settled back down. Although Hualing following her seemed utterly absurd to her, given his character, he probably wouldn't do anything beyond that. Moreover, she and he were already even. Could it be that Hualing suddenly remembered their one-night stand from 5 years ago and wanted her to compensate for his emotional damages? But this matter didn't sit well with her either. No matter how dissatisfied he might be, she simply couldn't make amends. Best to consider the accounts settled between them. When I got home, Kaiwibin greeted me warmly at the door, meowing sweetly. But after giving it a couple of absent-minded strokes, Bailuan busied himself pacing around the room with his own affairs, not sparing so much as an extra glance for the cat's empty food bowl. It slumped its head and silently climbed onto the cat perch, gazing at the dimming lights outside the window as it pondered the meaning of feline existence. Bailuan couldn't help but smile wryly at Kaiwibin, who was deliberately turning its back to her. She had found this cat on the very first day she returned to town in mid-July. At that time, it was just a tiny ball of fur being torn apart by other strays, its body covered in blood and wounds. By the time she picked it up, it was already struggling to breathe. When she rushed it to the vet, even the doctor said its injuries were too severe and it likely wouldn't last more than a few days. Bailuan stood silently for a long time by the small bed where it lay. Stroking its uninjured front paw, she murmured that if it managed to pull through, it would stay with her from then on. No more bullying, no more pain, and never again would it go hungry or cold. She would always protect it, treating it as family. Whether it understood her words or was simply drawn by the sound of her voice, July, mid-month managed to stubbornly pull through. There were nights when its wounds became infected and inflamed, bringing it to death's door several times, but ultimately it persevered. Perhaps because it looked so pitiful when she first saved it, Bailuan had been especially indulgent towards it recently. Whenever it whined or acted cute begging for food, she would give in, resulting in this not yet half-year-old orange tabby awakening its genetic instincts far too early, now tasting the bitter struggles of feline weight loss. Pulling her gaze back, Bailuan focused on the documents in her hands. After a while, she noticed a warm presence leaning against her thigh. Glancing down, she saw the little grump had quietly snuck over at some point, now curled up beside her and fast asleep, purring with gentle snores. Bailuan lightly touched Kaiwibin's soft fur, feeling the warmth beneath her fingers. As the day's heat dissipated and dew began forming on grass tips, the wind carried no biting chill, yet its damp touch brushing against cheeks still brought discomfort. Under the lamp, aging insects continued throwing themselves at the light source in waves. Huoleng stared at this scene, suddenly overwhelmed by boundless loneliness. He was not a slow-witted person. The recent series of anomalies had already confirmed one fact for him. Chapter 45 Waiting. The chilling cold was too much for his freshly recovered body. Huoleng coughed violently twice. The moment his long-held suspicions finally surfaced, before he could even process the overwhelming emotions swelling in his chest, Minyan's words instantly flashed through his mind. He said, "It would be tragic if you finally regained your single status only to realize right after the divorce that you never actually wanted it in the first place." I still remember his response to Chen Wen. "I don't mind." Can he really not mind, as he said? Chen Wenshur had lived a disciplined and upright life since childhood, with a clean personal record free of romantic entanglements. He was virtuous, gentle, and considerate, came from a distinguished family background, and wasn't much less handsome than himself. It always seemed like most people were eager to throw themselves at him, but purely in terms of genuine affection. Someone like Chen Wenshur was what girls truly dreamed of in an ideal partner. He never mentioned the reason for being single all these years. Now it's clear he was waiting for Bailuan. Only after their complete separation did he finally confess his feelings. Such a thoughtful and considerate person is truly well matched with Bailuan. His hesitation in answering today revealed the truth. He cared, desperately so. He couldn't bear seeing them walk together so intimately, couldn't stand watching Bailuan joking with him, couldn't tolerate the awestruck gazes others cast upon them. Huoleng clasped her hands together, head lowered, as countless scenes replayed in her mind. One moment, it was Bailuan's final encounters before leaving, her expressionless face and indifferent gaze fixed on her. The next, it was the impressions of her recounted by others. And finally, what surfaced was that resolute declaration from 5 years ago, spoken clearly before everyone, "I like you." Yes, she had loved her. Huoleng seemed to have grasped a lifeline, the light returning to her eyes. Bailuan wasn't one to speak idly. If she said she liked him, then she truly did. Moreover, over these 5 years, there had been evidence everywhere of her affection for him. Their beginning hadn't been pleasant. He wasn't making excuses for his past actions. He simply believed his reasons were understandable, his crimes not unforgivable, and that he still had the right to seek forgiveness. In the future, he would spare no effort to make up for the 5 years he had wasted her affection. He would wholeheartedly reciprocate her affection, striving to be a devoted husband who cherished and adored her. Divorce was not an end, but a new beginning between them. He knew all too well how deeply he had fallen for her tenderness, and how reluctant he was to let go. Having glimpsed that gentle core beneath such a resilient soul, how could he possibly bear to walk away? Meeting her was his unexpected joy, his stroke of luck. He would strive to secure this fortune and cherish it tenderly. He wouldn't let go. Blood rushed back through his limbs as Huoleng's heartbeat echoed distinctly in the silent night. A faint sweetness welled up in his chest. Tilting his head upward, his lips curved unconsciously. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. He longed to see her. Early the next morning, Hualing rushed to July half. When he arrived, the shop was already open for business, with bustling staff everywhere. After searching several times, he still couldn't spot Bai Luoan anywhere. He ordered a few desserts and an iced Americano, choosing a conspicuously placed seat. Yet he sat through the entire morning without catching sight of the person he wished to see. When he stopped a staff member to inquire, the previously smiling employee immediately changed countenance, fixing him with a wary look. Hualing had no choice but to mention Junyue, trying to prove his former colleague relationship with her. Don't worry, I worked with Xiaobai at Junyue. There are just some matters I'd like to discuss with her. Might I ask when she'll be coming to the shop today? The clerk sized him up carefully, perhaps noting his expensive attire and distinguished demeanor that clearly didn't fit the profile of idle campus visitors who came just to gawk. After this appraisal, she finally said, if the owner plans to come, she usually arrives in the afternoon, but her schedule isn't fixed. We don't know whether she'll come today or not. Hualing pulled several red bills from his wallet as a tip, but seeing this, the clerk quickly waved her hands and scurried away. No way, this was clearly unwarranted generosity, and she couldn't possibly accept money without merit. Hualing smiled faintly and began examining Bai Luoan's shop. The space spans about 70 square meters, decorated with refined yet uncomplicated elegance, exuding a minimalist and sophisticated beauty. The shop is divided into two sections. One side houses a small book nook, separated by transparent soundproof glass walls, where a young student-looking individual is currently engrossed in reading. The shop was spotless. Clearly the staff she had hired were diligent and honest. Even when she wasn't present, their work ethic remained impeccable, treating customers with gentle warmth, their sincere smiles never grating. He stood out strikingly, his presence too conspicuous even with his aura deliberately toned down, making him seem out of place here. With one hand propping his chin, he gazed outside, exuding a subtle yet undeniable sensuality. The eyes of everyone in the shop converged on him. Gradually, bold girls approached to strike up a conversation and ask for his WeChat. But after just a few words exchanged, they let out exaggerated exclamations of surprise before leaving, faces beaming with smiles. But later, when more and more boys started coming over to ask for her WeChat, Hualing couldn't help but move to the farthest corner. He seldom waited for anyone, and only today did he learn how unpleasant the feeling could be. The initial excitement gradually dulled with each dashed expectation, disappointment being a slow knife. The sun slowly sank in the west, but the person she was waiting for still hadn't arrived. Hualing had remained in the shop the entire time, only stepping out briefly for a quick meal. The chime sounded whenever someone entered. Countless times she looked up, yet it was never Bai Luoan who walked through the door. Perhaps unwilling to see such a beautiful person show too much regretful expression, the girl pointed in Hualing's direction and said a few words to the boy. After getting permission, she came before Hualing. Sir, Sister Xiaobai might not come today. Is there something urgent you need from her? Should I make a call for you to ask? Hualing's gaze remained serene as he replied gently, thank you, but no need. It's not urgent. I can wait without trouble. His eyes carrying a smile, the girl who endured the close-range beauty impact secretly blushed and stammered. All right, that's fine then. Hualing noticed the familiar tone when she mentioned Bai Luoan and asked, you knew Xiaobai before? The girl nodded, yes. This was a rare opportunity to learn more about Bai Luoan, and Hualing naturally didn't want to let it slip by. His smile deepened, adopting an almost mesmerizing tone. I'm quite bored here myself. Could you tell me a bit about Xiaobai? The girl sat down. What do you want to know? When did you meet her? Hualing inquired. The girl was very guarded and vaguely replied, when I was very young. The girl didn't look very old, and a thought struck Hualing. She must be a child from Ningqing orphanage. Didn't you attend school anymore? The girl said sheepishly, my grades were too poor. I didn't get into university, so Sister Xiaobai sent us to learn baking. All of you? Yeah, the girl smiled. And also brother Xiaoqiu, we're together. Hualing smiled and said, the desserts you make are delicious. The girl gave a genuine smile, thank you. The greeting welcome rang out as new customers arrived. Hualing said, you go ahead with your work. I won't disturb you anymore. Are you done asking? The girl inquired. Hualing gestured with her eyes toward the kitchen. No more questions, or someone will get angry. The girl glanced back and caught full view of that person's dark expression. Hualing watched the two with an elder's amused smile, making the girl's face burn crimson as she muttered petty and went to help at the ordering counter. Hualing wiped the smile from her face, staring absently at the flower branches before her. 5 years. He knew nothing about her. Chapter 46, Downstairs. Bai Luoan lifted her head from the pile of documents, removed her glasses, and rubbed her sore, swollen eyes. The day wasn't wasted. She had already completed most of the risk assessment report for an investment portfolio that Yin Qi assigned her, and would be able to submit it in another 2 days. She leaned back against the sofa, stretching her arms with eyes closed to rest her mind. Kai Weibin chose that exact moment to nimbly leap from the cat tree and rub against her hand. Bai Luolan kept her eyes shut while giving Kai Weibin a scratch on the head, then finally opened her eyes and stood up. Alright, I know you're hungry, but just a small portion, okay? Meow. As Kai Weibin contentedly munched on the midnight snack, Bai Luolan took out half a leftover sandwich from lunchtime fridge and began eating it unhurriedly. Just after finishing dinner, Bai Luolan received a call from the security room. The kind-hearted security guard warned her that a suspicious man had been staring at her apartment building for a long time and advised her to be careful. Bai Luolan thanked him and hung up, inexplicably thinking of Huo Ling from last night. She walked to the left side of the balcony, quietly lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked down. The person was unmistakably Huo Ling. The security in this residential area wasn't strict. Anyone who knew a resident could enter after signing in. Nevertheless, anyone appearing here would have made more sense than Huo Ling. Bai Luolan racked her brains but still couldn't figure out, what was his purpose for coming here? Feeling like you haven't walked far enough? Yet Ningqing was such a vast city, with the two of them moving in completely opposite ends, unless deliberately arranged, their paths were unlikely to cross again. Countless speculations swirled in Bai Luolan's mind, but in the end, she simply turned away quietly and stepped inside, pretending she hadn't seen that person. Huo Ling wasn't one to hold back, or rather, he had never been willing to endure people or matters he deemed unworthy. So, no matter what reason had brought him to her doorstep late at night, it wouldn't be long before he made his move. All she had to do was wait. Huo Ling waited until closing time on Zhongyuan Festival, realizing Bai Luolan wouldn't come today before finally leaving. As he drove, his car unconsciously carried him back to this residential district. After registering at the gate, he wandered aimlessly through the neighborhood, just wanting to see the place where Bai Luolan now lived. By chance, he spotted identical cat stickers on a window, the same design as those on the Zhongyuan Festival packaging, and immediately knew it was her apartment. Against his better judgment, he parked beneath that building, his gaze involuntarily fixing on those windows. Bai Luolan lived on the 7th floor. Had she stepped onto the balcony, she would have seen him instantly. In his mind, he rehearsed countless explanations for his presence here, yet fatefully, she never appeared. Not a single one of his ready excuses came to use. Darkness can brew endless courage, just like last night, when he was certain Bai Luolan still loved him, and all the tenderness in his heart found its refuge. Yet a single day of waiting drained that courage away, like fleeting soap bubbles finally meeting their moment of bursting. He grew uncertain. Has Bai Luolan's enthusiasm dissipated in the face of his prolonged, day-after-day indifference and neglect? Has there been countless moments when she felt disappointed with herself? Because deep down he knew the answer, he didn't even dare to call her, trying instead to engineer an accidental encounter, to naturally reconnect with her again. A brand new connection. But heaven would not comply with human wishes. For the first time, he felt utterly lost in waiting, lost in arriving here. The warm yellow light went out, plunging the room into darkness. Under the moonlight, Bai Luolan watched the figure downstairs drive away before picking up Kai Weibin and returning to the bedroom. When Huo Ling returned to the old house, Fu Wanpei was catching up on the evening soap opera, yawning intermittently but refusing to turn off the TV. Huo Ling's sudden arrival startled her greatly. Fu Wanpei had braced herself for a lecture from her son, but after calling out a greeting, Huo Ling simply sat silently by her side. How unusual. Fu Wanpei rarely saw such a desolate expression on Huo Ling's face. After watching the final 10 minutes of her TV drama and spending another 5 minutes reading online reviews of tonight's episode, she finally cleared her throat to radiate maternal concern. What's wrong with you? Did something happen at your company? Huo Ling shook his head in denial. Fu Wanpei frowned. Then what's the matter with you? Did you lose your soul? Huo Ling initially wanted to confess everything, but while bearing Fu Wanpei's scolding was one thing, it would be disastrous if Bai Luolan learned about it. His mind was currently a tangled mess. He hadn't sorted anything out yet and couldn't let Bai Luolan know temporarily. He needed to come up with a thorough plan first. It's nothing, just feeling tired from driving too long. Huo Ling stood up. I'm going upstairs to rest. You should get some sleep early too. Fu Wanpei asked suspiciously. Are you really okay? Huo Ling chuckled lightly. There really isn't. If something had happened to Junhua, could I possibly hide it from you? I wouldn't even need to tell you. The news would have reported it long ago. You're right, Fu Wanpei agreed wholeheartedly. A moment later, she suddenly realized something and called loudly at Huo Ling's retreating figure. Hey, if Junhua is fine, what about you? Are you okay? Huo Ling waved his hand dismissively. The culprit was that old man. You wretched brat, Fu Wanpei scolded. Didn't your mother teach you that spoilers are immoral behavior? Ah. Huo Ling didn't pause his steps, swiftly slipping into the 2nd floor bedroom. After the door closed, the faint smile on his face dissipated. The large bed had 2 pillows side by side, though 3 months had passed and they'd long been replaced with new ones. Not a single trace of Bai Luoan remained on them. Huling merely recalled that time when she injured her hand and was recuperating here. What had he done back then? He remembered now. He had even specifically asked Uncle Zhang to pull up the surveillance footage because he found the injury suspicious. At the time, Bai Luoan's project required support from the neighboring provincial government. He assumed she was leveraging the Gu family's influence, and this misunderstanding had even angered Gu Shi. A sharp pain gripped Huiling's heart. His fingers clenched before loosening again. He regretted it, but no amount of regret could undo what had been done. Her most painful moment had already passed. He stood quietly behind the door for a while before finally entering the bathroom to wash up. Early the next morning, downstairs, Aunt Zhao and Uncle Zhang were bustling about preparing breakfast, unable to contain the excitement in their voices as they chatted. Noticing this, Huiling casually asked what was going on. Uncle Zhang cheerfully replied, Ada is coming back home soon. His flight arrives this afternoon. After undergoing several surgeries, his condition has finally stabilized enough for him to return and spend time with us old bones. Huiling pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling as she said, It's been 2 years since we last met. I'll go pick up Uncle De from the airport later and prepare some of his favorite dishes. Uncle De had served as Hu Yezi's study companion since childhood. The two had grown up together, weathering decades of life storms while laboring diligently for the Hua family their entire lives. Their bond had long transcended that of mere staff, becoming as close as family. Falling ill 2 years prior, Uncle De had embarked on an extended medical treatment journey to country Y, remaining absent for these 2 full years. When Hu Yezi passed, Uncle De had stubbornly insisted on returning to bid farewell to his lifelong friend, but his worsening condition made long-distance travel impossible, despite Huiling's prolonged attempts to persuade him otherwise. Now that Uncle De was returning, Huiling was determined to personally greet him at the airport. Moreover, a matter that had long troubled Huiling, now known only to Uncle De, might finally be clarified. He needed to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 47, The Truth. The old man had just returned, so the news of Huiling's divorce wasn't shared with him. During dinner, when Uncle De asked about it, they merely said Bai Luoan was occupied and wouldn't be back. Huiling and Bai Luoan had always been like this, either one was swamped with work without a moment to spare, or the other was constantly on the move and nowhere to be seen. Uncle De didn't think much of it. He gently advised Huiling at the dinner table, You young people shouldn't always be obsessed with work. Work will never be finished. Spend more time with your family. A person's life isn't as long as it seems. Sometimes when you look back, you realize you've spent decades toiling, only to end up with less of what truly matters. You've missed so many things, and when regret comes, it's already too late for do-overs. So, you must learn to cherish those beside you. Huiling listened earnestly to Uncle De's words, his heart heavy with countless thoughts. In the evening, in the study, the silver-haired elder clutched an old photograph of his friend and wept uncontrollably. Uncle De took out a handkerchief from his coat pocket to wipe his tears, his voice trembling with emotion. I shouldn't have gone so far away. I knew his health wasn't good either. To this day, he still regrets not being able to bid his old friend a final farewell. In the early years, Ningqing wasn't as peaceful as it is now, and the Hua family didn't yet possess the dominant position they currently hold among the major aristocratic families. Fierce battles, sometimes even gunfire, would erupt behind the scenes over resource acquisition. Uncle De's injury was sustained years ago when he took a bullet for the old Master Hua. He barely survived back then, but the persistent pain plagued him in his later years. With the best cardiac surgery resources available in country Y, Uncle De was reluctant to leave, until the old Master Hua personally forced him onto the plane. That departure became their eternal separation. Huiling carefully supported the trembling Uncle De as he sat down, speaking to him gently and soothingly until, after a while, Uncle De gradually calmed from his overwhelming grief. Huiling poured Uncle De some water and sat beside him, briefly recounting Juanyua's developments over the past 2 years, major projects, corporate strategies, future directions. Uncle De listened and nodded approvingly. Old Master Hua entrusted the family business to you, and you haven't disappointed him. Uncle De, I'm merely continuing the efforts of grandfather and you. It's nothing much. Huiling knew full well that Juanyua's current achievements couldn't possibly be credited to him alone. The elders had painstakingly paved the way, and the Juanyua he inherited from grandfather Hua was already equipped to sail far. After hearing his answer, Uncle De's expression grew even more satisfied. Pride leads to failure, vanity begets folly. As someone in high standing, Huiling must maintain such clarity of mind. Old Hua's decision to bypass his other sons and entrust Juanyu to Huiling was absolutely correct. Uncle De, please take a look at these items. Huiling took out a stack of documents from the side and handed them to Uncle De, who put on a pair of reading glasses and began scrutinizing them carefully. Huiling turned on the floor lamp, then subtly observed Uncle De's reaction. As expected, the documents stirred not a ripple of disturbance. The elderly valued kinship far more than the younger generation, placing greater importance on family bloodlines. Acts like Huyen collaborating with outsiders were particularly intolerable to them. Uncle Da's calm demeanor only meant one thing. He, or more accurately, Old Master Hua and him, had known all along. A wild guess surfaced in Hualing's mind, and he forced himself to stay composed. Uncle Da was a cunning old fox. He had to stay steady if he wanted to extract any information from him. What do you plan to do? Uncle Da set down the documents in his hands and looked at Hualing. Hualing, man's greed knows no bounds, the snake trying to swallow an elephant. In the end, it's just the mantis stalking the cicada. What about your second uncle? How do you plan to handle that? Hualing lowered her head to seek advice. What do you suggest? You're the head of the Hua family, and he's your second uncle. This decision should be yours to make. Hualing pondered for a moment. Third uncle has been alone abroad for so many years. It'd be good for second uncle to join him as company. This way, they won't forget the bond between brothers. Uncle Da chuckled. You little rascal had this planned all along, putting on an act to ask this old man. After a moment, he slowly added, well, maybe it's for the best, maybe it's for the best. Hualing's frosty expression couldn't mask the unfathomable pain beneath his eyebrows. Uncle Da, truth be told, I can't quite wrap my head around it. Uncle Da glanced at Hualing, fully aware of how deeply this had wounded him. Hualing's father had never fulfilled his paternal duties. Everything Hualing knew about fatherhood came from this uncle instead. Over 2 decades of familial bonds had dissolved into nothingness overnight, and the truth was even uglier than imagined. His heart must be in turmoil. The pain inflicted by loved ones cuts twice as deep. Uncle Da heaved a long sigh. Forget it, I might as well tell you. Your second uncle is your grandfather's child from outside the family. Hualing jerked his head toward Uncle Da, his face betraying utter disbelief. No wonder he was so shocked. His grandmother had passed away early, but in his memories, the couple had been deeply devoted. His grandmother had been a fiery-tempered old lady. Whenever she erupted in anger, even grandfather Hua wouldn't dare utter a word in her presence. How could his grandfather have betrayed her? And how could his grandmother have ever allowed such a thing to happen? Uncle Da seemed to understand his thoughts and sighed. Your grandfather was framed. When he came back, he knelt before your grandmother for 3 days and nights, beating himself so badly he nearly lost half his life. Later, that woman from outside brought a child here. She was sick and didn't have long to live. Your grandmother took pity on her and agreed to take the child into the Hua family, giving him a name and making him the second son. But after all, he wasn't her own flesh and blood. She couldn't help but feel some resentment. Your grandmother never deprived him of necessities, but she didn't care for him as diligently as she did your father and third uncle. Your second uncle probably heard some gossip, thinking his mother's death was the Hua family's doing. He hates the Huas, I suppose. Hualing lowered his eyes without a word. Uncle Da also fell silent. After a long pause, a forced smile appeared on Hualing's face. These were all uncovered by Xiao Bai. I've wronged her. If I hadn't been so stubborn those years, determined to oppose Grandpa, and had listened to Grandpa and you, she wouldn't have wasted 5 years of effort on these matters. Uncle Da's clouded gaze rested on Hualing's face as he continued. Something that could have been resolved with just a few words ended up dragging a girl into the murky waters of the Hua family. All these years she's had to investigate people in the company while trying to establish her own footing. It's been truly hard. And I treated her so poorly, did so many terrible things. After a long silence, Uncle Da asked, you know everything now? A nerve twitched at Hualing's temple as he slowly nodded under Uncle Da's searching gaze. I know. She wasn't responsible for what happened that day. I've wrongfully accused her for so long. Uncle Da averted his gaze and shook his head helplessly. Don't blame yourself. If there's anyone to blame, let it be fate. Your grandfather had noticed something off about the Shin family and Huyen, but back then we couldn't find concrete evidence, only suspicions. You just happened to be so stubbornly intent on being with that Shin girl, refusing to back down no matter what. Things got so tense that even if we'd told you, you wouldn't have believed us. In your grandfather's life, his top priorities were your grandmother first, and Junhua second. None of his 3 sons could shoulder the responsibility of Junhua, so he didn't dare take the risk with you. During those years, the Shin family had considerable influence. He worried that your youthful impatience might startle the snake in the grass, so he swept the matter clean himself, playing the villain to break up the happy couple. Uncle Da pondered for a moment, then added, after all, the Shin family is a distinguished lineage, yet they stooped to such despicable acts, drugging people and forcing their daughter into marriage. Fortunately, it was Xiao Bai that day, and she genuinely liked you anyway. The old master simply let nature take its course. Xiao Bai may have had a tough upbringing, but his character is upright. You've actually profited from a misfortune. Hualing's breathing and voice grew sluggish. Yes, I'm very fortunate. Chapter 48, Compensation. After the exhausting journey and emotional roller coaster, Uncle Da's body couldn't take it anymore. He rested immediately after finishing their conversation. Hualing stepped into the courtyard, silently processing the news he had just received from Uncle Da. The ones who drugged him were the Shin family, not Bai Luoan. Though he had suspected as much, having it confirmed still left him momentarily adrift. If it wasn't her, then what had all his actions these years amounted to? Cold indifference, willful neglect, allowing her to bear unwarranted slander and ridicule, letting others treat her with contempt. He had shielded his family from her, always assuming the worst of her intentions at every turn. I never truly listened to a single word she said, nor did I ever speak up for her or defend her in front of others. To test the Shin family's unconditional support for Shin Qingyi, during that time, how much criticism did she endure at the company? He never cared. No wonder her hand injury was so severe, yet she kept delaying treatment for work matters. Chen Wencher said it left chronic issues. Now it aches whenever the weather turns damp. She saw how close I was with Shin Qingyi and wanted to quickly make way for her, not wanting to delay us, so she put her own health last. She became like this because I pushed her to this point. These 5 years of marriage brought her nothing but humiliation. Yet throughout these 5 years, she had quietly investigated everything for him, prepared sobering soup and breakfast every morning, shouldered half of Juanyua's burdens, and even before leaving, considered every detail for him. 5 years. A full 5 years. From 20 to 25, what should have been the most beautiful years of her life. When she most yearned for romance and hope, she had instead been wounded relentlessly by him until she was covered in scars. Hualong now felt immeasurably relieved that he hadn't encountered her yesterday during the Ghost Festival, thus avoiding the humiliation of pompously offering forgiveness while making a complete fool of himself before her. He loathed the foolish version of himself from 5 years ago. He realized he might not have truly loved Shin Qingyi all that much. He'd already planned to break up with her before his grandfather objected, but the old man's forceful stance had pricked his ridiculous pride. A life meticulously planned out since childhood had filled him with resentment. Yet bound by his identity as the sole heir, knowing Junyue was his responsibility, he'd never once opposed his grandfather in business matters. So his lone act of rebellion came over matters of the heart. Convinced his grandfather's controlling nature sought dominion even over his love life, long suppressed emotions erupted, wild and unstoppable. During that period, he rarely even went home, staying at the company day and night. Everyone believed he was truly deeply in love, incapable of living without that woman. But in reality, he was simply using the situation as an act of rebellion. So grandfather didn't voice his suspicions hastily. If he had spoken up then, his grandson would have surely dismissed it as an excuse to force them apart, especially since one of those involved was an uncle he had regarded as a father since childhood. The Shin family thought they had him under control. Seeing the old man's firm stance, they couldn't wait to make their move, timing it precisely as they had planned. At Old Master Hua's birthday banquet, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, with both families being prominent in Ningqing, there was no way the old man could refuse any longer. Fortunately, it was Bai Luoan that day. She was quite favored by Old Master Hua, so she was also present at the birthday banquet, where she accidentally drank the tainted wine. Afterwards, Old Master Hua personally erased all traces, thoroughly eliminating any connection to the Shin family. The Old Master must have said something to her. Given by Luoan's personality, as long as Old Master Hua spoke up, regardless of whether she was willing in her heart, she would undoubtedly agree. Hualing imagined the scene back then. Bai Luoan hadn't refused, but there couldn't have been a trace of joy in her eyes. Who would want to marry the person they love while bearing such an ugly visage? So those 10% shares weren't, as Bai Luoan had claimed, the old master's gift to his other half. They were compensation for her. Silly girl, Hualing murmured these 3 words from the depths of his heart. How could anyone be so foolish? The night sky spread like a thick cloth that blocked all light, pressing down heavily, so oppressive it stole one's breath. In that dense darkness, no trace of moonlight could be seen. Hualing raised her head searching for even a sliver of starlight, but until her eyes ached from straining, nothing revealed itself. The next couple days might be overcast, hopefully it wouldn't rain, otherwise her hands would ache again. He stood in the courtyard for a long while. Bai Luoan gathered the documents from the coffee table and tucked them neatly into the drawer below. Kai Weibin behaved well, never scratching the sofa or knocking things off shelves, but it had a fondness for shredding paper with its claws. Yesterday, she'd forgotten to put away the files and woke to find them riddled with claw marks. Bai Luoan gave the cat a stern scolding when she caught it. Today she remembered to put the documents away properly. July crouched on the cat tree half a person's height, licking its paws while occasionally stealing glances this way, watching helplessly as the last stack of papers was neatly filed away. It was utterly disappointed. What little kitten doesn't have its own peculiar hobby? Seeing there was still time, Bai Luoan took out her tablet and started watching a food video in the culinary section. Every other month, Chiyu launches 2 new products. For the November release, she already had something in mind, but now she needs to prepare for December's new offerings and the limited edition Christmas desserts. Creating delicious food requires inspiration, but even more so, daily accumulation of ideas. During her free time, Bai Luoan would delve into researching these. After developing new products, they first need to be tested by people around her. Then, based on everyone's feedback, improvements are made. In a way, it's just like conducting experiments, searching for the ratios that best suit the public's taste. It's actually quite interesting. However, she left the final adjustments to Xiao Qiu. As her sense of taste wasn't as keen as his, she couldn't discern subtle differences. Thoughts of Xiao Qiu inevitably led Bai Luoan to his legs. Xiao Qiu's condition was congenital. Over the years, she had consulted specialists for his treatment, but the conclusions were consistently pessimistic. The exorbitant cost of surgery was secondary. The risks were simply too great. Still, Bai Luoan refused to give up. She planned to ask Chen Wenshi another day, hoping to secure the most authoritative doctor's opinion. Xiao Qiu had just turned 18 this year, his whole life still ahead of him. Bai Luoan kept this matter in mind at this thought. The video had already progressed to the step of melting white chocolate over simmering water. She hadn't caught up, so she dragged the progress bar back to the beginning. By the time the 30-minute video ended, a vague blueprint had taken shape in her mind. She opened her phone to jot it down, only to notice Chen Wenshi had sent her a message. Bai Luoan first opened her notes app to record her ideas before tapping into WeChat. Chen Wenshi first reminded her to take care of her injured hand daily, then mentioned that Wednesday would be sunny and asked if she had time to visit Fengyin Mountain in the suburbs to see the maple leaves. Bai Luoan asked, "Who else?" Chen Wenshi quickly replied from his side, "Ling has a cocktail party on Wednesday. I'll go." "Alright, 10 in the morning, I'll pick you up downstairs. You can sleep in." "Thank you, senior brother." I was about to put my phone away when the security guard's call came through again. "Little sister, that man is outside your building again. Take a good look, try to recognize him. Is he the same guy from yesterday? This one looks decent enough in his fancy car, but who knows if he's some creep with bad intentions toward you. Living alone, you absolutely must stay alert." Bai Luoan stood in the same spot as yesterday, frowning at the person downstairs. "It's someone I know. Don't worry, I'm fine. He's not a creep. Yes, he's been a little out of his mind these past 2 days. Alright, thank you. If anything comes up, I'll definitely reach out to you first for help. Okay, goodbye." Chapter 49, Business Card. Mr. Hua, this is the contact information for the most reputable traditional Chinese medicine rehabilitation specialist in Ningqing that I've found. I've already made arrangements. If you decide to go, just contact him directly to schedule an appointment. Hualing took the business card from Zhang Shu. "Thank you for your efforts." Uncle De only stayed at the old residence for one night before being taken back to his own home by his family members the next day. Hualing left the office early that day to have dinner with the elderly man and personally saw him to his residence. Uncle De had a married son, and both younger generation members were filial, taking excellent care of their elderly father. Yesterday, his son knew Uncle De wanted to reminisce about departed friends at the old house, so he came back first to prepare. The family had already hired professional caregivers, and when Hualing arrived, the entire family stood at the doorway to welcome him. Though the younger generation of the two families didn't share the life and death bond their elders had, they got along well. Hualing chatted with them for a while before excusing himself. After returning, he happened to see Fu Wanpei directing Uncle Zhang and Auntie Zhao as they packed things. His casual glance revealed a box stuffed full of nutritional supplements, bottles and jars crammed inside. "Is this for Xiaobai?" He was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Fu Wanpei's tone was unhurried, her eyes still checking for any omissions. "Yes," she said. Hualing naturally picked up the conversation. "Let me help you deliver it. I happen to be free right now." This way, he could also take the opportunity to give her the doctor's contact information. Everyone was busy, and no one noticed his unnatural expression. Fu Wanpei waved her hand. "No need, I'll take it over myself tomorrow. I haven't seen Xiaobai for days, I really miss her." "Oh." Hualing sat down on the sofa. The doctor's business card was tucked in the left breast pocket of his shirt, that thin slip of paper burning so hot it made his breathing quicken. He pondered how to broach the topic as naturally as possible when the others had already finished packing. Fu Wanpei clapped her hands together briskly and said cheerfully, "All set, just waiting for tomorrow now." Slender fingertips rested on the knees, tapping lightly as Hualing had just settled on his words. His fingers brushed against the edge of his pocket. "Mom, Fu Wanpei's phone rang, interrupting Hualing mid-sentence. "Go ahead and take the call first." Fu Wanpei answered the phone, sounding pleasantly surprised half a minute later. "Really? Then I'll go with you." After hanging up, Fu Wanpei smiled at Hualing cheerfully. "There's an auction in Tongqing tomorrow. I've had my eye on this imperial green jade bead necklace for ages, and finally get the chance to bid. Your Aunt Wen's taking her private jet there tonight, so I'm going with her. Could you deliver these things to Xiaobai for me? By the way, what were you about to say earlier? Hualing shook his head. Nothing. Hope you and Aunt Wen have fun, your expenses are on me. He leaned over to pick up the car keys from the coffee table, then carried the cardboard box and walked out. Fu Wanpei laughed and scolded, as if I need your money? Your mother has plenty already. Without turning back, Hualing vanished in just a few strides. Fu Wanpei remarked to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhao, what's the hurry, running from ghosts or something? Uncle Zhang chuckled but remained silent. Forget it. Fu Wanpei found her own scolding rather amusing too. She stood up cheerfully, ready to head out. Auntie Zhao, could you fetch me that 22-inch suitcase? Bai Luoan was staring blankly at the mysterious blue-gray gloop in the pot when the doorbell rang. It was rare for her cooking failures to be quite this spectacular. Right up until the last step, everything had been going perfectly fine. Where exactly did it go wrong? While replaying the steps in her mind, she peered through the peephole. The neighborhood security guard was quite warm-hearted. Though she'd explained Hualing wasn't what he imagined, he'd specially brought her the 2022 Guide for Women Living Alone. The first rule was to always check who's at the door before opening it, never casually admit strangers. Good, it's someone I know. The perverted man mentioned by the security guard had arrived. After pressing the doorbell, Hualing stood motionless, staring at the Zhongyuan festival notice pasted on the door. He felt a barely noticeable tension. Light footsteps sounded from inside the house. Hualing swallowed hard, ignoring his racing heartbeat, and tried to appear as natural as possible. The door creaked open just enough for a single person to pass through, and Bai Luoan stepped out. The hallway light cast a bright white glow, under which their shadows briefly overlapped. Bai Luoan stood a head shorter than Hualing, his slender frame completely enveloped by the latter's shadow. She pulled the door shut behind her but left it slightly ajar. This simple action pierced Hualing's heart like a needle. Pursing his lips, he said, my mother prepared some things for you. I brought them over. She gave me your address too. Bai Luoan quietly watched Hualing for a few seconds before shifting her gaze to the cardboard box in his hands. She reached out and said, thank you, Aunt Pei. Give it to me. The items in the box were all dry goods and not particularly heavy. The excuse of helping her carry it inside seemed flimsy at best. Hualing hesitated before handing it over. Bai Luoan took a step forward, supporting the bottom of the box with one hand as she took it into her arms. Turning around, she pushed the door open with her shoulder, placed the box on the wall cabinet by the entrance, and then closed the door again as she turned back. Done in one smooth motion. Thank you for making the trip to deliver this. Next time if Aunt Pei asks you to send something over, I'll come and pick it up myself. Hualing's gaze rested on Bai Luoan's face with restraint. The light purple loungewear made her skin appear even fairer. She lifted her head, her expression earnest as she spoke, as if Fu Wanpei sending him over to deliver something had been an exceedingly troublesome task for him. Her eyelashes were distinct and well-defined, her pupils pitch black, startlingly bright even in the shadows. A dusting of white powder on her cheeks and the light brown mole on the tip of her nose softened her chilly demeanor. Hualing laughed softly. Aren't you going to invite me in? Bai Luoan was taken aback. Sorry, I have a cat at home. At first, Hualing didn't immediately grasp the conflict between cats and not inviting himself over, but thanks to his excellent memory, he quickly dredged up a particular scene from his mind. 5 years ago, when he'd just moved into the villa at Qingshan, Auntie Zhao had come to ask once whether they could keep a cat. He'd caught a glimpse of Bai Luoan crouching nearby, changing the bandages on an injured stray cat, and knew Auntie Zhao was asking on her behalf, so he deliberately said no, insisting that cats were filthy. Hualing fell silent. Those words had come from his own mouth. How could he possibly explain to her now that he didn't actually dislike cats, nor did he truly think them dirty, that back then, it had been about the person, not the matter at hand? What difference does it make? Bai Luoan said nothing. She wasn't dredging up old grudges, nor was there any need, she was simply stating a fact. Hualing's expression was unreadable to her, so she waited patiently. But after a while, Hualing pulled out a gold-embossed business card from his chest pocket. This is a rehabilitation specialist my mother found for you. The doctor has an excellent reputation for medical skills. Everything's been arranged on their end. Call whenever you're available to schedule an appointment for your hand. Bai Luoan took the business card and looked at the familiar name on it, thinking to herself that of course she knew this doctor's reputation for both skill and bedside manner. With 3 separate recommendations, how could this doctor be anything but excellent? 3 months ago, Chen Wencher had given her a business card. On the very day she moved into this place, Fu Wanpei had handed her a card. Now, Hualing had also given her a business card. Chapter 50, The Deal. Bai Luoan remained expressionless as she put away the card. Please thank Aunt Pei for me. I'll go, she said. Ling's strikingly handsome features appeared even more profound against the backlight. With his eyelids half lowered and his thin lips slightly pursed, there was a hint of imperceptible disappointment in his demeanor. The motion sensor light in the hallway dimmed after prolonged silence, until Bai Luoan clapped her hands with a sharp sound. Just as Bai Luoan was growing impatient, Ling finally broached the main topic. Uncle Da has returned to the country. He's learned about my second uncle's situation. Since his health hasn't fully recovered yet, we haven't told him about our separation. I'd like to ask for your help. Could we keep it from him a while longer? Bai Luoan exhaled in relief and nodded. All right. If Ling had been agonizing over this matter, that would explain everything. It's only natural that he feels utterly miserable having to put on an act in front of elders again, just like before. Uncle Da was practically half a grandfather to Ling. While he didn't care about Huyan's scandals, there was no need to upset the old man further at this moment, so Bai Luoan agreed readily. In 2 days, I'd like to ask you to visit him with me. Would that be all right? Certainly, just let me know the time. Ling curled the corner of her lips. Thank you. Bai Luoan shook her head in silence. She always remembered clearly those who treated her well. These couldn't be considered equivalent exchange transactions in Ling's eyes. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the door. As both lowered their gazes, they saw an orange fluffy head squeezing through the half-finger-wide gap, its large round eyes curiously darting around. Ling locked eyes with that innocent gaze and froze momentarily. Before he could get a proper look, Bai Luoan blocked the creature from venturing further out. Meow. If there's nothing else, it's adorable. They spoke simultaneously, and Bai Luoan let out a soft chuckle, accepting Ling's compliment about Chiyueban. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll head in now. No need to see me out, President Hua. Alright, it's getting late. You should rest soon. Ling watched as the door closed in front of him. He remained stationed there long after, until the overhead light flickered off again. Slowly, he turned and walked away. Bai Luoan was like a slippery ball, impossible to grasp or hold on to, flawless in her elusiveness. It seemed there was nothing he could do about her. After tearing up that business card, Bai Luoan threw the pieces into the trash, along with the restless frustration of spotting Ling downstairs these past couple of days. Wednesday turned out to be a clear, sunny day, just as Chen Wenshi had predicted. At 9:40, Chen Wenshi appeared downstairs at Bai Luoan's place, planning to call her at 10 o'clock. Dressed in a white top and black pants, he leaned against the car door. No more stiff shirts, suit pants, or white lab coat. Just casual wear that contrasted strikingly with the rugged off-road vehicle behind him. When Bai Luoan came downstairs, she was greeted by this perfect pairing of handsome man and sleek car. Seeing her approach, Chen Wenshi straightened up with a smile. Didn't I say I'd call you at 10? Bai Luoan had just begun to smile when the rear car window rolled down, revealing an awkwardly grinning face. Haha, I'm here too, President Bai. Good morning, ha ha ha. Min Yan held onto the headband on his forehead with one hand while giving a slight wave with the other. Bai Luoan nodded in response. Morning. Chen Wenshi opened the passenger side door. We all know each other, so let's talk on the way. After Bai Luoan got in the car, Chen Wenshi took the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove off. After leaving the neighborhood, Chen Wenshi asked, Have you had breakfast? There are food and drinks prepared in the back. Min Yan opened his bulging backpack at the question, leaning forward to show Bai Luoan, See what you'd like to eat. Inside were several types of bread and drinks. Bai Luoan replied, Just a bottle of water for me, thank you. Holding a bottle of Nongfu Spring in his left hand and Evian in his right, Min Yan asked, Which one do you prefer? Bai Luoan casually picked up the nearest bottle of Nongfu Spring. Anything's fine. Min Yan blinked dumbly. Okay. Under such circumstances, Min Yan would normally unscrew the bottle cap for a lady before handing it over, but with Bai Luoan, he didn't dare. He talked a tough game before, acting all disdainful toward her, but in reality, Min Yan and Bai Luoan rarely ever interacted face-to-face up close. The moment Bai Luoan glanced over at him just now, his back nearly buckled on the spot. He almost blurted out big sis, even though he was older than her, by 2 years and 3 months. This girl's aura is seriously overwhelming. Wasn't he just here to join the fun and watch his buddy chase after a girl? Why did he have to endure so much because of it? But before long, Min Yan discovered that Bai Luoan was actually quite easy to talk to. She didn't cold shoulder him because of past grievances, and she could chime in on every topic they discussed. When she didn't understand something, she was completely open about it, far from the dull, work-obsessed person he had previously imagined her to be. After a 2-hour drive, the trio reached the foothills of Fengyin Mountain and met up with Chen Wenshi's friends. Apart from Tuyu, everyone else was meeting Bai Luoan for the first time. Chen Wenshi's car was spotted stopping in the distance. Then 3 people walked over, Chen Wenshi and Bai Luoan leading the way, with Min Yan following behind them. Both Chen Wenshi and Bai Luoan were dressed casually in white tops and black pants, their tall and slender figures making their approach look like a commercial shoot for the clothes they wore. "Honey, let's buy a matching couple set like that too. It looks really good," a girl piped up. As they came closer and faces became clear, the crowd silently gasped. So exhilarating. Bai Luoan tied her hair into a high ponytail, the contour of her head flowing seamlessly into the sharp angles of her face. Her features seemed meticulously carved, each line and curve radiating the creator's partiality. Combined with her icy demeanor, she resembled a rose blooming in a frozen tundra, alluring enough to draw people in yet distant enough to remind them of its untouchable beauty. Who could ever melt an iceberg? Tu still habitually addressed her as President Bai, though Bai Luoan had long resigned as vice president of Junhui Group, making the title inappropriate. She had told Tu to call her by name instead. Yet old habits died hard. Chen Wenshi briefly introduced everyone to each other. When introducing Bai Luoan, instead of calling her a friend, he referred to her as junior sister. Bai Luoan didn't find anything inappropriate about this, but the others tacitly understood the implication. Chen Wenshi smiled faintly and let them tease him without restraint. Worried that his friends might overstep and make Bai Luoan uncomfortable, he shot them a look to rein it in. Foaming Mountain wasn't particularly high, taking about an hour to climb. The autumn sunshine warmed them pleasantly as they chatted and enjoyed the scenery while making their way up. Chen Wenshi's friends had been warned, so their conversation stayed appropriately measured, never crossing boundaries, and the atmosphere remained harmonious. Min Yan walked at the back when it suddenly occurred to him that he was perhaps the only one who felt slightly intimidated by Bai Luoan. Was he too weak? That shouldn't be the case. Or was Bai Luoan doing it on purpose? Min Yan, keep up. Before he could figure anything out, Bai Luoan noticed him lagging behind and called out, "Coming." Min Yan responded and quickly picked up his pace to catch up with the group. The previous question was already thrown to the back of his mind. Chapter 51 The Sharp Sword. The afternoon sun cast a golden shimmer across the floor. The secretarial staff stretched lazily, carrying their coffee cups to the break room for a caffeine boost to stay alert. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Hualing remained buried in work. Even now, the position of deputy general manager remained vacant. He single-handedly shouldered the workload of 2 people, proving himself a CEO more industrious than a rooster at dawn. His subordinates thought Hualing was playing some imperial-level mind games, each vying to outshine the others with unmatched work enthusiasm. But the truth was simply that Hualing found none of them satisfactory. None could compare to Bai Luoan. Especially after the truth came to light, the suppressed admiration he had deliberately held back now surged forth like a flood released from a ruptured dam, unstoppable. Yet Hualing could tell Bai Luoan genuinely cherished her current life. No matter how much he wanted her back, he never breached the subject. How laughable it was. Hualing never dreamed that in less than 4 months, the person she had been desperate to drive away had become the very one she now longed for in vain. There's a cocktail party later. People from political and business circles always love setting up these venues to feel each other out. Hualing shook her head, dispelling the untimely thoughts from her mind, and focused on her work. At the appointed time, Zhang Shu arrived at Hualing's office holding a freshly pressed suit, tie, and wristwatch. 20 minutes later, the two set off from the Junhui Hotel. Such occasions were second nature to Hualing, having accompanied Old Master Hua to various business elite gatherings since childhood. Old Master Hua never concealed his favoritism, nurturing the heir with all the Hua family's resources, making him effortlessly poised and impeccable in these settings. What pleased Hualing was that today's banquet hosted by Ningqing's newly appointed top official aimed to push through a critical new management plan. Given the gravity of the matter, no tactless individuals dared to foist unsuitable companions upon him. Truth be told, even before he came of age, such schemes had never ceased. Though some restrained themselves after his marriage, there remained those undeterred, weaving overt and covert snares that were impossible to fully guard against. He always had to muster every ounce of vigilance, terrified of being slept with by unidentified men or women. Forget other aspects, just judging by looks alone, there were barely any who could meet his standards. If he really got trapped, no matter how you spun it, he'd be the one suffering the loss. Min Yan borrowed his name, and he just had to put on a show of pressuring Bai Luoan, a perfect win-win. After all, in their circle, reputation was the cheapest commodity. Though he used to be cautious in every way, recently people outside might have caught wind of something, because they were starting to stir restlessly again. He's got enough on his plate already and is thoroughly fed up. Fortunately, his friends all know how to keep quiet. If word of his divorce spread all over town, he could well imagine how miserable his life would become. It wasn't until Bai Luoan left that he gradually began to grasp some sense of responsibility expected of a husband. The foremost responsibility was to conduct himself with integrity. He managed that, but his tarnished reputation would take time to rebuild. At today's cocktail party, old foxes played their cunning games of push and pull as usual. In the past, Hualing would have shown impatience, but today his tone carried noticeably more sincerity and gentleness. Strictly business was best. His smile alone lightened the atmosphere considerably. By 8 in the evening, those who'd shone brilliantly and left satisfied, those who'd compromised, and those anxious to rush back and convene emergency meetings with their executives, all wore smiles of lingering enjoyment. Hualing felt somewhat nauseous and took the medicine handed to her by Zhang Shu, leaning back against the chair to rest. The medicine was so bitter, so unpleasant, how she longed for the sobering soup from home. Hualing sighed inwardly, there was none left. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Hualing hadn't drunk much, and by the time they arrived at Qingshan, he was already mostly sober. He hadn't eaten much at the banquet, so he'd instructed the housekeeper in advance to cook him some noodles. The water had just come to a boil as he entered. After showering and changing clothes, he came downstairs to find the noodles and several small dishes set neatly on the table. For some reason, Hualing suddenly lost his appetite staring at the bowl of noodles. He dismissed the housekeeper first, then waited a while before picking up his chopsticks to eat. The food prepared by the people Uncle Zhang hired should have suited his taste, but whether it was because of the alcohol he drank, he found it somewhat too salty, the broth too strong, and the noodles not quite the right texture. It sat uncomfortably in his stomach. It wasn't as good as what Bai Luoan made. Hualing knew he was behaving like a petulant child. Having lost the candy he once held in his hand, he now found all the candy in the world unsatisfactory. Every one of his subordinates graduated from top 10 world-renowned universities, and with just a bit more experience, they could easily take on any task, yet he always managed to find new flaws. The housekeeper, certified as a nutritionist, prepared dishes that were a feast for both the eyes and palate, yet he found fault with everything. It wasn't that he insisted Bai Luoan working tirelessly for him, nor did he crave her cooking for him. He simply wanted the one who was willing to stay by his side, the one who truly loved him, to come back. Staying by her side, if he could continue to like her, that would be for the best. Because of him, he realized just how much he really liked her. Mechanically taking a few bites, the bitterness in his throat choked him. He put down his chopsticks, lowering his gaze to the barely touched noodles. That day, he stood at the door for a long time. Suddenly, Luo Bian pulled open the door, a sliver of light squeezing through the crack and falling by his side. Standing in the shadows, he heard her say word by word, "Mr. Hua, I believe I've made myself quite clear. Our connection ends when the paperwork is finalized. But Aunt Pei, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhao, Uncle Da, Senior Wenshur, I can't possibly cut ties with them, so I might occasionally intrude into your life, for which I sincerely apologize. But please rest assured, I harbor no inappropriate thoughts toward you, nor will I ever entertain any forbidden notions. My word is my bond, any promise I make will be strictly kept. Finally, may you and Miss Shen find your happily ever after." When silence swallowed all else, Hualing heard with crystalline clarity the sound of his own heart shattering. Bai Luoan no longer liked him. These past 2 days, he had been restraining himself from dwelling on it. A 27-year-old grown man wallowing in depression over a few words would have been utterly ridiculous. So he carried on with work and social engagements as usual. Not a single person could tell he had just experienced the first real heartbreak of his life. He remained the same proud and aloof Hualing, but at this very moment, he could no longer deceive himself. Never before had he felt so intensely how uncontrollable emotions become when loving someone. Nor had he ever realized that a single word from the beloved could be as sharp as a sword, wounding without trace. The noodles grew cold, a thin layer of oil congealing on their surface. Hualing completely lost his appetite. Standing up to walk upstairs, the lights in the study turned on, trying to distract from the dull ache in her heart with work. The notification sound for a new WeChat message rang out. Hualing opened it. It was the group chat with Chen Wenshur and Min Yen. After tapping in, all she saw was a notification. Min Yen withdrew a message. Hualing sent a question mark in reply. Min Yen, no worries, wrong recipient haha. Hualing frowned, set his phone aside momentarily before picking it up again to browse Min Yan's WeChat photo album. Not long ago, he had just updated his 9-grid photos. 8 close-up selfies of himself. Hualing swiped past them quickly, pausing only on the final picture. A crowd of people. Hualing immediately spotted Bai Luoan and Chen Wenshur dressed in matching couples' outfits. His entire body's blood froze in that moment. He felt bone-chilling cold. Something more painful than pain itself. He learned it today. Chapter 52. Buying a house. Beneath the suffocating silence, Hualing's labored breathing sounded particularly jarring. He pressed his hand against his chest, staring at the photograph with a self-destructive intensity. The last shred of hope in his heart shattered in an instant. It didn't matter if Bai Luoan didn't like him anymore. He could always work to win her back. But what if she had fallen for someone else? What could he possibly do? Hualing's mind went blank. His chest felt like it had been hollowed out, letting in the biting winds of the coming season. Dialing the number with just the slightest margin for error, each second of waiting felt excruciating, the unknown fear making his heart race. Would there be an abyss ahead? Ailing, still awake at this hour? Min Yan recognized Huo Ling's call and answered with one dripping wet hand. A post-workout bath always brings unparalleled comfort. The warm water ripples against his chest, his glistening pectorals looking like a delectable dessert. Min Yan regrets wasting such springtime allure tonight. Huo Ling's voice sounded hoarse through the phone receiver, as if drained of moisture. Getting a bit bored. Thought I'd chat with you. Min Yan raised an eyebrow. Work? Now that's rare. Never thought I'd hear you say that. Huo Ling's tone was measured and calm. I didn't think much about it before, but seeing everyone enjoying themselves today, I suddenly feel like going on strike too. His deadpan delivery made Min Yan secretly pleased. Finally Huo Ling was realizing how bleak office work seemed compared to the dazzling world outside. Of course it was just Huo Ling's joke. Min Yan knew Huo Ling had carried old Master Huo's expectations since birth. There was no way he could shake off those responsibilities. As for himself, being the family's unfilial son meant no burdens fell on his shoulders. He could play around as much as he liked, but Huo Ling didn't have that luxury. But there was something inexplicably comical about hearing a workaholic say such words with such earnestness. Min Yan couldn't help but snicker. Nothing interesting happened today? At the question, Min Yan wrinkled his nose disdainfully. What could possibly be interesting? I thought Wenshur was finally going to confess to Xiaobai today, but turns out when he said he was going hiking, he literally meant just hiking. Had me running around like a dog all day, and not even a shred of entertainment to show for it. Huo Ling didn't catch the rest. After Min Yan finished his rant, there was only silence on the line. Huo Ling hadn't spoken for a long while. Min Yan glanced at his phone. The call wasn't disconnected, was it? Hey, can you hear me? I hear you. Huo Ling forced the words from his throat. I'm busy right now, can't talk. Alright then, busy man. Let's grab drinks in a few days. Huo Ling clutched his phone, finally exhaling slowly after ages. That breath acted like a switch. Only after releasing it did his mind start functioning again. Care breeds trouble. Chen Wenshur and Bai Luoan were clearly wearing sportswear from two different brands, but since casual athletic apparel mostly follows similar designs, it had led observers to misunderstand. A false alarm. Yet his nerves remained on edge. Today might not be the day, but who could say about tomorrow or the day after? He knew nothing about Bai Luoan's social circle. Aside from Chen Wenshur, were there others? Before bed, Bai Luoan circled around to the balcony and glanced downstairs. There was no sign of Huo Ling. 2 days without a sighting, it seemed he wouldn't be coming back. She suddenly laughed at herself, amused by how she'd truly come to see Huo Ling as a creep. Just like usual, Huo Ling parked beside the security booth and said to the guard on duty, "Could you register me? I'm here for the owner of Unit 7 to 13, Building 11. A security guard was about to hand the registration paper and pen to Huo Ling when someone else, just preparing to enter, suddenly spoke up to stop him. Old Chen, wait, let me handle this. Old Chen's hand paused. Old Li, you're here. He turned to Huo Ling and said, my shift is over, let Old Li handle your registration. With that, he left the notebook on the table and walked away. Old Li stepped forward to pick up the notebook while eyeing Huo Ling warily. The car and the man left an unforgettable impression on him. This wealthy and handsome guy stood out so distinctly in the entire neighborhood that he recognized him at a glance. The same man who'd been staking out their community every single day. The first couple days seemed fairly normal, but last night the guy loitered from 1 a.m. until 5 a.m. before leaving. Now he's back again this late at night. Who'd believe he wasn't some creep? No normal person behaves like this. The young girl claims to know him. But haven't we seen countless crime reports about acquaintances being perpetrators? Young folks lack vigilance. If something really happens, it'll be too late for regrets. The justice-driven Old Li couldn't sit still any longer and said sternly, sorry, but we need to verify some information with you. May I ask the name of the resident in Unit 11? Huo Ling was taken aback by the blunt questioning for the first time and paused before answering. Bai Luoan. What's your relationship with her? Huo Ling remained silent. Old Li let out a cold laugh in his heart. Ha. He'd known it all along. Sure enough, something was off. Apologies, sir. Our security protocols have been upgraded, and we can't allow unauthorized personnel into the residential area. Could you please contact the property owner? We'll need their confirmation before granting you access. Huo Ling froze again. Security upgraded within a single day? Now he realized this security guard was deliberately targeting him. It's late. She's already asleep. Old Li curled his lips without any trace of a smile. When it concerns personal safety, I believe she'll understand and be willing to cooperate with our work. Or if it's inconvenient for you to call, shall I contact Ms. Bai instead? At this point, Huo Ling realized the security guards wouldn't let him in. He put the car in reverse and said to the dutiful guard, I won't disturb her anymore. Sorry for the trouble. Old Li closed the registration book with an air of quiet competence. his contribution unnoticed yet complete. At 10:30 in the evening, Zhang Shu received a message from the big boss. 77, Jianing Road, Jinhua District, Jinlan Residential Area, Building 11, help me buy an apartment there. Assistant Zhang, who was on 24-hour standby, swiftly opened his iPad with one hand while responding to Huoling's message with the other, demonstrating remarkable efficiency and professionalism. Noted, President Hua. Do you have any preferences regarding the apartment's orientation or floor level? Huoling, no. Huoling, buy a parking space too. Zhang Shu's hand hesitated. Since joining Junhui Group, this was the first time he'd received such a simple task, leaving him bewildered. Was Huoling dissatisfied with his recent performance and deliberately assigning these mindlessly simple tasks to humiliate him? Probably not. Huoling wasn't that petty. Huoling, hurry up. Zhang Shu, understood, President Hua. The following evening, Huoling appeared at the neighborhood gate at precisely the same time. Oldly, what's his deal anyway? Huoling didn't drive, standing still at the pedestrian passage. After the facial recognition system beeped, the barrier opened. Good evening, welcome home, a cheerful prompt sounded. Huoling said politely, I'm also a resident here now. Please take care of me in the future. Oldly's face darkened. Chapter 53 Being Foolish. All was quiet. The light from the security booth cast a long shadow. Huoling pushed the door open but didn't enter, instead stopping by the window. Standing a head taller than Oldly, he now adopted a deferential posture, slightly bowing. Perhaps some things I did caused misunderstandings. Bai and I are married, though we're not together now. She probably doesn't want to see me. Huoling smiled faintly, but I missed her a little, so I came to stand beneath her building. My apologies for causing you trouble and disrupting your work. And actually, I should thank you for taking care of her. Oldly first opened his mouth wide. After hearing this, he still didn't let his guard down. Don't think a few sweet words will make me believe you. One may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Who knows what you've done? Plenty of men craft the image of a good guy, but that doesn't stop them from indulging in debauchery, drinking, whoring, and gambling outside. Some even beat their wives. Having lived most of his life, he had seen it all. People can't be judged by appearances. A wolf in sheep's clothing is worse than a beast. Pretty words are easy to say. If there was real affection, how could it have come to this, to a breakup? Huoling nodded. You're right. Oldly had thought this handsome man who looked like a celebrity would offer some explanation, but after those few words, he fell silent. Huoling tilted his head and squinted into the distance. The low-rise buildings were obscured by trees, leaving nothing visible. He turned his gaze back. Resident information is confidential. Please don't tell Xiaobai that I've moved in. Oldly frowned and nodded soberly. Huoling walked away slowly and got into the car at the previous intersection. Zhang Shu sat in the passenger seat, flipping through tomorrow's meeting agenda. Seeing Huoling enter the car, he asked, President Hua, are you satisfied with the house? Although Huoling hadn't made any requests, Zhang Shu had still picked a unit according to his preferences. The necessary sharpness of a corporate worker kept him constantly alert. He was absorbed in reviewing the documents and hadn't noticed that barely 10 minutes had passed since Huoling got out of the car. This amount of time was far from enough for him to go upstairs. Huoling nodded in satisfaction, pleased. That evening, he had received an unexpected invitation from his aunt, asking him to fly to a neighboring province to help her out of a tight spot. He would be away for a week. With ample time left before his flight, they had made a detour on their way to the airport. This task is utterly meaningless. Even watching people downstairs every day is pointless. His reason tells him he's being foolish. Yet he can't help but act foolish. The airplane streaked across the sky as Bai Luoan removed her glasses inside the house, finishing her report. A week later, the temperature dropped noticeably by another degree. Bai Luoan had already donned an oversized coat. The style suited her remarkably well. Since she was tall, even ankle-length garments didn't appear cumbersome on her. The graceful sway of the hem as she moved was particularly striking. Yet no matter how stylish, wearing it every day was excessive. Minmin thought Bai Luoan was truly squandering her good looks. Bai Luoan wasn't particular about clothes. Back at Junhui, these matters fell under her assistant's responsibilities. She'd simply provide her height, weight, and measurements, pick a preferred style, and someone would select and deliver the outfits. Now on her own, she couldn't be bothered to put thought into clothing. Finding overcoats convenient, she'd wear nothing but these whenever going out. She had clear self-awareness about her looks. Whatever she wore didn't change the fact she was attractive. So why waste time on such things? But she herself didn't pay much attention to dressing up, instead buying many beautiful collars and bow ties for Kaiwiban, Ghost Festival. She changed them weekly, never repeating a pattern. After handling the documents requiring signatures, Huoling returned to the ancestral home. As the car entered the Hua family gates, the newly replaced entrance lights stood crisp and bright. The lush greenery in the courtyard remained vibrant, untouched by winter's early desolation. Hualing stepped out of the car in front of the building. Fu Wanpei emerged from the house and asked, "You're back?" Hualing replied, "I'm back." A series of light footsteps followed, and Shen Qingyi, whom he hadn't seen for days, stood behind Fu Wanpei, greeting with a smile, "Brother Ailing." Hualing nodded and entered the house. It was warm inside, so he took off his overcoat and handed it to Aunt Zhao. Fu Wanpei asked, "Why don't you stay with your aunt for a few more days?" Hualing sighed helplessly, "It's year-end. Too busy." Every November and December felt like fighting a war, endless meetings, unreadable financial reports, countless corporate affairs of all sizes, subsidiary company evaluations. The week he'd been away meant he'd need to work at least 3 extra days just to catch up. Shen Qingyi sat properly beside Fu Wanpei and spoke gently, "Brother Ailing, you should take care of your health. Don't throw yourself into work like before, neglecting everything else." Fu Wanpei turned her head with a smile and glanced at her. Qingyi has grown more thoughtful these past few years, learning to care for others. Hualing felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing Fu Wanpei smile and replied coolly, "Thank you for your concern." Fu Wanpei's eyes swept between the two of them. Hualing's face never revealed anything useful, so she stood up. "You youngsters take your time chatting. I'll go call your aunt back." These matters should be left for Hualing to resolve herself. A mother shouldn't worry too much. Only 2 people remained in the living room. Shen Qingyi picked up the gift box from the table and handed it to him. "I asked a friend abroad to buy this for me. I remember you've always worn watches from this brand, so I specifically had them snag one for you. See if you like it?" The clasp of the gift box opened, revealing a bold and exquisite tourbillon quietly resting inside. An exceptionally rare small-sized skeletonized flying tourbillon, featuring the star-shaped bridge, one of the rigorous quality certifications in high-end watchmaking. Enamel engravings adorned it, with a rose gold shooting star set with round-cut diamonds at the tail. The movement, case, even the hands, everything had been refined to perfection. From the gold-embossed emblem on the box, Hualing instantly recognized it as the newly released model, since he had also ordered one, now sitting in his walk-in closet. Hualing took the box, and Shen Qingyi's eyes lit up. But before she could feel happy, she heard Hualing close the box and say, "The watch is beautiful, but it's too extravagant for me. It would be more appropriate as a gift for Uncle Shen." Shen Qingyi lowered her gaze. "Don't you like it?" Hualing shook his head. "I do, but a wristwatch is too personal. It's better if you give it to someone closer to you." It was a blatant rejection. Tears welled up in Shen Qingyi's eyes as she whispered, "Brother Ailing." Hualing set down the expensive gift in his hands and softened his tone. "Qingyi, what's past is past. I've never spelled it out clearly, but deep down you know, even if nothing had happened 5 years ago, we still wouldn't have ended up together." Shen Qingyi clenched her fists and forced a joking tone, probing, "Have you met someone else?" "Yes." She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her heart plummeted to the depths as she heard her own unwilling voice ask, "Who is she? Who among the socialites and starlets has been rumored to be involved with Hualing?" "Bai Luoan." At those words, Shen Qingyi jolted in shock. "Who did you say?" Hualing maintained his utterly calm tone. "Bai Luoan, the person I love." Chapter 54 Trouble. When Fu Wanpei came downstairs, only Hualing remained alone in the living room. "Did Qingyi leave?" Hualing looked up and replied, "She's gone." It seems the conversation didn't go well. She left without even saying hello to me, Fu Wanpei thought. Before she could figure it out, Hualing started complaining. "Don't be so warmly smiling to people in the future. After all, she's my ex-girlfriend. It's not good to cause unnecessary misunderstandings." Fu Wanpei's anger flared up, with old grievances resurfacing along with new ones. She let out a cold laugh. Who exactly is the one who can't cut ties cleanly with an ex? And now you're blaming me? Did I ask you to arrange her internship at the company? Did I tell you to take her to the hospital? So now it's my fault?" Hualing stood straight and took the blame. "It's my fault. That's why I made things clear just now." Fu Wanpei rolled her eyes in an undignified manner. "Where were you earlier when it mattered? I've wronged her in some ways, so I don't want to make things too ugly. She's a girl after all. I ought to save some face for her in front of friends." Fu Wanpei was about to mock Hualing. After all, he'd never saved Bai Zhao's dignity in public before. Wasn't she a girl too? But before she could voice this thought, Hualing's own expression darkened after speaking. Fu Wanpei couldn't fathom what exactly Hualing was thinking. She realized her son had been acting truly peculiar lately. A belated adolescence? Thinking of Bai Luoan, Fu Wanpei didn't wish to elaborate further. "Forget it. Since you don't have those intentions, I'll steer clear of the Shen family from now on. You're no longer a youngster yourself. Your handling of romantic affairs has been utterly disastrous. Keep yourself in check going forward and stop accumulating emotional debts out there." Hualing said solemnly, "There won't be any more of that." The Shen family residence. Since returning home, Shen Qingyi had locked herself in her room, making quite a commotion, and hadn't come out for dinner. When the old steward saw Jeanine, it was as if he had spotted a savior. "Miss Jean, you finally arrived." Johnny nodded. Where's Chingy? In her bedroom. She's locked the door from inside, and no matter how much we plead, she won't open it. We don't know what's happened, the master and mistress aren't home. We're so sorry to trouble you to come all this way late at night, the old steward replied. Jeanine walked inside while saying to the butler, Chingy is my friend, so please be courteous to her. Arriving at Chingy's door, Jeanine pressed the door handle but it didn't open. She knocked on the door and called out loudly, Chingy, it's me, could you open the door? A long while passed without any movement from inside. Johnny exchanged a glance with the old butler, then gestured for him to leave before continuing, it's just me now, could you open the door? No matter what's happened, I'll help you. After another long pause, the sound of a lock turning came from within. Jeanine quickly pressed the door handle again and slipped into the room. The room was in complete disarray. Broken vase shards covered the floor leaving no space to step, the bed had been slashed to pieces, and not a single intact bottle or jar could be found on the dressing table. Chingy had already vented her anger, her eyes now calm after the frenzy, though the rims were still red. Jeanine brushed the torn fabric off the sofa before pulling her down to sit. Tell me what exactly happened. Chingy bit her lip hard before finally forcing out the words, Hualing has fallen for someone else. Jeanine frowned and asked, where did you hear such nonsense? Those people are just spreading rumors to drive a wedge between you and President Hua. Don't fall for it. The only person in all of Ningqing who could remotely be connected to the phrase, the one Hualing likes, was Chingy. Everyone knew that. It was Hualing himself who said it. Chingy gave a wan smile as two clear trails of tears streamed from her eyes. Flustered, Jeanine scrambled to find tissues but couldn't locate any. In the end, she could only pull Chingy into her arms and comfort her, saying, there, don't cry anymore. A dark stain quickly seeped through the khaki fabric. Jeanine comforted her for a long time, using every kind word she could think of, before Chingy finally stopped crying. You said Hualing told you personally, who's that person? Jeanine couldn't help feeling somewhat curious. Chingy and Hualing's story was rather melodramatic, a pair of lovers completely torn apart by Bai Luan barging in between them. Hualing has been embroidered in romantic scandals these past few years, yet he has openly admitted that the only person he has ever seriously dated was Chingy. Now that he claims to have feelings for someone else, and it isn't Chingy, Zhang Yin's mind immediately began scanning through Ningqing's socialites. Bai Luan. Huh? What about her? Chingy stated firmly, she's the one Hualing likes. Jeanine gasped, you're not joking, are you? Unless Hualing was possessed by a ghost, who couldn't see how strained their relationship was. Falling in love? How ridiculous. Chingy said, Hualing wouldn't joke about something like this. Because it was Bai Luan, everyone knew exactly how absurd it was. That's precisely why he wouldn't make such a joke. Jeanine frowned deeply. Bai Luan quietly snatched Chingy twice, once taking Hualing's person, and the other time stealing his heart. Chingy looked up, I won't let her off. Whoever this person was, there were countless wealthy young women in Ning City, and Chingy wasn't the only one. She could accept losing to any of them. But why did it have to be Bai Luan? Someone from such a lowly background, raised in an orphanage, was she even worthy? What right did she have? Jeanine pried open Chingy's hands, reddened from clenching. I happen to have some news for you. There's someone else who dislikes Bai Luan just as much as you do, and they're planning to make trouble for her. You won't even need to lift a finger. There are plenty of people ready to put her in her place. Chingy asked, who is it? Jeanine shook her head and said, just get ready. We're going to enjoy the show together tomorrow. Watch them fight like dogs. No need to dirty our own hands. At 9 o'clock the next day, Minmin opened the order system's back-end. The moment she logged in, the system alerted her to a new transaction. After seeing what the customer had ordered, Minmin shouted excitedly toward the kitchen, great news. Brother Chiao, someone ordered a 5-tiered cake. No wonder Minmin was so thrilled. Most customers at July Half were students, and few were willing to spend so much on such an elaborate cake. Chiao had been longing to make this kind of cake but never got the chance. Now he could finally show his skills, and Minmin was genuinely happy for him. Chiao came out from the back room, and Minmin pulled up the design sketch to show him. After quickly calculating in his head, Chiao realized this wasn't too complicated but would still take nearly 10 hours to complete. He asked Minmin to call the customer for confirmation while he headed to the kitchen to check if they had enough ingredients. After a while, Minmin replied, Brother Chiao, the customer said they can wait. Alright. Another staff member, seeing this, said to Xiao Chiao, then go ahead and make the cake, we'll handle everything else. Bai Luan hadn't planned to visit the shop today, but Minmin kept messaging her in the afternoon, insisting she come see the amazing cake Xiao Chiao was making. Not wanting to disappoint the eager girl, she decided to drop by. The moment she saw the finished product, Bai Luan's eyes lit up. The delivery crew carefully loaded the cake into the truck. The cake box was so large that only a pickup truck could transport it, and the team had assembled 4 handlers, all moving with painstaking care. Minmin clicked send on the system to dispatch the cake delivery details, just as the shop's phone began to ring. After hanging up, Minmin announced, "That customer just called. They're worried the cake might get damaged during transit and want the boss to personally accompany the delivery for inspection. They're threatening to refuse acceptance if the boss doesn't go." Bai Luoan nodded. "I'll go." Minmin said, "I'll go with you." Xiao Qiu also said, "I'll go." Bai Luoan smiled. "No need. I'll come back as soon as I confirm the delivery." Chapter 55, Bad at It. The delivery address was somewhat familiar to Bai Luoan, another notorious money-burning den in Ning City, Universe Time. Here, even a glass of plain water cost triple digits because the tumbler was imported from Country R, a glassware powerhouse, with each piece starting at 4 figures. And this was merely the standard fare for ordinary patrons here. Minmin, visiting such a place for the first time, found everything fascinating, but she tried hard to rein in her wandering eyes so as not to embarrass Bai Luoan. Bai Luoan led the entourage into the opulent clubhouse, with workers carefully carrying a meter-tall cake behind them. It seemed arrangements had been made in advance, as their group encountered no obstacles along the way. Flanking the archway of the entertainment area stood 2 bodyguards, each approximately 2 meters tall. The men stepped forward to block Bai Luoan's path, stating brusquely, "Just hand over the cake. They don't need to come in." The bodyguard's hostile demeanor confirmed Bai Luoan's suspicions. These visitors meant trouble. Minmin cautiously took half a step closer to Bai Luoan's side. Bai Luoan nodded, and the towering bodyguard firmly took the cake. Seeing their rough movements, Minmin noticed the transparent packaging tilt momentarily, fearing they might damage the cake. She was just about to speak up when Bai Luoan stopped her with a glance. Waving the delivery personnel away, the lead bodyguard said to the 2 of them, "Follow me inside. The boss is waiting in there." Bai Luoan said to Minmin, "Stay here and wait for me." Minmin shook her head. These people didn't look trustworthy at all. There was no way she'd let Bai Luoan go in alone. "Enough nonsense, everyone follow." One of the bodyguards shoved Minmin, making her stumble. Bai Luoan lifted her gaze and gave him a cool glance. The bodyguard frowned and snapped, "What are you staring at? Don't keep our boss waiting." Bai Luoan averted her eyes and turned to follow the leader inside. Minmin took a large step forward to walk beside Bai Luoan. All along the way, eerie wails and howls echoed through the air, occasionally punctuated by inexplicable bouts of crying. The further they ventured in, the heavier Minmin's heart grew, the mirror reflecting her panicked expression. A cold hand rested lightly on the back of hers. Bai Luoan gave Minmin's hand a faint squeeze, tilting his head as he said, "Remember, don't look at or say anything later. I promise, nothing will happen today." Minmin nodded, forcing herself to gather her courage. What if she was overthinking it? Through the long corridor, the bodyguard headed straight for the largest private room. The lock shone with a pale golden gleam as the door opened from inside. Today's guest sat at the center of the room and, upon seeing Bai Luoan, flashed a smile. "President Bai, long time no see." After Bai Luoan and Minmin entered the room, the door behind them slowly closed. Over a dozen bodyguards inside silently positioned themselves behind the 2, creating an invisible pressure. Bai Luoan said calmly, "President Su, it's been a while." Su Ruiqi instructed, "Give President Bai a seat." The bodyguard placed a standalone sofa in front of Bai Luoan, who glanced at it before sitting down composedly. "I've heard Juanyue's investment department is about to hold a celebration party soon. The show's president Bai invested in have earned tens of millions. With such outstanding contributions to Juanyue, no reward would be excessive. So why haven't we seen you for so long?" President Bai, reduced to working in a small cake shop, Su Ruiqi remarked with a faint smile. The private room was filled with dozens of young elites, all part of Su Ruiqi's circle, who chimed in agreement. "Exactly. Hualing is clearly kicking the ladder away after climbing up. Such ingratitude. President Bai, our company happens to have vacancies. Would you consider joining us? How dare you poach right in front of us? If Juanyue doesn't want President Bai, there are plenty who do. Your little temple can't possibly accommodate such a great Buddha. President Bai's talents are wasted making cakes. If you joined Huanyu, you'd easily pull 6 figures a month without breaking a sweat." Su Ruiqi said, "President Bai might consider this. Given our friendship, I could find some people to do business with you. I guarantee you won't worry about major projects for a month." Minmin didn't understand the vulgar remarks, but she grasped their demand for Bai Luoan to come work at the club. Fury overwhelmed her, flushing her face red with stifled anger. Yet she had always obeyed Bai Luoan and could only lower her head, pretending not to hear. Bai Luoan chuckled lightly at Su Ruiqi's words. "It's been a long time since I left Juanyue Group. I'm not entirely clear on the project's profitability, but judging by your good mood and your thoughtful remembrance of me, that lavish investment for your girlfriend's program must be yielding quite a return. Congratulations, President Su." Su Ruiqi forced a smile. "It's all thanks to President Bai. The project snatched from Bai Luoan turned out to be a complete money pit, $100 million investment gone down the drain. After reviewing several programs funded by Junhui Investments, Su Weiqi finally realized he'd been screwed over by Bai Luoan. Not only did she have no interest in that show to begin with, but she also made the TV station publicly indebted to her and scored a bargain deal by bundling other projects, earning herself a hefty profit. Su Weiqi was her bargaining axe. Bai Luoan said coolly, "It's your discerning eye that deserves credit." Su Weiqi could no longer maintain his hypocritical composure. His face turned cold. Has President Bai ever considered, when beating a dog, one must consider its master? Juanyua's dogs I dare not touch, but a stray on the roadside, tell me, wouldn't I dare strike? Bai Luoan remained as unshaken as ever, without even a twitch of her brow since entering. I wouldn't know. I've never kept dogs. What wisdom might President Su have to share? Su Weiqi gave Bai Luoan a thorough once-over. She was wrapped up tightly in a black trench coat, but he knew full well what alluring scenery lay beneath those clothes. And that pretty face too. A woman being merely beautiful would be rather dull, but Bai Luoan possessed both beauty and brains, sharp enough to prick upon touch. Yet it was precisely this quality that made one itch to crush her ruthlessly. His lecherous gaze roamed freely, sending wave after wave of goosebumps across Bai Luoan's back. She felt sick to her stomach. I wouldn't presume to show off in front of President Bai, but I have a small suggestion. Bai Luoan smiled slightly. Please, go ahead. That sudden smile blossomed like a nocturnal epiphyllum, its allure rippling through the dim lighting. Everyone in the room blinked momentarily dazzled, while Su Weiqi felt all the blood in his body rush downward. This person, he was determined to have him. I thought President Bai knew. I confessed to you the moment we first met. As long as you became my girlfriend, I wouldn't care about any random trivial matters, all out of respect for you. What does President Bai think? President Su, your persistence is admirable. I'm just wondering how many more legs you have left for me to break. Su Weiqi suddenly stood up, suppressing his anger as he growled, Bai Luoan, don't push your luck. Do you really think you can walk away today? Right now, you're nothing but a stray dog. Who's going to protect you? So I suggest you cooperate, for your sake and this little girl beside you. That way, you'll both suffer less. Dozens of burly bodyguards stepped forward to semi-encircle the pair. The human wall closed in, instantly blocking out the dim lighting. Minmin was so terrified she didn't dare breathe. Su Weiqi spoke with absolute confidence. The view from the top floor of Cosmos Tower is spectacular at night. President Bai, you'll love it. Chapter 56, Opportunity. From their corner booth in the entertainment area's public space, Shenqingi and Zhanin kept close watch on every movement nearby. Nearly half an hour had passed since Bai Luoan entered, yet there was still no sign of him emerging. The two exchanged glances, spotting mutual schadenfreude in each other's eyes. Of all people Bai Luoan could offend, he had to provoke Su Weiqi, a spoiled brat who'd been drowning in debauchery and mischief since childhood, yet always had someone cleaning up his messes no matter how colossal. During those 2 years he spent abroad, men and women across Ning City couldn't help but burn incense, praying this young master would never return. And he himself, relying on his decent looks and family background, had never failed to win over anyone he set his sights on. The only time he failed was with Bai Luoan, and even had his leg broken, utter humiliation in his book. Since Bai Luoan was still at Junhui, future collaborations were inevitable. Su Weiqi, held back by his father, dared not make a move. But once Bai Luoan left Junhui in disgrace and news broke of his divorce from Hualing, Su Weiqi's patience had truly reached its limit. Shenqingi was stunned when Zhanin mentioned that the feud between Bai Luoan and Su Weiqi started because Su Weiqi had flirted with her unsuccessfully and ended up having his leg broken by her in return. Where does she get the audacity to mess with the eldest son of the Su family? Hualing? Zhanin still had her doubts about Hualing's feelings for Bai Luoan, but for the sake of her best friend, she made some inquiries. Hualing had a gathering tonight, and even at the fastest, it would take over an hour and a half to get here. No matter how resourceful he might be, it was already too late. Bai Luoan has been inside for so long now. Whatever is meant to happen must already have happened. Shenqingi felt a surge of triumphant satisfaction, as if a long-held grievance had finally been released. The music switched to her favorite This Is You Came For. The most detested person was about to endure a hellish night. Shenqingi felt everything was perfectly harmonious, until she caught sight of Hualing. Dressed in evening attire with a bauhinia flower pinned to his chest from the banquet, Hualing strode in with Zhang Shu, his face as cold as still water, followed closely by a retinue of black-suited bodyguards. The venue manager, drenched in sweat, scurried ahead to guide him, his heart rate skyrocketing near 180. He had no time to message the big boss. His only hope was that his cooperative attitude might earn him some leniency when Hualing's temper erupted. Even from a distance, Shenqingi could feel the terrifying aura radiating from him. She knew that expression all too well. It was the unmistakable harbinger of Hualing's fury. The last time she'd seen him like this was when Huating sneaked back and appeared at old Master Hua's hospital bedside. His sudden appearance had literally shocked the old man straight into the ICU. Shenqingyi stared dumbfounded, barely standing up before Zhang Yin yanked her back down. Have you lost your mind? Don't go near him now. Shenqingyi stood utterly shattered. Zhang Yin couldn't bear seeing her like this. As soon as Huoling's group moved away, she quickly pulled Shenqingyi to leave. The closer he got, the more impatient Huoling became, staring at the door so intensely it nearly burned a hole through it. Huoling took the lead, his pitch-black eyes simmering with concealed turbulence, his fingers trembling imperceptibly as he pushed the door open. The carved door swung open without a sound, and in that instant, Bai Luowen's voice reached Huoling, indecipherable in its indifference. If I truly wanted to be ruthless, the moment you first asked whether my moans sounded wanton, these materials would have flooded every corner of Ming City. After saying her final words, Bai Luowen prepared to take Minmin and leave. The sound of the door hitting the wall startled those inside the room. She turned back to see Huoling striding over in a few quick steps, positioning himself protectively in front of her, shielding her completely. The bodyguards inside reacted and tried to intercept, quickly becoming tangled in a scuffle with the men Huoling had brought. His punches landed solidly, each impact against flesh sending a chilling sound that made one's scalp tingle. Huoling tilted his head slightly to reassure the person behind him. Don't be afraid. Bai Luowen's face was hidden in Huoling's shadow, silent. Only when they got close did Minmin clearly see Huoling's face. Her eyes brightened momentarily as her gaze darted back and forth between the two. Huoling's bodyguards were in an entirely different league compared to the people inside. Within 30 seconds, all of Su Ruiqi's men were subdued. Su Ruiqi and the group of young masters snapped out of their daze, stammering, Mr. Hua. Huoling's face was frozen with icy severity, a tempest brewing in his eyes. Su Ruiqi and the others could almost feel the hostility radiating from him, sending chills down their spines. Su Ruiqi forced a smile and asked, President Hua, what brings you here? Huoling didn't respond. Instead, he turned sideways to give Zhang Shu a few instructions before saying to Bai Luowen and Minmin, it's too noisy here. I'll see you both home. The club manager had timed it perfectly, making several calls to the boss upstairs. The owner, rushing down from the 5th floor, caught sight of Huoling leading his entourage out the door. The boss was completely baffled and was about to step forward to exchange pleasantries when Zhang Shu stopped him. Brother Zhou, Director Hua has a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to accommodate us? Behind Zhang Shu stood 20 bodyguards, all ex-special forces operatives, hardened men who had carried guns and taken lives, a far cry from the trained personnel from regular security companies. Even Zhou, the boss of Huanyu, found himself stiffening under such pressure, forcing a strained smile. No need for formalities, Assistant Zhang. Among friends, it's just a small favor. Zhang Shu smiled. Thank you, Brother Zhou. We'll be borrowing your venue tonight. Stepping out of the universe, Bai Luowen noticed a fine drizzle had begun to fall at some unknown hour. They had been outside for a while when Xiaoqiu called. Minmin told him she'd be returning to Kaiweibin shortly. The light rain wasn't heavy enough to soak through, yet Huoling had the driver fetch 2 umbrellas, one for Minmin, while he shared another with Bai Luowen. Bai Luowen had intended to console Minmin, but seeing no trace of alarm on the young girl's face, she remained silent throughout the journey. After dropping Minmin at the shop, Huoling then escorted Bai Luowen to Jinlanyuan. Bai Luowen spoke his first words to Huoling upon seeing the familiar gate. Here is fine. Thank you for taking the time to help today. Huoling gave a faint but didn't instruct the driver to stop. The car drove straight to Building 11. Bai Luowen said nothing further, simply getting out once the car came to a stop. The rain intensified, falling with a faint chill upon her head, but soon a shadow shielded her from above. Both wind and rain were blocked out. Huoling held up an umbrella, standing by her side, and reached out to steady her. Bai Luowen silently glanced at Huoling, withdrawing her arm from his grasp and walking forward. Huoling followed in silence. The distance of less than 100 meters was quickly traversed. Bai Luowen nodded in farewell, only for Huoling to grab her again. I'm sorry. Huoling's deep voice seemed drained of vitality in the rainy night. These were words long overdue, an apology delayed for far too long. Bai Luowen took a moment to process what Huoling meant before replying calmly, You've done nothing to wrong me, so there's no need to apologize. No, I have. Huoling paused before continuing. What happened today occurred because I never stood up for you, allowing them to slander you. It's my fault, all because I failed to do better. Bai Luowen said coolly, You had no obligation to defend me, so there's no need to tell me you're sorry. Huoling closed his eyes and said hoarsely, I do. He was her husband, the closest person to her in this world. If he didn't have this obligation, then no one else in this world would. He did, only he failed to fulfill it. The earlier conversation had touched upon Bai Luowen's long-buried emotions, leaving him utterly exhausted both physically and mentally, with no energy left to continue dealing with Huoling. Suit yourself. Watching Bai Luoan's retreating figure, Hualing blurted out, Xiao Bai, give me a chance to take care of you, alright? Don't joke around. This was Bai Luoan's reply. She didn't hesitate for even a moment. Chapter 57, Killing the Chicken. The familiar surroundings temporarily eased the restless depression in Bai Luoan's heart. On the mid-July festival, he looked up at Bai Luoan, but unlike before when he would immediately start performing for extra snacks upon her return, standing up on his hind legs to paw at her pants for a hug. Getting his wish as Bai Luoan picked him up, Mid-July stretched lazily, nuzzling his head against the side of her neck. The woolen rug beneath the coffee table, freshly replaced, was thick and soft, a favorite for both of them. Bai Luoan walked over and sat directly on the rug, smoothing Mid-July's fur. A laptop rested on the coffee table. Bai Luoan clicked on an encrypted file on the desktop, and a video popped up. Hualing returned to Universe Entertainment Zone, where Zhang Shu had already cleared the area. After weighing both sides, Zhou Xing naturally abandoned the Su family without hesitation. Zhou Xing, that slippery fish, fled Ningqing overnight, leaving behind a deputy. The surveillance footage obtained ended up in Hualing's hands. Not without a price, he offered Zhou Xing a gift that satisfied him. Su Ruiqi bore fresh wounds on his face and fidgeted restlessly. It was obvious Hualing had come for Bai Luoan, but he still clung to a sliver of hope in his heart. President Hua wouldn't possibly damage his relationship with the Su family over a woman. The bodyguards tossed aside the people in the room like chicks, clearing a path for Hualing. Seeing Hualing remain silent, Su Ruiqi awkwardly said, President Hua, I don't know where I went wrong to offend you. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to my level. My father always tells me to learn from you. If he finds out I've angered you like this, he'll surely give me a good beating when I get home. Hualing, upon hearing this, fixed his icy stare on Su Ruiqi. His cold face was covered in frost, his already dark expression growing even more terrifying. Su Ruiqi invoked his father's name, but Hualing didn't bat an eye. What even is the Su family? The others hung their heads. Dependent on the Su family, they didn't qualify to speak to Hualing, each merely hoping to shrink into the background. President Hua, these are the items President Bai brought. Zhang Shu took a craft paper bag from the desk and handed it to Hualing. Seeing this bag, Su Ruiqi's eyes widened with rage, his hateful gaze almost burning a hole through the paper. The surveillance footage played at high speed. Hualing dragged the progress bar, watching the back-and-forth confrontation between Bai Luoan and Su Ruiqi. The more he listened, the darker his expression grew, even making Zhang Shu somewhat uneasy. Inside the bag was a stack of photos, somewhat crumpled from the struggle, with a few torn to pieces. Hualing picked up one from the middle that remained intact. Su Ruiqi tried to lunge forward but was forcefully kicked behind the knee by a bodyguard, dropping him to his knees. Zhang Shu rubbed the bridge of his nose, averting his gaze from the photo. Though he was well-traveled, even a straight man couldn't handle such overwhelming stimulation. Hualing had picked the most provocative one at first glance. The photo showed Su Ruiqi in bed with four blonde, blue-eyed men from Country Y. Their faces were somewhat distorted from having their mouths stuffed too full, yet anyone could recognize that face as belonging to the young Master Su. After clearly seeing the photo, Hualing froze momentarily. The rest of the pictures all contained similar content. Men and women, all in chaotic disarray. Bai Luoan took Su Ruiqi's compromising photos. She came prepared. In the scene, Bai Luoan leisurely rose to her feet, producing this paper bag from within her robes. Night views? It seems my understanding of young Master Su still has gaps. She slapped the contents onto the bodyguard's chest and remarked coolly, Today I've come to learn of this preference of yours. Before arriving here, I'd just discovered another hobby of yours. See for yourself, was my prior understanding mistaken? Su Ruiqi pulled out the photo, and the moment he saw it clearly, he roared in anger, Bai Luoan. Both sides widened their eyes, their hearts pounding wildly, utterly astounded that Bai Luoan had actually brought this along. Here, Bai Luoan smiled again, but to Su Ruiqi's eyes, this smile was unbearably dazzling. She was provoking. Su Ruiqi's chest heaved rapidly as his fingers clenched the corner of the photo until his knuckles turned white, his eyes red with fury. You won't leave Huan Yu unharmed today. Bai Luoan replied indifferently, no matter. Even if I don't leave here in one piece, everyone in Ningqing will still get to admire Chairman Su's exceptional grace. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Su Ruiqi asked through gritted teeth, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat as his voice turned icy. If these photos were leaked, he'd become the laughingstock of the century. The Su family would never recover their dignity in Ningqing, and he'd be ousted from the board immediately. He couldn't possibly bear the consequences. At this moment, Su Ruiqi truly harbored murderous intent. Kill himself? Bai Luoan smiled faintly. Death? I'm all alone, my family is gone, not a single relative left in this world. If you really kill me, I'll consider it you doing a good deed, sending me to reunite with my parents. Had I revealed more at that time, I would have made the entire Ning city buzz with excitement. What followed were the words Hualing had overheard. Su Ruiqi asked Bai Luoan if it was absolutely necessary to go to extremes. Bai Luoan gave him an answer. As the video ended, Hualing lowered his eyelids, concealing the darkness in his gaze. Zhang Shu hadn't reviewed the surveillance footage before Hualing arrived, only now did he realize their frantic rush here tonight, abandoning such an important gathering and running 7 or 8 red lights, had been completely unnecessary all along. He'd said as much when first receiving the news. It was glaringly obvious this cake order was suspicious, since when would Galaxy's Michelin-starred chefs need to source desserts externally? Since when did Bai Luoan become so easily fooled? Turns out it was all premeditated, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, taking decisive action while making an example of someone. Young Master Su was the chosen chicken to be slaughtered. This way, those with ill intentions who saw her leave the Hua family would think twice before making a move. After all, every family has its dirty laundry. And who could say for sure whether Bai Luoan had already gotten her hands on such compromising information? She was different from others. Most people had elders above and dependents below, always having to consider parents, wives, and children before acting. But Bai Luoan stood alone, with nothing to lose. She feared no consequences. If truly provoked, she could drag the entire city of Ningqing down with her, just as she had warned Su Ruiqi. She was willing to go all out, but others might not be. Zhang Shu inwardly gave her a thumbs up. Respect, respect. Most children in the orphanage were either orphaned or abandoned by their parents, but Bai Luoan was admitted after being trafficked. It was just that her parents hadn't been found yet. Over the years, everyone had grown accustomed to the fact that she was alone. At tonight's reception, Hualing ran into Director Xian Qin again and took the opportunity to ask a few more questions, contemplating putting this matter on the agenda. With Juanyue's influence, finding one person shouldn't be too difficult. But after hearing this, Director Xian Qin shook his head regretfully. We did find them. Her parents were located the very next year. But what a pity, the couple passed away not long after Xiaobai was kidnapped. Her mother went first, consumed by grief, carrying a nearly 7-month-old baby in her womb when she died. 3 months later, her father followed. There were no other relatives left at home. We gave her parents' belongings, hoping they'd serve as some comfort. What a tragedy. Her father was even a physics teacher. Human traffickers have ruined so many families. They truly deserve to die. Chapter 58, Little White. Even the high-definition surveillance footage couldn't help Hualing clearly see Bai Luoan's expression. He couldn't tell if she was upset, but he knew his own face must be looking dreadful right now. Her words, "I don't have a single family member left," pierced him like an arrow through the chest, making his heart bleed crimson. Family ties were her forbidden subject, yet he'd repeatedly torn open those old wounds of hers. She was calm and composed, but deep down there was a ruthless audacity that feared nothing, as if nothing in this world was beyond her imagination or capabilities. He used to think it was innate temperament, that some people were born with wolf blood running in their veins. But today, he realized she wasn't one of them. Her ruthlessness came from having nothing to lose. With no attachments in her heart, she naturally feared nothing. Since Mr. Su always says you should learn from me, today I'll overstep my authority to teach young Master Su on his behalf what can and cannot be done. Hualing stood up, tilted his head slightly, and instructed Zhang Shu, after the lesson, escort young Master Su home safely. Zhang Shu stood at attention. Yes, President Hua. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Su Ruiqi cried out, President Hua, MMPH, MMPH. The bodyguard clamped his hand over Su Ruiqi's mouth. Hualing rose from the couch and walked away without granting him another glance. The person in the video was someone Bai Luoan had watched countless times, etched firmly in memory. Yet, being someone from over 20 years ago, no matter how familiar the face might seem, it felt inherently distant in the heart. The DV that the old director brought over contained only half an hour of footage. The device had just been purchased at the time, so there hadn't been a chance to record much yet. At the beginning of the video, the woman smiled and said little Bai is 4 years old. When she was little, she was probably a late bloomer. At 4 years old, she still couldn't speak very clearly, repeating in a milky voice, little Bai, 4 years old. The man beside her smiled faintly, chatting casually with the woman, his tone quite gentle. Bai Luoan's tendency to seldom smile was inherited from her father. In the background, a vase held several sprigs of spray roses as the two discussed their daughter's future. Is it good for Xiaobai to go to Tsinghua University? Go, go. The woman chimed in with a smile. Great, then I'll open a dessert shop right by Tsinghua's gates later. Xiaobai can just walk home as soon as she steps out of campus. Home, home. The video looped 3 times, and Bai Luoan's emotions had already settled down. Time had long smoothed over the grief and regret, only occasionally resurfacing to lead her down a dead-end alley. Being abducted wasn't her fault, yet both her parents died because of her. She had spent countless nights weeping and blaming herself. All these years, one casual remark from the video had been what sustained her journey till now. She truly got into Tsinghua University, and she even opened a dessert shop right by the campus gates. This was the only thing she could do for them. The warm lump in her arms radiated heat, and Bai Luowen's calm gaze softened tenderly upon looking at Kai Weibin. Moving gently, she propped herself up with one hand, slowly rose to her feet, and carried Kai Weibin back to the bedroom. Su Ruiqi was carried back to the Su residence. Old Master Su fainted on the spot seeing his blood-covered state. It was only through Zhang Shu's kindness, who had delivered Su Ruiqi back, that he was revived by pinching his philtrum. The servant called an ambulance, and both father and son were taken to the hospital in the same vehicle. Zhang Shu leisurely followed behind. After all, the task entrusted by Hualing wasn't finished yet. If the son goes astray, the father bears the blame. Given how disgracefully the son had behaved, the father indeed deserved a lesson too. The others in the private room were in far better shape than Su Ruiqi. The few who had spoken insolently ended up slapping their own mouths until blood appeared at the corners. Only then did Zhang Shu let them go. The one who had secretly sent word was smuggled out in the chaos, completely unharmed. Zhang Shu stayed at the hospital until midnight before leaving. Old man Su had just started oxygen therapy, but upon hearing Zhang Shu's words, he rolled his eyes and fainted from anger once more. After the mission was successfully completed, Zhang Shu sent Hualing a message in reply. Tonight, Ning City was far more lively than usual. Those with well-informed sources already knew that the married couple Bai Luowen and Hualing had delivered a resounding slap to the Su family's face. One was ruthless in action, the other merciless in heart. Whether or not there was any genuine affection between them, their ways of handling matters proved the old saying right, birds of a feather flock together. They wondered, could Bai Luowen's resignation from Junyue be some kind of scheme? No matter how outsiders speculated, Hualing's goal had already been achieved. He simply wanted everyone to know Bai Luowen was bound to him, a person under his protection, though she herself didn't need it. Rushing from the venue back to Huanyu, the moment he saw her safe and unharmed, apart from the overwhelming relief, he also felt a flicker of something like gratitude. He thought, this time he could finally do something for her. But in truth, she didn't need it, his presence was merely superfluous. Hualing found it hard to describe what he felt in that moment. Disappointed? Yes, a little. But what welled up in his heart was even harder to suppress. This was the girl he liked, bold yet careful, clever and wise. Turns out when struck by Cupid's arrow, all standards ceased to matter. Yet his realization came too late. The next day was Bai Luowen's follow-up appointment with the doctor. The weather was gloomy and rainy. On such days particularly, the aching pain that seeped from her bones became even more unbearable. She deliberately wore a thick sweater with sleeves long enough to completely cover her hands. The moment the door opened, she took a startled step back. Hualing leaned against the wall, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. He wore the same suit from yesterday, his hair hanging carelessly. The words Hualing had spoken when they parted last night, words she had dismissed at the time, now resurfaced clearly in her mind. Bai Luowen stared at him for 2 seconds before closing the door behind her and walking toward the elevator. Hualing suddenly reached out and grasped her wrist, the chill of his hand sending a shiver through Bai Luowen. Is there something? Bai Luowen struggled slightly and easily pulled free. Hualing pursed his lips, his eyes earnest. What I said yesterday was serious, not a joke. Bai Luowen narrowed her eyes, refusing bluntly. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Hualing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Xiao Bai. Bai Luowen froze for a moment. Many people called her that, but this was the first time she'd heard the nickname from Hualing's lips. It wasn't an intimate term of endearment, nor did it signify anything profound. At most, just an acquaintance's casual address. Yet the utterance came so abruptly that Bai Luowen felt momentarily dazed. Is there something you need? I like you. Time never stops for anyone, so Bai Luowen was certain it was still moving. It was just that she seemed to have stumbled into a different dimension, frozen in place. Hualing's hands had warmed up inside his coat, and when he took hold again, it felt much better. He seemed to have stepped closer, and Bai Luowen caught the lingering scent of his cologne. I like you. Hualing closed his eyes briefly. He knew the timing couldn't be worse, yet if he didn't break the boundaries between them now, he truly wouldn't have another chance. He understood slow and steady was the safer approach, but ever since their reunion, every step he'd taken had been wrong. He'd been too abnormal, and she'd grown increasingly guarded, retreating too resolutely. He was stuck with no way forward. Continuing like this would be a fatal mistake. Chapter 59, Competition. Hualing knew Bai Luowen wouldn't agree. In all the years past, he'd never done something so uncertain like this. Bai Luowen remained silent for a long while before speaking slowly. Over these 5 years, I've handled a total of 37 of your rumored romantic interests. No, actually 38. That incident with Miss Shin happened before I could intervene. Hualing froze. Bai Luoan pushed his hand away, turning around as she said, your affection should be directed toward one of those 38, or perhaps the 38th. I don't know what's gotten into you recently, but those words don't belong here. Today I can pretend I didn't hear them. I hope there won't be a next time. Frowning, Hualing said quietly, I've already made things clear with Shin Qingyi. We won't have any further relationship, and I don't like anyone else either. What does this have to do with me? Bai Luoan looked at him indifferently. If it's not Shin Qingyi, it could be someone else. President Hua, don't lie to yourself. Perhaps you've just realized that the so-called white moonlight you've been pining for isn't all that special after all. So you've shifted your gaze to someone else. But honestly, I'm no better than her. You'll be disappointed sooner or later. It's better to choose someone who truly suits your tastes. Xiao Bai, there are many misunderstandings between us. Give me some time, I can explain. Xiao Bai, Ling? A man's voice suddenly interrupted Hualing's words. Chen Wenshi walked over with a smile. What are you two talking about? Bai Luoan's expression softened when she saw the person approaching. Senior brother. Chen Wenshi nodded, then turned to Hualing. I thought that car downstairs looked familiar. It really is yours. Hualing acknowledged with a faint then asked, are you heading out? Xiao Bai has her follow-up examination today. I'm taking her there. It's been hard to get taxis recently with this weather. Hualing's throat felt as if it were filled with lead, his heart sinking uncontrollably. He forced a faint smile and said, you two go ahead first. Seeing the doctor is more important. Even a blind man could sense the tension between the two. Chen Wenshi complied with a quiet okay before leaving alongside Bai Luoan. Watching their retreating figures, Hualing leaned weakly against the wall. It seemed he had once again made a mistake. Misunderstandings piled up between them over the years. Hadn't he done enough awful things? Forget Bai Luoan, even he himself couldn't help thinking that the weight of those 3 words felt hollow, scattered with the slightest gust of wind. What gave him the right to come running here declaring love? Had Bai Luoan ever received his care? She had done so much. What had he ever done for her in return? He was utterly mistaken. The prerequisite for loving someone is sincerity and honesty, yet he gave Bai Luoan nothing at all. After getting in the car, Chen Wenshi turned up the air conditioning a little. Curled up in her seat, Bai Luoan said to him, the car I booked will arrive soon. You won't need to trouble yourself driving all this way to pick me up next week. Chen Wenshi said helplessly, must you be so formal with me? Have you changed your mind? Can't we even be friends anymore? After firing off 3 questions in succession, Bai Luoan replied with a smile, no, I just thought you were working too hard. Chen Wenshi, am I really that fragile? I'm still a 180 cm tall sturdy guy, you know. The term sturdy guy couldn't be further from Chen Wenshi's refined appearance, creating an oddly comedic effect. Bai Luoan couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Wenshi glanced sideways at her swiftly, feeling better now? Bai Luoan said, you're actually quite humorous, senior brother. Chen Wenshi stopped at the red light. Since you know I have so many virtues, you might want to reconsider. Missing out would be a great loss. Without giving Bai Luoan a chance to respond, he immediately added, what did Ailing want from you? Something about the company? Bai Luoan shook her head and paused briefly. As the light turned green, Chen Wenshi understood. He also confessed to you? A question, yet spoken with absolute certainty. Bai Luoan knew she couldn't hide anything from Chen Wenshi and nodded frankly. I knew it. Chen Wenshi suddenly spoke without context, leaving Bai Luoan puzzled. What? Chen Wenshi said, it's spreading like wildfire, that you and Hualing bullied the Su family to the brink. Old Master Su is still hospitalized. Several of the Su family's project partners abruptly backed out, and they suffered heavy losses overnight. Bai Luoan smiled faintly after hearing this. So they're saying we set a trap to screw over the Su family, right? Yes, he added, I know it's not. Chen Wenshi had just returned from a business trip this morning and hadn't yet had time to grasp what exactly had happened yesterday evening, figuring it must be just something related to the mall. Yet even if he didn't understand the reason for the conflict with the Su family, he knew Hualing well enough. To publicly tie the two of them together so conspicuously was already a clear message in itself. Bai Luoan turned her head to gaze at the trees outside the car window, the scenery dissolving into blurred streaks before her eyes. Last night, under those circumstances, Hualing's name paired with any other woman's would have made for a tale of hero-saving beauty. Everyone except her. Those outside could see more clearly than Hualing himself. He didn't like her. That evening, Chen Wenshi and Hualing were invited by Min Yan to go out for hot pot together. While sipping ice-cold beer, he blanched tripe with precise mastery of the 7-up, 8-down rule, thoroughly enjoying himself. Chen Wenshi couldn't handle much spice, keeping his chopsticks strictly in the mushroom broth section, earning him Min Yan's utter disdain. As Hualing watched the bubbling broth, he realized Bai Luoan couldn't eat spicy food either. Even Chen Wenshi's dining preferences were more compatible with Bai Luoan than his own. Halfway through their meal, Chen Wenshi inquired about the events of the previous night, and Hualing gave him a brief explanation. As Chen Wenshur listened, his brow furrowed in disapproval, while Min Yan couldn't hold back his anger. Has that foreign devil lost his mind, daring to set his sights on our sister Bai? Doesn't he dare to piss in the gutter first and take a good look at his own kidney-deficient face? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, rolling up his sleeves in agitation. Which hospital did you say he's in? I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget. These things should always be done with mutual consent. What kind of man forces himself on a young girl? Today, he'd do society a favor by getting rid of this scum. Every bone in my body's broken, no place left for you to hit, Hualing said. Min Yan sat back down. Oh, then I'll wait until he's better to beat him up again. While chewing on a piece of goose intestine, Min Yan suddenly had an epiphany. Pointing at Hualing with trembling fingers, he stammered, why you? You wouldn't happen to like my Xiao Baijie too, would you? Hualing neither confirmed nor denied it. Min Yan took a deep breath, glancing between Chen Wenshur and Hualing. We three have been friends since we were in diapers. Don't let this come between us. Chen Wenshur and Hualing exchanged a look before Chen raised his glass. Fair competition. Hualing clinked glasses with him. Min Yan raised his own glass too. Fair competition. Hualing said displeasedly, what are you butting in for? Min Yan chuckled slyly. What if my sister Bai doesn't choose anyone and takes a fancy to me instead? Two sharp gazes immediately locked onto Min Yan, prompting his swift surrender. Just kidding, just joking. I came to my senses too late, you've already beaten me to it. Putting down his glass, Chen Wenshur said, no, I just got rejected too. Min Yan was stunned. You confessed? Chen Wenshur nodded. When? Min Yan asked. He'd actually missed it. Unforgivable. The day of the mountain climb. What? Impossible. I was watching the whole time. When did you get the chance? Chen Wenshur smiled faintly. While you were asleep under the tree. Min Yan thought back and realized he had indeed dozed off. He grabbed his hair in frustration. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Chen Wen watched Min Yan's frantic reaction, and his mood improved considerably after being rejected. Chapter 60, Not to Blame. After the shocking incident of his confession, Bai Luoan had grown accustomed to Hualing appearing at her doorstep again. Hello, Sister Bai, good morning. Min Yan's enthusiastic face appeared in view. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Bai Luoan indeed gave him the courtesy of a response. Morning. Min Yan was the type who warmed up to people quickly. He didn't find Bai Luoan's cold demeanor hard to talk to. After all, he could keep a conversation lively all by himself. Just as he began inviting Bai Luoan to spend Christmas together next month, Hualing couldn't bear it any longer and coughed meaningfully from the side. Meeting Hualing's subtly warning gaze, Min Yan slapped his forehead. Look at me, forgetting the real matter at hand. I came today to clear things up for my buddy. All those outrageous things happening outside were done by me. They've got nothing to do with Ailing. That girl you saw at the hotel last time was also trouble I stirred up. I asked around afterward. She originally came to ambush me that day, but when she saw Ailing, she got some crooked ideas. Min Yan glanced at Hualing and continued. That day when she kissed Ailing, he specifically disinfected himself afterward, guaranteeing he's clean as a whistle. After saying this, Min Yan frowned. He suddenly realized he might have indirectly insulted himself. Whatever, a bro's business comes first. My eldest and second brothers absolutely hate me fooling around outside. I've been afraid they'd beat me up, so I've been using Ailing's name when going out to play. I'm sorry about the misunderstandings before, and my attitude toward you wasn't good either. Min Yan rubbed his nose, somewhat embarrassed but speaking with sincere earnestness. Bai Luoan replied calmly, it's all right. When you break it all down and scrutinize it, these matters are just like tiny grains of sand, hardly worth holding on to or dwelling over. After making his token contribution, Min Yan was promptly shooed away by Hualing. Though he put up a feeble resistance with his eyes, he eventually left with great reluctance, pausing every 3 steps to look back over his shoulder. In his hands were 2 trash bags, the very ones Bai Luoan had intended to take downstairs, one for dry waste, the other for wet waste. Bai Luoan's eyes were strikingly beautiful, with upturned corners that lacked soft allure yet carried a sharp edge, giving her expression an unmistakable severity. Min Yan rounded the corner but didn't enter the elevator. Quietly setting down the garbage bag, he clung to the wall like a gecko. He wouldn't have come all this way for nothing, would he? After a long silence, Hualing asked, if you don't believe me, I can have Min Yan gather all those people here. Min Yan shuddered at the thought. 30-some ex-girlfriends assembled in one place. The mere idea made his scalp tingle with dread. He'd probably be tormented to death. That Hualing was truly something else. How effortlessly he throws his own brother under the bus. Thankfully, Bai Luoan didn't agree to it. There's no need. That's not the issue between us. Hualing spoke with patience. Then tell me what the issue is. I'll change. Bai Luan wasn't accustomed to Huoling's submissive attitude, as if he were groveling. Avoiding eye contact, he said coolly, "There's nothing to change. Just don't do these things in the future. It's unnecessary." After a pause, Huoling asked, "You still don't believe me? That I truly, like you?" Bai Luan remained silent. In her silence, Huoling gradually understood, and Bai Luan suddenly realized something too. "You know," she stated with certainty, "Uncle De told you." It wasn't hard to guess. All of Huoling's unusual behavior had started after Uncle De returned to the country. He knew she was a pawn chosen by old Master Hua. Perhaps he knew even more? Bai Luan found it somewhat amusing. "You think I've sacrificed too much for the Hua family and feel guilty towards me?" She shifted her stance, her face still expressionless. "That's even more unnecessary, Huoling." Nor was she entirely innocent. Huoling lowered her head. "It's not guilt. I'm 27, I know the difference between liking someone and not. I understand this must seem too sudden to you now. I treated you poorly in the past, and if you can't forgive me, that's fine. You can take your time observing whether my feelings are genuine or not. I didn't come here today with any other intentions, just to clear up some misunderstandings. Being attractive always comes with advantages. For instance, Huoling's tightly knitted brows at this moment made it unbearably hard to resist softening toward her. But Bai Luan was a stubborn person. Once she'd made up her mind about something, she rarely changed it. Besides, Huoling's words carried absolutely no persuasive power whatsoever. Liking her? Since when did this liking begin? 5 years had started with a single declaration of affection, yet ended with 1,000 accumulated words of dislike. Just 4 months ago, they were mere strangers living under the same roof, yet now he turned around and declared his feelings for her, the authenticity of which couldn't even hold a candle to those shady, wanting a child ads plastered on lampposts. Doubting him was justified, but finding genuine affection was proving impossible. They say coughing and love are the two things in this world that can't be hidden, yet if she felt none of it, then it simply didn't exist. Huoling might mistake guilt and pity for love, but she never would. She examined the past 5 years with clear eyes, peeling back those layers only to find her own unrequited longing and futile yearning laid bare. Dressed in the facade of love, it seems romanticized, but she, caught within it, knows all too well the ugly truths inside, the shattered and reassembled pride of a person. Every memory is painful. Bai Luan didn't look at Huoling's expression. "There's nothing to forgive, not really. Everything I did was voluntary. I willingly became a pawn at Junhua, willingly took the position of Mrs. Hua. Though there were difficult moments these past few years, I actually felt it was worth it to help Elder Hua. You were kept in the dark, and sometimes we didn't get along, but that's just how our personalities clashed. Separate accounts for separate matters. From your perspective, you did nothing wrong. I've never blamed you, so there's even less talk of forgiveness." From beginning to end, Huoling was uninformed. She couldn't shift the anger from what she willingly endured on to someone else. That wouldn't be fair. The moon has always been the same moon. If its light cannot warm you, the fault lies not with it, but with the one who tried to embrace it. Don't blame the moon for being too cold. Huoling's voice was hoarse as he said, "You don't blame me, but you don't want anything to do with me anymore, do you? Xiao Bai, you can't just enter the game and then break it, leaving me knowing nothing, kept completely in the dark. You never gave me a choice from the start. That's not fair to me." Bai Luan recalled something and calmly said, "You never gave me the chance." The earliest memories had grown somewhat muddled, but she remembered the events that followed with perfect clarity. "I did think about talking to you, but empty words wouldn't convince you. I had to gather some evidence. Back then, my position was too low-level to investigate properly. It took me over half a year just to find some faint leads." She looked at Huoling, speaking calmly. "Besides, back then I couldn't even meet with you. You never returned to Qingshan, and as an intern, I had no access to the executive floor at the company. There was simply no opportunity to talk. I also realized during that time that our strained relationship actually worked to my advantage. They were less guarded around me. With old Master Hua's failing health, he couldn't afford to wait." Huoling fell into memories as Bai Luan continued her straightforward narrative. "Huoling, you're the one who repeatedly declared your dislike. You probably don't remember how many times you said you didn't like me, but I remember. A person's fundamental preferences rarely change. Don't mistake your current guilt for affection. I'm sorry, I overheard some of your conversation with Xiaoxi at the old house that day. You said, don't use liking me to hold you hostage, and now I hope you won't use guilt to hold yourself hostage either." The door closed before her eyes, and Huoling exhaled heavily. Chapter 61, Stray Cat. Several days later, Bai Luan appeared at Junyu's celebratory banquet for their recent achievements, where guests from all walks of life were invited. Huoling struck where it hurt most by sending Chen Jing with the invitation, leaving Bai Luan no choice but to accept. Another reason Bai Luowen agreed to attend was that her close friend Luo Wen's documentary happened to be this year's most heavily invested entertainment project. With producers and investors aplenty at the gala, she wanted to be there to keep an eye out for her friend. Among the programs Bai Luowen marked was Luo Wen's documentary, the unexpected ratings champion that emerged triumphant from a sea of variety shows. After graduating from college, Luo Wen had traveled across the country with just a camera and a backpack. 5 years of dedication bore fruit. Her warm, fluid cinematography captured the essence of cultures and the passage of time. The documentary debuted with a 9.1 rating on Douban, and its score kept climbing. The night before, she had picked up Luo Wen from a flight arriving from the southern hemisphere. They had met when they were 18, during the lowest point in Luo Wen's life. It was Bai Luowen who pulled her out of the mud, and since then, their friendship had remained unshaken. Luo Wen was from another province, yet there was always a room reserved for Bai Luowen at her house, just as Bai Luowen had one for her here. The airport exit buzzed with people, but Luo Wen stood out effortlessly, mostly because her deeply tanned skin made her impossible to miss. At their first glimpse of each other, Luo Wen tossed her suitcase aside and rushed into Bai Luowen's arms, closing the distance in leaps and bounds. "Xiao Bai, I've become a big director now." Bai Luowen wrapped her arms around the petite frame, Director Luo. Luo Wen lifted her head, her natural curls bouncing as she flashed a brilliant silver-white smile, radiating boundless energy. Bai Luowen loved the unrestrained sunshine aura around her, like a little torch. "Let's talk more when we get home." "Alright, let's go home." Bai Luowen bought a commuter car, and Luo Wen hopped into the passenger seat, chattering nonstop about his experiences during those 6 months in Africa throughout the ride. When they got home, Bai Luowen first let her go into the bedroom to look around and asked if there was anything she wasn't satisfied with. Luo Wen immediately buried herself in the warm blankets, squinting with contentment. "Home is the best," she sighed. "After sleeping on a wooden board for months, I finally have a bed again. I'm so happy." Luo Wen was brimming with energy, cradling Kai Weibin as he strolled around, finding everything delightful. Every spot seemed perfect, and even an ordinary rug was praised to the skies. Bai Luowen was in the kitchen preparing the hot pot, glancing back at the two furry creatures with nothing but amusement in her heart. Luo Wen owned a 300 square meter luxury villa, yet she couldn't stop singing praises for Bai Luowen's modest 3-bedroom apartment. Bai Luowen set up a low table on the balcony. Steam rose warmly inside the room as Luo Wen alternated between bites of beef and sips of orange soda, eating until her eyes welled up with emotion. Focused on cooking vegetables for her, Bai Luowen was interrupted when Luo Wen pushed half of the beef rolls from her own bowl toward her. "Don't just take care of me, you need to eat properly too." She placed another piece of meat from the clear broth into Kai Weibin's bowl. "Chubby needs to eat well too." Bai Luowen laughed. "Call him that, and he'll get angry." Kai Weibin had already opened his mouth but hesitated, unsure whether to eat this piece of meat. Dignity or meat? "Forget it, let's just go with meat." "So good." Luo Wen burst into laughter, but the next moment his face scrunched up as he stifled a quiet hiccup with closed lips. Full and content, Luo Wen and Chiyu Iban lay together on the carpet, while Bai Luowen walked over and sat on the sofa behind them. Luo Wen struggled to turn over. "Are you really coming with me tomorrow?" Luo Wen just wanted to meet more investors and con a few gullible sponsors into funding her new documentary series. Documentaries burn through cash like nobody's business with absurdly low returns, but having Jinue as a mediator would make things infinitely easier. Yet Bai Luowen had no obligation to tag along. Why subject herself to the misery of seeing Huo Ling's face again? When Bai Luowen called to say she'd gotten divorced, Luo Wen had been standing in a sandstorm laughing so hard she inhaled half a kilo of dust. She knew Bai Luowen was worried about her, but having once raced against a lion in a life-or-death pursuit, ordinary beasts couldn't faze her. Bai Luowen remarked, "Just happens I can visit my former colleagues." Luo Wen wasn't surprised. "You're just too soft-hearted." Sigh, with such an icy beauty look, "How come your personality's so kitten-like?" Bai Luowen chuckled, "Except for you, nobody thinks I resemble a cat." She eyed someone's curly hair. "If anyone's cat-like here, it's you." Luo Wen narrowed his eyes. "Feline, but not a cat." The two talked for nearly 3 hours before Bai Luowen finally urged Luo Wen to sleep. They crawled under the same blanket. Bai Luowen turned cold as ice in winter, while Luo Wen was the complete opposite. Chiyu Ban slept between them, exposing its soft belly. Bai Luowen had visited this victory banquet venue countless times, yet only a few months removed from the corporate world. Everything before her now felt strangely unfamiliar. She didn't drive, but when she got out of the car, the security guard at the entrance still hurried forward with eager attentiveness, just like before. Bai Luowen wore a black slip dress with straight collarbones and curled long hair. Her makeup didn't use any overwhelming colors. Her delicate features were accentuated only by a silver highlighter brushed at the outer corners of her eyes. Her slender neck was smooth and porcelain white, resembling a coldly elegant black swan. Luo Wen stepped in 12-centimeter heels, her silver sequin mini dress complementing her wheat-colored skin. The muscle lines on her calves flowed with effortless grace. She wore dramatic winged eyeliner that contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor, exuding a wild and alluring charm. As they walked into the venue together, familiar faces greeted by Luo Wen along the way. Thanks to Hualing's intervention, she wouldn't be cutting ties with the Hua family anytime soon. From the moment she entered the venue, Hualing hadn't taken his eyes off her, a rare occurrence in the past when he'd typically attend one cocktail party while Bai Luoan appeared at another banquet. Naturally poised, her rapid growth through years of experience made her stand out in any setting. Returning to such social occasions now, she remained composed. This event was far less formal than business cocktail parties. Luo Wen had long gone hunting for potential sponsors among the spendthrifts. After some obligatory mingling at the periphery, Bai Luoan retreated to the inner lounge area to rest. Chen Jing and the others were doing quite well at Junyue. Hualing had never made things difficult for her people from the start, so she felt at ease. She'd heard the position of deputy general manager was still vacant. Bai Luoan instinctively analyzed who might fill her shoes but quickly caught herself and dismissed the thought. From age 18, everything she'd learned was in service to Junyue. 7 years of prioritizing the company's interests above all else. But she'd never been part of the Hua family, and now that she'd left, continuing to worry about matters that weren't hers would be overstepping. After giving a brief speech, Hualing made his way to Bai Luoan. By then, Min Yan was already enthusiastically calling her sister Bai and manager Bai left and right. The moment Min Yan saw the person beside Bai Luoan, his radar went off. His intuition told him this was someone of his own kind. He never preyed on acquaintances to avoid post-breakup awkwardness, but he simply couldn't resist how perfectly the girl's laughter suited his taste. It clawed at his heart like a kitten's playful scratches. Morality might have flown out the window, but the stray cat was too tempting to pass up. Chapter 62, Here Comes Another One. Luo Wen's contact list had grown by over a dozen names. Junyu's stall was particularly expansive today, yielding bountiful connections. Bai Luoan's deliberate presence to bolster her reputation proved remarkably effective. The attendees honored Bai Luoan's prestige, but moreover, they honored Hualing's standing. After all, the last person who slighted Bai Luoan still lay hospitalized, their condition unknown. Luo Wen understood there were no connections without cause. Accessible networks meant you possessed the capital to become someone else's valuable contact. One-sided relations weren't networks, they were sycophancy. When it came to her relationship with Bai Luoan, Luo Wen was completely open and unashamed. After coming clean, she confidently discussed the filming with producers and investors. Her girlfriends had literally set up the ladder for her. It would be downright ungrateful not to climb it after all that effort. After meeting all the important contacts Bai Luoan had prepped her about, Luo Wen was ready to leave the venue. Luo Wen, that's your name, right? Bai Jia told me about you. Such a lovely name. Could you tell me exactly which characters make up your name? Luo Wen was slightly stunned. The man was wearing a printed suit that was already extremely flashy. As if it was not eye-catching enough, he added a silver chain choker. There was a bit of innocence on his handsome face. His eyes were clear but he had a hook when looking at people, which made him look like a ruffian between a boy and a man. Sexy yet pure. But the seduction was real, while the innocence was clearly feigned, thought Luo Wen. Who doesn't know how to put on an act? Taking back the champagne from Min Yan, Luo Wen replied without pretense. Luo as in Luo Binwang's Luo, Wen as in lukewarm waters Wen. Min Yan smiled. Min Yan, Min as in the Min character with gate radical, Yan as in ineffably wonderful. Friends? Luo Wen pressed his tongue against his canine tooth and flashed a bright smile. Aren't we already friends, brother Min Yan? While their conversation flowed like a lively breeze, the atmosphere elsewhere resembled Antarctic icebergs colliding with Arctic frost. It's cold enough to freeze someone to death. Both of them were usually not talkative people, but when necessary, they could effortlessly engage in casual chatter. Whether about financial reports or the affairs of the Hua family, they could pretty much discuss anything. In their current situation, Bai Luoan didn't want to talk, and Hualing didn't know how to start the conversation. They couldn't just sit in silence forever. Following the principle of proximity, Hualing decided to sacrifice his best buddy for the sake of breaking the ice. Luo Wen isn't very familiar with Min Yan. He knows how to sweet-talk people, but loses patience once the novelty wears off. If a girl becomes friends with him, it's actually quite unreliable. Luo Wen might not be able to handle him. Aren't you going to stop your good friend? Bai Luoan shifted some attention to Luo Wen upon hearing this. Min Yan had already started holding her hand to read her palm, saying something that made Luo Wen laugh uncontrollably. Hualing's well-intentioned reminder wasn't lost on Bai Luoan, who calmly averted her gaze and said, "It's fine. Luo Wen can handle it." A woman who has chased lions and teased crocodiles on the African savanna wouldn't be easily captured by sweet words. Who's the hunter and who's the prey remains to be seen. They are friends. She would stand by Luo Wen without hesitation whenever needed, ready to shoulder half the storm for her, but she would never interfere with or try to change her beliefs. Bai Luowen said this, and naturally, he had no reason to doubt its truth. He knew well how good she was to those close to her. However, if Ming Yan were to truly mistreat Luo Wen, Bai Luowen probably had 100 ways to make his life miserable. For the sake of his survival, Hualing decided to give Ming Yan a stern warning after today. Hualing changed the subject to something else. Which day this week are you free? Let's go visit Uncle Da together. He's been missing you. Bai Luowen, I'm available anytime except Saturday mornings. You can decide the time. Hualing nodded and naturally took out his phone. Uncle Da has moved to another place, which is a bit hard to find. I'll send you the location. I've got a busy week ahead, so I won't be able to pick you up. Will you be okay going there by yourself? His attitude was completely natural, as if the confession from a few days ago had simply been brushed aside. Perhaps it was better this way. Okay. Bai Luowen took out her phone, and Hualing swiftly unlocked it, opened WeChat, and activated the scan feature. Bai Luowen's profile picture was Kai Weibin, looking rounder than the last time they met. After adding each other on WeChat, Hualing didn't linger. His manner was as proper as could be. He turned off the screen, placed the phone face down on the table, clenched his damp palm into a fist at his side, his expression composed. The conversation started, and the two chatted mildly until Zhang Shu approached, calling out to them one after the other. President Hua, President Bai. Hualing gave a slight nod, while Bai Luowen replied, Assistant Zhang. He came and went like the wind, handing a check to Hualing before turning to leave. Hualing evidently had extremely important matters to discuss with Bai Luowen in private, judging by how many times he'd asked whether Bai Luowen would attend today's banquet. While hosting guests on Hualing's behalf at the venue, he also took care to ward off numerous irrelevant individuals attempting to initiate idle conversation. The two were discussing major strategies for Junyu's next year development plan, far too crucial to be interrupted, so Zhang Shu blocked the disturbances with utmost diligence. When Bai Luowen saw Hualing hand over a check for 3 million, he quickly grasped the implication. Sure enough, Hualing said, this is the project bonus being distributed today, your rightful share. He emphasized the words rightful share. Bai Luowen calmly accepted it, placing it neatly into her small bag. Thank you, boss. It truly was what she had earned. Hualing exhaled in relief, the lingering warmth in his dazzling eyes behind his glasses vanishing the moment Bai Luowen looked up. He knew that whenever the topic of feelings or affection came up, Bai Luowen would respond with a firm refusal. The only reason they could sit here and talk peacefully now was precisely because they weren't discussing emotions. Hualing, there's something at the company that needs deciding. Would you mind giving some input? Bai Luowen, if it's something I can help with. She had eaten Juanyu as food, she owed them a lifetime of repayment anyway. Hualing curled his lips slightly. Actually, it's quite a small matter, but you're the most qualified to speak on this. Are you asking me about candidates for the deputy manager position? Dealing with clever people saves trouble, but the historical burdens ran too deep. Hualing unnecessarily explained, I want to continue using the system you previously established. However, Junyu lacks depth in the entertainment investment sector, which remains a weak point. I've been looking for someone familiar with both land development and urban construction, as well as this field, but haven't found the right candidate yet. With year-end approaching, we can't delay any longer. Bai Luowen didn't overthink it. After all, the methodologies she had developed were originally learned from the Hua family. Even when Hualing disapproved of her, he wouldn't look down on his own family's methods. After a brief contemplation, Bai Luowen had someone in mind. If there aren't suitable candidates within the company, I can recommend someone. Hualing leaned slightly forward. Go ahead. My senior colleague is returning from Country M soon. His work overseas overlaps significantly with mine, bold yet meticulous, sharp-minded, and emotionally intelligent. The phrase, my senior colleague, hit Hualing like a meteor, leaving stars in his vision. Once and Wencher was headache enough. Was another really necessary? Chapter 63 Serenity. When he was abroad, he led projects that achieved LEED Gold certification, specifically the Global Tower and Halo Center developments. This kind of experience is exceptionally rare domestically. Given our dual-carbon strategic objectives, he's precisely the caliber of talent Junyu needs. While entertainment sector investments aren't his specialty, he does have relevant industry experience coupled with excellent business acumen. By all metrics, this senior colleague would be a highly suitable candidate. If you agree, I can contact him to forward his resume first. Bai Luowen presented the referral with clinical objectivity, delivering each detail about the candidate to Hualing with methodical precision. Hualing listened attentively to Bai Luowen's recommendation. Though many details remained unknown, his mind had already tentatively approved the choice. Because Bai Luoan would never exaggerate due to personal relationships, she was the most cautious with her reputation that Hu Ling had ever met. While others would amplify 3 parts into 10, she might not even mention 3 parts even when she had done 10. Every word she spoke carried weight. This was true for how she treated others, and even more so for how she treated herself. This person's credentials are indeed impressive, Hu Ling said. Can we contact him immediately? Has he already confirmed his return date? This person is not only the perfect candidate for Junyue, but also an extremely sought-after talent. Recognizing how rare such qualified individuals are, no matter how bitter Hu Ling felt inside, he knew he had to prioritize getting business done properly. Bai Luoan said, I'll contact him tonight. He's already confirmed his return to the country next month and is currently handling his property there. If things go smoothly, he might even come back earlier. She seemed familiar with his schedule and even knew such private matters. Apparently, their relationship ran quite deep. Jealousy surged violently through Hu Ling's heart, but his expression remained calm. Alright, then help me schedule a meeting with him after you've contacted him. I need to talk to him. Bai Luoan nodded, understanding that Hu Ling was eager to settle the personnel matter, so she wasted no time getting to the point. Do you have connections at White Birch International School? If so, we could secure a spot for him. If we solve this issue first, senior brother would surely be willing to come to Junyue. White Birch School is the top private high school in Ningqing. Mere wealth isn't enough to get in. You either need extraordinary wealth and influence or rock-solid connections with someone powerful backing you. All the teachers there are top-tier graduates. Even someone like Bai Luoan could only manage to work there as an assistant teacher. An undergraduate wouldn't qualify as a full-fledged teacher. Her senior brother had been abroad for several years, adhering to elite education standards, with Birchwood Academy being his top choice. If she could help him with this favor, he would undoubtedly return the kindness. Hu Ling, well, I might be able to think of a way. Who does he want to send to this school? A younger sister? A relative? Bai Luoan, not someone else, it's his own daughter. Daughter? Bai Luoan was slightly surprised. Was it really that strange for a man in his 40s to have a daughter? Indeed, came the reply. His daughter is 13, about to start junior high. He's been abroad all these years and suddenly decided to return. With no connections back home, he's been losing sleep over this for over half a month. Just when one door closes, another opens. Hu Ling smiled faintly and said, daughters are wonderful. Leave this matter to me, it'll be settled within 2 days. You can give him a definite answer tonight. Junyu sincerely welcomes his participation. Bai Luoan nodded in agreement, indicating he would take this matter seriously. An attendant passed by, and Hu Ling asked for 2 hot drinks to be brought over. The room temperature was pleasant, but Bai Luoan's body temperature was perennially low. What others found comfortable was actually not ideal for her. And her hands, they couldn't bear the cold. I heard this is a new signature drink, quite popular among the staff. They say it tastes good, though I can't really tell. You should try it and see how it compares to the ones in your shop. If you like it, I'll have them give you the recipe. Consider it a thank you for recommending talent to me. Hu Ling had already instructed for the room temperature to be raised slightly, but Bai Luoan was dressed lightly, and he couldn't very well offer her his own clothes. So he'd gone through all this trouble, just to get her to drink something warm. Only through such a fair transaction, where neither is inconvenienced, would Bai Luoan not refuse. Bai Luoan picked up the white porcelain cup and took a sip. The rich cheesiness melted smoothly on her tongue, and as the thick flavor faded, a subtle floral fragrance emerged. Bai Luoan recognized it, the taste of locust blossoms. The aftertaste lingered on her lips and teeth, like an unexpected collision with early summer. She was genuinely intrigued. Hu Ling noticed she liked it and immediately wanted to call someone to fetch the head chef for the recipe, but Bai Luoan said, no need. I roughly know how it's prepared. Let me go back and figure it out myself. Please bring me another glass, thank you. This was directed at the attendant, as she was genuinely feeling a bit cold. Of course, President Bai. Just a moment, please. Hu Ling didn't press the matter further. This was the first time the two had such a peaceful conversation. No confrontation, no probing or wariness, but neither was it intimate, nor suggestive. Everyone in the company could see at a glance that it was a purely businesslike demeanor. Hu Ling was nearsighted, with a moderate prescription of exactly 200 degrees. His high-nose bridge made wearing glasses uncomfortable, so he rarely wore them. Today, he had specifically asked the stylist to add a pair of glasses, just in case he might drink later, as his eyes could betray too much. How could I be content with just being friends? Bai Luoan didn't believe in his feelings, but he had all the patience in the world to make her believe. If she took 5 years, then he could equally dedicate 5 years, 10 years. He would slowly correct his mistakes, no matter how long it took. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. While speaking calmly with Bai Luoan, he kept calling out Bai Luoan's name in his heart. Each call was like molten lava falling on his heart, leaving deep imprints. As the banquet drew to a close, Luowen had her fill of amusement and came looking for Bai Luowen to go home together. Bai Luowen mentioned she'd be waiting in the lounge, but she certainly didn't mention Hualing would be here too. Had she known, she'd have dragged Bai Luowen away even if it meant pulling a pedicab herself. What rotten luck. She'd always held little regard for Hualing, but since they were guests at his event, and had just benefited from his hospitality, it wouldn't be fitting to immediately turn around and slap the benefactor's esteemed father in the face. But the smile on her face looked completely forced. Oh my, President Hua, you're here too. How blind of me not to have noticed you earlier. What a terrible oversight, but it's getting late. Bye, and I should head home now. Thank you for your generous hospitality tonight. Min Yan suppressed a laugh. Few people dared to sarcastically provoke Hualing to his face these days. In all these years, Min Yan had only witnessed one person who did. That person was Hualing's own mother, the esteemed Mrs. Fu Wanpei. Hualing's expression remained unreadable. As long as you enjoyed yourself, you're always welcome to visit again. Luowen rolled her eyes inwardly and pulled Bai Luowen away by the hand. Hualing and Min Yan saw the two off to the car. As Bai Luowen settled into the inner seat, vanishing from Hualing's view, his gaze drifted aimlessly into the distance. Luowen rolled down the car window, planted a kiss on her palm, and Min Yan, catching on immediately, leaned in close. The imprint of her lips landed softly on Min Yan's cheek. See you later. Min Yan smiled. Call me when you get home. As the car drove away, Hualing and Min Yan stood motionless, their eyes filled with reluctance. Until the tiny black dot disappeared from view, Hualing finally withdrew his gaze and said, mind your boundaries. Luowen is Xiaobai's friend. If you do anything to upset Xiaobai, I can't guarantee whether your first and second brothers might accidentally find out something. Min Yan said confidently, don't worry, Luowen isn't the type to drag things out. Chapter 64, Settling the Score. What did you and Hualing talk about? You've been chatting since you sat down together? After all this time, that dog must have spat out quite a few canine teeth from his mouth, didn't he? Tell me honestly, if he made you unhappy, I'll get up early tomorrow and ambush him at his doorstep to get vengeance for you. The moment they stepped inside, before the house's heating could even warm them up, Luowen, who had been holding back the entire way, finally unleashed his storm of commentary. Bai Luowen took down an overcoat from the coat rack and handed it to Luowen, draped another one over herself, then rubbed the meowing Kai Weiban's head before saying unhurriedly, why not today? Luowen scratched his head. It doesn't feel right to smash someone's rice bowl right after eating their food. At least give them one night to digest it fully before smashing it without any burden. Kai Weiban received generous rewards for today's dose of professional cuteness, an entire can of beef. Burying her face in the feast, even her whiskers disappeared into the food bowl. Hearing this, Bai Luowen smiled faintly. Luowen leaned closer. Don't change the subject. What exactly did you two talk about? Luowen and Hualeng first met at their wedding ceremony, where Hualeng looked less like someone getting married and more like someone who'd lost his wife. TSK, no, more accurately, like someone who'd just buried his own father. The mere thought of it made Luowen furious. If he was unwilling to marry, wasn't she even more unwilling to let Bai Luowen marry him? What absolute nonsense. Bai Luowen walked into the kitchen, ignoring Luowen's puppy-like chatter trailing behind her as he continued ranting about Hualeng. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, quickly preparing a bowl of ginger milk curd. Although it was just a few minutes outdoors, Luowen suddenly transitioned from the tropics back to winter. Bai Luowen was worried her body wouldn't adjust to the bitter cold. Stop scolding, save your energy, it's late. Eat this first to ward off the chill, she said. Luowen happily held the bowl. She replied. Bai Luowen brewed herself a cup of ginger tea. Though she disliked its pungent smell, having grown accustomed to it, anything else always felt like something was missing. After eating, Luowen sprawled on the sofa, spacing out. Where was I just now? She asked. Bai Luowen couldn't help but laugh softly. Still not letting go of your anger? I'll never let go of it in this lifetime. Luowen puffed up in indignation. Putting down her cup, Bai Luowen reached out to summon Kai Weiban to warm her hands, smiling as she said, you only feel Hualing is. She picked out a relatively mild term from Luowen's previous tirade, a terrible person because you care about me. No sooner had she spoken than Bai Luowen herself couldn't suppress the amusement crinkling the corners of her eyes. He was never a good person to begin with. Bai Luowen shook her head. From a third-person perspective, what you despise now is precisely Hualing's strong suit. Luowen's voice rose an octave. Strong suit? Listen to me first, sweetheart, Bai Luowen said gently. Luowen let out a disdainful snort. From an outsider's perspective, Hualing was forced to break up with his lover, coerced into marrying a stranger, with his entire family standing against him. The old man gave me 10% of the shares, What if I truly had ill intentions? These things could have allowed Junhue to fall right into my hands, even crippling him for 5 or 10 years. Junhue has been a responsibility he's carried on his shoulders since childhood, and the pressure on him is beyond what you or I could imagine. His distrust is understandable, don't you think? Luo Wen still wasn't convinced and muttered under his breath, I am looking at it from an outsider's perspective. I am the outsider, and I didn't fabricate anything to wrong him. Bai Luowen's eyes sparkled with amusement as she continued, you're upset that he didn't accept me, but if he had accepted me so easily, what kind of person would he be? Fickle? Heartless? Bai Luowen rarely analyzed her feelings to others, but now, in front of her close friend, she confirmed what she had said that day, that she truly didn't blame him. Feelings are the one thing you can never force. It's not his fault if he doesn't like me. He just hasn't lived up to someone else's expectations by returning the same affection. If I were him, I'd probably feel pretty wrong too. Luo Wen curled her lips disdainfully, knowing there was some truth to Bai Luowen's words. But screw reason, she only cared about Bai Luowen. You talk about him being wronged and having no choice, but what about all the grievances you've endured these years? I can't just let that slide. Why do you have to be the fool? What good deed did the Hua family do in their past life to deserve meeting you? Bai Luowen's nose tingled with emotion. Luo, without the Hua family, there wouldn't be the me of today. The orphanage couldn't support all the children. I didn't want to be adopted, but staying there was a heavy burden. Later, when the orphanage was on the brink of collapse, it was the Hua family that stepped in to shelter me. So, if there's anything I can do for them, I'd go through fire and water without hesitation. Recalling the past, Luo Wen couldn't hold back her tears before Bai Luowen even reacted. Sob. If only you'd met me earlier, I could have helped you too. I used to be quite wealthy when I was young. Alright. Bai Luowen sighed helplessly, handing her tissues to wipe away the tears. That's all in the past now. Compared to many others, I've been fortunate enough. The Hua family treated me very well. Aunt Pei, Xiaoxi, the elderly members of the household, and meeting you. Luo Wen blew her nose and mumbled thickly, meeting you was my good fortune too. Bai Luowen's composure nearly crumbled entirely, not for her own sake, but for Luo Wen. Alright, no more crying. Bai Luowen took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions in her heart, and brought up another matter to divert Luo Wen's attention. Do you remember the first project I successfully completed at Junhue? How could I forget? I was the one who filmed the promotional video, Luo Wen said. Bai Luowen smiled and said, at that time, I planned to build an observation deck outside, but there was a piece of land that was not included in the plan, and I couldn't negotiate it. I used some means to get it, and later I found out that the owner behind it was the nephew of the previous. Bai Luowen stretched out his index finger and made a 1. Luo Wen was no fool, she immediately understood. This was clearly an attempt to exploit public authority for personal gain by demanding higher prices, only to have Bai Luowen snatch it right from under them. Frowning, she asked, what happened next? That guy sent over 20 freshly released convicts to corner me. It was Hu Ling who handled it for me. Bai Luowen smiled faintly. He always thought I didn't know about this. Luo Wen didn't relax at all and pressed further. Did that guy ever bother you again after that? Where is he now? I'll go find someone to kill him. When others say they'll kill someone, it might just be a joke, but when Luo Wen says it, Bai Luowen felt a warmth in her heart and replied, his uncle got locked up. With the tree fallen, the monkeys scattered, all the people he bullied before came looking for revenge. You're probably not the only one who wants him dead. Luo Wen let out a sigh of relief. Was it Hu Ling? The Hua family could practically strut sideways through Ningqing and most of China, but even they weren't quite omnipotent, were they? Bai Luowen, no, but the Hua family must have exerted considerable influence behind the scenes. Of course, Hu Ling couldn't possibly have done it entirely for her. After all, the local snakes had been eyeing the dragon's small fry for quite some time. Luo Wen, holy fucking hell. Bai Luowen. She couldn't tell whether Luo Wen was cursing that monkey or Hu Ling, or perhaps both. She leaned more toward the latter. Chapter 65, not difficult. Since we're on the topic, I might as well tell you this too. All those romantic scandals Hu Ling got tangled up in were just taking the heat off Min Yen. Luo Wen paused before it clicked. No wonder, I was wondering why I'd never heard of this guy before. Then it hit her, so he's using Min Yen to try and force you out. Before Bai Luowen could answer, Luo Wen screwed up her face in disgust. He acts like a damn middle schooler. Glad you got divorced. I was worried if you stayed together too long, he'd drag your IQ down. Bai Luowen nodded gravely. That's exactly what I thought too. Jokes aside, even if Bai Luowen said all this today, Luo Wen knew all too well what she had been through these past years. She couldn't remain as calm and rational as Bai Luowen, objectively judging Hu Ling's every action. Yes, there were reasons behind it. What a convenient excuse. But the pain inflicted on her was real, the mockery was real, the slander was real. The damage was done, and it couldn't be erased with a simple, sorry, I didn't mean it. Bai Luoan had always been like this. Through all these years of knowing her, not once had Luoan heard her utter a single word of complaint. Everyone thought she was indestructible, strong, but who knew what she had endured to become the person she was today. Her dissatisfaction with Hu Ling wasn't because she insisted he must like Bai Luoan, that would have been an insult to her. What angered and even embittered her was that if Hu Ling had just spent a little more time understanding what kind of person she was, those malicious assumptions wouldn't have held up at all. Yet Hu Ling refused to spare even that little bit of time, rejecting her entirely. She never complained, bearing and enduring everything alone. 5 years of slow torment, and even now, Bai Luoan still insisted it wasn't Hu Ling's fault. She is someone whose reason prevails over emotion, and being conscious during the torture makes it even more painful. Luoan furrowed her delicate brows, and Bai Luoan could guess what she was thinking. Dwelling on the past endlessly served no purpose. She had always strived to move forward. That was true before, and it remains true now. Alright, enough with the long face, Bai Luoan said, patting Chiuiban's backside as the obedient feline stepped off her lap and settled into Luowen's arms. She reached for her bag on the side of the sofa, withdrew a check, and handed it to Luowen. I'll deposit the money tomorrow, 1 million is yours. Congratulations, my dear, you're about to own 2 new camera lenses. At the sight of the check, Luowen's eyes indeed lit up. Sure enough, money was the best way to make worldly people happy. She didn't want to either, but Bai Luoan was simply offering too much. She held the check right under July Half's nose. 7 chubs, take a sniff, this is the scent of happiness. Sis, love you, Ing. Bai Luoan chuckled, how perfunctory. She mentally calculated the time, it must be around 8 o'clock in country M by now, and reached for her phone. Enjoy your moment, I'm going to call senior brother. Luowan nodded. After Bai Luoan stepped onto the balcony, he carefully tucked away the check, took out his phone, and recorded the transaction in an encrypted memo. XX/XX/XXXX, 1 million. The ledger was densely packed, dating back several years. It started with miscellaneous amounts, a few thousand here, 10,000 there, before the sums gradually grew larger and larger. Because she didn't comply with her parents' arrangement to go abroad, she cut off financial ties with her family early on. During her sophomore year, she starved herself to save money for a camera lens until she fainted. After that, Bai Luoan would occasionally help her out. She charged and full of passion, only to be brutally confronted by reality. She wasn't in it for the money, yet without money, every step was a struggle. Her plump ideals seemed so fragile against the jagged edges of reality. Between her and the solitary smoke of the desert lay the distance of a 3,000 yuan plane ticket. But she refused to compromise. It was only when she accidentally shattered her most treasured lens that she suddenly broke down in uncontrollable tears, because this was the lens she'd painstakingly saved for, 30 yuan at a time, by taking photos for people at the school gate. She couldn't afford to replace it. She couldn't even remember whether she had cried or not, only clinging to the words she had sighed to Bai Luoan. Chasing dreams is truly too difficult. Hearing this, Bai Luoan helped her up and said, pursuing alone is hard, but with 2 people, it's not so difficult anymore. Bai Luoan was right, with 2 people, it really wasn't so difficult after all. She received her first royalty payment. Though the sum was far from enough to cover the costs of shooting at the next location, many had come to know of an independent documentary director and cinematographer named Luowen. Some had even glimpsed the vast potential of the documentary market. She was about to fulfill her own dream. If Bai Luowen was willing to give, she would take, because everything she had was also shared with Bai Luowen. Bai Luowen didn't have to wait long after dialing before the call was answered. Junior sister Bai. Senior brother Chu, good morning. After hanging up the phone, Bai Luowan forwarded the resume Chu Yi had just sent to Hu Ling, along with several suggested time slots for him to choose from. Hu Ling was still at the celebration banquet when his phone screen lit up. Min Yen, sitting opposite him, caught a fleeting glimpse of a smiling face with what appeared to be an adorable little canine tooth. However, half the face was obscured by the WeChat message notification, so he couldn't see the entire expression clearly. Who's that on your phone screen? That can't be right, bro. You're chasing after Bai Jia but using another woman's photo as your wallpaper. That's emotional cheating, you get it? In ancient times, you'd be drowned in a pig cage for this. Min Yan spoke with righteous indignation, but the person across from him showed no reaction. Not entirely no reaction though. After a moment, Hu Ling lowered his eyes and smiled, sending shivers down Min Yan's spine. Such a radiant smile. Was there really something going on? Ugh, what a scumbag. Hu Ling received the document, quickly skimmed through it, then carefully replied to Bai Luowan with a suggested time after some deliberation. Soon, Bai Luowan sent back an OK. It was Bai Luowan's typing habit, always ending sentences with a period. But nowadays few people would meticulously add a period when typing English letters, so Hu Ling found that tiny circle utterly adorable. Look at this period, isn't it small and perfectly round? Absolutely delightful. When he raised his head, the faint smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Min Yan looked completely disappointed and said with feigned heartbreak, I misjudged you. Confess honestly, who are you flirting with? If you don't tell me, I'll report to Sister Bai immediately. He gestured as if taking out his phone, while Hualing retorted coldly, go ahead, tell me who exactly I could be flirting with. Who knows? I must have really misjudged you. Min Yan spoke as if he were some pitiful, wronged wife, his tone dripping with melodrama. You're such a disappointment. Are there even any reliable men left in this world? Hualing watched his performance calmly, while Min Yan lamented as if his heart had turned to ashes. I was originally on your side, but now I'm supporting Wenshi. Daring to bring this up again, Hualing snorted disdainfully. Go ahead and tell Wenshi to his face that you support him. Min Yan looked somewhat embarrassed. You know how it is, both sides are dear to me. Try to understand. Then his expression darkened again. Don't change the subject. If you won't confess, I'll report this to Sister Bai immediately. Hualing, thoroughly annoyed, tossed his phone to him. Min Yan immediately glanced at the screen and froze in shock. After a long pause, Min Yan lifted his head and said, could you make Sister Bai smile like that for me too? Hualing, get lost. Chapter 66 Taking Action. Chui was highly efficient. Junwei enjoyed an impeccable reputation in Country M, and combined with his trust in Bai Luoan, he readily accepted Hualing's invitation. The two engaged in a video call that lasted nearly 2 hours. Gentlemen seek harmony but not uniformity. Despite their differing views on certain matters, it did not affect the fact that this was a conversation both thoroughly enjoyed. President Hua, our exchange today has been truly pleasant. I have an unconventional request. Might I ask for your assistance? Hualing replied, please speak your mind. If it's within my power to help. Having been abroad for years, Chui felt somewhat embarrassed about seeking connections for school enrollment. My daughter is starting middle school this year. After some research, I found Birchwood Middle School has excellent academic standards, but having been away for so long, I don't have the domestic enrollment qualifications. Bai mentioned you might have some connections in this regard. I was wondering if you could help secure an admission spot for her. Hualing thought Bai Luoan had already informed Chui about solving his child's school enrollment issue, so after hearing Chui's words, he immediately gave him a positive response. Bai Luoan didn't mention it only because she wanted Chui to feel indebted to both her and Junyu. Had she been the one to bring it up, Chui might have suspected she had pleaded for this opportunity on his behalf. Hualing wasn't sure whether to call her perceptive or too meticulous in drawing boundaries. With the heavy burden off his chest, Chui visibly brightened and repeatedly promised to treat Hualing and Bai Luoan to dinner once they returned to the homeland. Hualing had initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Bai Luoan's name, he changed his mind and agreed. After the call ended, Zhang Shu knocked on the door and entered, placing a stack of documents neatly in front of Hualing. President Hua. After the information department analyzed all shareholders with minor holdings, we've identified that second uncle secretly holds 8% of the group's shares. Hualing flipped to the end of the report and chuckled softly upon hearing this. He really went through quite the trouble. Over the past few years, the group had gradually distributed some shares as part of an employee incentive policy. With Yuanyua's current strong growth trajectory, how many would be willing to sell their golden goose that laid golden eggs? Huayan managed to achieve this much without drawing even the slightest attention from him. One could only imagine the immense effort and cost he must have spent. These chips might someday deal a fatal blow to Junyu. His hatred for the Hua family truly runs marrow deep. When Zhang Shu received the report, even he was shocked. The approach was nothing short of cutting off your nose to spite your face. Buying back your own stock at exorbitant prices from others? Wasn't this just sheer foolhardiness with money? President Hua, do you have any plans? All the information that needed to be uncovered had been settled, and Huayan's ulterior motives were now glaringly obvious. Hualing, who could never tolerate the slightest speck in his eye, was about to make his move. Hualing lowered his thick eyelashes, completely concealing the fleeting turmoil in his eyes. More than 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the colors of childhood memories had gradually faded. Ever since he could remember, he had been personally mentored by old Master Hua. With none of his 3 sons possessing any talent for business, he was the patriarch's last hope. Fortunately, in the end he did not disappoint the old man. From the moment he was designated as the next successor, his future path led in only one direction. For many years to come, he would tirelessly sprint forward, all in preparation for that critical moment when he would take the baton from his grandfather. His parents didn't have a good relationship, something he knew from a very young age. His father fooled around outside, and often those who wanted to stir up trouble would anonymously send him those disgusting, vile photos. But burdened by the overwhelming academic workload, he hardly had any time left to dwell on family bonds, or the father who had always been absent from his life. He felt nothing, but often caught Fu Wanpei secretly crying behind his back. When he asked why she didn't just get divorced, Fu Wanpei would always shake her head in silence. At that time, he didn't realize that divorce meant Fu Wanpei was giving up on him, and the Fu family couldn't bear to abandon this marital connection with the Hua family either. Some things are simply beyond one's control. Time passed uneventfully until one day he noticed Huiyan playing basketball with his cousin Huawei. Intrigued, he lingered to watch for a while. Noticing him, Huiyan invited him to join their game. Behind him, Huawei enthusiastically waved and shouted, "Big bro, come quickly." With his tasks for the day completed, he thought for a moment before heading inside to change into sportswear. The three of them ended up playing an exhilarating 3-hour game together. That was an afternoon when he genuinely felt happiness from the bottom of his heart. So, it turned out to have been fake all along since then. Hualing didn't linger too long in his memories. With a calm voice, he instructed, "Huawei is currently in country F. Start with him, lure the target there, then find a way to retrieve the equity shares first. Leave that family of 3 there to keep third uncle's family company." Understood, President Hua. Zhang Shu was about to go make arrangements when Hualing suddenly spoke again. "Don't hurt Huawei." Zhang Shu froze momentarily, thinking of that radiantly smiling young man, then nodded. "Understood, President Hua." Hualing's tone remained unchanged, but Zhang Shu thought to himself that while dealing with Huiyan might be one thing, having to take action against the younger brother he had always doted on must weigh heavily on Hualing's heart. And so it was. Huawei was simple-hearted, with a temperament somewhat resembling Min Yan's, raised by his family to be naive and unrestrained. However, his hobbies were far more wholesome and uplifting than Min Yan's. The kid is now a food blogger, dreaming of tasting all the world's delicacies. Just last night, he messaged me on WeChat complaining about how awful the F cuisine was, saying he'd definitely gorge on 3 hot pot feasts to cleanse his stomach once he returned to China. But there was no choice. He couldn't tolerate Huiyan staying in the Hua family with such intentions. Sending them abroad was his final line in the sand. Junyue had the most personnel and the deepest influence in France, making it the most convenient choice for any arrangement, truly the best option. So Huawei was doomed to a lifetime of French cuisine, which he detested. Uncle Li had seen Hualing so many times by now that he barely batted an eye. Closing the half-open window to block the wind, he couldn't help but shiver just looking at Hualing's fancy yet impractical suit. Hualing still nodded slightly to him after entering. Old Li wasn't an educated man, but even he could tell there wasn't a hint of affectation in this seemingly pretentious gesture. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be noble. The kind of demeanor that elevated the entire residential complex by several notches. "Miss Bai isn't home, don't bother going." Hualing turned to look as Old Li poked half his head out the window, exhaling a puff of white breath. "She went out with her friends this afternoon and hasn't come back yet. No point making the trip inside in this freezing weather, you'd better head back." Hualing paused, then smiled. "No matter, I'll just take a quick look inside and leave. Thank you." Old Li shut the window. That brief gust of cold air had already dissipated most of the warmth inside the room. He muttered under his breath, "What's there to see when she's not even home?" Hualing stood downstairs just as Old Li had said, finding no one home. Under the night sky, neatly arranged bright yellow squares stretched uniformly across the facade, yet only the one he wished to see remained unlit. Chapter 67, Awakening. At 2:30 p.m., Zhang Shu gathered the newly signed documents from Hualing President Hua. "I'll step out first." Hualing, wait, prepare to accompany me to Tsinghua University. Zhang Shu recalled Hualing's schedule. "It seems this appointment isn't on your agenda for today?" "It is now." Hualing lowered his head again. "Understood." Zhang Shu smiled. "What should I prepare then?" "Yourself." Hualing replied thus. Zhang Shu automatically translated the thought in his mind. "Go be a driver." "Understood, President Hua. I'll go prepare the car immediately." Jinlan Garden. Ah, Luowen stretched lazily, letting out a hoarse growl from his throat. Ahem. Last night, Bai Luowen accompanied her to buy a new camera lens and travel essentials. When passing by the mall's KTV, she suddenly got tempted by the off-key howling coming from inside and dragged her to book a mini room for a few hours of karaoke. She ended up in a high-pitched singing battle with a stranger from the opposite booth, whose name, age, and other details remained entirely unknown, successfully tormenting her own voice into this sorry state. Bai Luowen asked her, "Is the guide ready?" Luowen nodded, holding up his notebook to show her the densely packed pages of notes. Each photography trip required exhaustive research, local landscapes, cultural customs, weather conditions, visibility levels, temperature and humidity readings. It was a massive and intricate undertaking. She dedicates several hours to this every day. The better the preparation, the more money saved. The phone dinged incessantly, with dozens of new WeChat messages popping up one after another. "Is it Min Yan again?" Luowen glanced at it. Who else could it be? That young man really has no patience. Bai Luowen chuckled, you've been ignoring him for days. It'd be strange if he could stay calm. Luowen took a sip of Bai Luowen's specially prepared pear and rock sugar drink, and the stinging sensation in her throat immediately eased. She declared matter-of-factly, career first, men later. Bai Luowen, comrade, your awareness is commendable. Luowen, thank you for the praise, leader. I feel unworthy. It's all thanks to the organization's cultivation and your excellent guidance. Meow. Mid-July is quite the talkative cat, always perching primly nearby when people are speaking, its round eyes fixed on whoever's talking, occasionally chiming in with a few meows. At this moment, it had no idea what undeserved misfortune today's vocal outburst would bring upon itself. Hey, Luowen casually replied to a couple of WeChat messages when sudden inspiration struck. Dropping his phone, he scooped up the demurely seated Mid-July and held it aloft, scrutinizing it for a long moment. How many months is this chubster now? Has he been neutered yet? Bai Luowen thought for a moment. He was about a month old when I found him, so he should be around 6 months now. Luowen lowered her hand, and Kai Weibin curled up in her arms to find a comfortable position before settling down. That should be about right. Kittens can usually have the surgery around 6 months old. Bai Luowen made a mental note of this. Alright, I'll check with the vet first. Luowen looked sympathetically at the soundly sleeping Kai Weibin and let out an ambiguous chuckle. Not long after, Min Yen sent another message asking Luowen if he wanted to come play at his bar that night. Luowen reckoned his voice would probably recover by evening and replied with a single word, coming. Min Yen immediately followed up, is Bai Jia coming? Luowen, is Hualing coming? Min Yen, tonight it's just me. Luowen curled his lips into a smile and replied, here, it's just me. Min Yen, I'll come pick you up later. Xiao Bai. Luowen put down his phone. Are you going out later? Bai Luowen nodded, calculating that it was about time for him to set off. Luowen asked, are you driving out? No, my car is restricted today by the license plate rule. I'll call a ride later. What about you? Luowen cut in, I'm going out with Min Yen later, so don't worry about me. Alright. With that, Bai Luowen stood up and brought out a gift box from inside to take with her. At the gates of Tsinghua University, a black car sat quietly by the roadside. Zhuangshu was puzzled, but Zhuangshu didn't speak. Their car had been parked there for nearly 40 minutes. Hualing neither stepped out nor spoke a word, leaving the two of them sitting in dead silence. What are you waiting for? Zhuangshu wanted to know, but Zhuangshu didn't dare to ask. Although he didn't have to work, technically it counted as paid leisure time. What difference was there between slacking off in the same car as the boss and being in prison? Every second felt like a year. He was only 28 years old, yet he had already endured 2,400 years of imprisonment. Finally, Hualing spoke. This was but a small step for Hualing, yet a giant leap in Zhongshu's work history. Give President Bai a call. Tell her we just finished business at Tsinghua University, and ask if she's left yet. If not, we can go to Uncle Da's place together. Okay. Zhongshu took out his phone and paused blankly. President Hua, my apologies. It seems I don't actually have President Bai's contact information yet. Hualing recited a string of numbers, and Zhongshu immediately dialed the phone. Hello, President Bai. This is Zhongshu speaking. Actually, Mr. Hua and I just came to Tsinghua University for some business. Mr. Hua asked me to ask if you've set off yet. If not, we can pick you up on our way to Uncle Da's place. Alright, please wait a moment. We'll be there shortly. After Zhongshu hung up with Bai Luowen, he said to Hualing, President Hua, President Bai said she's waiting for us at the neighborhood entrance. Hualing, let's go. Zhongshu started the car, his face a picture of calm while inside him a searchlight suddenly switched on. Something's wrong, something's very wrong indeed. The ancient gate of Tsinghua University rapidly receded in the rearview mirror as Hualing spoke calmly. You know what should and shouldn't be said. Make sure no third person hears about today's incident. Zhongshu replied with solemn gravity. Understood, President Hua. What a joke. Why would he share such a golden opportunity to laugh at his boss with anyone else? He'd much rather enjoy his private amusement. A few minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz business sedan came to a steady stop in front of Bai Luowen. Caught on the hood was a ginkgo leaf, which Bai Luowen casually plucked off and tossed into the gift bag. They must have come from Tsinghua University's side. As Bai Luowen settled into the back seat, Hualing opened the door for her and took the items she carried. Thank you. Hualing handed the gift box to Zhongshu, placing it on the passenger seat, and asked, chess pieces? Bai Luowen was bundled up warmly, her thick white wool scarf wrapped twice around her neck, covering even her chin. As she unwound the scarf, she let out a muffled the sound gently filtered through the wool. Hazy and soft, Zhongshu focused intently on driving, pretending to be invisible. What brings you to Tsinghua University? Bai Luowen asked casually, while Zhongshu looked up and briefly met Hualing's gaze in the rearview mirror. There's a project presentation we're attending. President Hua and I came to listen and see if there are any promising students. It was true, though Zhang Shu had moved up the schedule by a week. Bai Luoan nodded. Have you found a suitable candidate? Zhang Shu, no. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Not every Tsinghua student is as outstanding as you. Bai Luoan smiled faintly. Assistant Zhang, have you changed your style recently? Zhang Shu replied, one can't stay in their comfort zone forever. Keeping up with progress is the only way to avoid being left behind by society. Bai Luoan, is everyone's ideological consciousness so high these days? I must be falling behind. Hualing, who was standing nearby, chimed in, just do what you love. Zhang Shu, exactly, don't worry about others. I just enjoy working so much that I can't stop. After speaking, he mentally patted himself on the back. Although Hualing wasn't really listening to him, as a working professional, he gave himself full marks for today's performance, no fear of being proud. Chapter 68 Stalemate. The car veered away from the bustling main road and headed toward an ancient, quaint neighborhood. The atmosphere inside the vehicle wasn't exactly warm, but neither was it awkward, like running into an acquaintance on the street and casually discussing the weather while maintaining adult propriety and decorum. The street was so narrow that the car couldn't proceed further. After alighting, Hualing led Bai Luoan into the alleyway. The sun hung low at dusk, dissolving into a hazy blur of light amidst the evening mist. The sun no longer resembled the sun. The alley was clean and tidy, its cobblestone path polished to a glossy sheen by countless footsteps over the years. Children's toys lay scattered beneath the trees on either side, while the residents' doors remained tightly shut. Occasionally, the wind carried over faint echoes of playful laughter. This was a serene repose far removed from the lives of both of them. Bai Luoan lost it early, while Hualing never had it at all. Hualing shielded them from the wind without a word, the woolen scarf rewrapping itself around Bai Luoan's figure, obscuring most of her face. She surveyed the surroundings and thought to herself, this was a fine place indeed. Hualing's peripheral gaze rested on her, carrying a tenderness he himself failed to notice. With Zhao Shu, the third party, gone and no official matters to discuss, the two naturally fell into silence. Hualing knew that the pleasant conversation in the car had merely been Bai Luoan's effortless grace and polite consideration at work. Uncle Da had bought a retreat deep in the alleyway, and knowing Hualing and Bai Luoan were coming early, his was the only house on the whole lane with its courtyard gate open. The courtyard is small, with brand new tables and chairs in the yard, waiting for time to etch their unique marks upon them. Uncle Da was brewing tea in the central hall. As soon as the two stepped inside, the old man called out, it's cold out, come in quickly and have some tea. Hualing and Bai Luoan walked into the house together, and Bai Luoan called out, Uncle Da. Finally remembered there's an old man halfway in the grave at home? Uncle Da complained, though his expression held no reproach. The two seated themselves on the small sofa, one after another. Bai Luoan placed the gift box before Uncle Da and said with a smile, I know I was wrong, so I brought an apology gift. See if you can forgive me for its sake. The servant carefully served several plates of desserts. The sweet, sticky aroma of glutinous rice and red beans filled the air, mingling with the fresh scent of tea in the room. Without formalities, Uncle Da took out a square gift box from the exquisite packaging. Before even opening it, he chuckled, you girl, you've got this old man figured out completely. Unwrapping the package, the elegant Celadon Go bowl came into view. Hualing found it odd. Why was there only a set of white stones inside? Uncle Da carefully opened it to reveal snow-patterned clamshell Go stones, their luster as smooth as fine jade. The delicate, intricate patterns ran through each stone, a feast for the eyes. At first glance, anyone could tell these were no ordinary pieces. Bai Luoan knew this gift had struck right at Uncle Da's heart. Well, do you think you can forgive me now? Putting on his reading glasses, Uncle Da unapologetically lost himself in this rare dreamlike treasure before solemnly declaring, today, even if you said you were going to tear the roof tiles off, I wouldn't stop you. Bai Luoan smiled and joked, that won't do, can't let you catch a chill. Uncle Da and Bai Luoan chatted while Hualing sipped tea quietly beside them. Uncle Da mentioned having both black and white chess pieces ready, but unfortunately no one to play with. Bai Luoan didn't expose the truth and went along with it, saying she'd been resting lately with nothing to do. Could she come and learn a few moves from him? Watching Bai Luoan speak to Uncle Da in an almost coaxing tone, Hualing felt the bitterness on his tongue seep all the way into his heart. He was the most foolish, arrogant, and conceited idiot in the world. Uncle Da invited the two of them to stay for dinner, and afterward, they both bid him farewell together. Uncle Da glanced at Hualing. Ling, stay. I have something to say to you. As he spoke, Uncle Da had already called for the driver. Miss Bai, I'll take you home. Bai Luoan nodded and followed the driver as she left. Before long, the sound of a car engine echoed in the distance. The headlights flashed by and gradually disappeared into the night. Uncle Da shifted his gaze back. Stop looking. They're gone. Hualing snapped out of his daze, his chest aching with a dull, swelling pain. He lowered his head and apologized, I'm sorry. Uncle Da shook his head, wearing an expression torn between disappointment and sorrow. I may be old, but my mind is still sharp, my eyes see clearly, and my ears hear well. There's no need to hide from me that you've broken up. He turned and walked back into the room. In front of his elder, Ling shed the composure he had faked during the day, his face revealing an unusual look of confusion, desperately needing guidance from an older person. Uncle Da sighed. Now you regret it? Ling gave a bitter smile, his voice hoarse. Yes, Uncle Da, I do. But no matter how much I regret it, Xiaobai wouldn't be willing to trust me again. He had now walked into a dead end. Having confessed his love, he couldn't approach her. Approaching her meant he could no longer speak of love. Left with no alternatives, he could only linger like this, circling around to find some intersection with her path. Then he was forced to stay where he was, watching her turn and leave again and again. Uncle Da's cloudy eyes fixed on the young man before him, someone he had watched grow from a swaddled infant into the tall, handsome youth standing there now. Ling possessed strikingly handsome features, a trait common to every member of the Hua family, where none were anything less than exceptionally good-looking. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw the youthful visage of an old acquaintance from the past. The last time a young man similarly tormented by love had stood before him wearing the exact same expression of remorse. Mind, I've broken someone's heart, he had said. That was 60 years ago, back when they were all still young. In what felt like just a blink, that person had already turned to dust, and now he too was counting down his remaining days. He was old now, having tasted every flavor of life's bitterness and sweetness. At this stage, he saw everything with piercing clarity. Yet the young always needed to stumble before they could grow, before they truly understood what they wanted. Only through heart-wrenching loss could one grasp how rare true sincerity was. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing after all. The tea in Ling's hands grew cold, while Uncle Da remained silent for a long time. A servant entered to collect the teacups, replacing the hardened pastries on the coffee table. When he reached for the chess box during his return visit, Uncle Da said calmly, "Leave it be." "Yes, sir." The servant bowed slightly before withdrawing. Ling's gaze lingered on the item Bai Luoan had sent. Uncle Da spoke gently, "This child remembers kindness, never grudges. Any goodwill shown to her stays in her heart. Despite Junhua Foundation's decades of philanthropy supporting tens of thousands of students, she's the first we've seen with such genuine sincerity. Ling, it's no surprise you fancy Xiaobai. No one could resist liking her. Especially for folks like us, who are used to people always trying to take something from you. Children like this are so rare and precious, you can't help but ache for them. Look at this chess set. After all these years, not even you noticed, but she found it for me. She has done many such things for you too. Uncle Da, please, I beg you to help me." Ling lowered his head, a dense ache gnawing at his heart as he heard the trembling in his own voice. "I truly have no other way left. Please, I beg you." Chapter 69 Hope. Even the young Ling had never pleaded with such a beseeching tone or lowered his head like this, yet Uncle Da remained unmoved. In the heat of emotion, sweet nothings and grand vows spill out, each word sincere in the moment, mistaken for love. But feelings are not fleeting impulses. It's not that he distrusts Ling, but simply human nature. He spoke with a chilling calmness. "I believe you when you say you like Xiaobai, but how much of that is genuine affection? You're moved because someone treats you unconditionally well, and you feel guilty for not treating her right these years." Uncle Da's hair had turned frost white. His spine could no longer stand straight but would only bend further with each passing year. His eyes were like ancient wells, yet his gaze carried a weight heavier than mountains, the condensed power of time itself. "These emotions have blended together to create illusions for you, but ailing, neither gratitude nor guilt equates to love. Even if you bring her back now, once you regain clarity, you'll still have to separate. Why put everyone through this ordeal? As a businessman, you know when to walk away from a bad deal. Better not to entertain the thought at all than waste effort for nothing." Ling felt as if struck by a club. Never had he expected such words from Uncle Da. Suppressing the dizzying sensation of stepping into empty air, he articulated each syllable slowly. "Uncle, since childhood I believed that a family should at least be built by two people who love each other. Otherwise, what would be the point?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "Everything you just said, being moved and feeling guilty, yes, I admit I feel both. Because no one has ever cared for me as attentively as Xiaobai. But there are many ways to compensate for gratitude and guilt, and I can afford them all. You said if it were someone else, grandfather wouldn't have let her into the Hua family. It's the same now. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be here pleading with you either." Ling gazed steadily at Uncle Da, who momentarily spaced out before snapping back to reality. He said slowly, "Fine, let's say you like her. Let's say Xiaobai is willing to turn back. But Ling, even if you recover what you've lost, it won't be the same anymore. You're an adult. You should know that even if a broken mirror is pieced together, the cracks can never truly be mended. Realizing his tone had been too stern, Uncle Da softened slightly. Have you considered that Xiao Bai might never treat you as well as she once did? Could you endure such a disparity? The two of you could easily fall back into that unbalanced, unhealthy dynamic, and unequal efforts will only lead to one outcome. Hualing, there's always one who loves more. Before, she loved me more, now it's me loving her more. That's only fair. Uncle Da shook his head. You sound so certain now, but who can guarantee what the future holds? His weathered voice was calm, his eyes filled with profound meaning. Losing what you once had is far more painful than never having had it at all. Xiao Bai sees things more clearly than you do, acts more decisively, because she's never had it. Letting go for her means taking back what she gave, but for you, it's different. You've been loved. She once gave you 10 points, but now she's willing to give only 1 or 2. You'll compare, you'll doubt, you'll resent. Can the little affection you have now withstand such depletion? The night wind rose, stirring the bamboo wind chimes under the eaves. Their crisp chimes struck the heart like hammer blows, while inside the house, a long, heavy silence lingered. Hualing's thick, dark lashes cast downward, the light falling upon them to form a continuous shadow beneath his eyes, silent as a stone statue. Uncle Da remained motionless, quietly admiring the chess pieces Bai Luoan had sent over. Young people's matters should be figured out by the young themselves. Uncle Da. After a very long time, Hualing stirred. The black butterfly perched on his lashes took flight, his eyes now clear and translucent like shimmering spring water. He had regained his composure. I want to make amends, not because I want her to come back and treat me well again. Hualing spoke slowly, gradually opening his heart before the all-seeing elderly man. You probably didn't know, Xiao Bai has a little canine tooth, but she hasn't genuinely laughed happily these past few years, so no one ever noticed. Closing his eyes, Hualing saw that image flash before him. His voice, soft yet heavy with regret, trembled slightly. I had so many chances to truly know her, but I was foolish, arrogant. It wasn't until I pushed her away that I realized my regret. I want to give her everything I have. I just want to see her smile more. Uncle Da set down the blue and white porcelain chess box and turned his head to study Hualing. With a faint chuckle, he said, "What's so special about what you have? This city of Ning has no shortage of talented young men from prominent families. Though you might stand above the rest, what you can offer, others could just as easily provide. I know that young Chen fellow likes Xiao Bai too. Anything you could give, he could match." Uncle Da, I never assumed Xiao Bai had no choice but to be with me, nor do I think what I possess is extraordinary. Hualing's voice wavered. Wensher is a good man, and there may be even better ones who come along in the future. Before that person appears, I wish it were me. Uncle Da's eyes finally held a genuine smile. Hualing knew Uncle Da was admonishing him, but as long as it resolved his doubts, he'd willingly endure not just verbal reprimands, he'd take actual blows from Uncle Da without complaint. There were few who had ever guided him, counting them out, only 2 people in the world. When faced with problems he couldn't solve, he still reflexively turned to the man before him for help. You've had 5 years. In all that time, you couldn't have learned nothing. How to move her, what she cares about, even if I don't say it, you should understand. Uncle Da narrowed his eyes. The night was deepening, and his voice carried a weariness. I just said Xiao Bai is someone discerning. You should know. People who are discerning are always ruthless at heart. Hualing was taken aback. Uncle Da sighed, not harsh on you, but on myself. The driver who had just returned from dropping someone off pulled up, and Uncle Da waved his hand, saying, go back and figure it out on your own. If she doesn't believe you, use a method she would believe. There are plenty of ways, think carefully, and you'll surely come up with something that works. It's late, go back and rest. Xiao Wu, Xiao Ling home. Very well, sir. Hualing stood up and bowed to Uncle Da. Please rest well, Xiao Bai and I will come visit you another day. Uncle Da nodded, and the servant came over to help him into the bedroom to rest. When she stepped outside, the darkness was as thick as ink. The courtyard light could only illuminate a tiny patch, leaving everything beyond in a hazy mist. But Hualing thought this faint glow was enough. The driver led the way ahead as Hualing walked silently behind him. When Bai Luoan arrived, he absent-mindedly picked up a ginkgo leaf from the car. Now it lay quietly in the pocket of Hualing's overcoat, like a fragment of daylight plucked from the dimming afternoon and tucked close to the heart. Chapter 70 Younger Sister. The house was dark, Luowan hadn't returned yet. As the door opened, a meatball-shaped blur darted between Bai Luowan's feet. Luckily, the hallway light allowed her to avoid stepping on Kai Weibin. Otherwise, less than 1 can of food and 3 cat sticks wouldn't be enough to placate the chubby little one. Meow meow. Bai Luowan crouched down to change her shoes while Kai Weibin circled around her, rubbing and nuzzling. Usually immune to such tactics, Bai Luowan seemed unusually indulgent today, like a besotted emperor swayed by charms, opening a salmon can for Kai Weibin with an extra cat stick as bonus. I wouldn't even dare to dream such happiness during Ghost Month. I'm so overjoyed I might faint. On the way back, Bai Luoan contacted the veterinary hospital. July Half had completed all her vaccinations and could now be scheduled for spaying. After some thought, Bai Luoan scheduled the procedure for tomorrow. It wasn't that she was impatient, she had originally planned to wait until the cat turned 18 months old, but the medical staff advised that earlier spaying would be better for cats. So tomorrow it was decided. No matter what, surgery is involved, and she feels bad for Kai Weibin, so today she'll compensate him a little first. Exactly 11 o'clock. Luowan stepped out of Min Yan's flashy red sports car, turned around, and blew a kiss. Sweetie, see you next time. Min Yan had a preference for all kinds of bright-colored clothes. Today, dressed in a light pink overcoat, he looked handsome without appearing effeminate, like a clean and tempting macaron. The moment they met, Luowan smiled sweetly and called him honey darling. Min Yan unbuckled her seatbelt, crooked a finger, and Luowan raised an eyebrow with a smirk as she leaned in closer. With a swift motion, Min Yan hooked her arm around Luowan's nape and planted a quick kiss on her lips. Taste the real sweetness. Luowan's almond eyes half-lidded as she whispered, sweet or not. Min Yan suddenly grinned. I'll tell you next time. Once inside the building, Luowan turned back to see Min Yan still there, propped against the car watching her. Luowan formed a heart with her hands above her head, then vanished in a flash. Min Yan was in high spirits, humming a tune as he drove away. It wasn't until he reached the neighborhood gate that he suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to have Luowan pass along his greetings to Bai Luowan. Next time for sure, next time without fail. Luowan sprinted all the way to the elevator. Upon opening the door, without even pausing for greetings, she hastily grabbed paper and pen under the astonished gazes of Bai Luowan and July Half, immediately beginning to scribble and sketch. Just moments after parting with Min Yan, a vivid image had flashed through her mind, perfect storyboard material. Unable to bother with pleasantries or prolonged farewells with Min Yan, she'd rushed to find writing materials and capture the vision immediately. After finishing, she looked at her draft with satisfaction and nodded. You're still thinking about these things during a date? Bai Luowan didn't know whether she should sympathize with Min Yan or not. Luowan carefully stored away his sketches, saying, the muse doesn't grace us mortals at all times, so every moment of her descent must be promptly recorded. Bai Luowan was a purebred science student. She wasn't familiar with those fleeting moments of muse's visitation, but she knew all about logical deduction and data analysis. Luowan hugged Chiyue tightly and asked Bai Luowan, when will senior brother Chen finish his training? I'm about to leave, and we still haven't even gotten to meet. Bai Luowan, probably another week or so. Luowan patted Kai Weibin's head and sighed. What a shame, I can't ask my senior brother a few questions this time. Bai Luowan could only laugh upon hearing this. Every time they meet, this person would drag Chen Wenshi aside and interrogate him from head to toe, asking if this symptom meant illness or that condition signaled a terminal disease. She wasn't really asking. It was just her way of settling old scores from when Chen Wenshi, as a disciplinary inspector, had written her name down several times. Yet Chen Wenshi took her duties with utter seriousness. When asked, he would answer with complete earnestness, until in the end, it wasn't Chen Wenshi who grew annoyed, but Luowan himself. This is a brilliant idea. Deal a measly 0.001 damage to others while taking a whopping 800 yourself. By the way, I've scheduled an appointment with the vet tomorrow to operate on Kai Weibin. Luowan responded, then let's go together. The next day, on their way to the animal hospital, at the upcoming intersection, they hit a red light. Bai Luowan stopped the car and glanced at Luowan, who'd been sulking all morning, still upset. Gushi is a particularly lovely girl, you'll see when you meet her. She's not the kind of person you imagine. Last night, Gushi called and asked about the ghost festival. Bai Luowan casually mentioned today's neutering appointment. Over the phone, Gushi said she had experience and wanted to come along for support. Bai Luowan agreed and gave her the hospital address. Little did they know this would trigger Luowan's temper. Not only did he sleep in another room last night, but he also stayed angry all morning. Luowan sneered, with a brother like that, how decent could she possibly be? Birds of a feather flocked together. Anyway, I don't want to see any of the Hua family. As the traffic light turned green, Bai Luowan pressed the accelerator and said lightly, she's from the Gu family, not the Huas. You can be as angry with me as you want when we get back. I'll accept whatever punishment you give. Just don't make things awkward for the girl when we arrive. Luowan turned her head away with a huff. Upon arrival, Bai Luowan went to the registration area to get a number, while Luowan carried the airline crate containing Kai Weibin and waited outside the consultation room first. As Luowan was looking at the signboard outside the consultation room, a crisp female voice called out from behind, Sister Luowan? The call sounded somewhat hesitant. Luowan turned around at the words to see a casually dressed girl with a high ponytail standing before him. There was no need to ask, he recognized Gushi at first glance. Whether it's the Gus or the Huas, they all share the same bloodline, and even their features bear a subtle resemblance. Though Luowan disliked Hua Ling, he couldn't in good conscience call that handsome face ugly. Unexpectedly, even the detestable demeanor seemed less offensive when framed by that smiling countenance. I'm Gushi. With a radiant smile, Gushi introduced herself boldly. Her rosy lips and pearly white teeth shone as she grinned, exuding youthful exuberance that instantly won people's favor. Luo Wen, kind of cute. Hey, is your necklace made of antelope horn? So cool. Gushi's gaze was drawn to the pendant chain on Luo Wen's white sweater. Luo Wen nodded with a smile. She's decided she wants this younger sister. Only those with no taste would think this is Sumiwoo knockoff. Those with discerning eyes can instantly recognize its extraordinary origins. Okay. Yeah, back in college I found a skull in the desert, but couldn't bring the whole thing back. I had to saw off a pair of horns to take with me. Later I made some decorations with them, and used the remaining parts to make this necklace. Gushi's eyes widened with such fascination that she nearly pressed herself against Luo Wen's chest to get a better look at the necklace. Luo Wen chuckled, if you like it, I've got more back home. Come with us later to Xiaobai's place, and I'll give you one. It's our first meeting, and I didn't bring any gifts. How fortunate you like this. Thank you, Sister Luo. Gushi replied with childlike innocence and sincerity. Her straightforward demeanor was utterly unobjectionable, clearly someone who'd been doted on growing up, yet remained unspoiled. When Bai Luowen returned, the two were already chatting and laughing together. Chapter 71, Control. Sister Xiaobai. Gushi was facing the direction of the hospital lobby when she spotted Bai Luowen approaching first. Curving the corners of his lips, Bai Luowen greeted Gushi. Was it a long way to get here? Gushi, not far at all. It took me less than 40 minutes by taxi. The moment Luo Wen turned back and met Bai Luowen's gaze, there was a hint of awkwardness. The slap of reality came too fast, like a tornado. Bai Luowen glanced at her without saying a word and walked into the consulting room, with Luo Wen carrying Kai Weibin and Gushi following closely behind. During the examination, Gushi reminded Bai Luowen to remember to act when sending Chi Yuban into the operating room later. Bai Luowen, ? Gushi, you need to put on a show and pretend you're unwilling. Otherwise, it'll hold a grudge and won't be affectionate with you afterward. Bai Luowen nodded, expressing with little confidence, I'll try my best. After completing a series of preoperative examinations, Ghost Month was taken to the operating room. Since the surgical suite needed to maintain a sterile environment, Bai Luowen and the others couldn't follow inside and had to wait outside. Bai Luowen wasn't good at acting and barely managed a weak wave, while Luo Wenha and Gushi threw themselves into their roles, crying with utterly convincing sorrow. It was all thunder but no rain. The doctors and nurses could barely suppress their laughter. Just as they were about to enter the operating room, Ghost Month, who had been obedient the entire time, suddenly resisted violently. Its fur puffed up all over, and all four paws flailed wildly on the trolley. It stared straight in Bai Luowen's direction until two nurses pinned its paws down and pushed it into the room. The doctor swiftly injected anesthesia into the back of its neck. Bai Luowen returned from paying the fees, and half an hour later, the operating room door opened as the nurse wheeled Kai Weibin out. The group quickly gathered around. Kai Weibin hadn't fully recovered from anesthesia yet, its tongue lolled out, expression dazed. Bai Luowen stroked its head, heart aching at the sight. The nurse took Kai Weibin to a nearby room for observation while explaining postoperative care to the group. After the observation period ended and the doctor confirmed everything was fine, they headed home carrying various bags of supplies. To prevent it from licking the wound, they fitted Kai Weibin with an Elizabethan collar before placing it in its cat bed to sleep off the anesthesia. Luo Wen and Gushi whispered to each other, did we act well enough? Do you think Fatty will hold a grudge against us? Gushi frowned, our performance should be fine, but as for Sister Xiaobai's acting skills, they're truly worrying. Luo Wen replied, if the mood is right, it might still work. Gushi sighed, sigh. After a while, Kai Weibin gradually regained consciousness, its ears twitching as it slowly pushed itself up and wobbled to its feet. The little one wasn't yet steady enough to be held. The group watched as it staggered forward, passing Luo Wen, passing Gushi, heading straight to Bai Luowen's feet while whimpering softly. It sounded fragile and pitiful. Crouching down, Bai Luowen gently stroked its head. Kai Weibin nuzzled against her hand, blinking its eyes full of grievance. Seeing this, Luo Wen asked, is the wound hurting too much? Bai Luowen shook her head with gentle eyes. It's just afraid I'd abandon it. Luo Wen and Gushi had teary eyes. Poor little thing. It took great effort to finally calm Kai Weibin down and coax it to sleep. Luo Wen and Gushi's aunt was heartbroken, furiously placing orders on the Orange shopping app. Canned cat snacks, fish jerky, sandwich cookies, freeze-dried treats, automated teaser wands, luxurious cat beds, 7-tier cat trees. Bai Luowen didn't cook and ordered takeout instead. The taste of delivery food couldn't compare to homemade dishes, leaving the meal bland and unsatisfying. Fortunately, neither Luo Wen nor Gushi were picky eaters, so they managed with whatever was available. After a lunch break and a meal together, Luo Wen and Gu Shi quickly forged a revolutionary bond. There were few in this world who could appreciate Luo Wen's signature handmade necklaces, and Gu Shi was one of them, the precious one. After all, even Bai Luoan took one look at the necklace and asked her why she was wearing a gua sha board around her neck. During the casual conversation, Luo Wen enthusiastically invited Gu Shi to stay the night. Straightforward and guileless in speech, Gu Shi had won her affection, and Luo Wen hoped for a heart-to-heart girls' talk that evening. But unfortunately, Gu Shi declined, saying she had already promised her aunt to return to the Hua family for dinner that night. Luo Wen, it's so late already, what a hassle to make the trip now. Why don't you stay tonight and go back tomorrow? It's the weekend anyway, one extra night won't make a difference. Gu Shi shook her head. I need to go back to school to study this weekend. Plus, my aunt's waiting for me to keep her company. Sis, you wouldn't know, my aunt's been avoiding the Shin family recently. She doesn't even dare go to social gatherings anymore. Stuck at home every day, she's practically dying of boredom. Luo Wen, why is she avoiding the Shin family? Could it be that Shin family she knew? Gu Shi had a bit of a mischief-loving mentality. She just wants to avoid this marriage arrangement. My brother went crazy for some reason. Came home and said we shouldn't interact much with the Shin family. But the Shins keep inviting my aunt out, and she can't refuse but doesn't want to go, so she has no choice but to hide. Luo Wen was shocked when she heard this. She thought she was about to witness Hu Ling's second marriage. What a joke. What's your brother thinking? Isn't he with, Shin Qingyi anymore? Then who does he want to be with? Gu Shi shook her head. We've never understood what he's thinking. But honestly, as long as it's not Shin Qingyi, he could bring home a gorilla for all I care. She quickly glanced at Bai Luoan, who was changing July Half's bandages, thinking inwardly, the sister-in-law she desired flew away, and the one she didn't want is gone too. Now it's whatever fate brings. Hu Ling was bound to turn himself into a thrice-married man sooner or later. Luo Wen's eyes flickered with thought, and she didn't bring up the matter again. Gu Shi left a little past 5. As a medical student, her usual coursework was already heavy, requiring her to memorize entire textbooks. The weekend hours she spent here were squeezed out of her packed schedule, and after returning to the old residence, she had to rush back to school early the next morning for anatomy class. When it was time to leave, Luo Wen was reluctant to part, as it was rare to meet such a kindred spirit little sister. Before going to bed, Bai Luoan put Kai Weibin into a specially purchased large cage to prevent it from running and jumping when unsupervised, which could tear its wounds. The trio's girls' night chat ended up being cancelled, but Luoan remained enthusiastic. After the lights were off, she kept tugging at Bai Luoan, asking this and that. With their parting imminent, Bai Luoan thought Luoan was feeling reluctant, so she patiently chatted with her. But after circling around, the girl hesitantly asked her something else. So you're not in contact with Hu Ling anymore, right? Bai Luoan suddenly realized that she was here to fish for information. We are in contact. Luo Wen's voice went up an octave. Bai Luoan said calmly, there will always be connections. Junyu, Aunt Pei, Xiaoxi, they'll inevitably be involved. Oh, Luo Wen calmed down. Xiao Bai, you heard what Shimei said today, didn't you? Bai Luoan nodded. Never mind what Hu Ling thinks, you should guard your heart. Bai Luoan's ink-black eyes remained startlingly bright in the night as she stared toward the ceiling, speaking softly. The heart matters not, I control my actions. In others' eyes, deeds reveal thoughts. Chapter 72, Retreat. After Bai Luoan finished speaking, Luo Wen took a while to react. Her words had been far too convoluted. After a long pause, Luo Wen finally spoke. I'm not sure if I've understood your words correctly, but I think you did a great job. The biggest fall Bai Luoan ever took was because of Hu Ling, and her greatest weakness was also Hu Ling. Yet all these years, no matter how viciously the outside world spoke of her, Luo Wen, or rather, virtually everyone around her, had almost never witnessed Bai Luoan lose her composure over it. She liked Hu Ling, yet she never once humbly begged for his mercy. She was the sole female leader capable of upholding half of Junyu's sky, a superior whom former subordinates would still sincerely address as chief by after her resignation, a workplace newcomer who anonymously took on a project for a teacher only to have clients immediately request her for all future assignments. Affection would never hinder her stride. Her heart dwelled in the deepest hell, yet she remained all smiles in the mortal world. So she said, the heart matters not, she controls her own actions. Strength spoken is not strength, strength acted upon is. You don't need to understand everything. I am me, you are you, each has their own creed to follow, just as sometimes even I can't fully grasp your ways. Bai Luoan noticed Luo Wen's gaze upon her and turned slightly, eyes curving into a gentle smile. But as long as we keep each other company, supporting and encouraging one another, that's what truly matters. Luo Wen gazed upward in a daze. The room had a nightlight on, but the illumination was limited, serving merely as better than nothing, yet Bai Luoan's smile at that moment was unmistakably clear to her. It's often the ones who rarely smile whose grins prove most lethal. At such close range, this aesthetic assault sent Luo Wen's heart pounding wildly. Clutching her trembling little heart, she stealthily scooted backward before gasping out, "Good thing your bedmate tonight is a straight as an arrow hetero girl through and through, otherwise you'd be in serious danger, you know that?" Bai Luowen was baffled. Who could explain how the conversation had careened into this territory? When the breathing of the person beside her steadied, Luowen cautiously peeked out from under the quilt, gazing absent-mindedly at Bai Luowen's delicate profile. She and Bai Luowen were classmates in the same major but different sections. Bai Luowen wasn't the flamboyant type, yet everyone in their department knew her name. At first, it was because of her beauty. Later, it was because she was hard to pursue. And eventually, it was because she was exceptional. She maintained a reserved demeanor toward everyone, polite yet distant. But Luowen had overheard her classmates mention in casual chatter that she was actually quite easy to talk to. So despite her cold and aloof demeanor that made her seem unapproachable, while she had many admirers, no girls secretly envied her. The first time they officially spoke was on the rooftop of the school's third academic building. Bai Luo came up to read. At daybreak, when the sky hovered between light and dark, the horizon had just been split open by a crack, leaking a few streaks of crimson gold light. For the first time, she saw such a tender smile on Bai Luowen's face, as if spring breeze had been gently kneaded apart. Hearing her say, "Classmate, sunrise is in a quarter hour, would you like to wait for it with me?" After that day, she had witnessed and photographed many sunrises, but only the sunrise from that day remained the most unforgettable one of her life. She was reborn in that sunrise. Luowen slowly leaned closer beside Bai Luowen's forearm, finding a comfortable position to rest against her while closing her eyes, like a spirit during Ghost Festival. Late at night, the lights were still on in the president's office of the Junhui group. Zhang Shu tapped lightly on the door 3 times and waited silently for a minute before receiving permission to enter. Zhang Shu stepped inside, handing over a stack of documents as he reported to Hualing, "President Hua, everything on the F countryside has been arranged. The operation will commence tonight." Hualing's pen paused mid-signature, leaving a small ink blot on the pristine white page. After finishing the signature, he nodded slightly and acknowledged the information with a quiet hum. Hualing looked weary, having held video conferences with overseas partners since 6 in the morning, attended midday supervisor reports, reviewed the guest list for the annual conference in the afternoon, and handled group projects in the evening. Zhang Shu still had a moment to catch his breath, but Hualing hadn't budged since sitting down. He could still take comfort in the figures on his year-end bonus, but the entire Junhui belonged to Hualing. The numbers in his personal account barely changed year after year, as if he were toiling endlessly just to support those beneath him. Of course, this illusion lasted only a second in Zhang Shu's mind. Facts have proven that sympathizing with capitalists never ends well. These aren't matters someone earning a mere 7-figure annual salary should be fretting over. Hualing, you've all worked hard during this period. Tomorrow, have the finance department prepare a bonus payout 3 times the standard overtime rate to be distributed across all departments, counted as part of this month's performance rewards. Zhang Shu smiled. Thank you, President Hua. Long live President Hua. Zhang Shu held the documents and sought Hualing's opinion. By the way, President Hua, Old Su sent 2 projects over this afternoon, saying he failed in raising his son properly and wanted to apologize to you. He promised to discipline Su Ruiqi strictly from now on. He also mentioned hoping you'd consider past friendship and resume cooperation with the Su family. The Su family might lack other capabilities, but they control valuable waterway routes. Over the past 6 months since Junhui severed ties with them, costs in this area have increased by at least 20%. Zhang Shu initially thought Hualing would seize this opportunity to make peace. After all, the revenge had been exacted, the anger vented, and the Su family's conciliatory gesture was more than sufficient. There seemed little reason to let profits suffer further over personal grudges. Even small fish and shrimp count as meat. But then Hualing replied indifferently, "Send it back." Zhang Shu, understood, President Hua. I'll go and respond right away. Today's to-do list completed, Hualing got up and left the office. Fu Wanpei called him an hour ago, telling him to come home for dinner. Cece is buried in her studies and finally manages to come home for a meal, yet her brother doesn't return. How absurd is that? Hualing promptly sent Gushi a red packet containing 20,000 yuan. The moment she received it, Gushi happily called out by the phone, urging him to focus on work and not rush home at all. Such an ungrateful little thing. After getting into the car, Uncle Chen asked as usual, "Young master, are we still heading to Jinlan Garden?" Hualing said indifferently, "Let's go back to the old house." All right. Only now did Hualing find time to check his phone. Min Yan, who had been trying to bond with Luo Wen by finding common ground these past 2 days, had been watching the film she directed. There were some well-shot scenes, so he screenshot them and enthusiastically praised them in the group chat. Ling found the obviously Baidu-copied captions utterly uninteresting and instead scrolled through a specific folder in his WeChat. Bai Luoan didn't post on Moments, so he checked Fu Wanpei's and a few others instead. Only Gushi updated the photo album. Ling's eyebrow ridge was strikingly symmetrical with sharp contours, making his refined features appear more domineering than delicate. Unless he deliberately softened his demeanor, what people noticed first was always his commanding presence. His expression visibly softened upon seeing a particular photo, the curves at the outer corners of his eyes dipping down like meticulously carved crescent hooks. Chapter 73, Spotless. Dinner hour had passed, but the kitchen kept dishes ready for Ling. Hearing the sound of a car approaching outside, Aunt Zhao promptly began setting the dishes on the table. Fu Wanpei and Gushi were deep in conversation when footsteps sounded at the entrance. Gushi turned and called out, "Brother." Ling responded, then turned his gaze to Fu Wanpei. "Mom." Fu Wanpei nodded and gestured toward the dining room. "Eat first." Ling had little appetite and was about to decline when Fu Wanpei mentioned she'd spent 3 hours simmering tonight's soup. With that, he turned on his heel and stepped into the dining room. The soup was served in an exquisitely thin and translucent double boiler, artfully garnished with a few sprigs of cilantro. Without even tasting it, Ling recognized both the craftsmanship and the unwavering standard that were unmistakably Fu Wanpei's signature. A decade of unwavering consistency. Ling expressionlessly drank most of the soup while Uncle Zhang stood by, repeatedly hesitating as if wanting to speak yet holding back. Ling gave him a look. "Don't worry, the soup won't kill you." But if he didn't drink it today, he might be kicked out by Fu Wanpei in the coming days for something as trivial as stepping through the door with his left foot first. A bowl of soup went down, chilling his heart but warming his body considerably. When Ling walked over, Gushi secretly avoided Fu Wanpei's line of sight and shot him a gleeful look. The heating was turned up high at home. Gushi sat cross-legged on the carpet, with a familiar box placed on the coffee table in front of her. Ling reached out and said, "Give me 2 cookies." Gushi was somewhat reluctant. These were the new products Bai Luoan had just prepared for the shop, sea salt cheese crisps. But thinking of the hefty 20,000 yuan warm in her wallet, she grudgingly took out 2 pieces and handed them to Ling. Fu Wanpei asked, "I thought you don't like sweets?" Ling tore open the packaging. Only when the refreshing taste finally subdued the strange flavor in his mouth did he speak. "Depends on the situation." With just a glance, he saw Gushi immediately fasten the packaging box tightly, wearing an expression as if afraid he would snatch it from her. Under Ling's gaze, Gushi smiled ingratiatingly. "It's not that I'm unwilling to share it with you. If you like this flavor, I'll buy it for you in a few days. But this one was personally made by Sister Xiaobai. She usually only prepares new flavors once. I don't know why, but hers just tastes different from the shop's, even though the recipe is exactly the same." Ling tightened his grip on the thin plastic bag in his hand, his expression remaining indifferent as he said lightly, "I wasn't going to fight you for it." Mentioning Bai Luoan, Gushi casually brought up poor July Half who had just been neutered. Fu Wanpei immediately had the idea of making nutritional meals for July Half. Gushi's heart leaped into her throat. She couldn't let July Half suffer like this. "No need, Auntie. Sister Xiaobai's meals are already very nutritious. The doctor said he should recover in about a week. It's really nothing serious." "Oh." Fu Wanpei sounded slightly disappointed. "Maybe next time then." "Gushi, from a biological standpoint, there's probably no chance now." Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the warmth in the room. Fu Wanpei answered the phone, her frown deepening as she listened, continuously comforting the person on the other end. Her expression was off. After hanging up, Gushi immediately asked, "Who was it, Auntie? What's wrong? What happened?" Fu Wanpei was about to speak when Ling interrupted. "Xiaoxi, it's getting late. You should go rest now." Gushi felt a surge of frustration stuck in her chest. She glared at Ling, but he remained unmoved. After a long moment, Gushi finally slumped her shoulders in defeat and obediently returned to her room. Once Gushi's figure had disappeared, Fu Wanpei hurriedly said, "Your second aunt just called. She said Huawei was detained in France for consuming protected wild animals. Your second uncle and aunt are rushing there now. She tried calling you but couldn't reach you. They're about to board the plane and asked you to call them back later. Quick, have someone look into what exactly happened." Hearing this, Ling calmly took out his phone and tapped the screen, but it didn't respond. "The phone's turned off." Fu Wanpei urgently exclaimed, "Go get the charger. The regulations are so strict overseas, and they're in unfamiliar territory there. Your uncle and aunt must be frantic by now. With something like this happening, Weiwei must be scared to death, yet you're not the least bit concerned. Have you forgotten how kind your uncle and aunt have always been to you?" Ling replied, "It's not exactly unfamiliar. Third uncle and his family live there, don't they? That's completely different. Third uncle's family long ago stopped considering themselves part of the Hua family. Fu Wanpei's voice gradually softened. She didn't exactly understand her son, but having grown up in an affluent family herself, she had an instinctive sensitivity to certain matters. Her tone turned bitter. Was it your arrangement? What did they do? Huoleng patiently explained. Second uncle has planted many spies at Junwei Group and has been secretly acquiring shares, a considerable portion at that. He's also formed covert alliances with the Shin family. Xiaobai uncovered all this, and the documents are sitting in my study right now. If you don't believe me, I can have someone bring them to you. Fu Wanpei's gaze darkened as she said, that won't be necessary. I believe you. Huoleng rose and sat beside Fu Wanpei, draping an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. I'll make sure they want for nothing over there, and Huawei will be safe too, but none of them can ever return. Upon hearing this, Fu Wanpei shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Her voice trembled with self-reproach and guilt. I'm sorry, Ah Ling. If only I hadn't married into the Hua family. Huoleng soothed her gently. If you hadn't married into the Hua family, then I wouldn't exist. Don't be sad, leave all this to me. I'll handle it properly. From now on, don't answer any of their calls. It's rather nice to keep the household pure and unburdened. Fu Wanpei soon regained her composure, though she still gazed at Huoleng with lingering concern. Huoleng knew Fu Wanpei was worried about him, but he had seen such things too often to be fazed. Only this time, the person involved held greater weight in his heart. He knew he was quite the catch due to his family background, but not everyone sincerely liked him. Many just wanted to tear a piece of flesh from him. From a young age, he was exposed to the adult world, aware that all sorts of people around him harbored various motives. Over the years, he could truly count as close friends only Chen Wenshi and Min Yen, two at most. When grandfather handed Junwei over to him, the surface was adorned with blossoms, but lurking beneath were wolves circling in the shadows. At the time, the old man's health was already failing, unable to shield him at every turn. He had stumbled many times out in the world, endured countless lessons, so today, faced once more with betrayal from kin, he found it nothing more than a trivial matter. False affection can be discarded without regret. What truly hurts is shattering someone's genuine sincerity, then facing the mess alone, unable to piece it back together. Chapter 74, Nature. Fu Wanpei rested her hand on Huoleng's knee, patting comfortingly, mistaking his silence as grief for Huiyen. Huoleng knew otherwise, because he had long witnessed the innate selfishness and coldness in his Hua family members. At age 9, when he first returned to the ancestral home in town for the ancestor worship ceremony, he played the role of the eldest grandson and the tacitly acknowledged heir, second in importance only to the Hua family patriarch. Back then, he was just a young boy. Everything in this strange environment, so different from his daily life, fascinated him. So when his third uncle invited him to explore the woods around the ancestral home, he eagerly followed. But then he stepped into empty air and fell into a 3-meter-deep hunting pit left from earlier times. His third uncle said he'd go back to get help, yet the boy waited there for 5 full days until his grandfather and second uncle, with a search team, combed through the entire mountain before finally finding him. If he hadn't been lucky enough to find water pooled at the bottom of the cave, not even an immortal could have saved him. Later, third uncle was exiled abroad by the old patriarch, using dissatisfaction over unfair inheritance distribution as an excuse both internally and externally. The truth was far uglier than the rumors. When Bai Luoan presented Huiyan's information months ago, in that moment he truly couldn't tell whether his instant belief stemmed from trusting Bai Luoan, or simply accepting that betrayal had become such an ordinary commonplace occurrence. There's always been a voice in his heart telling him, this is just how the Hua family is. No surprise there. Huoleng grasped Fu Wanpei's hand gently and said with warmth, I'm fine. I'm grown up. Do you really think something this small could break me? Don't worry about me. I'm alright. But you, don't overthink things. If staying home feels suffocating, why not go out for a stroll? Do you want me to arrange something for you? Fu Wanpei shook her head. No need. You've been so busy lately. Let's talk after the new year. Gu Zizing tightly covered her mouth in the blind spot beneath the staircase railing, quietly crouched down, slipped off her slippers, and crept upstairs on tiptoe without alerting anyone downstairs. Closing the bedroom door behind her, she leaned against it gasping for breath, bent down to put her slippers back on, and hurriedly took out her phone to dial. A glance at the time, 11:37. She wondered if they were already asleep. If she didn't talk to someone tonight, she would surely die of suffocation. Gushi summoned her courage and pressed the dial button, deciding in her heart to hang up if no one answered after 5 rings. Beep, 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 hello, she. Bai Luoan answered in a whisper. Gushi's heart tightened, and she too whispered back, Sister Bai, did I wake you? Bai Luoan softly replied, no, wait for me a moment. After a while, there came the sound of a gentle door closing, and then Bai Luoan's voice returned to its normal volume. You can speak now. What's the matter? Gushi sounded a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Xiao Baijia, I didn't mean to disturb you so late at night. I just wanted someone to talk to. Bai Luoan chuckled softly, sending a tingle through Gushi's ear before continuing. Go ahead, little sister. Your Jia is listening. Gushi's mind went blank for a moment. Her face flushed scarlet as she struggled for half the day before finally squeezing out half a sentence. Sister Xiao Bai, my second uncle. Bai Luoan flipped on the light and raised an eyebrow at the remark. Did Hualing make a move? What's wrong? I just secretly overheard brother talking with aunt. Second uncle did something terrible to the Hua family. Brother is sending their family of 3 to country F and banning them from ever returning. Why would he do such a thing? Gushi's voice sounded muffled as she let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Bai Luoan walked over and sat on the small stool by the cage, extending her other hand inside to let Kai Weibin nuzzle against it. She said softly, these are all matters for the adults to handle. Let them worry about it. Xiaoxi, they don't want you to know because they hope you won't be affected by these things. They just want you to stay happy. Gushi nodded, then remembered Bai Luoan couldn't see her over the phone and added, I understand. Bai Luoan's consolation sounded rather wooden, don't be sad. But Gushi didn't mind. It's not exactly sadness. Truly not sad? Bai Luoan verified again. Truly. What can we do when we're born into families like this? When you think about it, it's quite normal. Grandpa left the company to brother, and second uncle and third uncle naturally don't like my brother either. That's understandable. She turned over in bed and continued, I'm just feeling a bit complicated. On the surface, second uncle seems kind to everyone, especially to my brother, and my brother trusts him completely. Sigh, I'm not really sad. After all, I barely see him a few times a year anyway, so there's not much to feel upset about. But my brother must be heartbroken. For so many years, he was so close to second uncle. Mom told me that when he was little, it was always second uncle who attended his parent-teacher meetings. Bai Luoan remained silent for a moment before responding with a quiet Gushi wondered what that single utterance from Bai Luoan meant. Was it just acknowledgement, or something more? Gushi fell silent too. After a long pause, she remembered another thing Hualing had mentioned. Xiao Baijia. My brother said it was you who found the evidence. Is that true or not? Bai Luoan, I looked some up, the rest were all found by himself. Gushi let out an astonished wow, genuinely impressed as she praised. You're amazing. This little girl learns fast, Bai Luoan thought to himself. It's nothing spectacular. If you study these things, you'd be able to find them too. Gushi pouted, but my brother never noticed any of this, and he's the CEO. He always acts so impressive, yet at critical moments he still needs you to check things for him. My brother, he's so useless. Ah. Bai Luoan chuckled lightly, though her smile faded as quickly as it appeared. It's not that your brother lacks the ability to notice, he's just less guarded with those close to him. I see. By the way, Sister Bai, Gushi shifted her posture, her arms having gone numb from leaning. Uncle has ties with the Shin family. Do you think that might be why my brother cut things off with Shin Qingyi? Patting Qi Yueban's head, Bai Luoan rose to her feet and said, I really don't know. That was someone else's business, not something for her to dwell on unnecessarily. Why invite trouble where it didn't concern her? Gushi only realized after speaking what a foolish question she had just asked. Wasn't she rubbing salt in Bai Jie's wounds? So this was what it meant to let one's guard down around close people? How could she be so thoughtless? Bai Luoan, knowing her embarrassment, tactfully changed the subject. Aunt Pei might be feeling upset. Ask her to drop by the shop when she's free and try our new menu items. Kibanuan whimpered pathetically, and Bai Luoan noticed it, squatting down to comfort her again. It wasn't pain, she was just miserable from not being able to groom herself with the Elizabethan collar around her neck. No cat can tolerate not being able to groom. Gushi replied, okay, I'll come after my class ends too. Could you make me some of today's crispy wafers? The ones I brought back, someone else ate 2 pieces, and I'm so upset. Of course, I'll make you even better ones. Great. After venting, Gushi felt much better inside. After hanging up the phone, Bai Luoan stayed in the living room with Kibanu for a long time, soothing it to sleep before returning to the bedroom. Chapter 75, Overflowing. I wonder how Gushi managed it, but the very next day Fu Wanpei showed up at the shop. As the weather turned cooler, takeout orders increased while dine-in customers dwindled. During slow hours, Min Min would curl up with her iPad binge-watching dramas. Min Min didn't know Fu Wanpei's true identity, only that she was someone close to Bai Luoan. When she entered, Min Min served her a cup of warm fruit tea. Fu Wanpei had a kindly air about her, and Min Min quickly fell into easy conversation with her. Bai Luoan and Luowan arrived a step later. Luowan was naturally extremely reluctant to meet Hualing's mother today. After all, that was Hualing's biological mother. What kind of decent person could she possibly be? But remembering how stinging yesterday's slap to his face had been, he endured silently throughout the entire trip. The drama Minmin was watching happened to be the same one Fu Wanpei had seen before. Her gaze occasionally drifted to Minmin before flickering back to the screen. Thinking she wasn't interested, Minmin considerately suggested, "Auntie, don't you like this show? Shall we switch to something else?" Fu Wanpei smiled awkwardly. "It's not that I don't like it, it's just, do you mind spoilers?" Minmin shook her head. "Not at all. Spoiler or not, I wouldn't understand it myself either way." Fu Wanpei gave a gentle smile. "The murderer is that old man from earlier." Minmin exclaimed in surprise. "Really? I never would have guessed. You could actually tell? That's amazing. After seeing enough, you'll recognize it's all just the same old tricks, haha." Fu Wanpei elegantly picked up her teacup and took a sip. Finally saying it out loud made her feel much better. From across the street, Luo Wen saw Minmin chatting animatedly with a lavishly dressed woman. She cursed under her breath, "That little traitor, humph." As the two entered Kai Weibin, they exchanged greetings with the others. Minmin yielded her seat to Luo Wen before dashing off to help in the kitchen. Luo Wen had just sat down when Fu Wanpei beamed at her. "Xiaoxi brought back a necklace yesterday. She said you made it by hand. It's absolutely beautiful. You're so talented." Luo Wen immediately turned docile, straightening her posture with exaggerated seriousness. "Auntie Pei, if you like it, I've got more at home. I'll bring you one later." "Honestly, how thoughtless of me. Giving one to Xiaoxi without preparing one for you too." Fu Wanpei was delighted. "That's wonderful. I won't stand on ceremony then. I've never worn such a special necklace before. Thank you so much." With a wave of her hand, Luo Wen flashed her pearly white teeth dazzlingly. "No need for thanks at all. We're family, aren't we?" By Luo Wen, who witnessed all of this. Luo Wen had a cheerful personality and had traveled extensively, accumulating a wealth of amusing stories to share. Bai Luowen had specifically called her over in hopes she could lift Fu Wanpei's spirits. Luowen did arrive, but her naturally dark face had been alarmingly gloomy along the way. Meeting them afterward, Bai Luowen had initially intended to mediate, but seeing the two now chatting happily, she finally eased her worries. Once Luowen started talking, there simply wasn't any room for others to get a word in edgewise. She told the two of them she was going to the back kitchen. Luowen was recounting to Fu Wanpei her experience of being chased by a crocodile while riding an all-terrain motorcycle. Upon hearing this, she waved her hand. Go ahead. Oh, Auntie Pei, let me tell you more." Fu Wanpei, "Wow, really? Oh my god, that's so thrilling. You didn't get hurt, did you?" Bai Luowen didn't enter the kitchen but stood at the door instead. Xiao Qiu was instructing another staff member and, noticing Bai Luowen's arrival, set aside his work and came out. "Big sister Bai." Bai Luowen nodded and asked, "What's the problem?" Xiao Qiu pulled out a small, well-worn notebook from her outer pocket. Bai Luowen remembered it was a prize Minmin had won last year at a ring toss game. Flipping to the back pages, Xiao Qiu showed Bai Luowen the notes she had taken. Xiao Qiu's handwriting wasn't particularly beautiful, but it was neat, each stroke written with utmost care. The teenage boy possessed an unusual composure and diligence far beyond his years due to his childhood experiences. While other children were still happily nestling in their parents' arms, living carefree lives in ivory towers, he had already grown into a steadfast tree determined to shelter the tiny flowers around him from storms. Home ovens differed from professional bakery equipment, producing subtly different flavors. Sometimes Xiao Qiu's self-taught versions actually tasted better. When his attempts fell short of Bai Luowen's original recipes, he would meticulously document his process for Bai Luowen to review and suggest improvements. Bai Luowen scanned them quickly, pointing out several possible reasons and letting Xiao Qiu experiment on his own. Xiao Qiu carefully memorized what he heard and couldn't wait to rush back to the kitchen. Minmin noticed him entering and soon glued herself to Xiao Qiu's side. Their romance was innocent. When others were present, their most intimate gesture was merely standing close together, rarely even holding hands. Xiao Qiu appeared cold and reticent while Minmin was lively, making her seem like the more assertive one. But Bai Luowen observed something different. Xiao Qiu's gaze always subtly followed Minmin's movements. After finishing his own tasks, his first priority was always checking whether Minmin remained within his line of sight. Bai Luo leaned against the doorframe, watching Xiao Qiu's unsteady steps with eyes that darkened slightly. At noon, Bai Luo had the meal delivered to the shop, and everyone ate together in a lively atmosphere. Fu Wanpei looked much more energetic than in the morning, and in the afternoon, the group returned to Jinlan Manor together. Mid-July found the solitary cat, lying alone on its luxurious cat tree, gazing melancholically out the window. For some reason, today it harbored no worldly desires beyond missing fish jerky, canned treats, kitty snacks, and freeze-dried goodies just a teensy bit. The birds outside the window no longer tempted it to pounce, and even the stray kittens darting across the road downstairs failed to stir its admiration. All three great pleasures of feline life now seemed void. Fu Wanpei's grandmotherly heart melted at its pitiful demeanor. Were it not for Bai Luowen's cramped space, the little one's food, drinks, and supplies would have undergone a complete luxury upgrade by Ghost Festival, from modest comforts to extravagant indulgence. Despite Bai Luowen's strong obstruction, Fu Wanpei only bought about 20 cute little vests and a dozen beautiful collars for Chiyue Ban to satisfy her whim. For Luo Wen, it was a joyful day. She hadn't expected Fu Wanpei's temperament to be so pleasant, completely different from Hu Ling's, and most importantly, she truly appreciated her handicrafts. That was, until she heard Fu Wanpei mention that Hu Ling was coming to pick her up. Luo Wen, who had just halfway risen from the couch, instantly collapsed back down. After a long pause, she struggled to her feet and accompanied Fu Wanpei to the door, weakly saying, "Aunt Pei, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy and won't escort you downstairs. Until next time, if I come across any pretty little trinkets, I'll be sure to bring you one." Fu Wanpei asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why did you suddenly feel dizzy? Should we go see a doctor?" Luo Wen replied, "I'm fine. I just thought of something disgusting and felt uncomfortable. Having some hot water will help. Then take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, definitely ask Xiaobai to take you to the doctor." Luo Wen answered obediently, Fu Wanpei left with lingering reluctance, casting repeated backward glances, while Bai Luowen shot Luo Wen a knowing half-smile. Luo Wen rolled his eyes. Chapter 76, Rejection. Only 2 days remained before stepping into the year's tail end. When the wind began carrying stinging bites against the face, the harsh winter was coming. Hu Ling had come straight from the office, wearing a long trench coat over his suit. With broad shoulders and long legs, he didn't look like someone who had just clocked out. Instead, he resembled a model fresh off the runway. Oldley had been stealing glances at him for as long as he'd been on duty. The man had been standing there for quite some time without entering, loitering conspicuously by the entrance with his eye-catching Bentley. Passers-by couldn't help but do double takes, gaze shifting between the car and the man, then back to the man, then back to the car. The residential complex didn't allow prolonged parking by outside vehicles, but Oldley couldn't do anything about it, because this guy was with the internal staff. Hu Ling stared intently at the exit, but after a while, only Fu Wanpei's solitary figure emerged. After watching this obviously wealthy woman in her 40s walk out, Oldley saw the man eagerly step forward to take her bag. They walked and chatted together, with him even gallantly opening the passenger door for her. As she got in, he thoughtfully placed his hand to shield her head from the doorframe. Is this the treachery of human nature or the collapse of morals? That glamorous man was secretly a kept boy supported by a wealthy older woman. Oldley was heartbroken and full of regret. No wonder they got divorced. And to think he believed this man genuinely wanted to win Miss Bai back. There he was, standing alone in the cold night wind, pitifully staring at someone else's window, unable to see a thing. It almost made Oldley pity him. If he hadn't been covering the shift today, he would never have uncovered the man's true colors. Stringing along a wealthy woman while still trying to cozy up to his ex-wife. Scum, I spit at you. No wonder you didn't come in, afraid of being exposed once inside. Young but full of tricks, no wonder rich women adore you. Oldley was scheming in his mind, how to drop some hints to Miss Bai. The air conditioning was on in the car, and Fu Wanpei took off her coat after getting in. Hu Ling held the steering wheel for a long time without moving, prompting Fu Wanpei's confusion. What are you staring at? Aren't we leaving? Her tone had returned to normal, showing no trace of yesterday's melancholy. Gathering his thoughts, Hu Ling pressed the ignition button. Fu Wanpei toyed with the necklace Luo Wen had given her, growing fonder of it the more she looked at it. When Gushi brought it back yesterday, she'd already been captivated but couldn't bring herself to ask for her niece's belonging. Who would have thought Luo Wen had another one? What a delightful surprise for today. Hu Ling's peripheral vision caught the object in Fu Wanpei's hand. At first glance, it appeared utterly ordinary, just a simple leather necklace. But upon closer inspection, it revealed an unexpected charm. Your new purchase? Quite attractive. Fu Wanpei, Luo Wen gave it to me. She made it herself, you know, an antelope horn necklace. Interesting, isn't it? I'll buy some new outfits tomorrow to match it. Hu Ling nodded. Oh, by the way, I used the heating pad you brought home the other day for Xiao Bai, and she said it worked quite well. Could you bring some more in a few days? Where did you buy it? I couldn't find it online. Hu Ling agreed readily. I'll have someone deliver it tomorrow. All right. Fu Wanpei returned to admiring her necklace, while Hu Ling rolled his unspoken questions in his throat several times before swallowing them back down. He knew Fu Wanpei was meeting Bai Luowen today, so he'd skipped his midday break to finish his work early, just so he could see her when picking Fu Wanpei up. What a shame. Only half the task was done, and he still couldn't find a reason to see her. Hu Ling gazed calmly ahead, his expression inscrutable. When evening came, Luowen pulled out his suitcase and began packing his belongings slowly. Bai Luowen was washing his hands after applying medicine to Kai Weibin when Luowen heard the doorbell and dashed off to answer it. Moments later, he came dashing back. Bai Luowen emerged from the bathroom, his hands still damp, and saw Luowen holding a plastic bag printed with the words Xinhua Bookstore, stuffed with a stack of books. Why did you buy so many books? Luowen walked over and, seeing her hands were still damp, placed the book on the coffee table. The security guard purposely gave this to you, he said. Bai Luowen grabbed a few tissues to dry her hands and moved closer to examine the book Oldly had sent. She assumed it was probably another book about safety precautions for women living alone. She pulled one out of the bag, only to see 9 glaring characters. Men who live off women are not worth keeping. She froze for a moment before gathering all the books and placing them on the table. Bestseller series, Handsome Men Are the Most Dangerous, 2022 Collector's Edition, How to Spot a Scumbag, another masterpiece by renowned relationship expert Miss Liu. Cold-hearted women have the best fate, don't listen to what men say. Luowen was stunned. Wow, security guards sure have diverse side hustles. She picked up one of the books, Handsome Men Are the Most Dangerous, flipped to the back, and saw the price, 49.70 yuan. Luowen, holy crap, this is robbery. Bai Luowen glanced at the calculated price and transferred the money to the security guard via Alipay. Last time when she paid for books, the security guard had refunded the money, saying a young woman like her would need money more than him since his family had gotten compensation from property demolition. So Bai Luowen gave him a copy of Ministry of Public Security's Guide to Fraud Prevention for Middle-Aged and Elderly People in return. Afterwards, Bai Luowen found an excuse to add the older brother as an Alipay friend by suggesting they water each other's ant forest trees. And from then on, whenever she needed his help, she would simply transfer money directly through Alipay. This is what it means to make friends through books. Luowen removed the book cover, sat down, and began reading. The further she read, the more her brows furrowed. After going through over 10 pages, Luowen's patience completely shattered. I worked my ass off filming for 5 years just to earn my first million. And this crappy book of hers prints 30,000 copies per edition, with 6 editions in just 3 years. Why the hell am I still filming? I should write a book too, maybe call it The Years I Was Played by Jerks. Wah. Bai Luowen took the book from Luowen's hands, flipped through a couple of pages silently, then closed it again. If she kept reading, she was afraid she'd start feeling resentful too. Min Yan timed it perfectly, 10 minutes before bedtime, to ask Luowen out for sunrise at the mountain peak the next morning. 2 days without contact, Min Yan was deliberately playing hard to get with Luowen, sticking to a strategy of measured tension and release. A man must take initiative, but not too much. Luowen genuinely forgot. I've seen enough sunrises from mountain peaks. I'm getting ready to go see the sunrise in Snow Village now. I won't be joining you. Have fun. Brother Minyan, come see me before you leave. Minyan froze, swallowing back all the words he had prepared. After hanging up the phone, he lay on the large bed, staring blankly at the chandelier overhead. 2 days later, Bai Luowen and Hualing saw them off at the airport. Patting his chest solemnly, Min Yan promised Bai Luowen earnestly, "Don't worry, Sister Bai, I'll definitely protect Luo." Bai Luowen's emotions were mixed. You take care of yourself too. After passing through security, Hualing turned to Bai Luowen and said, "Don't worry, Min Yan may seem unreliable, but he's actually quite capable when it matters. He won't let anyone bully her." Bai Luowen replied indifferently, Luo has a black belt in Taekwondo." Hualing hesitated, then, should I call Min Yan back? Luowen brought Min Yan along. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Bai Luowen shook his head. The two of them waved casually behind them as they walked off, carefree. The airport entrance bustled with noise, but Hualing could hear his own heartbeat growing louder, drowning out all the clamor of the world. A thin sheen of sweat dampened his palm as he lowered his head and asked, "Have you eaten? Want to grab breakfast together?" "No, sorry, I have plans." Rejected. Chapter 77, Joy. Tuyu's water glass had only the last waterline remaining, while Bai Luowen's cup remained exactly as it had been served. The two had talked for nearly an hour. "President Bai, that's all I know about the situation. I hope it helps you somewhat." Bai Luowen, Dr. Tu, thank you for your trouble today. Tuyu shook his head and said, "You could have gotten this information from Director Chen too. I was just trying to earn some brownie points in front of the higher-ups. If anything, I should be thanking you for giving me this opportunity." Hearing this, Bai Luowen smiled. "Then I'm really letting you down. I'd also like to ask you to keep today's events confidential in front of my senior brother." Tuyu looked puzzled. Bai Luowen explained, "I invited you here today just to understand the situation better. Since even senior brother can't help, then let's not trouble him with these matters. You know how he is. If I ask him for help and he can't do anything about it, he'd feel worse than anyone." Tuyu nodded in understanding. Fair enough. Bai Luowen had reached out to him today, saying she was consulting about treatment for a younger brother born with congenital neurological claudication. Bai Luoan had already done her research and knew the likelihood of curing such a condition was nearly zero. She had consulted many hospitals, but the results were always the same. Some time ago, she had discovered that there was an orthopedic specialist in Country Y who had studied this type of case years ago, which led to today's conversation with Tuyu. Tuyu had recently spent 3 months studying in Country Y. Although they weren't part of the same department, he had quite a bit of knowledge about the top medical experts there and had access to some insider information. Bai Luoan didn't want to miss any possible lead, so she invited him over. The good news was that this doctor was still actively researching the subject. The bad news? His findings had been bought out by a pharmaceutical company in Country M, meaning his results were now exclusively owned by that company. To make matters worse, the Chen family and this pharmaceutical company had been locking horns over patent disputes and talent poaching, making their relationship irreconcilable. The idea of leveraging the Chen family's connections was clearly a dead end. After Tuyu left, Bai Luoan slowly relaxed her shoulders and let out an exhausted sigh. She still needed to find another solution. CEO's office, Junhui headquarters. The office door was tightly shut, the indoor heating making one drowsy, especially after a brainstorming session that drained all energy. Sleep became an urgent necessity. Zhang Shu yearned for his warm blanket while struggling to keep his eyelids open. In winter, the greatest enemy wasn't the bitter cold, but the battle against the laziness within oneself. After spacing out for barely 5 minutes, the moment Hualing looked up from the documents, Zhang Shu seemed instantly injected with adrenaline. All fatigue swept away. No one could be more wide awake than he was. What a pitiful instinct of a corporate slave. Seeing Hualing's expression showed no dissatisfaction, Zhang Shu felt half of his worries melt away. Safe. It wasn't just the Shin family wanting a piece of Royal View's pie. Hualing had also been eyeing this little treat from the Shin family for a long time. The only reason he hadn't made a move yet was that the timing wasn't right. Originally, Hualing hadn't anticipated the Shin family's entanglement with Huiyan, so he had only made preparations on the Shin family's side. From the moment Shin Qingyi eagerly returned to the Hua family with Shin Qing's encouragement, the bait had been cast. Now it was time to reel in the net. Discovering Huiyan's involvement here as well, Hualing decided to deal with both families at once, catching Huiyan completely off guard with a swift and decisive move. During Shin Qingyi's internship, Zhang Shu subtly leaked some half-truths and internal information, but this tactic hasn't yielded any results so far. If Zhang Shu were to analyze the reasons, he believes it must boil down to one of two possibilities. The first is that Shin Qingyi was unaware of the Shin family's arrangements, meaning her internship was truly just an internship. The second thing was that Shin Qingyi didn't understand at all. Judging by Zhang Shu's own assessment, he leaned towards the latter possibility, so their probing attempts were like making eyes at a blind man. However, he had no idea what Hualing was thinking. The later strategic maneuvers lay within Hualing's career plan for Shin Qingyi, which contained nearly all the first-hand data on hotel industry development across the entire southeastern region. For the Shin family, whose core business was hotel development, this was equivalent to a meticulously produced investment guide. Perhaps Shin Qingyi hadn't seen it, but Shin Qing certainly had. In its early years, the Hua family acquired a coastal project. The land had originally been an abandoned development reclaimed by the government from property developers. The government then auctioned the land to recoup funds, selling it to the current project owners while using the recovered money to compensate affected property buyers. Pure fiction. Don't associate with reality. Theta? Midway through construction, the project owners faced capital chain fractures, leaving unpaid balances. After the government forcibly suspended operations, the shrewd original owner tricked some poor fool into taking over the failing project. This unfortunate fool turned out to be Hualing's third uncle. It was precisely this debacle that convinced Old Master Hua to fully devote himself to grooming his grandson as successor, otherwise Junhui Group would inevitably be ruined by his 3 incompetent sons. Years had passed, yet that plot of land remained untouched. Starting development meant paying the remaining half of the compensation, while leaving it idle rendered hundreds of millions in investments worthless. Though the project was now trivial to Junhui, having a rotten egg sitting there disgusted Hualing. The Shin family had long intended to expand into the southeastern coastal regions. Hualing meticulously wrapped this project in multiple layers and delivered it to Shin Qingyi's hands. Every part of the plan was flawless, and Shin Qingyi's timely appearance made its execution proceed with perfect smoothness. Hualing had already lost his mind over Shin Qingyi once 5 years ago. It was only natural that 5 years later, he would pave the way for her again. Shin Qingyi placed unwavering trust in everything Hualing sent over. He didn't need to feign deep affection, with Bai Luoan serving as a stark contrast. His minimal effort at performance yielded maximum effect. Everyone believed it. Zhang Shu, unaware of the inside story and that Bai Luoan had plotted this very move 5 years prior, assumed her resolve to leave stemmed entirely from Shin Qingyi's involvement. Hualing killed two birds with one stone, resolving both the historical issue and Bai Luoan. It should have been a joyous occasion for all, yet who could have predicted that the only variable would be Hualing himself? Zhang Shu often caught Hualing staring absent-mindedly at a fountain pen. He remembered it being Bai Luoan's habitual writing instrument. Is chasing your wife through the crematorium really this era's default setting for domineering CEOs? If I knew today would be like this, why did I do what I did back then? These matters could have been explained clearly with just a few words at the beginning, but once the best timing passes, nothing you say will sound credible anymore. Zhang Shu cursed inwardly. You've been with Shen Qingyi for so long, haven't you managed to extract any useful information from her? Hualing suddenly spoke, pulling Zhang Shu back from his aimless musings. Zhang Shu frowned in contemplation for a long moment before phrasing it quite diplomatically. My apologies, President Hua. Regarding Miss Shen, her brain has rather ample available space. We're seldom on the same wavelength, which makes communication particularly challenging. Hence, I wasn't able to gather much useful information. Hualing. His assistant apparently had quite the sharp tongue. He wondered if the man had been secretly complaining about him too. Chapter 78, The Exchange. Oldie watched the scene before him with a cold eye as the Bentley pulled over with its hazard lights flashing, and a familiar man stepped out of the car. Hualing habitually greeted the person sitting in the guard booth, though where he'd once gotten half a smile in return, tonight he was met with nothing but an icy glare, the kind that could freeze your bones. He paid it no mind. Bai Luoan and Kai Weibin were both startled by the doorbell. 2 seconds later, she realized it was her own doorbell. The TV was playing a classic horror film that Luoan had picked out before leaving. She had abandoned it halfway through out of boredom, but Bai Luoan disliked leaving things unfinished. Today, she unearthed it to pass the time with Kai Weibin, each keeping the other company. Unexpectedly, the film saved all its scares for the second half. Bai Luoan was on edge, while Kai Weibin stared intently at the flitting figures on screen, thoroughly engrossed. Bai Luoan pressed pause, her heart still pounding as she stood up. When she saw Hualing, she felt somewhat dazed. Bai Luoan looked unwell, and Hualing gazed at her intently. What's wrong with you? He asked. The concern in his voice was overwhelming, causing Bai Luoan to suddenly go on guard. Her dark, bright eyes were filled with wariness and resistance. Hualing pursed his lips and explained quietly, you look a bit pale. Bai Luoan didn't want to prolong the conversation. Nighttime talks between single men and women always carried a hint of ambiguity that invited wild imaginings, and she didn't wish to have this kind of entanglement with Hualing. I'm fine. Is there something you need? Hualing's eyelashes dipped slightly as he raised his hand. Only then did Bai Luoan notice he was holding something resembling documents. Assuming it was work-related, Bai Luoan took them and immediately began flipping through the pages. The documents were entirely in English. Apart from a few highly specialized terms she couldn't understand, she encountered no reading difficulties. Yet halfway through, Bai Luoan felt that same sense of absurdity rise within her once more. More absurd than when Hualing had previously told her he liked her. What Hualing handed her was unmistakably a volunteer letter of intent from Dr. Murphy of Guyland Pharmaceuticals Group in M Country. This was someone Bai Luoan knew all too well. Just the morning before yesterday, she'd been chatting with Tuyu about this very person. What do you mean by this? Bai Luoan clutched the letter of intent, only finding her voice after a long pause. Had it not been for Tuyu's overt and covert efforts to assist Chen Wenshi, and had she not fully understood just how rare this document in her hands was, she might have thought Tuyu had immediately turned around and told Hualing about the matter, while also securing her an enormous favor in the process. Hualing said softly, thank you for accompanying my mom and comforting her. This is my way of thanking you. Bai Luoan was speechless. Did Hualing think she was a child? After so many years at Junyu, if the company had those connections, she wouldn't have had to seek help from outsiders. With Chio's only chance at recovery right before her eyes, Bai Luoan had no reason to refuse. I'm kind to Aunt Pei because she's been kind to me, so no thanks are necessary, she said. I won't accept unearned rewards. Just tell me directly, what can I do for you? Or if you trust me, I can volunteer at Junyu for another 3 years? 5? She didn't want to delve into the reasons behind Hualing's actions, whether there was some equivalent exchange value in her, or something else entirely. All she knew was that only by settling all debts could she feel at ease. Hualing knew Bai Luoan wouldn't accept easily, but he hadn't expected her to draw such clear boundaries. How could her 3 to 5 years possibly be worth nothing more than this letter of intent? Yet if they didn't settle accounts cleanly, she would never accept it. Chi Yuban ambled over, peeking out half its head from beside Bai Luoan's feet. Its golden, furry face looked especially round and adorable framed by the sunflower-shaped Elizabethan collar. Hualing felt a stirring in his heart, his fingertips itching with the urge to act. But before he could make a move, Bai Luoan had already bent down and gently nudged Chi Yuban back inside. He heard a soft, dissatisfied whimper. The scene fell silent once more. Hualing knew he couldn't stay any longer. He'd already prepared his words. Chui isn't very familiar with the operational model of domestic companies. Since you're more acquainted with him, I'd like you to assist him next month until he gets up to speed. I've reviewed that investment model improvement proposal you did earlier. This time, you and Chui can work together to refine it. Does that arrangement work for you? These two matters weren't too big or small, too heavy or light. They just happened to sit right above the minimum threshold of what Bai Luoan could accept. Her agreement came swiftly. All right. Besides, Chui was someone she had recruited herself. Hualing seemed to smile slightly. No need to come to the office. You'll be given access on the OA system. Just work remotely. That was ideal. Bai Luoan nodded, her expression clearly signaling it was time for him to leave. The corridor windows were tightly sealed, yet chilling drafts seeped in from unseen corners. The warmth from indoors dissipated before it could reach Hualing, leaving him stranded just a step away from something he couldn't touch. This winter felt unusually cold. If you're feeling unwell, remember to see a doctor, Hualing said. Thank you. I'm off. No need to see me out. Hualing went downstairs and paused in the wind. The letter of intent had been prepared since the first time he met Xiao Qiu. Uncle De was right, these 5 years hadn't been entirely fruitless for him. Just like that day when he saw Bai Luoan gazing at Xiao Qiu's retreating figure, his first thought flashed through his mind. Bai Luoan deeply cared about Xiao Qiu's leg. He went to July half a few more times later, when Bai Luoan wasn't around. Minmin was quite easy to talk to, especially after that night. He learned that Xiao Qiu and Minmin hailed from the same place. Xiao Qiu was abandoned due to congenital disabilities, while Minmin was discarded because her family favored sons over daughters. Both were taken in by a village scavenger who raised them until they turned 7. After the old man passed away, they wandered unsupervised until reaching Ningqing, where they were ultimately sent to an orphanage. Because of his leg, Xiao Qiu endured many cruel taunts, and bullying was common in the orphanage. It was Bai Luoan who always stepped in to protect the two children. When she set her mind on shielding someone, naturally she wanted to help him regain a normal life. Junhui and Gailand Pharmaceutical Group were worlds apart, but that didn't matter. Connections could be forged, and financial ties were quick and straightforward. The medical equipment for the Southern Hill Sanatorium was purchased wholesale from the group, and Junhui threw in a hefty sum, not just for a volunteer spot, but for more. In reality, Hualing had arranged the most comprehensive medical team for Xiao Qiu, but there was no need for Bai Luoan to know this. If she found out, she would never accept it. If Xiao Qiu recovered, would she be a little happier? The light in Bai Luoan's room burned until midnight as she painstakingly translated this document word by word into Chinese. The man came out very late, and Laoli suddenly woke from his drowsiness. He scrutinized the man's expression carefully but couldn't tell whether he was happy or not. Nevertheless, the man remained quite polite, nodding to Laoli as he left. Laoli felt uneasy. What could have happened at such a late hour? Were all those books he gifted useless? Or had the man gotten his way after all? Was he accompanying Miss Bai or his wealthy older sister? Chapter 79, Picking You Up. Comets occasionally lose their way too. This year's Leonid meteor shower arrived slightly later than usual, peaking at 11 p.m. on November 30th. Astronomy enthusiasts and romance seekers had already arrived at Huiming Mountain early to secure the best vantage points. The prime viewing location had long been developed into an observation deck, equipped with professional astronomical telescopes arranged in sections, resembling the layout of an open-air cafe. Chen Wenshur had reserved their spot a month in advance, sparing them the need to jostle among crowds in the open-air venue now. At 9:45 in the evening, the two arrived. The reserved spot was in a corner by the window. Bai Luoan glanced at the 4 neatly arranged chairs and asked, "Senior, is Dr. Tu and the others still coming tonight?" Chen Wenshur smiled frankly and pulled out a chair for her. A third will ought to know their place. Bai Luoan neither agreed nor disagreed. The two sat facing each other. Bai Luoan showed little interest in the meteor shower. She'd just been suffering from insomnia these past 2 nights after watching that horror movie. Chen Wenshur had cut his business trip short and returned early. When he called to invite her, mentioning he'd gathered the same group from their last hiking trip to watch the meteors, she casually agreed. Bai Luoan propped her cheek on one hand. The dim, flickering glow of the atmosphere-setting lantern cast hazy patterns through its glass casing across her face, spreading like ripples on water. Chen Wenshur sat on the shadowed side. Bai Luoan scanned the clamoring crowd below, while Chen Wenshur quietly observed her. Chen Wenshur poured her a cup of hot water. Steam rose as the glass made a soft click against the table. Bai Luoan turned her head, and Chen Wenshur looked up. 1 more hour left. Bored? Bai Luoan shook her head. She herself was a boring person. How could she fear boredom? Chen Wenshur smiled gently. Be patient. How could a Leo miss seeing a Leonid meteor shower? Bai Luoan responded with a puzzled followed by, I'm a Leo? Chen Wenshur replied, you didn't know? The tail end of July makes you a Leo. That song had been wildly popular back in the day. Bai Luoan had heard it but never paid much attention. After all, modern song lyrics could be about anything under the sun, hardly worth pondering. Yet she still remembered the female singer's distinctive vocal style. Now, listening to Chen Wenshi recite the lyrics with such seriousness, she found it oddly amusing. The corners of her lips had just curled up when Chen Wenshi's eyes brimmed with laughter so full it nearly overflowed. Bai Luoan asked with a smile, "What's a Leo like?" Chen Wenshi replied unhurriedly, "Genuine, kind, open-minded, generous, compassionate, treats everyone around them well, highly capable too, always trustworthy and gives people a strong sense of security, confident but not arrogant, with a touch of pride that doesn't rub people the wrong way. Instead, it makes them seem rather endearing." Bai Luoan chuckled lightly. "Senior, you've just slapped 1,000 layers of filter over me, haven't you?" Chen Wenshi shook his head seriously and said, "Don't believe me? Leo is simply the best. After all, zodiac signs are essentially big data. These claims all have scientific backing. Then, on behalf of all Leo signs, I'll thank our senior for the compliment." Chen Wenshi raised his glass, put some sincerity into it. "Shall we toast?" Bai Luoan held the top of the water glass and lightly tapped Chen Wenshi's cup with its base. "Welcome back," she said. Chen Wenshi's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth when he saw her gesture. Their contact was fleeting. Setting down the water glass, Chen Wenshi inquired about Min Yan and Luo Wen. The pair were currently in a snowy foreign town. Just yesterday, Luo Wen had sent scenic photos and selfies where Min Yan and she were cheek to cheek, both grinning ear to ear. Bai Luoan thought for a moment. At least he was happy for a while, so Min Yan didn't lose out entirely. Chen Wenshi laughed. "Why does this sound like you're serving Min Yan his last meal?" Bai Luoan, he enjoyed it very much. Chen Wenshi, "I just hope he doesn't cry too loudly when he comes back, otherwise, I really won't know how to comfort him." The two chatted about everything under the sun, the atmosphere just right. One by one, people came up, filling the grid-like seating spots. The night sky was a vast black curtain, waiting for a spectacular scene to unfold. Around them were hushed murmurs, as if speaking too loudly might startle the shooting stars on their journey. Those filled with anticipation feared disappointment the most. Bai Luoan was just about to speak when Chen Wenshi's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The short ringtone was the hospital's emergency call. Chen Wenshi's heart tightened. He pressed to answer, and the urgent, anxious tone on the other end needed just 5 seconds before he stood up and replied, "I'll be right there." "Xiao Bai," Chen Wenshi had barely spoken when Bai Luoan said, "Go ahead, senior brother." Chen Wenshi gave her a deep look. "Stay right here. I'll arrange for someone to fetch you." "All right." Not daring to delay any longer, Chen Wenshi turned and strode away. In the haze of night, Bai Luoan stood by the railing and soon saw Chen Wenshi's hurried figure darting toward the parking lot. Chen Wenshi didn't have time to explain, but Bai Luoan quickly understood what had happened. Whispered exclamations rose from all sides, then voices grew louder. Bai Luoan faintly caught snippets, "middle school, car accident," between the murmurs. A new notification popped up on the phone screen. Bai Luoan glanced at it. A car accident had occurred at the main campus of Ningqing High School. 2 cars had lost control and crashed through the school gates during evening self-study dismissal, when the area was densely crowded, resulting in severe injuries. The Chen family's hospital, being the nearest medical facility, was requisitioned by the city authorities. Medical staff were rushing to the scene in an emergency. Even through the heavy mosaics applied to the news photos, the devastation of the scene was strikingly apparent. Disturbance rippled through the crowd as people who had relatives or friends' children attending the school saw the news. In mere moments, a quarter of the cars in the mountain parking lot had emptied. A long string of lights illuminated the mountain road. The initial panic passed, and unrelated strangers regained their composure. Every second witnesses tragedies, yet that very moment of sorrow could mark the peak of happiness for someone else. Joy and grief eternally coexist in every passing moment. From the moment Hualing sat down, his gaze settled in the opposite direction from Chen Wenshi and Bai Luoan. He thought nothing, or perhaps he did, but remembered none of it. His corner wasn't lit, darkness being the best cover. This way, no one could see his expression. It must have been unsightly, twisted and ugly. He happened to see Chen Wenshi leave and soon learned the reason. Counting the time, Hualing called Chen Wenshi, who indeed asked him to pick up Bai Luoan at Huiming Mountain. Hualing waited half an hour before rising to walk toward Bai Luoan's direction, but she wasn't at her seat. Scanning the room, Hualing spotted her in the farthest corner. She leaned against the outer railing, gazing into the boundless night, a crimson glow flickering at her fingertips. Hualing approached. "The darkness lent him courage. Wenshi sent me to pick you up." Hearing this, Bai Luoan turned her head and clamped the cigarette between her lips. "Wow, the meteor shower is here." Cheers erupted all around as the two looked up together, watching a meteor streak across the sky with its long, slender tail. Chapter 80, Admitting Mistakes. Make a wish? What arrived wasn't a meteor shower filling the sky. That spectacle would require waiting another 33 years. One streak vanished into the horizon before the next leisurely appeared. Some people held the most devout hearts, solemnly whispering their deepest desires to this cosmic gift. Wish-making is the most candid moment when a person directly faces their innermost self. Bai Luoan exhaled a smoke ring and said indifferently, I don't believe in such things. It wasn't deliberate rain-on-your-parade behavior. Bai Luoan was simply telling the truth. Huoling's thought was different. If she didn't come for wishes, then it must be for the people together. Countless questions swirled in his mind, but all crossed the line. He dared not ask, could not ask. As long as they weren't together, he could deceive himself into believing there was still hope, no matter how slim. Bai Luoan had deliberately gone to a deserted corner to smoke. Remembering that Huoling didn't seem to smoke, she finally asked, do you mind if I smoke? Before Huoling could answer, she added, if it bothers you, you can stay away from me. With the wall beside her, the only one who could move was Huoling. Huoling shook his head. The light minty scent of Bai Luoan's cigarette wasn't unpleasant, and the way she held it was quite elegant, carefree, as if nothing could catch her attention. The meteor shower lasted only as long as a cigarette, during which they saw 2 shooting stars. Bai Luoan didn't make a wish, and neither did Huoling. One didn't believe, the other didn't dare. Walking away from the excited crowd, their indifferent faces stood in stark contrast to the romantic night. Huoling's car was parked at another exit, where the cold mountain air had condensed a thin layer of moisture on the body. The car door felt icy to the touch, so Huoling opened the passenger side first. After a brief moment of eye contact, Huoling's expression remained unreadable. Unconcerned about minor formalities, Bai Luoan got into the car first. Thank you. Huoling nodded and walked around to the driver's seat. The ride passed in silence as the radio reported on the accident. The offending vehicle had already been secured, with initial checks indicating the driver was under the influence of alcohol, though drug impairment hadn't been ruled out. Police had secured the scene, and the injured were being treated in batches. By the clock, Chen Wencher should be arriving any minute now. Bai Luoan suddenly spoke up, let's head to XX hospital. Their blood bank will definitely be running low. We should go donate some blood for those children. Huoling felt a suffocating tightness in his chest, as if stuffed with damp cotton, heavy and oppressive. His voice came out hoarse as he replied, all right. His voice overlapped with the broadcasters on the radio, and Bai Luoan was distracted by the view outside the window. Thus, she didn't notice the redness gradually rimming Huoling's eyes. After Bai Luoan left, Huoling spent countless nights filled with regret, but none as turbulent and overwhelming as tonight. The rising tide of emotions threatened to crush him, yet he could only steel himself, gripping the steering wheel steadily without revealing a single clue. He recalled a saying, though the world inflicts pain upon me, I respond with songs. Despite having endured so much hardship and injustice herself, she was the one who deserved the most care, yet she was always the first to offer sincerity, doing everything she could to treat those around her with kindness. Those who owed her gratitude, those who adored her, those with tragic backgrounds, those in need of help, and the one she had once loved. That's why so many people adore her. Yet the one she loves has never shown her an ounce of warmth. If only there were ifs, but alas, there are none. He asked himself, why did he have to be such a pathetic, timid coward? Why would anyone be so foolish as to let go of their luck when it comes, only realizing the pain after it's irrevocably lost? Having grown into an adult, why was he still afraid, fierce in appearance but weak inside? Why did part of him remain stuck at 9 years old? For a long time after being rescued, he lost the ability to trust anyone, so why couldn't he summon the courage to break free? Why should his 27-year-old self be burdened by his 9-year-old self? The car wheels crushed dried branches on the road, the crisp snapping sounds echoing like Huoling's relentless self-interrogation. Bai Luoan had developed a habit of counting streetlights. When she merged onto the main road, the sudden brightness overwhelmed her vision. By the time she closed and reopened her eyes, she had already lost track of how many lights had passed. She abruptly found the whole exercise pointless and stopped counting altogether. She knew nothing of Huoling's inner journey. To her, his silence was the default state, something she'd grown entirely accustomed to. Just as when facing Huoling, she herself remained mostly silent. She remained silent. At the hospital entrance, an ambulance rushed in with injured patients. After medical staff carried the stretchers inside, the vehicle immediately returned to the scene to attend to another batch of casualties. Just as Bai Luoan had anticipated, the hospital's blood bank was running critically low. When they arrived, a blood donation vehicle was already parked in the square outside the hospital entrance, with the medical institution mobilizing citizens through various channels to donate blood. At the blood collection point, nearby residents who'd heard the news had already begun forming a line, though the queue wasn't particularly long yet. Bai Luoan and Hualing filled out the forms together and underwent preliminary screening. After passing the physical examination, the two queued up to board the blood donation bus. Hualing went before Bai Luoan. He donated 400 milliliters, and after the needle was removed, a hemostatic tape was applied. The doctor casually handed him 2 small bread, and Hualing thanked them before slipping the bread into his coat pocket. He stood up from the chair, Bai Luoan promptly taking his seat. Hualing didn't leave, casually rolling down his sleeve as he stood by to wait. The doctor glanced at the young man and woman, a flicker of understanding flashing in their eyes as they silently acquiesced to Hualing's behavior. The packaging was torn open as a new set of needles was taken out. Bai Luoan wasn't afraid of injections and watched the doctor's movements calmly. Suddenly, a hand reached out and completely covered her eyes. The person's hand was dry, broad, and slightly cool. The moment it touched her eyelids, the cold needle pierced her skin. Bai Luoan furrowed her brows, but Hualing pressed his hand more firmly over her eyes. Bai Luoan remained still. After drawing 200 milliliters of blood, the needle was withdrawn, and Hualing immediately released his hand. After a 30-minute observation period, the two went to collect their blood donation certificates. Bai Luoan hadn't spoken the entire time, while Hualing followed closely behind her step by step. Hualing. Upon reaching the open parking area, with no one else around, Bai Luoan steadied the anger in her heart and spoke in the calmest tone she could muster. I thought we had reached an understanding. What exactly are you doing now? Hualing's capricious attitude enraged her. What did he take feelings for? What did he take her for? A teasing plaything? A whim to amuse yourself when bored? Why should she be toyed with like this? Hualing didn't defend his actions, he simply said, I was wrong. With his head bowed, his attitude of admitting fault was sincere. Despite Bai Luoan's anger, she was never good at quarreling nor at venting one-sided emotion. In such circumstances, she could only be forced to swallow her rage. She nodded and said coldly, I hope so. Thank you for picking me up today. You don't need to trouble yourself any further. I'll take a taxi back. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to leave. Hualing reached out and grabbed her arm. Bai Luoan's eyes still held a faint trace of anger, and Hualing slowly released his grip. It's hard to get a taxi here right now. I'm sorry, don't be angry with me. I shouldn't have acted that way. Let me drive you to the neighborhood gate, then I'll leave. It's cold out. Don't make things harder for yourself, alright? Bai Luoan remained silent for 3 seconds before opening the rear door and getting in the car. He said he would drive her, and so she treated him like nothing more than a chauffeur. Chapter 81 Studying Medicine. On the way from the hospital to Jinlanyuan, Hualing stole glances in the rearview mirror. When he looked again, his eyes met Bai Luoan's cold and detached gaze. Focus on driving. Hualing, okay. Bai Luoan closed her eyes to rest, and Hualing tactfully didn't look at her again. Upon arrival, just as Hualing was about to speak, the person in the back seat opened her eyes on her own and silently stepped out of the car. Bai Luoan stood by the roadside without moving. Understanding her intention, Hualing drove away without a word. Entering through facial recognition, Oldly greeted her with an expression seemingly full of unsaid words. Broly? Oldly had been waiting for just such an opening from Bai Luoan. He glanced out the window before withdrawing his gaze and saying, about that man earlier. Here, Oldly shook his head, pursed his lips, and clicked his tongue, no good. Bai Luoan smiled faintly, you noticed it too? That word too carried subtle implications. Oldly was momentarily taken aback, worried this pretty young woman might be too soft-hearted, so he added fuel to the fire. I don't like gossiping behind people's backs, but well, the other day I saw him, tangled up with some wealthy woman, acting very intimate, like one of those gigolos sponging off rich older ladies. Miss Bai, you'd better keep your eyes open, can't afford to be deceived again. Hualing, a sugar mommy, a pretty boy? That was quite a shock. Bai Luoan asked, did you see him on Thursday? Oldly squinted in recollection. Yes, it was that afternoon when I was covering for old Zhang's shift. Bai Luoan couldn't help but laugh, realizing Oldly had misunderstood, yet she made no effort to explain for Hualing. Alright, I understand. Thank you, I'll definitely be careful. Oldly chuckled warmly, just make sure to keep your guard up. You young women are too soft-hearted, don't let sweet words fool you. Oldly's well-meaning interference scattered Bai Luoan's simmering anger into pieces, leaving her no room to stay upset. After thanking the kind security guard once more, Bai Luoan slowly walked home. Some cats undergo personality changes after being spayed or neutered. Take Kai Weibin for example, who became even more clingy and playful after the procedure. Upon hearing her return home, it would squat by the door, tilting its adorable round face up to charm her, though its gaze remained fiercely glued to its food bowl, practically oozing longing. Even before, Bai Luoan had struggled to resist such tactics, but now it was downright impossible. For Kai Weibin, the transition from luxury to frugality proved brutal. Accustomed to enjoying small canned meals daily during the post-op recovery, having to settle for one every 2 days now felt nothing short of feline cruelty. Bai Luoan bent down to pick up the clingy cat, giving it a couple of weighing lifts in her hands. Good, it had gained quite some weight. The canned meals would have to be scaled back to one every 3 days. No amount of cute begging worked. Kai Weibin whimpered in protest, clearly aggrieved. At 4 in the morning, Chen Wenshi emerged from the operating room, dizzy-headed after performing a critical surgery on a severely ill patient. Thankfully, the patient's condition had stabilized for the time being and would soon be transferred to a general ward for observation. Doctor, how is my child doing? How did the surgery go? Doctor, doctor. As soon as he stepped out, the patient's family members anxiously crowded around him, their eyes, filled with urgency and anticipation, fixed intently on Chen Wenshi, afraid they might hear even the slightest bit of bad news from his lips. He nodded and said, "The danger is over." The woman before them went weak at the knees upon hearing the news, her body collapsing forward. Chen Wenshi quickly stepped in to support her. Her voice was too hoarse to form words, and her trembling, "Thank you, doctor," came out fragmented. Chen Wenshi said gently, "You must stay strong. Your child still needs you." The woman nodded repeatedly. All right, all right. The group then left through the passageway the family had made for them. The hallway was packed with parents, school staff, wailing sobs and silent breakdowns, the piercing agony of lives hanging by a thread and quiet relief of narrow escapes choking the air with unbearable heaviness. An assistant cracked open a bottle of glucose solution. Chen Wenshi took it and gulped down several mouthfuls. The next surgery was being prepped. He didn't have much time to rest. 2 hours earlier, Hualing had texted him. Bai Luoan had been delivered safely. With some weight momentarily lifted, Chen Wenshi finished washing his hands. Then, in a corner of the lobby, he spotted a familiar figure. Gushi stood there, holding her phone, staring absent-mindedly at the potted plant in the corner. Her white coat had dark red stains of dried blood, but her face and hands were clean, apparently already washed. "Sheer?" Gushi turned around upon hearing the voice and called out, "Brother Wenshi." Chen Wenshi nodded, examining her carefully before asking, "Why are you here?" Gushi glanced toward the operating room. "My roommate's younger brother got injured, so I came with her." Chen Wenshi frowned. "What happened to you?" Only when he got closer did he notice the large patches of dried blood on Gushi's black pants. He hadn't spotted them from a distance earlier. She looked as if she had just come from an accident scene. Gushi, realizing she couldn't hide the truth any longer, explained, "I happened to be having a meal nearby when the accident occurred. My roommate's brother attends this school, and after hearing about the incident, we grew worried and decided to go over there together. The scene was chaotic. The injured couldn't be moved carelessly, but many people weren't aware of that, so I stayed to help however I could. My roommate's brother ended up getting hurt too, so I accompanied him here. It just occurred to me that I hadn't notified my dorm advisor about not returning tonight, so I came over here to make a call." Gushi's face was pale, whether from exhaustion after staying up all night or from the shock of witnessing such a harrowing accident scene. It was hard to tell. She was only a sophomore, far too young to have to confront something like this. The assistant had just mentioned that 2 children at the scene didn't make it before the ambulances arrived. Chen Wenshi sighed and said to Gushi, "Head to my office first. It's room 507. I've got another surgery to attend to, so I can't look after you right now. The door's unlocked, just go in and wait. Things are messy here, so go rest up. I'll come find you when I'm done." Gushi nodded, forcing a stiff, numb smile. "All right, go ahead. Don't worry about me." Chen Wenshi saw his assistant waiting nearby, waving at him. Now wasn't the time for conversation, so he patted her head and turned to leave. The operating room corridor was crowded with people. Chen Wenshi's straight, tall figure appeared particularly solid and reliable. Gushi watched as he walked toward the changing room at the far end. She pursued medicine precisely because of Chen Wenshi. Ever since Hualing and Bai Luoan got married, she often came to Ningqing to visit. She was a true connoisseur of beauty, and a sister-in-law who perfectly matched her aesthetic ideals, even more so than fictional characters, was lethally attractive to her. Before meeting Bai Luoan, this type had been her ideal standard for men. After Bai Luoan, this became her ideal standard for people. During the summer vacation of her sophomore year, she spent just one night at home right after the holidays began and couldn't wait to fly to Ningqing the very next day. Unfortunately, Bai Luoan went on a business trip that very evening. With nothing better to do alone, she went to stroll by the lotus pond near the Hua family's old residence to enjoy the breeze and flowers. There, she witnessed Chen Wenshi rescuing a drowning child, performing CPR on the little boy. The child's grandmother was wailing nearby while the surrounding crowd whispered and pointed fingers. Gushi had read in the first aid manual issued by the school that the optimal rescue time for drowning was 4 to 6 minutes. She waited for 10 minutes, but the child still didn't wake up. She vaguely heard someone say something like "they're beyond saving," but Chen Wenshi never stopped his efforts. Another 10 minutes passed, and the child let out a faint, choking cough. Gushi saw Chen Wenshi, his face drenched in sweat, smiling in the most disheveled state she had ever seen him, saying, "It's okay now." At that moment, Gushi made up her mind, she would study medicine.